Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The plot takes us to the city of Dungeon, in one of whose buildings loud screams were heard. Holding his face, the guy said that it was not a dream. He said with a puzzled look that he woke up, and the entrance to the dungeon was right at his house. We were shown the planet and told that in 2012, similar portals began to appear all over the world. The military shot goblins, while we were told that after a series of riots caused by competition for research into these portals, the dungeons got out of control. The government issued 5 rules. Pink streams of energy came from the portal. The warriors were surrounded, and we were told that the first rule is that the portal cannot be gotten rid of, but the raid can seal it. Secondly, if you fail to close it within the specified time, the defense will fall, and the monsters of the dungeon will pour into this world. Thirdly, people who get lost in the dungeon and still survive are doomed to remain there, becoming adventurers. The fourth rule is that the higher the level of the monsters in the dungeon, the greater the reward for conquering it, and the fifth is that the bosses of the highest level dungeon cannot be destroyed even by a nuclear warhead. Newspaper sheets fell on people, after which the story told us that 10 years later, due to the continuous appearance of new portals and their endless captures, the world gradually got used to it. In recent years, information about the dungeons and adventurers has gradually leaked to the public. In addition, the Canadian publication Adventurer Weekly published a research report, The Lack of Jobs, the Spoiled Rich and the Importance of Social Status, which everyone from bandits to officials are chasing, contributed to the fact that the profession of an adventurer has become a cherished dream in the hearts of people. People in the news discussed that the profession of an adventurer has brought in more than $500 million in the past 3 years, after which the story noted that few people know that behind this high-level adventurer there are hundreds of corpses of mid- and low-level adventurers, as well as civilians lost in the dungeons. We were shown a guy and told that this is our protagonist, Chuck, who is one of the few people who knows this dirty little secret. Standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that it has caused him problems. Holding his chin, Chuck reasoned that if he remembered correctly, 5 years ago, the fatality rate when entering an entry-level dungeon was 50%. Half of the cases ended in death. No matter how much he needed the money, the risk was too great for him. Looking at his phone, Chuck said that he should not do this. He just needs to give the Adventurers Guild the portal and that's it. If he is not mistaken, when an ordinary citizen finds the entrance to the dungeon and hands it over, he is given a special item as a reward. He received a notification from the news that an employee of the association in Shanghai was arrested by the police today. According to reliable sources, this person is suspected of murder, reselling the coordinates of the portals. The protagonist looked at his phone with a displeased look. He crossed his arms and said it didn't matter. He wouldn't necessarily run into someone who wanted to kill him. Looking at the portal, Chuck began to reason that selling it to some financial organization wouldn't work either. They were required to use it at least 10 times first, and then, in order to prevent him from selling the items he would receive as a reward, they would probably keep an eye on him, and he would die as a result of an accident before those 10 attempts were over. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist came to the conclusion that testing the moral level of capitalists on his personal safety wasn't the best idea. But he couldn't just leave it like that either. As soon as the time ran out, it would inevitably lead to casualties and the destruction of government facilities, for which he could get 20 years for knowing about its existence and not reporting it. Frowning, Chuck said that first they needed to check the level of this portal. If its mortality rate was higher than usual, then he would simply move to another city, and before leaving he would call the police, who would deal with it themselves. If the survival rate was normal, then he would try to deal with it himself, and if that didn't work, then he would use the first option. Looking at his phone, the protagonist began to study the types of portals and noticed that this was a second-level entrance. The plot takes us to days later when a courier rang Chuck's doorbell. The protagonist looked out of the door and told him to come in. Pointing his finger at the documents, the guy asked Chuck to sign there. With a smirk on his face, he asked if the protagonist had found a new portal. Chuck began to wave a machete and replied that he was just playing war. He had broken the previous one, so he decided to buy a new one. Adjusting his cap, the courier said that he was just curious. Frightened, Chuck thought that despite the fact that he had long known about how ordinary people were burning with the idea of becoming adventurers, it was inappropriate to talk about it so bluntly. He slammed the door. Chuck's face was serious. He took off all his clothes. He unpacked the package. The protagonist put on the armor and said that it was a bit heavy and a little tight in the chest. Looking at his legs, Chuck said that at least it did not hinder movement. The protagonist approached the portal. The guy with an axe in his hands began to move forward. The protagonist touched the portal with his hand. He entered it. Chuck appeared in the forest and came to the conclusion that the first enemy would be werewolves. He cried out with a satisfied look that he had not bought chain mail in vain. Waving his finger, the protagonist noted that according to official information, after the newcomer enters the dungeon, the adventurer's panel will be activated. Several projections with different functions appeared in front of him. Chuck looked at his stats, standing in front of the projection. The protagonist said that if he remembered correctly, the basic stats of normal people are around 10. Those who are weaker have 8, and the outstanding have 14. He did not train, so he expected 9, but not 16. Chuck smirked and said that although these were not the most useful stats at an early stage, 16 intelligence points were not that common. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist asked himself to calm down. Touching the Tasks tab, Chuck said that he would read the conditions. A screen appeared, which said that to exit, you need to kill any Murloc, and to complete it, destroy a squad of Murlocs. The protagonist was taken aback by what he read. Chuck's scream was heard in the forest. He said that he was allergic to water reptiles and asked if it was possible to pick normal opponents for him. The monster walked through the forest. He passed by a bush. The protagonist watched the Murloc. He pounced on him from behind. The monster managed to dodge Chuck's attack. His face was furious. It was evening. The exhausted protagonist took off his helmet. Looking at the dead Murloc, Chuck assumed that the difficulty of the dungeon was indicated incorrectly because he barely coped with one, and if there were several. A message popped up in front of him that his level had been increased. The protagonist's nickname appeared in the line with the characteristics, which sounded like he was 50-50 with the Murlocs. Picking up the spear from the ground, Chuck noted that he had enough for today. Walking down the path, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would challenge this dungeon after hiring a personal fitness trainer and improving his characteristics. Chuck returned to his apartment. He fell on the couch and declared that he was very tired. A projection appeared in front of him. Looking at the task description, the protagonist said that the mission was completed, and if he remembered correctly, then after leaving the dungeon, strange things happened. Looking at the notification, which said that it was detected that the adventurer left the dungeon and the settlement began, after which Chuck noted that he was not asking for much, he just needed to give him a bottle so that he could improve his characteristics. Another message popped up, which said that after completing the calculation, his reward is a standard thermos and he can also order more dishes. The enraged protagonist asked what dishes it said and whether he had just increased his level. A thermos appeared in his hand. Inspecting it, Chuck read that this item is capable of condensing 500 milliliters of pure water daily, and an upgrade is also available. The protagonist threw the thermos on the floor and asked who needed this garbage. We are transferred to the second day, when Chuck came to the gym and said that he had an appointment with Coach Fred. The girl greeted him with a smile on her face and told him that the coach was waiting for him in the hall, after which she asked him to follow her. The protagonist followed the girl and thought that he didn't think that in a small city like Dongshan, there would be a trainer who specialized in providing body-shaping services for new adventurers. Frowning, Chuck noted that his fee for the book was barely enough to cover the costs, but since these workouts would help him pump up his stats, it was worth it. Turning around, the girl asked if the protagonist had done any fitness before, to which he received a negative answer. With a smile on her face, she asked why such an expense, adding that for beginners, an ordinary trainer would be enough. Squinting, the girl asked if Chuck had become an adventurer. Puzzled, Chuck mentally noted that she was quite straightforward. The protagonist replied with a satisfied look that if a person has a goal, he should hire the best trainer. For adventurers, an ordinary trainer is not the best option. The girl opened the door and assumed that Chuck was able to. Chuck was looking forward to meeting his trainer. The girl looked in the door and said that Fred had arrived. The guy was wiping sweat from his face. Looking at him, the protagonist reasoned that this was not quite what he expected. He thought it would be a huge pumped up dude, but this was just a guy with a cute face. Fred crossed his arms and said that his course cost a lot of money and not everyone could afford it. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at the man. Fred stood over him and asked if Chuck wanted to become an adventurer. He was lifting a barbell. Chuck began to shake and said that he could no longer. Fred took the barbell from him and said that then they would be done for today. Looking at the exhausted protagonist, he said that 5 times 30 kilograms, it was necessary to increase it to 35 kilograms, even with a discount on the fact that he was a beginner. Considering his weight, the result was very weak. Frowning, Chuck thought he knew his physical abilities were below average and that this was not enough. The guy watched him and said that the protagonist's foundation was weak. The maximum value of 35 kilograms when converted to an adventurer indicator should be equal to 9. After which Fred added that the value of strength, endurance, and agility of ordinary people are relatively balanced. With his form, it is almost impossible to improve these indicators in a month. Chuck was sweating and asked how much time he would need. Fred said with a serious look that everything depended on him. If he worked out every day, then in about a month and a half he could reach a value of 11 units. After the transformation, he would become a B-rank adventurer. He would feel much stronger. Wiping sweat from his face, the protagonist said that he understood everything. Sunlight enveloped the gym, where Chuck met Lucas and also agreed on payment with Fred. Lucas sat next to the protagonist in the cafe and asked him why he had signed up with Fred, noting that although he was a professional, he was not cheap and that training at home could also improve his physical abilities. Holding a burger in his hand, Lucas added that, as a rule, only adventurers with experience or who had signed a long-term contract with the association resorted to the services of such a trainer. Smiling, Chuck said that he had no shortage of money, so he spent his fees. Since he had a clear goal, he decided to find the best trainer to lay a solid foundation. Lucas closed his eyes and said that he thought that the protagonist had discovered the entrance to the dungeon and was forced to become an adventurer. Turning his gaze to Chuck, Lucas noted that since he was only planning to become one, he should teach him a few things so that later they would not try to fool him. Lucas smiled and explained that when entering a dungeon for the first time, each adventurer would be given a title based on their stats. Adventurers could choose to wear it or not. Attributes would not go unnoticed by other players when leveling up. Hunters who specialized in finding low-level dungeons would often hide their title, since it would be strange if they had it displayed. A hunter would always know who had become an adventurer and would follow that person to find the entrance to the dungeon. Chuck stared at Lucas. Lucas seriously thought that the protagonist was not really an adventurer, just a writer with money who intended to become an adventurer, as if it was nothing. Holding his hand in front of his face, Chuck panicked in his mind that it was a good thing he had not used his title, otherwise he would have been exposed today. Lucas started to leave and assumed that Fred had already finished with the contract. Fred looked at the laptop and said that Chuck was a fairly famous writer who specialized in adventure novels. It was no wonder that he had the financial resources to attend his classes. The protagonist wanted to improve his physical fitness to participate in the adventure. Holding his chin, Sarah noted that he did not have any special requirements for the deadline. It was not like he had found the entrance to the dungeon and he had a month left to complete the task. Fred frowned and emphasized the fact that this was true. The likelihood of Chuck being an adventurer or finding the entrance to the dungeon was extremely low. He stood up from the table and said that if Lucas did not say anything when they returned, they would act as usual. Until the elite dungeon test in Dongshan disappeared, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to earn some money. The protagonist returned to the coach. Fred stood in front of him and said that the contract was drawn up. If there were no problems after reading it, he could sign it. Holding the back of his head, Chuck thought that this was his trainer. Sarah began to lead him to the counter. Fred crossed his arms and stated that he had a normal expression on his face. Looking at him, the protagonist did not focus on the inscription above his head and did not look like someone who had just discovered a dungeon. Lucas looked away. Fred began to leave from there and said that there was no need to constantly monitor Chuck. The protagonist signed the contract. Sarah handed him a copy of the contract and asked him to wait a little before the trainer tested him. The protagonist's speed indicators were written on the screen. Holding a notepad in his hands, Fred stated that his physical fitness ratings were extremely disappointing. Looking at Chuck, he noted that they would not do an agility test. Next week they would focus on strength and fitness. Wiping his face, the protagonist said that it was convenient for him to train at any time. Turning around, the trainer asked Chuck to come tomorrow at 10 in the morning and not to eat anything fatty for breakfast. There was a suit of armor on the couch. The guy fell onto the bed and said that he didn't think that the largest fitness center chain in China would do such a thing. They were just using the adventurer body shaping service as bait. If he let down even a little, they would immediately realize that he was hiding something and eliminate him. Stunned, Chuck noted that it was no longer surprising that there was such a trainer in his city. They were probably all over the country. He looked at his phone and came to the conclusion that all adventurer-related services were similar to this one. Looking at the screen, the protagonist added that it included the chainmail he bought. Lying on the bed, Chuck emphasized the fact that he was lucky that he realized in time that buying chainmail and weapons in the same store was unwise, otherwise it would have aroused suspicion. Looking at the portal, the guy assumed that he underestimated the risks of the adventurer profession, so he needed to adjust his plans. Sunlight enveloped the forest. Entering the dungeon, the guy said that he originally planned to return there after finishing his training. But he did not expect that the real world would be so cruel that low-level adventurers would be awaited at every step. Exhausted, Chuck said that although he was lucky to escape trouble today, he will not always be lucky, so the only way to level up is to take risks. He began to study the description of the dungeon. Frowning, the protagonist noted that the condition for exiting this time was the eyes. He suddenly remembered the Murloc. Walking along the path, the protagonist said that he did not know if yesterday's eyeball would do. Flies flew over the gnawed corpse. Covering his nose with his hand, Chuck said that the internal organs were eaten and he wondered who did it. Examining the corpse, the protagonist said that the eyes were still there. Behind him was a monster trying to sneak up. Chuck turned around. He saw a monster who asked in his own language if he was the killer. The dumbfounded protagonist pointed his finger at the monsters. He started to run away and cried out that he couldn't defeat two of them. Evening came. The monster and Chuck tried to catch their breath. The angry Murloc raised his spear. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He asked with a satisfied look if the monster realized that he was going to die any minute. Pointing his finger, Chuck cried out that he and his companion had gotten separated. The protagonist, looking mad, noticed that it was his turn to attack. The monster was terrified. A second Murloc jumped out of the bushes. Chuck, angry, turned his attention to it. He started running after the monster. The protagonist, dumbfounded, asked why there was no reward if he was clearly better this time. He looked up and wondered if the drop rate in the dungeons of this level was really that low. He calmly concluded that if that were the case, other adventurers would not earn money, so maybe there was something that everyone but him knew. Looking at his phone, Chuck thought that he could ask the trainer or Lucas about it, but first he needed to make sure that they definitely did not think he was the owner of the dungeon. The protagonist came to the fitness center and asked if Fred and Lucas had arrived, to which he received the answer that Lucas had gone to another city and would be back in a couple of days, and the trainer was busy today, so he would not be there. Chuck was running on a treadmill. Watching him, Lucas asked if he had been training like that for the few days he had been gone, to which he responded positively. After which Lucas said that the protagonist was quite persistent and the moment was not far off when he would pump up his strength and agility. The trainer watched him and said that if Chuck continued in the same spirit, his strength, agility, and overall condition could rise to 12 quite quickly. Turning around, Lucas asked if the trainer was considering recruiting him, adding that he was a rich and persistent candidate, and in the future he would probably become a successful adventurer. Closing his eyes, Fred said that he had asked the protagonist about it while Lucas was gone, but he had refused because he wanted to become an adventurer in the black and then work alone. Chuck was exhausted. Smiling, Lucas said that he was overdoing it. He would get hurt if he trained so diligently. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist replied that he wanted to become an adventurer as soon as possible, since if it dragged on, he was afraid that his finances would simply run out. Lucas thoughtfully presented a graph of time and money. Holding a burger in his hands, the protagonist reasoned that given the fact that the trainer had tried to recruit him, he could be sure that they had ruled out the possibility of him being an adventurer. Frowning, Chuck noted that now he just had to find the right time. Lucas approached him with a tray. Smiling, the protagonist stated that he was a little tired and distracted. Holding French fries in his hands, Lucas explained that constantly overloading himself with excessive exercise only increases the risk of injury, and an injury will slow him down. Sitting opposite, Chuck said that he already realized that the amount of training needed to be reduced. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked when Lucas had managed to recoup the initial investment in the adventurer profession. Lucas closed his eyes and told them that he hadn't managed to do that yet. He needed to wait until his level reached at least 11 before he could think about making something pay off. Chuck was puzzled and asked why level 11 was necessary. Lucas crossed his arms and told them that it was because low-level adventurers, especially those from level 1 to level 5, were useless to mess with. The only above-average survival rate was in expeditions led by veterans. Adventurers without ambition usually chose mixed levels. After level 10, the difficulty of the mission increased significantly. Information about monsters was more valuable, so the guys who came before started working as information gatherers at this stage. The survival rate was not as high as at the previous stage. But still, it was only at level 11, when the difficulty level did not allow for shifts, that adventurers began to make a profit. Holding his chin, Chuck listened as he heard that adventurers at this level already had sufficient strength and agility. Lux introduced various items and said that anything that helps him improve his level is sold at a very high price. The puzzled protagonist asked why adventurers of level 10 and below do not actively prepare themselves since the dungeon of level 11 is so dangerous. Because if you start working on yourself at this stage. Lux introduced a crowd of people and said that for many reasons. Firstly, the Adventurer Association does not officially force adventurers to attack dungeons, so most of them prefer to retire to return to normal life after reaching level 11. And also, few adventurers reach the elite dungeons compared to higher levels, which has great benefits in addition to the risks. The protagonist thought about the levels of people and heard that at the stage from level 6 to level 10, relying on information gathering and logistics, one can recoup the initial investment and even gain a little extra, since they do not need to risk their lives to reach level 11. Frowning, Chuck came to the conclusion that this was why Lucas decided to stay longer on the 6th level. The evening sky enveloped the building. Looking at his phone, he noted that he really learned a lot. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist said that it was no wonder that he could not find any useful information. Most of the community was only doing this to make money. They only supplied information to others. In the future, all of them, the owners of low-level dungeons, would be eliminated. The protagonist with a serious look remembered the words that in the dungeon, the reward can only be obtained once, even if the mission is completed several times. Looking at the portal, Chuck thought that from this point of view, the only value that can be taken out is the quota for the automatic transformation of all adventurers lost in it. The protagonist began to put on the armor on himself. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, the guy reasoned that given that he had no shortage of money and the risks associated with selling adventure spots, he would try to clear this dungeon as much as possible and then think about whether to continue his adventurer career. Entering the portal, the protagonist said that he would try the method Lucas taught him, focus on gathering information early on, and then think about the rest. Reading the information, Chuck saw that the exit condition was finding a lake. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again if this mission also did not require combat. Looking at the backpack, the guy said that fortunately, he took advantage of Lucas's experience and bought a drone because finding the lake without it would not have been the easiest task. Sunlight enveloped the forest. A crowd of monsters walked together. Murloc suddenly turned around. He noticed a drone above his head. Surprised, Chuck looked at the screen. The furious monster began to roar loudly. The monster threw his subordinates back with his tail. The protagonist looked at the control panel and wondered if it was really a Murloc. Having imagined the monsters, he thought that even though his appearance and aura were different from the Murlocs he had fought, he was sure that this one was also a Murloc, but of a higher level and with more developed combat abilities. Having lowered his gaze, the guy decided that it did not matter. Chuck pressed the button on the remote control. The protagonist watched the flying quadcopter and thought that he would first complete his mission, and only then return to searching for this orange Murloc. The monster peeked out from under the bush. He looked around angrily. The monster noticed a flash in the distance of the forest. A couple of minutes later, the guy held the remote control and said that he had found it. The protagonist happily sat by the tree and said that it was not surprising that there were so many Murlocs in this forest, because all this time there was such a large lake here. He looked at the console with a smile and said that the conditions for exiting had to be met. It was time to go. A notification popped up that the map was changing. The dungeon rating had been increased. Chuck looked away in confusion. An angry monster appeared in front of him. The guy looked ahead in fear and thought about a special orange Murloc. The monster growled angrily. The monster smashed the console in the guy's hands. The protagonist ran back. He spread his legs wide. Pulling out his axe, Chuck thought that fortunately he had time to react to its attack, otherwise it would have seriously injured him. The protagonist looked at the broken console and thought about his new drone. Looking at the angry monster, he thought that now was not the time to think about it. The Murloc was too fast. He had to be careful. Reinforcements appeared behind the monster. Many Murlocs surrounded the guy. Frowning, Chuck counted his opponents. He looked ahead in shock. The monster dealt a powerful blow to the guy's arm. The protagonist looked at the wound and thought that it was fast. The Murloc crawled on the ground and asked what was going on. Chuck looked at his shoulder in fear and thought that if it weren't for the chainmail, he would have probably lost his arm by now. Looking at the furious Murloc, he wondered if beginning adventurers really had to deal with such creatures. The monster looked ahead angrily and asked his guys why they were staring. The Murlocs were approaching the guy. Chuck stood anxiously in front of the enemy and thought that everything would be fine if he had to fight only him, but the point is that he would have to spend energy on them too. The guy looked at the walking monsters, thinking that it was obvious that the difficulty of the dungeon was much higher than stated. The protagonist nervously looked at the glow in the trees. Looking at the portal, he decided that he had to run. He looked in surprise at the system warning. A screen appeared with information that upon exiting the dungeon, all achievements would be cancelled. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the cave lay the corpses of ogres. The guy hit the rocks. Mike stood behind him in the cave and repeated that he had already told him about this. Slamming the book shut, he said that the guy was just taking out his anger on the dead man. Bob looked away and asked what was wrong with that. He stood next to the ogre's corpse and said that in the end, it was because he was too weak to fight back. Mike looked at him calmly and said that it would be strange if he could, even though his stated level 5 was equivalent to a level 9, only he could be lucky enough to encounter such a monster in a beginner level dungeon. Bob walked towards the guy and said that there was one more thing. As he passed by, he smirked and said that he might encounter a legendary bug, a monster that could only be encountered in the next stage of the dungeon. The guy walked confidently and said that he was not afraid of it. He could always get a wonderful item upgrade coupon as compensation. However, he was convinced that he was destined to become a legendary adventurer. Mike calmly looked after them and thought that although they were only level 5, the monster he was targeting was indeed legendary. He looked ahead and thought about how he planned to get such a rare coupon. The guy stood in the cave behind his friend, thinking that no matter how you look at it, maybe he just blurted it out without thinking. Meanwhile, a screen appeared with information that in order to exit, you need to hold out for 3 minutes with the abnormal Murloc. Dumbfounded, Chuck looked at the screen and screamed that this can't be, but he wants to escape, save himself. What is No doing to him? Does he really want to pretend that he doesn't exist? Jumping up, the monster screamed furiously that he was finished. The protagonist pulled out an axe in front of the enemy. O looked seriously at the approaching Murloc. The monster quickly swung its claws. Blood splashed everywhere. The protagonist sat in front of the monster and thought that this was the end. The The monster turned away and told his subordinates that this was a disappointment. He was bored, leaving him to them. Chuck looked at the spear desperately, thinking that if he could see the future, he would never have entered this dungeon and become an adventurer. The guy remembered the stand with books. Imagining himself standing in front of the monster, he realized that he knew what he signed up for. The protagonist remembered lifting the barbell, thinking about how he often dreamed about getting into the dungeon for the last couple of years. He wondered if he would become like the heroes of his novels. Chuck imagined himself standing thoughtfully with the guy and thinking that his heroes had to go through many dangerous situations and experience all the delights and hardships of an adventurer's career on their own skin. The protagonist was kneeling in the middle of the spears, deciding that he was a coward who did not really know how to fight and was afraid of death. Suddenly, he grabbed the handle. The guy furiously chopped the monster and shouted that he was an adventurer too and could not die here. The monster looked at him in surprise. He watched the guy fight the enemies. Swinging his axe, Chuck wondered what trump card he had, what he could use. The protagonist looked at the system screen in surprise. Holding the axe in front of him, the guy shouted that he wanted to use the title one-on-one Murloc fighter. A notification popped up that the title automatically finds the closest, strongest Murloc, and the user gets strength, agility, and target perception. The protagonist quickly dodged the attack. He chopped up the opponent's bodies. Frowning, the guy thought about how his body had become lighter and stronger, and that's not all. He had a feeling that the movements of these Murlocs had slowed down, as if his vision had improved too. Chuck turned to the monsters and thought that in his current state he could do it. The dumbfounded opponent looked at him and said that it was strange. The Murloc stood in front of the guy and asked why this man became so strong, what he did. The protagonist walked towards him with a weapon in his hands. He smirked and said that now they were alone. The monster looked at him angrily and replied that he should not be arrogant just because he managed to kill a couple of his low-level underlings. Chuck frowned and thought about the fact that he did not know why, but his strength was simply incredible. Even in this chainmail, he could not compare with him in strength and speed. The axe bounced off the ground. The guy swung his spear. Pulling out the weapon, he thought about the fact that he had only one chance. He should leave the protection in only one place. He would have to take off the helmet, because this Murloc would use the direct attack method to achieve extreme speed. The protagonist looked forward seriously, thinking that he had determined the style and route of his attack. He needed to give up his head protection to use it as bait, thereby winning the chance to exchange injuries. Extending his spear towards the monster, Chuck thought that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance to do something like this. He looked at the angry Murloc and assumed that he might not survive this. The guy watched the monster run and thought that it was really terrible, but he had to try and get out of this. The protagonist swung his weapon furiously and decided that it was time to begin. He pierced the opponent's body with his spear. The wounded Chuck fell with a smile. The protagonist collapsed on the ground and asked if he was really good for nothing. The Murloc grabbed the spear. He tried to get the weapon out of himself and screamed. The monster looked up in panic and said that it was just funny. This weak person managed to wound him. The Murloc closed his eyes and said it was a nightmare. He collapsed on the ground behind the guy. The protagonist desperately looked at the screen. A screen appeared in front of him with information that the death of an abnormal Murloc with high combat power had been recorded. The mission was completed. The system reported that the calculation was in progress. The wounded guy lay silently on the ground. A notification popped up that the calculation was complete and he received a coupon to upgrade a magic item. The protagonist lay in blood and thought about an ordinary thermos. He clicked on the item on the screen. Chuck grabbed the thermos and asked to apply the coupon to it. The thermos in his hand began to glow. A bottle appeared in front of the guy and the system reported that it was a magic blood restoration potion. The protagonist quickly drank the mixture. The wounds on his neck began to heal. He lay down on the ground and said that it was very refreshing. A couple of minutes later, the guy looked at the sky. Chuck sat on the ground and sighed. Clutching his neck, he realized that the wounds had already healed. The protagonist turned around and called up the status window. A screen with information about the guy appeared. The guy looked at the screen in surprise and asked if his perception had really increased slightly. He clicked on the mission icon, thinking that he should check what the exit conditions were now. A window appeared with information that in order to complete it, he needed to destroy the pond with the Murloc brood. Chuck looked away at the pond with monsters and thought about it. Leaning over, he said that it didn't matter. The protagonist walked towards the portal and said that at the moment he definitely couldn't handle it. The guy was leaving the sparkling gate. The protagonist turned around in surprise. He looked at the portal and wondered if it was his imagination or if the entrance to the dungeon had increased in size. Chuck extended his hand towards the gate. Suddenly, the hand with sparks jerked back. The system reported that he was underleveled. The entrance to the dungeon was closed. The protagonist looked at the screen in confusion and asked what the underleveled was and why the dungeon level had increased. He looked down in shock and said that if he thought about it, the conditions he had met to exit the dungeon should have belonged to a higher level dungeon. No wonder the difficulty of the mission had increased so much and he had received an improved reward. The guy held his hand in front of the screen in surprise. The system reported that the adventurer had no job and asked if he wanted to apply the certificate of transfer to the hidden job of death chasing. Frowning, Chuck thought that if he remembered correctly, there was someone on the forum who emphasized the importance of this thing. He pressed the agree button. The protagonist stepped into a dark circle. A lot of mana appeared around him. A screen appeared informing him that his job was now death chasing. The system reported that this effect increases perception. The closer the adventurer is to death, the greater the strength and agility and the availability of unlocking rewards. The protagonist turned around and asked if perception was now equal to 16. Chuck imagined a schematic room and thought about the fact that even with his eyes closed, his brain can accurately perceive every corner of his living room. He frowned and thought that he was afraid to imagine how people with a perception value of 20 points see the world. The protagonist clicked on the screen in surprise and said that thanks to the first title, his main characteristics are synchronized with Murlocs. What about the effect of this title? A window appeared on the screen with information about the effect turned death into life. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that this means that this bonus adds 4 points to strength, agility, and perception. It turns out that the effect is similar to his new profession. He was surprised and thought about how he could get plus 8 points to strength, agility, and perception in a new status in extreme conditions. Grinning, the protagonist thought that if he had enough courage, he would be able to activate self-mutilation during a meeting with an enemy, kill the enemy, and then use a restorative potion. Thanks to it, his capabilities are limitless, no longer need to worry about excessive muscle tension due to training. Thanks to the potion, he can train as much as he wants. The plot moves us a month ahead to the gym. The protagonist was holding a barbell. He was trying to lift it. Chuck looked forward seriously inside. The guy strained with all his might. Lucas wiped his face with a towel. He watched as the protagonist lifted the barbell and thought that but an amazing kid. Looking at the sweating guy, he thought that no one expected that a newbie could achieve such a result in less than 2 months. Usually it takes a year. Lucas looked at him seriously and thought that if it was someone else in his place, he would have been taken to intensive care long ago. He walked towards the guy and thought that he had an amazing physique, at least 16, and maybe even 17 or 18. This time Coach Fred was seriously mistaken. Chuck looked away in surprise. Lucas threw him a bottle of water and said that he was sure that his strength and agility had already reached level 12. With his current level, he would definitely be able to meet the conditions for leaving the dungeon. He watched with a smile as the guy drank the water and asked if he wanted to join Wales. The protagonist smiled and replied that he did not want to be held back by any contractual obligations. The guy threw up his hands and said he was sorry. He thought they could raid together as coworkers. Chuck looked at him happily and said that even if they weren't coworkers, they could still raid together and asked what dungeon spots he could recommend him to buy. Lucas put his fingers to his chin and clarified what he had said. The protagonist held a bottle and asked what kind of non-specialized alliance. He looked at the guy in surprise and clarified if he understood correctly that they were the largest non-specialized group. Lucas raised his hand and said that if he was going to buy a dungeon spot on the black market, he would recommend him to choose a low-level dungeon spot that had the non-specialized alliance guarantee. Chuck looked at him sadly and asked why. The guy looked at him calmly and said that usually the deals concerning the sale of places for adventurers are accompanied by quite big risks for both the buyer and the seller. Usually the sellers are afraid that some veteran will pretend to be a newbie, and the buyers that after receiving the money, the seller will simply disappear. Introducing the guy with the girl, he said that however, this does not apply to those deals that are accompanied by a non-specialized alliance, although their commission is indeed quite large. In deals that concern the purchase of an adventurer's place and other things related to dungeons, they ensure contact between the seller and the buyer. They can be trusted. Frowning, Chuck replied that he understood him. We see a residential building. The protagonist was sitting on the bed in his room. The guy was looking at his phone and said that he checked all the available ads. Of all of them, only the seller from Yunzio City seemed more or less reliable to him because there was a guarantee of a non-specialized alliance. The man wrote him messages that they had recruited 6 people, were waiting for 2 more and were starting a raid. The plot moves us 2 days ahead to the park of Yunzio City where Chuck was standing. The protagonist was looking at his phone. He wrote a message to the old driver that he was there and the man replied that he saw him. The guy looked up at the running man. Ray was waving at him and shouting that he was here. The protagonist picked up the phone and asked if he was the old driver from Yunzio. The man extended his hand with a smile and asked if he was a citizen of Dongshan who likes to write. Chuck happily shook his hand and said hello. Ray ran ahead and said that he was the last one. They need to quickly sign the contract and go to the dungeon. Hank signed. He happily picked up the pen and said that everything was fine. The man spread his arms and explained that the contract consisted of 3 clauses. The first, the buyer's final payment would be deposited into a special account provided by them. The seller would assist them in performing the services specified above, and they would transfer the final payment to the seller's account only after the adventurers had left the dungeon. Hank was among the boys and said that after entering the dungeon, the seller was prohibited from doing anything that could violate the security agreement, ignoring dangerous situations, or using force against buyers, and the buyer was prohibited from disclosing the location of the entrance to the dungeon and asked if anyone had any questions regarding the contract. Rick and Harry crossed their arms and said they had no questions. Chuck and Adam agreed with them. Hank showed them the contract with a smile and said that in that case, the contract would come into effect. Kevin and John looked at their hands in delight and said that they were glowing. The man put the pen in his pocket and said that his work was done. He walked away along the path and said that he hoped they would work together again in the future. Ray clapped his hands with a smile and said that they should not separate, but would go with him to the same place, but would take them to the entrance to the dungeon. The plot moves us to a building on an abandoned construction site. The man pointed with his hand to the portal in the room. Bruce put his hand to his glasses and happily said that the entrance was really well hidden. It was no wonder that neither the authorities nor the townspeople could find it for such a long time. Rick looked at the guy with a smile. Ray stretched out his hand to the gate and said that they should enter in turns. The plot moves us to the 4th level of the dungeon, to the witch's forest to the lake. The man watched the guys come out of the portal. Raising his hand, Ralph asked the seller if they were really newbies. Kevin delightedly raised his hand and said that he was also an adventurer. Ray glanced away with a smile and said that they seemed pretty cool. The protagonist looked at the chatting men in surprise. Frowning, he thought that there were 2 of them initially. The man stood in front of the guys and said that he asked for their attention for a minute. Spreading his arms, he asked them to repeat after him, and louder. Ray frowned and called the status window. The guys looked at him seriously and also opened their windows. The man stretched out his hands and said that with this window they would see their stats as an adventurer. Scrolling down, they could check the details of the current mission. The contents of the status window are visible only to them, so they don't have to worry about someone else seeing their information. Ralph stretched out his hand and smiled and asked the guys to tell them their exit conditions so that they could sort them. Kevin grabbed his head and shouted that his main stats were very low. This couldn't be. Chuck looked down in embarrassment and asked about the mission. He was looking at the screen with information about the Banshee Forest. The protagonist looked at the screen in shock and thought that there were no such creatures among the list of beginner dungeons. What kind of dungeon was this? Frowning, he wondered if this dungeon had the same bug as the dungeon in his apartment. Based on the survivor's bias, if the monster from the beginner dungeon is not included in the beginner's guide, there are 2 options. Chuck stood behind the crowd of guys and thought that either this is an extremely rare case, or all the adventurers who had to face him died. Bruce raised his hand and the brand reported that this person violated the security agreement. He gave a false condition for exiting the dungeon. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and wondered if he lied. John leaned over and smiled, saying that it couldn't be. They hadn't even started yet and someone had already managed to break the security agreement. Rick looked at the man seriously, saying that he would explain everything. Bruce smiled nervously in front of the man and said that it must be some kind of bug. His exit condition was indeed collect valuable herbs. Ralph glared at him and said that a contractor's contract was not always able to give 100% correct information, but he definitely couldn't have such a problem with such a newbie. His exit condition was definitely not collect valuable herbs. He lied to them. Bruce fell to the ground in panic and screamed. He looked at the hand on his shoulder in surprise. Rick walked up to him and smiled, saying that he had only recently become an adventurer. He didn't know all the rules yet. In his position, it was normal to make mistakes. Let him be given another chance. The guy patted the man on the shoulder and asked if he was right. Bruce fell to his knees and begged Ralph in fear to forgive him and give him another chance. The man stood calmly in front of the guy and said that he agreed, but for the first and last time. Ray looked at the sky and asked the guys to announce their conditions for leaving the dungeon, to which they all began to answer. Putting his hand to his chin, Ralph said the conditions: find the lake Banshee, look at the Banshee for 10 seconds and hear her voice. Harry crossed his arms and asked if these missions were dangerous. The man raised a finger and said that it all depended on the situation, but there was no need to be afraid. They would not have any problems with them. Adam desperately closed his eyes and said that for now everything is not so scary. Turning around, Ray said with a smile that he would take them into the forest to the lakes where the witches live, and they continue in the same spirit and do not lag behind. The moon illuminated the trees in the forest. The guys approached the shore of the lake. The men walked in front of the team. Ralph reached out to the screen and asked to open the adventurer panel. He picked up a harmonica. Rick pointed at him and asked Ray what he was doing. The man smiled and said he was summoning a lake Banshee. John looked at Ralph playing the harmonica and asked how he knew how to summon. The banshee's head appeared from the water. Kevin pointed at the girl and shouted that she was there. Rick pressed the screen and said that he had completed his mission. Chuck frowned and counted to 10. He glanced at the screen and called up the status window. The system reported that the exit condition had been met. Ray smiled and picked up the earplugs and said that they should be used. The banshee was about to sing her song. Kevin plugged his ear and asked what would happen if he didn't put them in. The man inserted the earplugs and said that the witch's singing would destroy his brain. A first-level rookie who had just become an adventurer would probably die immediately. Ralph continued playing the harmonica. Susan put her hand on her chest. She held her hand up in the air, surrounded by the melody. The boys looked at her in shock. Drops of blood fell down. Chuck wiped the blood with his hand and thought about how he had only heard the beginning of her song, but that was enough to make him bleed. Looking at his bloody finger, he thought that it was a good thing he had earplugs, otherwise he would have been dead by now, which was to be expected from a creature from the dungeon that was not listed in the beginner's guide. Ralph took the harmonica away from his lips. The banshee looked at him in surprise. Susan quickly dove into the water. The man waved at the boys and said that since everyone had managed to complete their missions, they could go back the way they came. A guy in the crowd asked why they would go back. John walked forward with a smile and said that he had done a little research before heading here. The plants and minerals from the dungeons were of great value. He was sure that they were in a hurry to get rid of them just to collect everything alone. Ralph looked at him with displeasure. John walked forward with a smile on his face and a bloody nose, not understanding why they couldn't collect valuable herbs and minerals in the dungeon to restore the blood loss. Ray opened his mouth wide, shouting loudly that there was no such thing in the contract. Continuing to smile, John waved his arms, answering that there were no rules prohibiting this either. Looking at Harry, Chuck asked with interest that adventurers could collect herbs and minerals. Harry looked sideways at the protagonist, answering that most adventurers couldn't pass customs and their main method of making a profit was collecting resources and information about monsters. Ralph waved his hand and looked at the guy, asking him what he thought, that since the task was completed, they could take measures against them within the framework of the contract so that they would not do stupid things. John, starting to laugh, asked if that was not so. With wild eyes, the guy answered that there was one point that he had not taken into account. Harry looked ahead with displeasure. Taking a weapon from his inventory, Ralph walked forward, answering that he had not signed any contract with them. Two hands did not let the hero pass. Looking at Harry and his partner, Ralph asked them what they were doing. Keeping his hands and fists, the guy answered that he would not work without his friend. Rick looked ahead with a smile on his face, saying that Harry's argument was quite valid, since these were just herbs and minerals, which were not worth fussing about. Ray started waving his arms and shouted loudly to everyone that according to the contract they would not receive the final payment if they did not leave the dungeon or if someone died. Rick smiled at the man and replied that they could protect them all in exchange for resources from their side. Stopping the guys, the man replied that they could not take such a risk. Rick looked at the heroes with sarcasm, telling Ray that it was all just because of fear. Showing the places, the man replied that there were other secrets in this dungeon, but they did not want to tell them. Gritting his teeth, Ray looked at the guy, replying that he was new here and had only come for the mission. Ralph stood next to Harry with displeasure, looking him straight in the eyes. Calmly watching his opponent, Harry replied that he had to see for himself which of the two was stronger. Ralph gritted his teeth with displeasure. A few seconds later, the guy's silhouette left, telling the guys to do what they wanted. Ray ran after Ralph in fear. Adam looked at the two men with confusion, thinking that they would just take and leave. Bruce, starting to smile, looked at the guys, saying that they were all actually much more experienced adventurers. Rick, with a smile on his face, pointed his finger at Harry, answering that he was not that strong, unlike his friend. Thinking, Chuck realized that a real contract master would not allow an adventurer disguised as a newbie to enter the dungeon, so as not to lose a customer, since this was simply illogical. Pointing at himself, Rick told all the guys that they can act independently or join them. Those who act alone take the profit for themselves, and some who join give half of the customs duty. Adam looked at Rick in surprise, shouting that this is a lot. One of the guys with a smile on his face said that they only cover half, since their goal is to complete the level. Adam looked at the guy in surprise, who said that the usual fee for newbies is 10% or even less, so even if they give half, they will still be ahead of 90% of newbies. Laughing maliciously, Bruce began to rejoice that he would be able to change his life so drastically 2 months after all his accounts were blocked. Starting to think, Adam asked the guy if these were really favorable conditions. Starting to stretch his hand, Rick answered that to some extent it would depend only on them whether they could complete the dungeon, and the reward for completing it would not make them wait so long. Adam began to scream loudly in confusion, answering that he would still get more than most adventurers of level 7 after reaching it. Still smiling, Rick told the guy that if he did not waste resources, he would really succeed. All the guys began to want to join Rick and Harry. The forest, Ray walked next to Ralph, answering that before signing the contract it was agreed that it only implied a refusal to complete the mission, so they had to complete the mission themselves first. Continuing to walk away, the hero answered that the job was almost done and they had gotten far, so there was no need to keep an eye on them. Starting to laugh, Ray told Ralph that his acting skills had improved significantly and he really thought that he believed that he would not defeat the kid. Continuing to walk, the hero said that he really could not defeat him. Looking ahead, Ralph confidently answered that he was still afraid of him, since otherwise they would not have tried to negotiate. Ray, looking at the hero, answered that he understood him. Looking askance at Ralph, the man asked if he thought that the guys would succeed. Looking ahead, the hero answered that the probability was not too high and the title of combat expert would not help him, since the leader, despite his charisma, was only at level 5. Closing his eyes, the hero answered that they had no real means to be afraid of, since only one, maximum 2 lucky ones would be able to get out of this dungeon alive. Throwing his hands behind his head, Ray answered that he thought it was the same last time. All the armed guys were waving their swords. Rick, with a smile on his face, answered that they decided to work together so he would not hide anything, and this meant that he could increase a random characteristic of his teammates who trusted him with their lives. All the heroes looked at their strength. Chuck studied his system window. Thoughtfully, the hero saw that his perception had increased slightly, which meant that the leader could increase the characteristics of his comrades. Bruce looked at Rick with interest, answering that they only knew one way to summon a witch using a harmonica, but since they were hiding in the lake, they could not complete the task. Everything was quiet in the lake. The hand took a stone, answering that it was not a problem. John touched his stone with a smile on his face, answering that his title allows him to irritate the designated target, which means that the provoker loses 2 intelligence points and becomes vengeful and fearless in the face of death. The hero looked at John with fear, thinking that he was also an adventurer. The hand threw the stone with great force. Quickly running forward, John understood that he just needed to attract the opponent's attention. The stone fell into the water with great speed and force. All the water began to rise. The lake witch appeared from the lake. Starting to get angry at the monster, John turned on the provoker. The monster quickly rose from the lake. The lake witch began to fly at the guys with great speed. John smiled, glad that she was furious. Standing next to the hero, Harry replied to introduce the rest to him. The guys looked at Harry flying towards the monster, putting on earplugs. The monster screamed loudly, starting to sing its song. Gritting his teeth, Harry quickly directed his fist forward. The man's body passed through the lake witch. Rick did not understand what had happened. John raised his head up in fear. Chuck, his mouth open in surprise, looked at what was happening. The monster, with its mouth open, began to fly at John. The monster opened its mouth, beginning to suck something in. John looked at the monster with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, the heroine began to scream loudly and sing her song. Rick clenched his teeth in pain. Bruce covered his ears as tightly as possible. The guy clenched his mouth, trying to close himself off from this sound. One of the heroes quickly walked forward with headphones. A few seconds later, the lake witch fell silent, looking at the fallen guys. Beginning to get up, the guy was glad that he put on earplugs. Gritting his teeth, John replied that this witch was also a ghost. Rick, looking at Harry, asked him if he was sure. Watching all the guys, the guy answered that it would take longer since the monk's fist technique that they got in the last dungeon should work, but he was not yet fully accustomed to it and would not be able to fight at full strength. Looking at the monster, the guys said that the witch was not that strong and she would not be able to inflict much damage. Looking at the guys, the heroine answered that this was a stupid decision. Chuck looked after the girl. Starting to call her, the protagonist asked why she thought so. The girl turned around to look at the guy in fear. Chuck, opening his mouth, asked the heroine why she thought this was a stupid decision. Her eyes looked forward in fear. Holding her cap in her hands, the heroine answered that they would all pretend that she did not exist. A few seconds later, Chuck saw a dissolving shadow. The guy looked forward in confusion, not knowing what to say. One of the heroes stood next to Chuck, asking who he was talking to. Pointing forward, the protagonist began to see something. The look looked fearfully into the distance, looking there attentively. Looking ahead, Chuck answered that someone was coming. The distance of the forest began to glow red. Something fast was approaching the guys. Suddenly, a huge number of evil monsters flew out from behind the trees. Harry clenched his teeth tightly. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Suddenly, he threw the man aside. Grinning, the man said that it worked. The guy landed on the ground. He looked away in surprise. Harry looked at the guys. Turning around, he shouted that they were wrong. There was more than one witch in this dungeon. Those two obviously knew about it. Rick opened his eyes in amazement. The girls were flying in the air, and the guy asked in fear, "What really?" and the man asked that this was a lot. Rick and Chuck frowned and the hero thought that no, earplugs are useless against such a number. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that they were frozen for what? Let them run. The people rushed forward sharply. The girls flew after them. Running forward quickly, the man thought about why God was so unfair. Adam clenched his teeth and thought about why this always happened to him. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that it was like that time. Frowning, the man thought that it was like this. Sitting on the couch, the guy said that he thought he should let him go. Sticking out his tongue, Jim said that he liked to watch others live their lives in regret, pain, and suffering. The man looked at the monster in fear. Swinging his sword, he shouted that yes, she was joking, he had not yet avenged her for his comrades. An explosion was heard in the forest. The man was lying on the ground in blood. The thread on his hand glowed. The thought arose that how could he die here? Swinging the sword, Kevin shouted that yes, they at least know who he is. He is a man who wants to become a legendary adventurer. Let them get lost, to which the monsters hissed. The man grabbed his head and said that he was wrong, he shouldn't have cheated the investors. The guy got into a fighting stance and shouted that he wasn't afraid of her. Rick closed his eyes and said that they should gather. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was no wonder that they didn't put a level restriction on entering the dungeon. They deliberately lure 4th and 5th level adventurers here to take all the resources after they die. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that what a good plan, to which the protagonist asked that he had any ideas on how they could kill these witches. Rick turned his head to the side. Chuck frowned and said that if so, he should hurry. They have other ways of attack besides voice. Even if their strength is not that great, they can still do a lot of damage. Even if he sacrifices his hearing, he is not sure that he will be able to get out of the dungeon, avoiding their pursuit. Turning to him, the player asked what this voice was he a writer from Dongshan, to which the protagonist replied that he was. The guy lowered his head and said that it was true, no matter how you look at it. He didn't expect that he, a newbie, would hold up better than him. Since he had problems with hearing, how did he understand him? To which the protagonist replied that his perception was 16, and he added that it was clear. The player frowned and said that before the dungeon, in his opinion, there was no way out. These witches were immune to physical attacks, their resistance to fire, lightning, and strong acids was also surprisingly high. Frankly speaking, this is not something that a team of adventurers like them can handle. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what was going on. He can't do anything. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he could. The player was being hit. It was heard that in the last dungeon, Harry received a small jar of sacred oil blessed by the monks. His monk fist can hurt the witch, and the sword lubricated with sacred oil can also damage them. Looking straight, Rick said that but this is only damage. He does not think that a newbie adventurer can survive under the siege of so many ghosts. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked what but they can't just sit back, right? The elf looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, she rushed forward. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A notification appeared that he was detected to be on the verge of death. The second effect was activated, strength +4, agility +4. He activated the skill. It was said that it was detected that the title holder is in the correct physical condition, strength +4, agility +4, perception +4. The protagonist crouched down next to the guy. Frowning, he asked what he heard. He asked his comrade, and he told him that to pass the dungeon he must give him that oil. He agrees, to which Harry asked what to pass the level. Lowering his head, he said that let him forgive him. It seems he is blind, afraid. He cannot operate the adventurer panel to get what he needs, to which the hero replied that it is so. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy said that but he has another way to get it for him. Suddenly he hit himself on the chest. Surprised, opening his eyes, Chuck asked what he was doing. Lying on the ground, the guy said that it is possible to get it after his death. Looking at the flask, the hero thought, damn, the feeling that he made a mistake, the oil is not worth killing a person. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that in fact, as a result of the effects of his titles, he received 20 points of agility, which would be enough to escape, although the chances of survival are not great. He held the flask in his hands. A message appeared that an unknown magic item was received, oil blessed by monks. The protagonist began to pour it on the weapon. The creatures suddenly flew near him. Looking away, Chuck said that he would not hold back. They were getting on his nerves. They angrily gritted their teeth. The monsters rushed towards the hero. Chuck raised his sword. The blessing of the sword was opened. A notification appeared that this is a sacred technique, adds +2 damage to evil creatures. Grabbing the weapon, Chuck said that +2 damage. Bright beams from the blows appeared. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist said that then they will begin. People stood in front of the portal. A man appeared in the portal. It was said that they pretend that he does not exist. The man looked away in surprise. He stretched out his arms to the sides and said that it looked like someone had managed to get out, to which he was asked who was there. He was not mistaken, and he added that no, he was serious. The girl looked straight ahead. It was said that it was true. They use unsuitable dungeons as traps to lure adventurers there, leave them to certain death, then collect the drops from them, and sometimes kill the survivors with their own hands. Looking at the phone, the girl thought that this is why they did all this. She started typing. A notification about a scavenger vulture appeared. It uses high difficulty dungeons to kill adventurers for their resources. The protagonist struck. He slew the monster. The protagonist abruptly fell to the ground. Looking up, he thought about how close it was. If there were a little more of them, he was afraid even a restorative potion would not help him. Chuck looked at the notifications in surprise. His personal account and several messages appeared. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that immunity to death at the hands of the undead, what a strong bonus. Pressing the button, he added that the additional reward was so great that the main rewards and resources faded in comparison. The tablet said that the calculation had begun. The calculation was completed. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it was true. In addition to a rare item and new titles, he received 2 new skills. Not for nothing this dungeon was so difficult. Chuck turned around, hearing that Wyatt was so quiet, he was alive, to which he replied that he almost forgot about him. Rushing forward, the protagonist asked how he felt. Can he get up? Gritting his teeth, the guy said that it was hard. It seemed that the scream of these witches reached his internal organs. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that that's how it is. Rick, sitting on the ground, said that all the others are really dead. The people were lying on the ground, and the hero said that the fat man, the bespectacled man, that guy and his friend were dead. The guy lowered his head and said that it looked like he was in the dungeon not for the first time. His level must be very high, as well as his stats. The protagonist looked away and said that he thought that he would be the one to figure everything out. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was left all alone, so they would not talk about it, and if he said that he wanted to cooperate with him, he would keep his secret, and he would do the same for him in exchange for his rewards, as he felt about it. The scroll was lying on the ground. It was heard that if he did not trust him, he could take this contract as insurance. Chuck pulled out his sword and said that he would also perfectly keep his secret dead, and then he would keep the contract for himself too. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he couldn't get the most out of this dungeon like that. The contract was directly related to the mission of this dungeon. Didn't he realize its value? Chuck pulled his weapon forward. Rick smirked and said that besides, those 2 idiots were probably waiting for the poor survivors at the entrance to the dungeon. Let him believe him. They were much stronger than he thought. He could distract them so that he had a chance to fight them off or escape. The people were standing in front of the portal. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he saw. Someone was coming after all, to which Ray replied that it must have really seemed that way to him that time. The protagonist led the guy out of the portal. He heard him wait. The dungeon was collapsing. They had cleared it. Suddenly the portal disappeared. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. A scream was heard that no. The protagonist thrust his sword into the man, and someone shouted that he should beware of that guy on the right. He is not that simple. It can't be. Frightened, looking forward, the man said that he was a lone wolf. Looking to the side, Chuck said that first you need to remove the weaker one. An idea appeared that a dance with death during danger. The damage inflicted is tripled. 1 step is 1 kill. On the verge of life and death, perception increases. He will be able to predict the enemy's next move. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist said that the weak one is finished. The man furiously shouted that he was taking on too much. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that no, does he really think that all this is empty bravado, thinking of taking revenge on him? Ralph raised the blade and said that he should shut up. Notifications about the effect of the title speed +2 appeared. The protagonist swung the weapon. It was said about the effect of the title with the participation of a teammate, strength +2, speed +2. He scratched his face and said that he was afraid. Suddenly, they disappeared. Lightning from the blows appeared. The guy watched them, frowning. He thought that he had seen a lot, but the fight between these two exceeded all his knowledge of the 5th level adventurers. Rick opened one eye, thinking that he was afraid. Even among the 7th, 8th level adventurers, few had such speed. Now he understands why people wonder if every adventurer can become a legend, because many do not survive to the 5th level. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. Kneeling, he said that oh shit, even with the title, he can't match him in speed. This pisses him off like hell, just like hell. Ralph gritted his teeth and asked that his perception is also at least 17-18, right? Grinning, the protagonist asked what got through. The man gritted his teeth furiously. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said about the adventurer's panel. Smirking, the protagonist asked what was missing speed. Holding the flask in his hands, the man answered that yes, it was missing. Suddenly, he smashed the flask on the floor. Chuck looked at him in surprise. Raising his hand up, Ralph said that he had not planned to use it on him, but it could not be helped. A bright beam from the blow appeared. The protagonist held back the guy's attack. Ralph's eyes widened and said that he should taste the mutant spider toxin that he had bought on the black market. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly. Green beams appeared in front of him. The man's eyes widened and he asked what it was. His resistance was even worse than that of ordinary people. The protagonist crossed his arms. Suddenly, he swung his sword. The man deftly dodged the blow. Sliding along the ground, he said that it was slow, too slow. It did not even touch him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what spider venom was, and he had prepared it for them. Ralph began to flex his fists and said that yes, he had received it after leaving the spider lair dungeon on level 7. It significantly reduced strength, speed, and endurance. Smiling widely, the man said that thanks to him, he had already managed to get rid of 4 level 5 adventurers. He would be the 5th. Frowning, the hero said that then he should have prepared more venom. Let him show what he could do. Ralph looked at him in confusion. Grinning, the protagonist asked, "Come on, is that all he has?" Looking straight ahead, Ralph said that it was not all. He raised his weapon and shouted that of course that wasn't all, since he held the title of toxin carrier, everything including his breath. The sweat on his skin and the blood that flowed through his veins were all poison. The longer he was around him, the deeper his poison would penetrate him. He would wait until it hit him and he would bleed out. Sitting on the floor, the guy thought about what a terrible tactic. Even a martial artist wouldn't be able to defeat him. If he couldn't finish the fight for the poison to be absorbed, it would be much harder to do later. Looking away, he added that it was no wonder he and his comrades treated them like trash. With that title, anyone could be defeated. Standing in front of the man, Chuck said he understood. Looking at the menu, he said let him take a look. A lot of notifications appeared in front of him. The hero extended his hand forward and said that he should turn off the Dance with Death skill. It was heard that the poison damage was removed. The Dance with Death was normal. Suddenly the protagonist disappeared. He abruptly struck the man. Ralph clenched his teeth and said that it was impossible. How did he achieve such speed? The hero grinned and asked what didn't get it. Suddenly he struck Ralph. The man swung his blade and shouted at him to stop getting cocky. He turned around abruptly. The protagonist, standing behind him, said that he was too slow, he couldn't reach him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ralph said that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was just a lone wolf. How could he be stronger than him? He had defeated a bunch of level 5 adventurers. Suddenly, Chuck stabbed him with his sword. Standing next to the man, he said that nothing was impossible. He, wrapped in comfort, would never see the scenery that someone who walked the line between life and death saw. The man lowered his head onto the sword. Looking away, he said that often those who could swim still drown. He wouldn't get far if he didn't change his strategy. Only by hunting those weaker than him could he accumulate the strength to compete with level 10 adventurers. Frowning, the protagonist said that for ordinary people it might work, but for those who have already been on the edge. Suddenly, he pulled the sword out of the man. Looking at him, Chuck said that death is not the only way out. Grabbing his hand, the guy thought that it couldn't be. He defeated such a strong man. The protagonist turned around abruptly. He put his hand to his face and said, "Be quiet." A view of the hospital opened up. The protagonist was lying on a bed. It was heard that he was a lucky guy. Getting up, he turned to the guy. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that when he first found himself in the dungeon, he encountered monsters that were immune to physical attacks, and the exit was blocked by scavenger vultures. Grinning, Chuck said that at least he received the title of the personified death. Lucas extended his hand to the side and said that he should not forget that misfortune walks alongside good fortune. How often 5th level adventurers encounter opponents who are stronger than them. Raising his finger, the guy said that by the way, personal advice, he should not tell others his title. Information leaks are fatal for an adventurer. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist replied that it was good, he would remember. The guy looked straight ahead. A thought occurred to him that even though the owner of the dungeon with the banshee was declared dead by the other survivors, he had a hard time believing that a person with his combat skills and level was able to go through all this alone. Looking at the protagonist, he added that that was why. The hero turned his head and asked what was wrong. There was something on his face. Getting out of bed, Lucas said that no, he just remembered that the coach was returning at the end of the month. Leaving, he added that he should not forget to return to training when he recovers from his injuries. He will soon move on to the next stage, to which the hero responded approvingly. The guy was leaving the ward. Chuck looked away. He was looking at the hospital bed. Lying on the bed, the protagonist asked that he no longer plans to be an adventurous strategist, to which the man replied that yes, this campaign made him realize that he will not become a legendary adventurer. In a good way, his limit is the first 5th level. It is better for him to save his strength and resources, not try to reach the 6th, 10th levels and retire. Looking away, he added that but he is not like him, he has potential. Turning to him, Chuck asked why he says so. Grinning, Rick said that although the title of a lone wolf gives him many privileges, all this is limited to the 10th level of the dungeons. As for the 11th, 15th levels, his strength will not be enough there. Putting his hands behind his head, he added that if he wanted to become a legend, he should create his own team before he reached level 10. Otherwise he would be stuck at level 11 or 15, or banned and lose all his abilities. Lying on the bed, the hero asked what the team was. A view of a cafe opened up. A man and a girl were sitting at a table. Putting a photo on the table, the man said that the vultures who killed his son were dead, and their killer was among the survivors. Frowning, Charlie asked what she thought. Who was the benefactor who helped avenge his son? The girl looked down. Pointing to the photo of the hero, she said it was him. A view of the morgue opened up. Electricity appeared from the panel. It said about the dungeon and a timer. The protagonist was sitting on a bench on the second day. He turned around, hearing his name. The guy smiled widely and asked that he was Chuck, who was in the Banshee Forest, right? Alex looked down and said that they were very interested in the drop, what he got there, what he could offer them. The protagonist answered that he was not for sale, crossing his arms. The guy said that he was not for sale, shaking his fists, asking that he didn't think that they were here with a business proposition, did he? Chuck looked away, throwing his hand on his shoulder. Alex told him to let him rephrase, he would give them what he found there immediately. The girl stretched her hand forward and shouted what they were doing, getting out and not daring to disturb their patients. Turning around, Alex said that they would go, okay. The hero watched them leave. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that next time, if they bother him, he should tell her right away. Her brother is a level 10 adventurer, they won't go against her. The protagonist smirked and thanked her. Taking his hands, the nurse said that no, she should thank him. She started crying and said that her friend died in that dungeon, and he dealt with those bastards who killed him. She and her friend's family are extremely grateful to him. Grinning, the protagonist said that who would have thought. The timer on the dungeon expired. Lightning appeared around the building. The girl in front of the hero began to disappear. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said what it was. Getting up from the bench, he shouted that this was the phenomenon of capturing people after killing the dungeon. Suddenly, blue particles appeared around him. Chuck suddenly evaporated. A long blue beam appeared. The hero fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he said that it hurt. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. There were many people in front of him. A notification about the cemetery appeared. Looking away, the girl shouted that there was no need to panic. They were sucked into the entry-level dungeon with them, asking to open the adventurer's panel and confirm the mission. The guy clutched his face and thought no. Henry gritted his teeth and added that he came to get his tooth treated, but ended up in a dungeon. Frowning, the protagonist said to turn the panel around. A notice about a cemetery appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that a level 5 dungeon was bad, a lot of people could die. A scream was heard in the building that people were sucked into the dungeon in the hospital. 20 people just up and disappeared. Dylan lowered his head and asked if Henry was with them too. People were standing near the building. The guy walked through the yellow tape. Looking straight ahead, he asked what was going on. Looking at him, the man replied that there were 17 civilians and 3 adventurers on the missing persons list. They found the entrance to the dungeon, but, frowning, Dylan asked what but. From the crowd came the word that he had a mission. Kill 10 skeletons and hold out for an hour. What about him? And he has the same. It seems like everyone has the same mission. Pointing to the side, the guy said that their mission was different from the others. That guy was also drawn here, to which Alex replied that it was logical. The difficulty of the mission is based on the strength of the adventurer. Looking to the side, he added that it was up to Chuck. The protagonist raised his hand and said that everyone should listen to him, and the man said that they needed to find him once they figured everything out. There were too many people here now, it was impossible to get to him just like that, to which they answered that they had agreed. The protagonist shouted loudly that this dungeon was extremely dangerous, let them pick up the weapons they saw on the ground, break into groups of 3 to 5 people and try to complete their exit missions as quickly as possible. Stretching his hand to the side, the man asked that they finish the mission and get out, and who was he that he was giving orders here? The player smirked and said that he thought he was doing this to steal their resources, the treasures of the dungeon. Chuck frowned and shouted that no, this dungeon was really dangerous. It sounded like these 2 idiots had probably gone crazy. They didn't know anything about the dangers of the dungeon, but they were still arguing. Pointing at him, the girl said that this guy was a pretty strong adventurer. A few days ago he got out of a very dangerous dungeon, and he had teamed up with other adventurers to deal with the freaks who were driving newbies into dungeons and taking their resources. The crowd could hear that it was true. If you think about it, it seemed like she really saw the news about this incident. It happened in an abandoned building. 2 people used the entrance to the dungeon they found there to kill people and steal their resources. They say they killed dozens of people, and she added that she asked to trust him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that even if it was not entirely true, it would do to attract attention. The guy standing in front of him said that they should stop. If this dungeon was really as dangerous as he said, he really thought that ordinary people like them could complete the task and get out. Raising his eyebrows, he added that not to mention how difficult it was to kill the skeletons. If everyone listened to him and split into groups, it would end up with the younger ones joining together, and the old and weak ones would be left out. Behind Chuck, a voice said that it was true. It was hard to deal with a dozen skeletons. That was true. It would be very difficult to fight with that many. Right? Wouldn't it be safer for everyone to act together instead of splitting up? A lot of people died because they were wandering around the dungeon alone. Henry smirked, thinking that a bunch of idiots. He was right to hire him to incite fools like these. It only remains to rely on the Gab to make experienced adventurers protect him. Looking at the protagonist, the guy thought that passing a high difficulty dungeon, if he thought about the lives of all these people for a minute, he would immediately turn into a nanny for them. The protagonist sighed heavily. Looking to the side, he asked that they believed him. The girl frowned and looked at him. Turning around, Chuck said that let them follow him, he will help them complete the mission, to which the girl responded approvingly. Looking at him, the guy shouted that who let him leave. Suddenly, the protagonist froze. Stretching his hand forward, Henry asked that as the only adventurer present with experience in passing such dungeons, shouldn't he stay and protect them? The protagonist lowered his head, listening to what exactly, with great power comes great responsibility. In his opinion, he should fulfill their missions too. Exactly, let him not stand there like a pillar. Chuck calmly said, first of all. The people looked surprised when they heard that he was not officially an adventurer, so he did not bear any responsibility for their safety. Henry winced when he heard, secondly. Turning around, the protagonist said that there was no need to appeal to his moral principles. He would break his leg without a second thought and leave him here to fight for his life. The guy suddenly fell to the ground. The crowd looked at the protagonist. Shouts were heard. Why did he behave like that? Shouldn't people protect those who are weaker than him? It's a pity that he is not an official adventurer. He probably did not become one because of low moral qualities. The guy looked away in surprise. With wide eyes, he asked what and where are they going? Alex turned his head and said that they thought he was right. Since one of the exit rules was to survive for 1 hour, they would have a hard time. For ordinary people, it would be the right decision to complete their missions and get out of here as soon as possible. He raised his eyebrows and thought that besides, who would agree to be someone's bodyguard for the sake of some kind of morality? They were not fools. At the same time, lightning struck the people. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that how was it? Squinting, the girl asked what was wrong with this dungeon. Looking up, Dylan said that the question was not what was wrong with it. A countdown appeared. It was heard that and how many people would remain alive after this hour. Suddenly, the skeleton's head flew off. He leaned to the side. A sword swing appeared. The progress of the exit mission and the remaining time appeared. The protagonist struck the monster. Stretching his sword forward, he said that he should just follow him, using this sword to destroy the skeleton's neck as it began to crawl out of the grave. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he did. The skeletons began to crawl out of the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he did. An axe appeared in his hands and he added that he would do it. The guy struck the monster and exclaimed. Raising his hand, Alex yawned. Looking to the side, he added that he would finish with this party, let him not forget to swap with him, to which he was answered approvingly. Chuck chopped the skeleton in half. Skeletons lay on the ground around him. The hero rubbed his forehead and thought that the skeletons had stopped appearing. It seems that there are not an infinite number of them in this cemetery. The good news is that the pressure on new adventurers in this location is not so great. The bad news is that the task is much more difficult for adventurers with experience. Looking away, the hero said that they had destroyed all the skeletons, they could move on, to which the nurse responded approvingly. The guys were hitting the skeletons. Looking away, Henry said that the wounded were retreating. Let the rest split into pairs and take turns killing the skeletons crawling out of the ground. 40 minutes remained to hold out, and they would be free, to which the people responded approvingly. 10 minutes later, all the skeletons were lying on the ground. Stretching his arms, the guy said that fortunately, the adventurer's work was not as difficult as he thought, to which he was answered that, for sure, these skeletons were not as scary as that guy said. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that they were idiots. He frowned furiously and added that the fact that these skeletons were weak did not mean that the difficulty of the dungeon was low. On the contrary, if the skeletons were not strong enough, it was an indicator that there was something scarier in the dungeon that could raise the difficulty to the upper limit of the entry level. Looking at the test conditions, Henry thought that it was a shame that there were far fewer resources than he expected. Even though he managed to persuade the adventurers to help, he had only killed 4 skeletons out of the 10 needed. He began to bite his nails and added that it would be okay if he managed to finish in 10 minutes before the end of the time. But if not, more skeletons would surely appear here. He should find a way to kill the remaining 6 soldiers as soon as possible. The remaining time was 35 minutes and 43 seconds. The bones were lying on the ground. The protagonist looked away and asked if their missions were completed. The boy smirked and said yes. Looking at the girl, he asked what and how much more was left. She lowered her head and replied that it was 8. Looking at the boy, the protagonist wondered if she had really believed him all this time. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, Chuck said that he should go back then, and they would continue clearing the skeletons, and when they were done, they would meet outside, to which the boy responded approvingly. Behind the door, they heard that no one had been able to complete this dungeon on their own in 10 years. Frowning, the man said that the dungeon was very large, as was the number of people who had been drawn there. Almost all of them were newbies. Looking to the side, the girl asked where such an anomalous dungeon had come from. Besides, shouldn't the difficulty be related to the strength and experience of the adventurers? Looking straight ahead, Dylan said that it was all about one mechanism in this dungeon. It was called the Grave of the Experienced Fighter. The difficulty of the mission for beginners was only 1/10 of the difficulty of experienced adventurers when the beginners completed their tasks and exited the dungeon. Lightning flew around the man. It was heard that the boss of the dungeon appeared, whose strength greatly exceeded the limit that adventurers could handle, and opened a hunt for them, and he killed most of the experienced adventurers. With his hands spread out, the man thought that he would finally understand. The essence of this dungeon is that once the first participant leaves the dungeon, a real race for survival will begin if they let someone leave first. The guy clicked on the notification. Waving his hand, he said goodbye to them. Looking at him, the hero said that they would see each other, and the nurse said goodbye. Suddenly, the guy disappeared. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that he would kill a couple of skeletons for her, to which she responded approvingly. A blue portal appeared. Standing in front of it, the man said that someone had completed the mission. The guy ran out of the portal. Looking ahead in surprise, the manager wondered if it was a child. A notification appeared that the adventurer had left the cemetery dungeon. The second stage was beginning. Among the crowd of people, it was heard that someone had already left, was jealous. What was the second stage? Frowning, Henry wondered what and what now. The essence of this dungeon is a race for survival. He angrily turned to the guys and said that they should follow him. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. A dark sky appeared. Someone asked that someone had already completed the mission and left the dungeon, as he thought it was that guy. Alex looked away and said that it was impossible. He had the burden of that couple on him, and it wasn't that easy to find 100 skeletons. Ben put his hand behind his head and asked what and who then. A man appeared on the top of the mountain. Claude was sitting on a horse and watching them. The people were walking right through the cemetery. Connor looked away and asked that he asked them to come with him, but didn't explain anything. That was normal. Kyan looked at him and said that he should shut up. He must have a reason. Didn't he notice? He called them after he saw that the panel had changed. He put his hand on his hip and added that he was afraid that he knew more about what was happening in the dungeon than they did. The boys looked at Henry in surprise. He was standing in front of the skeletons. The man held his sword out and said that they should get ready. A cry was heard from the crowd of people that the three had not returned, and anyway, who cares if they asked him? They should not have refused that adventurer's help. If he had not left, many of them would have already gotten out. Suddenly, the horse kicked the ground. The boy looked to the side in surprise. He opened his eyes in fear. The severed heads of the boys appeared. The Death Knight was holding them in his hand. At the same time, the boy said that they were two bastards. The man frowned furiously. Standing among the skeletons, the boy shouted what the hell they were doing now. Rushing forward, Henry asked how much time he had left. Frowning, Kyan replied that there were 3. Looking to the side, the man said that just a little more, they need to find a smaller group of skeletons, then they will cope. The guy suddenly froze and shouted that he should stop. Something was wrong. The number of survivors was decreasing. 12, 11, 9. Something happened in the camp, to which he asked what he was talking about. Standing with her back to the hero, the nurse asked what the second phase was. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that perhaps the difficulty would increase or stronger monsters would appear. Not to worry about it, asked that she completed the mission. Looking at the tasks, the girl said that she would take a look now. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. A notification about the cemetery appeared. It was heard that something had happened. There were 4 of them left. Everyone else was dead. What? There were corpses lying around Claude. Looking straight ahead, he said that 2 on the left, 2 on the right. He kicked the horse. Rushing forward, the knight said to the left. Frowning, the man shouted that they said the boss of this dungeon had appeared. If they wanted to survive, they had to stick together and complete the mission before he found them. Stretching his hands forward, the guy replied, "What nonsense. How are the 2 of them going to handle this mission? They couldn't even do it with Connor," to which Henry asked what he was doing. He didn't understand human language. Looking at the knight, the guy shouted that they didn't have much time left to find the skeletons. Claude ran quickly towards them. Gritting his teeth, he said that and now to the right. Looking at him in fear, Henry told him to help him. Suddenly, the knight cut off their heads. The dark sky appeared. The hero put on his armor and asked if she was finished, to which the nurse replied that she was almost done. The skeleton's head was cut off. The girl wiped her forehead from sweat. Looking at Chuck, she said that he was done. Turning around, the protagonist said that he should drop the sword and leave. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The knight appeared behind the girl. Rushing forward, the hero said that he should duck. The professional skill was activated. The nurse looked away in surprise. The protagonist parried the knight's blow. Claude clenched his teeth angrily. Chuck looked at the weapon in surprise. The knight threw Chuck aside. A notification appeared that the sword's durability was reduced to 0. The protagonist slid along the ground. Gritting his teeth angrily, he said how strong. A warning message appeared. Many notifications appeared in front of the protagonist. A message wishing him luck appeared. The girl looked surprised to hear that she had not heard him. She froze in amazement, hearing that he should get out of here immediately. Frowning, the girl said that she understood. Suddenly, she evaporated. The protagonist stood in front of the knight. He extended his sword forward and said that it was great that they were left alone with him. He didn't think he would let him go so easily. Claude frowned, hearing that it was true. The inscription about the level 5 test appeared. People were standing in front of the portal. The boy grinned and turned to his sister. Looking at the nurse, the girl asked that there were still survivors. The guy watched them. He heard that yes. The swords hit each other. The thought arose that but Mr. Chuck now. The protagonist fought with the knight. Claude swung his sword. Having parried the blow, the hero said that the infection. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this could not continue any longer. He was no match for him in strength and speed, even if he could predict his next move. At this pace he would soon fall off his feet from fatigue. Chuck froze in bewilderment. Angrily looking at the knight, he thought that things were bad. A blow flew at him and the hero added that he could neither dodge nor block his attacks. The protagonist flew to the side abruptly. Claude looked at him and grinned. The protagonist crouched down and the knight said that with such a difference in strength, he managed to hold out for so long only thanks to his tricks. It was amazing. The protagonist leaned on his sword. Opening his mouth, he wondered what he was talking to him. No, now was not the time to think about it. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero added that he needed to think again. The knight took a step forward and Chuck had an idea of what to do. He would definitely not leave him alive. There were 5 minutes left on the clock. Looking at it, the man said that it was all over. He closed his eyes and added that they should summarize the situation for their colleagues in Jiangju, report that out of 17 civilians, only 2 survived, and there were no survivors among the 3 adventurers. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he was saying. Wasn't it too early to draw such conclusions? Clenching his fists, the boy said that he definitely did. Stretching his hand forward, Dylan said that he understood their feelings, but asked them to take off their rose-colored glasses. Looking at the portal, he added that the boss in that dungeon was not sure that a level 9 adventurer would be able to defeat him, especially alone. A blow flew at the protagonist. It was heard that even if he was the best among the level 5 adventurers, he would not last that long. 5 minutes had passed since they got out, and he still hadn't appeared. They understood what this meant. The nurse fell to the ground and said that but how could this be? Clutching her head, she added that if they hadn't slowed him down, he would have gotten out of there alive a long time ago. It was their fault. Looking at her, the man thought that it was true. It was their fault if this guy hadn't helped their couple. Frowning, he added that Henry would most likely leave this dungeon alive. Then the men exclaimed discontentedly. As he left, he said that he would go have a smoke and let them deal with these guys. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what they should do with the entrance to the dungeon. Turning around, Dylan said that when such low-level entrances get out of control, they suck people in. After everyone who is sucked in dies, the entrance will close within half an hour and then reappear in a random place. The internal training manual of the association clearly spelled out what to do in such cases. Let them deal with the survivors, the rest will resolve itself. Walking forward, he added that of course, if they cared so much, they can wait for the denouement, to which the guy responded approvingly. The protagonist was impaled on a sword. A grin was heard. Standing in front of him, the knight said that he was good. The protagonist lowered his head down. Suddenly he fell to the ground. Raising his sword above his head, Claude said that he looked forward to him joining him when he turned into a ghost. Suddenly, his weapon glowed brightly. He raised it high. The knight made a sharp swing with his sword. A purple beam appeared in the air. Claude stood in front of the portal. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what worked. The portal began to close, and the hero added that, as he said, it was valuable to him until he returned. Looking at the sky, Chuck thought about using the gift of death. A notification appeared with a hint. Immunity to death was activated. Suddenly, the protagonist's wounds began to heal. A bright glow appeared around him. The dungeon of the Kingdom of the Lord of Bones appeared. Suddenly, a pink portal appeared in it. Claude abruptly walked out of it. He looked straight ahead in surprise. A purple beam flew in the sky above him. Suddenly, someone landed on the ground. Luke grinned and asked if he wasn't sent to the graveyard. Why was he here? Looking straight ahead, he thought it was a waste of time. He thought he was here at the invitation of the Bone Lord. Stretching his hand out to the side, the knight said that he encountered a newbie adventurer. It would be too wasteful to make him a simple skeleton. He wanted to ask the Lord for the Black Knight's crown to send this guy to the reserve. The monster scratched his head and asked what newbie. If he remembered correctly, the graveyard was only accessible at level 5, wasn't it? Novices had never entered there before. Regardless of their title, he was sure he would become a legend. Gritting his teeth, Claude wondered what he had found. Clutching his chest, the protagonist said that it was really too risky. If that guy hadn't left on his own initiative, even with an extra life, he wouldn't have had a chance. He looked at the notifications in surprise. Several hints appeared. The protagonist, widening his eyes in surprise, wondered what if it said that the condition was met, then why was there no window to exit the dungeon? Putting his hand to his face, he added that it turned out that without completing the quest with the skeletons, he would not be able to get out. Clutching the weapon tightly in his hand, Chuck said that then he needed to hurry. Pulling the sword forward, he added that until that idiot on the horse realized that he was still alive. Half an hour passed, people were standing in front of the portal. Smirking, the nurse said that it had not closed. The entrance to the dungeon had not closed. Mr. Chuck was still fighting, he was still alive. Looking away, the girl said that she would go call the boss. Dylan was sitting on the stairs and smoking. Frowning, he thought that she had died in the dungeon. Her sister would definitely blame the survivors for everything if anything happened. The girl turned to him, looking at him in surprise. The guy raised his head and asked what was going on. What kind of panic was this? She said, her eyes wide open, that the entrance to the dungeon still hadn't closed. Time had long since expired, but it wouldn't close. The skeletons were lying among the hero. He looked at the notifications in surprise. A hint appeared to settle the relationship. Looking at it, the protagonist said that they would try. A message appeared that the calculation was in progress. The calculation suddenly ended. Frowning, Chuck thought that that guy's name was Claude, legendary level. If he remembered correctly, creatures of this level are found only in the corresponding dungeons. Where would such a boss get from a level 5 cemetery? Pressing the button, the hero said that this guy was incredibly strong, asked, interestingly, if anyone had already completed this dungeon before. Dylan suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Pointing to the portal, the girl said, here, let him have a look. Looking away, she asked if it meant that low-level dungeons continued to exist even after there were no survivors. Looking straight ahead, the man said there were two options. The first was that the adventurer who was involved in the dungeon had completed the main objective but not the escape objective. The second was that it was an upgraded dungeon. The nurse raised her eyebrows and said it was probably the first option. The boy clenched his fist tightly and said it was probably the first. Stretching his hand out to the side, Dylan said that it was impossible. The cemetery had long been determined by the World Adventurer Association to be almost impossible to pass. He believed that something inside the dungeon itself had somehow influenced it, so its characteristics had changed. Lightning began to emanate from the portal. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he shouted that someone was coming out. The protagonist suddenly came out of the portal. The girl grinned and said that it was Mr. Chuck. It really was him. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and said that they were still here. Dylan gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of tricks he was doing. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that they were worried to death about him if he hadn't managed to get out of the dungeon because of her. She would have felt guilty for the rest of her life, to which he replied that well, it wasn't that bad, and the man thought that he had cleared almost the entire dungeon by himself. A view of the Bone Lord's castle opened up. Standing in front of the king, the knight turned. Looking at him, the king said that for the first time he decided to meet him on his own initiative since he sent him to the cemetery. He was right. Seth's eyes widened and he turned to the knight. Sitting at the table, Dylan asked if he knew that he was the first adventurer in the world to clear this dungeon. Pointing to himself, the protagonist asked that the first, him. The man picked up the paper and said that yes, that was right. Even though the dungeon level was not very high, this location was quite famous among adventurers. His achievement would definitely attract more money and an influx of people. He added with a grin that the government would naturally be interested in this. The protagonist adjusted his glasses and asked, so he should apply now. The manager slammed the papers on the table and said that yes, the way he had performed in the cemetery and Banshee Forest proved that he definitely had potential. There were no more than 10 such talented guys among the newcomers in the entire Fujian province. He added with a grin that as a person in charge, he certainly could not miss him. People were in the corridor. The boy squatted and asked why he had not come out yet. Looking at the nurse, he added that if they wanted to deprive him of the reward for completing the dungeon. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy asked why else he asked his brother to talk to him alone, to which she replied that it was unlikely. He turned around in surprise, hearing that he was not that kind of person. Putting his hand on his hip, Dylan said that he did not need the loot from the 5th level dungeon. It was clear to him. Turning around, the boy said that even if he did not need it, it did not mean that his relatives did not need it either, to which the manager thought that he was a demon spawn. Grinning, the protagonist said that he should not talk nonsense. They were late because they were discussing his joining the Adventurers Association. The boy closed his eyes and said no, he did not really want to work for the government. The protagonist looked at him and asked that it seemed like he had some kind of problem with that. The view of the building opened up. It was heard that no, he just thinks that a strong person like him can provide for himself with everything he needs, and he does not need to obey the rules of the association. Like that guy, to which Dylan asked who he was, and the boy added that he was the hero of the immortal adventurer. How can he, being an adventurer, not know about him? To which the manager thought, what is the connection between who he is in this book? And the hero had a thought that should he tell them that he is the author of this book? A sign for a burger joint appeared. Thomas got up and said that so he really is the author of the immortal adventurer? No, this can't be. To which Chuck replied that if he does not believe him, he can show him the original manuscript of the immortal adventurer too, to which he asked again. The protagonist adjusted his glasses and asked, "What is it?" The girl lowered her head down. The nurse looked at him and said that he could not join the association. The protagonist, wide-eyed and surprised, asked why. She raised her eyebrows and said that she once overheard her brother talking to his friends. It seemed that most people who joined the association later regretted their decision. Chuck raised his hand and asked that her brother did not tell her why. Clara widened her eyes and said that no, but she remembered the expressions on their faces when they discussed it. They called joining the association their biggest mistake. The protagonist looked at them silently, smirking. He said that he would think about it, thanked them for worrying about him, to which the girl replied that no, she should be the one thanking him. The mug suddenly fell to the floor. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that the guy refused to help her brother, but he decided to accept him anyway. Frowning, Amanda asked if he had forgotten how exactly he had managed to get this position. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the man said that he had not forgotten. He had offered him to join them for a reason. The dungeon he had cleared was special. In a few days his name would be known to everyone. If he agreed to accept the offer of their competitors, it would complicate everything. Looking at her, he added that but if he signed a contract with them, then after reaching level 15, you know what would be waiting for him. To which Amanda replied that no, it was too long. Even if he had potential, it did not mean that he would be able to reach level 15 and become a legendary adventurer. Lowering his head, the manager said that okay, he understood. He put out his cigarette and added that then they would simply get rid of him. The lights were on in the building. The guy was sitting at the computer. A message appeared on the screen. Raising his eyebrows, Evan asked what about the cemetery. Hadn't everyone known about this place for a long time? He had received a message that someone had cleared out the cemetery a couple of hours ago. Gritting his teeth, Dylan said that was all, to which the girl asked if he was sure. The manager smirked and said that although the reward for clearing a level 5 dungeon was nothing in the eyes of an adventurer, for more experienced adventurers, level 6 or 10, who had a constant problem with a lack of resources, this information was of great value. Sitting at the computer, the man said that in adventurer circles, it was normal to use the services of such guys to find information about dungeons. You just need to leak information about Chuck on the black market. Adventurers from all nearby provinces will rush to look for him. A view of the building opened up. Jim looked at his phone. A message came to his phone. He smiled widely. The protagonist, holding a drink in his hands, asked that his personal data be entered into the official system within 3 days. Standing on the balcony, the manager said yes, let him remind him. He is from Dongshan. Why not find him a temporary place to live first, so that he does not have to wander around anywhere for a few days. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist said no, he will go to Dongshan on business, and in a couple of days he will come back here. Dylan smirked. Okay, then see you in 3 days. The man hung up the call from the hero. Holding a cigarette in his hands, he thought about what if he remained alive by that time. Clouds floated over the house the next day in Dongshan. Sneakers were lying on the floor. A pink portal appeared in front of the guy. Sweat appeared on his face when he said that he had not seen him for a few days, and then asked how he should feel about the fact that the entrance to the dungeon became larger. Chuck reached out his hand to the portal. There was a bright flash. A system window appeared, saying that if his level was below 6, he could not enter the dungeon. The protagonist looked down carefully and guessed that if it was not below 6, it meant that the dungeon was now only accessible to adventurers from levels 6 to 11. A shadow fell on the guy's face as he said that he was currently at level 5, and that according to his previous leveling speed, he needed to clear 1 or 2 more level 5 dungeons to reach level 6. Chuck held his phone in his hand, saying that the last time he checked the forum, he remembered that there was a level 5 dungeon in Dongshan that was recruiting people, and then added that he would look into whether it was still relevant. The device's display showed many comments as the guy exclaimed that he was lucky that it was still relevant. Chuck held the phone with both hands as he said that he would ask about their recruitment conditions. The display showed messages about him needing to have dungeon clearing experience of level 5, a combat role or a team title, and sign a temporary contract. And also that after exiting the dungeon, according to the amount of the fee, the payment is made at a ratio of 3:1 to the price of black market gold coins. There was a blue sky above the building when someone asked about black market gold coins. Lucas held the phone to his ear when he asked why he was asking. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he was browsing the forum and found that when adventurers on the forum traded with each other, they did not use cash, and that he was curious about what gold coins they were talking about. Lucas was in the gym when he explained that except for low-level dungeon entrances and various drops, one of the most common currencies for paying for anything is black market gold coins. Chuck put his hand to his chin and asked what was so special about them and why he couldn't just pay with cash. The guy brought a bottle to his mouth as he replied that gold coins were quite common in dungeons of level 10 and above, adding that he had asked the trainer about it before and that they were quite useful in high-level dungeons, but he hadn't told him why. The protagonist looked away with interest and said that he understood, and then asked about where adventurers below level 10 got these coins in that case, explaining that he needed some too. Lucas looked ahead as he said that he could try selling some of the drops, and then asked if there was anything he could sell, adding that he could take it to the local ghost market, to which Chuck replied in the affirmative and thanked his companion. There were many silhouettes on the street. The boys were passing by people when the blonde explained that the ghost market is open from 2 to 4 in the morning every Monday, and that there are a lot of people there, but the share of adventurers is only 1/10, if not less. In front of them were vials when he added that the sellers there often sell fakes, taking advantage of the fact that those who are not adventurers are easy to deceive. The protagonist smiled when he said that it vaguely resembles an antique market, then Lucas replied that he was partially right. He turned to Chuck, waving, and advised him not to rush to sell everything right away, but to walk around and check the prices, and then make deals, adding that he had some business, so he would not go with him. Then the guy replied that he understood. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the street. He put his hand behind his head and said that he seemed like a good guy. The buildings had signs hanging on them as he exclaimed that they needed to hurry up, and then greeted the ghost market. The guy turned towards the bones. Chuck looked at the blades thoughtfully. He walked past the broken rocks. Next to him sat a man with a for sale sign. The man crossed his legs, sitting in front of a sign that said that preference was given to low-level dungeon drops with female subjects that could attract their attention and cause them damage. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, assuming that, judging by the description, he intended to go to the Banshee Forest. In front of the guy sat a man in a cap, who turned to him and asked if he had what he needed. Chuck presented the blade and another item, realizing that he had a harmonica that summoned banshees and a special sword oiled. The guy crossed his arms and said yes, and then asked him how much he was willing to pay. The man smiled widely. He held his hand out in front of him and asked him to let him see it, adding that he would name the price later. The protagonist turned away from him and said that he was going home to get the goods and would be back in half an hour, and then asked the buyer to wait for him there, to which he replied that he should hurry then, because if he received other offers during this time, he would accept them. Then Chuck said that he understood. There was a full moon in the sky. In his palm lay a harmonica when the guy explained that this was it. In front of him sat a man who said that it could really attract a banshee, and that he was willing to pay 6 gold pieces for it. Then the guy exclaimed that this was great. He sat down next to a man in a cap, who began to talk about a sword. The protagonist lifted his finger and explained that it was a holy attribute that gave +2 damage to evil creatures, and was effective against the banshee's immunity to physical damage. The bearded man held the blade in front of him as he replied that it was curious. They were sitting across from each other when he told the guy that he would give him 8 gold coins for his sword, and that he would add him as a friend for easier future transactions, to which Chuck agreed. The phone display showed the words that a payment had been received. Then he said that it had arrived. The man in the cap waved at the protagonist and wished him luck. The guy mingled with the crowd of people. The bearded man smirked. He turned out to be a level 7 adventurer named Jim and a wanted criminal of rank. He thought about how he forgot to take precautions, and that the graveyard was cleared. The people were surrounded by trees. The clock showed the time when someone said that it had been more than an hour, and the guy nicknamed 4Cs for home was still not there and that they would not wait for him. Jack clapped his hands and greeted his old and new friends, and then introduced himself, saying that he was the owner of the 5th level dungeon, Goblin Crypt. The girl raised her hand when he added that on his left was Kate, an adventurer of their association, and that she was mentioned on the official website, so they did not need to worry about the vultures. Then she agreed with him. Jack pointed to the guy with the armband, who asked about whether she was dipped in ink, and said that these 3 were not the first time joining him, and that they were veterans with strong characters. He pointed to the mustachioed man who greeted everyone and said his name was Greg and that he was the operator of Dongshan Real Estate. The guy then explained that he was the sponsor of their operation and that their boss was a very ordinary person. Next to the protagonist stood a girl when everyone was told that these were their new friends Dongshan Rider and Today I'm Lazy Too, adding that they were above level 3 and that they were quite qualified. Then Chuck greeted everyone. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he wondered why all the dungeon owners liked to meet in the park so much, adding that it drove him crazy. They headed to the car when Jack said that since they had all met, they should follow him to the entrance of the Goblin Tomb dungeon. Chuck was walking almost behind everyone when he suggested getting some water and something to eat because the road was not close. Jim smiled maniacally and said that he knew the guy only sold the items, but did not buy anything else, so he decided to use them to buy a ticket to a low-level dungeon and made himself an ID 4Cs for his house. The car stopped near the sign. The guys walked along the trees. Jack turned to Greg, who asked how far they still had to go. The blonde smiled and said that it was not long, and that the entrance was straight ahead. Nate looked ahead and asked him how he found this entrance, because it was quite far. Jack was standing in front of the man when he answered that it was not him who found it, but a local idiot who sold it to him. Kate looked away at the man, who asked if there were still any idiots nowadays who would trade the entrance to the dungeon for money instead of clearing it. Chuck stared ahead as he was told that since the crypt was indeed a difficult area for newbies, the guy who found the entrance was the only survivor of those who tried to clear it, and that since there were adventurers, it was much easier to just sell the entrance instead of using it yourself with no experience. Jack looked back as he added that part of the money from the deal was given to the families of his fallen comrades, and then asked if that didn't make sense. Nate stared ahead and replied that it did, but he didn't think the guy really sold him the dungeon that easily, like he said. The blonde pointed to himself and wondered if he still doubted him despite the fact that they had worked together before. A green portal appeared in front of them as the girl exclaimed that they had arrived. She opened the book. Kate stopped in front of the portal and reported that the shape, color, and size of this entrance exactly matched the entrance to the forest or a level 5 skep. Nate clenched his fist in front of Jack and said that was great. When the girl added that they could enter after they assessed the risks, then the blonde said that he personally vouched for everything. The guys headed towards the portal. A hand appeared in front of Chuck and Monica. Jack turned to them and said that he double-checked it and that everything should be fine. Greg put his hand behind his head when they were asked if they minded that their task would be to protect Mr. Sponsor, adding that, by the way, the cheapness of the tickets for the two of them was due to him. Then the man said that he would share the meat with them. Monica looked away and asked about the exit, adding that everyone had the same primary task, but her mission was to escape. The blonde opened his mouth and said that they would prioritize completing her mission and then figure out the rest. The girl passed him and said that then she had no objections and that the reward from the main mission would be enough for her. Then Chuck said that he had no objections either. System windows appeared in front of the adventurers. Nate looked at his comrades and asked what missions they had, to which they replied that they needed to kill 2 goblins. Then he said that apparently everyone had the same type of task and that the only difference was the number. Jack stood next to Greg when he explained that missions in this dungeon are given out depending on the level, and that, simply put, the main mission is to find the Goblin crypt, and that adventurers of levels 2 and 3 must find it, and adventurers of levels 4 and 5 must kill a certain number of goblins. The man looked at the girl and said that he understood, and that it was not surprising that their missions were different. Everyone looked at the blonde man, who asked him to listen. He looked ahead as he said that since their newbies would be protecting Mr. Greg when they encountered the goblins, they should let them complete their missions first. The protagonist looked at the system window as everyone responded that it was no problem. Then Jack suggested that they move out. The system window in front of the boy showed the 5th level of the trial. The task was to fight the Goblin warriors, and the exit condition was to participate in killing the Goblin warriors. Clouds were floating above the forest 2 hours later. Someone had pinned a goblin to the ground with their foot. The protagonist turned to the men, who asked if he wanted to which he replied that he didn't, and suggested that they do it themselves. Greg wiped the sweat from his face as he asked if these were the monsters of the 5th level dungeons, adding that they didn't seem that strong. Nate put his hands to his mouth and replied that it was because these guys were normal mobs and that the hardest bosses were probably hidden in the back of the crypt. The man had a cigarette in his mouth as he explained that it usually took 3 to 5 veterans to defeat a crypt boss and that normal goblins were no problem for them as long as their numbers were kept to a minimum. Greg looked ahead in surprise and replied that he understood. The entrance to the cave appeared as he asked about how if there were only a couple of goblins in the crypt they could handle them. The outline of the cave was visible as Jack replied that of course they could handle it, but as far as they knew the number of goblin warriors did not exceed 1 per crypt and that there had only been 1 known instance of a goblin twin encounter, but he doubted it would happen again. It was very dark in the recess as the sponsor said that he was calm then. The monsters with red eyes were looking ahead. It was the unknown and the goblin warrior of the 5th level of the trial. The green monsters rushed forward. Nate opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they need to act quickly to prevent these goblins from escaping. The men rushed into battle, agreeing with him. Kate was standing next to the blonde when she said that things were bad. Jack looked away intently and asked what she was talking about. The guys were fighting the goblins when she explained that since they entered the crypt, they had already faced 4 waves of monsters, and that all of them were the most basic warriors, but they did not have time to go deep inside, meaning that this dungeon was abnormally large in number of mobs. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she assumed that they hit the jackpot. Monica was standing next to the sponsor at the same time when she asked him about why he was so desperate to become an adventurer since he had a lot of money. She looked away and said that if he didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to enter dungeons, he should just sponsor a couple of adventurers. The mustachioed man put his hand behind his head and said that he was embarrassed to admit it, but he mostly wanted to become an adventurer to lose weight. Then the girl asked him again. She looked away carefully and asked what the connection was between losing weight and all these risks. Greg clenched his fists in front of him and exclaimed that the connection was obvious, explaining that he had interviewed a couple of acquaintances in professions, and that they all said that meditation practices did not require physical effort, and also help to become stronger and slimmer. Monica looked at the man with confusion, who asked about whether she didn't think that adventure or meditation training was an ideal option for losing weight for those who had a lot of money and absolutely no time for physical exercise. The girl looked away and replied that it was really hard to understand rich people since they were willing to spend so much money just to lose weight. They were standing opposite each other when someone asked what they were talking about. The protagonist adjusted his belt and asked if he could come with them. Greg raised his thumb and asked if the guy had really prepared chainmail, and then added that he really was a real professional. Monica turned to Chuck and asked if he really dressed up like that every time he went down into the dungeon. The protagonist flexed his arms and answered in the affirmative, saying that last time he would have simply died in the dungeon without chainmail, and that he, in turn, did not understand why she did not wear armor. Someone struck the goblin. Nate held a mace in his hand when he exclaimed that everything was ready. He turned to Kate and Jack and informed them that they would be switching now and that the next wave of goblins would be on them. The blonde flexed his fingers as he agreed, adding that it was their turn. Chuck opened his mouth wide and asked about the scoring mechanism. Monica stood in front of him when she said that didn't he know that the less force he used in the dungeon, the more points he would get for completing the task, and the guy wondered if that was true. The girl raised her hand to her forehead and added that it was no wonder that he didn't need to kill the small mobs this time, since he had cleared the dungeon in full armor back then, and that she was afraid that his knowledge, equipment, and skills were not enough, since most of what he had was basic. He was no better than a beginner. She looked away and said that it was sad, and that of course she knew she shouldn't expect much, but she didn't think it was that bad, and then added that it turned out they had not one but two newbies who needed protecting. Nate came up to them and said they could chat later. He flexed his arm and said that the goblin troop blocking the way had been destroyed and that they could move on. The guy in armor took a step and exclaimed that that was great. 3 caves appeared in front of them 10 minutes later. Jack opened his mouth and asked why there were 3 forks, and that there weren't supposed to be 2 in the 5th level crypt. He turned to Kate and asked her again when she said that it seemed like their previous fears had been correct and they had encountered a bug. The girl opened her palm in front of her and explained that this information about the dungeons is not yet publicly available, and that on average, 1 in 50 low-level dungeons has a moment where the actual difficulty exceeds or greatly exceeds the stated difficulty, summing up that this is a bug. She bent several fingers in front of the guys when she said that there are 3 versions of the bug, and that the first is an increase in the number of mobs, the second is an increase in the number of bosses, and the third is an increase in the strength of the boss. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin when the girl added that, for example, what they encountered was more like the first version. Then he thought about the fact that, according to her words, the problems he encountered in past dungeons are related to this. Kate stood in front of Greg and answered affirmatively when he asked about the fact that, it turns out, if they go further, they will risk stumbling upon even more mobs. The sponsor opened his mouth wide and asked if it was dangerous, and then suggested that they forget about it and just go back, because he wanted to be an adventurer. Someone clenched their fists and exclaimed that they couldn't go back. Jack put his hands out and said that the number of mobs had exceeded all expectations, but the boss's strength was probably the same, adding that they didn't have a task to kill the goblins in the crypt, so they would just quickly find the boss and kill him before the smaller goblins noticed them, and that it was no different from a normal mission. The guys looked ahead carefully. Monica frowned and replied that the boss's strength had not changed, only in his imagination, and that if he was wrong, then it would not be possible to deal with him quickly, so if reinforcements in the form of mobs arrived at that moment, they would all die there. Jack crossed his arms and asked if she was suggesting that they give up and just miss the opportunity to clear the dungeon, and then said that if she was not willing to take such a risk, then he advised her to change her occupation and become some kind of courier. Then the girl asked if the risk was too great, and if he knew what the name of the dungeon challenge was called, which has a difficulty level higher than the stated one and about which there is no real information, answering that it was suicide. Nate looked closely at Kate and asked if he could ask a question, and then asked if the reward for Crimson Dungeons was higher than for normal ones. The girl looked away carefully and answered that it all depended on how much the actual difficulty differed from the stated one, and that sometimes even adventurers of levels 14 to 15 would not mind clearing such dungeons. A hand appeared in front of Jack and Monica as someone said that in that case, why not? The protagonist smiled slightly and suggested that they just vote on whether to go back or stay. Nate touched his chin and said that it was a good idea, and then suggested that they start the vote. Jack looked at the girl and told her to leave, adding that no one was holding her there. Kate raised her hand and asked those who wanted to stay to do the same. Nate's group raised their hands. Jack did the same. Sweat appeared on the sponsor's face. Monica closed her eyes, thinking that this was a team of fools and that they could not assess the full risk. She looked away angrily. The girl pointed at the protagonist, who said that he wanted to try when she asked about what he was getting into, because at least these guys have the level to fight, so she can understand them, but his strength is no good. The blonde extended his hand to Greg and said that since everyone had made their choice, it was time to say goodbye and that he would return his money later. They shook hands when the sponsor replied that it was not worth it and that he was happy to cooperate. Then Monica called him to follow her. The mustachioed man looked away in surprise. He ran after the girl, asking her to wait for him. The guys stopped in front of the entrance to the cave when Nate asked about going left, and then said that he thought it would be better to go right. Jack squeezed his wrist and suggested settling the dispute with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Then he agreed and asked what they would do if there was a tie. The guys stood opposite each other when the blonde replied that if there was a tie, then they would go to the passage in the middle. Then Nate agreed with him. Jack smiled and said the word rock. The man in the blindfold opened his mouth wide and said the word scissors. Their hands came closer when they shouted the word paper. The blonde raised his hands up and shouted happily. Then Nate exclaimed that he felt that it was worth putting scissors. Chuck and Kate exchanged glances. Then the girl said that when the boss appears, he should not interfere, reminding that his task is to clear the mob so that they do not interfere with them. The main character smiled and replied that he would do it without problems. Greg walked behind Monica. She turned to him when he spoke. The sponsor opened his mouth and asked why she did not like them so much, and whether this dungeon was really so dangerous. The girl looked intently to the side and asked why he decided that she did not like them. Greg removed his hand behind his head and replied that he was a businessman, so he was good at understanding people. Monica pointed above herself when she explained that she refused because of the title. The system window was written about the danger warning when she added that its effect was to tell the owner that there was danger ahead. She imagined 2 red dots in front of her when she said that she had used it earlier in the crypt and found that there were 2 entities that were a mortal danger to her, and that combined with the information that the association member had given them, it could be concluded that this dungeon was an incredibly rare dangerous dungeon with 2 bosses. The girl held her hand in front of her when she said that it was important to remember that it took 3 to 5 adventurers of the same level to defeat 1 boss, and that was why they were unable to defeat 2 bosses. Greg looked away worriedly and asked why she hadn't told them about this to clarify the situation. Monica closed one eye and replied that he could believe her or not, but if she told them, then tomorrow all the black information brokers would have information about her and her title, and then asked if he understood her. The sponsor walked behind the girl, who asked why she should sacrifice her own interests to keep them from dying, adding that as their temporary teammate, she tried her best to convince them otherwise, and that it was not her fault that they decided not to listen to her. Greg opened his mouth and asked why she told him this. The girl looked away intently and replied that he should not worry, and that she would not harm him, because he was not very involved in the life of adventurers and did not need money to hand her over to the merchant, adding that he simply had no one to tell about her. Then the man replied that he understood. Monica took a step forward. The sponsor stopped behind her. The girl frowned deeply when he asked about what it was. There was a green portal in front of them when she answered that they could not go any further. She imagined a man in a cap when she added that there were much worse dangers outside. Jack attacked the goblin with a weapon. The man was surrounded by green creatures. Kate held her hand out in front of her. She suddenly opened her eyes. A spiral of fire appeared when she used a second-tier magic practice called Fire Stream. The goblins were engulfed in flames. The blonde looked at his hands and said that it turned out that the elemental armor she gave him earlier was meant for this. Nate looked at the girl, thinking that, as expected from an adventurer of the association, and that they were of the same level as her. But her skills, titles, and equipment were an order of magnitude higher, adding that she had an incredible level of preparation for the task. The goblin held his hands out in front of him. There were bodies of monsters lying around Jack. He pointed his hand towards the girl and exclaimed that it was a great job. Kate opened her mouth, closed her eyes, and said that they were changing and that the next wave of goblins would be on them. Then Nate's group agreed with her. The green monster smirked. A system window began to appear on the side of the guy. It said that when an unregistered boss appeared, the overall rating of the dungeon would increase. Behind Jack, someone stopped. A crowd of monsters appeared, led by a goblin shaman of the 6th level of the trial, when someone asked if this was a boss, adding that he was a little different from the usual goblins. Nate frowned and said that maybe not, since he was so small that even against the background of the normal ones he was lost. Kate opened her mouth wide and asked them to wait. The guys grouped together when she asked them to be careful, explaining that this was not a goblin warrior, but a goblin shaman. The monster bared his teeth. The green creatures rushed into battle. Chuck and Nate stood in front of the girl, who asked them to do it faster before more mobs appeared, adding that if they didn't finish it quickly, they would be in danger. Then they agreed with her. Kate was standing near the cave wall when a blow was heard. The protagonist turned his gaze to the stone wall. It was broken. Rock fragments flew at the girl. A huge goblin appeared in front of Kate. She gritted her teeth, wondering what was happening and since when did goblins start using the battle strategy in this dungeon. The monster swung a blade at her. The girl covered her head with her hands. She looked away in surprise. In front of her stood the protagonist, who had the title of Defeated Death, and who told her to run, adding that he would take it upon himself. The men were fighting the goblins when Jack yelled that it seemed Kate was in trouble and needed help. Then Nate asked if he was joking, explaining that there were so many goblins there that they could use some help themselves. Chuck was holding back a huge sword. He opened his mouth wide and asked the girl to go help them, saying that he could handle it. She turned her head to the side and began to object. The protagonist swung the blade when he exclaimed that if she stayed there, she would only get in the way. Kate gritted her teeth and said nothing. She ran away from him, saying that she would quickly get rid of the shaman and help him. The goblin swung his sword in front of him. The monster frowned, looking ahead. There were pieces of earth lying under the blade. Chuck opened his mouth and said that no one would bother him and him now. He stood in front of the goblin. The protagonist held his sword out in front of him and commanded the enemy to attack, when it was announced that Dance with Death allowed him to triple the damage dealt to him when he was near death, and that one kill allowed him to increase his perception to 18 and predict the enemy's next move when he was near death. The goblin looked away with a predatory expression. He swung at the guy and screamed loudly. Chuck dodged, swinging his sword. He turned around, crouching. The protagonist looked forward confidently, thinking that although this boss was very strong, he was too clumsy and that he should be able to dodge most of his attacks even if they came one after another. The goblin looked at the cut on his leg. He turned towards the guy. The monster turned pink when it was reported that in a state of complete madness, pain tolerance increases, sanity is reduced by half, and speed and strength increase. Then Chuck said that he has completely lost his mind. The goblin rushed towards the protagonist. The guy dodged several attacks of the monster, thinking that it was too easy and that even though strength and speed had significantly improved, he did not have any special tactics, so it was easier to withstand him. Chuck looked away, thinking that it turned out that this was a standard boss for a level 5 dungeon. The guy looked ahead boredly. He knocked the weapon out of the goblin's hands, realizing that this was actually a little annoying. The monster grabbed his wrist. In front of him stood the protagonist with a sword. He glared sternly, saying that with his level, he did not even deserve to be a warm-up. The goblin spread his legs wide. He ran away from the guy in fear. Chuck touched his neck, asking if he didn't even have the courage to fight to the end. He took a step towards the goblin when he said that he could look at it from the other side, and that now he would not build false expectations about the dungeons of the 5th level. Streams of yellow energy rushed forward at the same time. Nate held his weapon in both hands when he asked about how many goblins were in this crypt, adding that they still continue to advance and cannot end. Jack opened his mouth wide and asked Kate to use fire magic. She put her hands in front of her and asked what he thought about the fact that she did not want it. The goblin raised his staff when the girl explained that this shaman was bothering her with his low-level spells. The blonde, frowning, looked away. A system window appeared stating that the task was completed. Then Jack and Nate asked about when they had completed the task. The man was holding a gun when Kate said that the guy seemed to have killed the big guy and asked the others to hold on because he would join them soon. The man in the blindfold clutched a mace in his hands and said that he had completed the task and that he was not with them, so there was no point in him risking himself for them. The man turned to the girl and suggested that they just leave, reminding her that the task was completed. Then she replied that if they did not kill the shaman, their escape routes would be cut off by the goblins he controlled. Jack frowned, looking ahead as he said that she was right and that they could not leave now, so they all needed to hold on. Then someone exclaimed that it was easy to say. The goblin shaman grinned nastily. The wall behind him broke. Nate looked ahead in shock. Chuck appeared in front of the monster with a blade. Kate opened her mouth and exclaimed that it was him. The goblin clenched his teeth, looking forward. Sweat appeared on the blonde's face. The protagonist found himself behind the shaman. The goblin's head was lying on the ground. The green creatures opened their mouths wide. Chuck stopped in front of the men. Nate opened his mouth wide and asked how he managed to cope with everything on his own in an anomalous dungeon with 2 bosses. The guy held his hand with the sword out to the side. He smiled awkwardly and asked the guys to keep his secret. Chuck waved his hand at Kate and thanked her for understanding when she said that it was logical that few would want to miss out on a budding star like him, and that he really should hide until his level was high enough. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. People were approaching them from the depths of the cave. Monica and Greg were standing in front of the portal a little earlier when she said that they can't go out because there is a much deadlier danger outside. Then the sponsor asked her again. She looked ahead in fear and answered that she was saying that there are adventurers there who are more dangerous and worse for her in level than the 2 bosses in this dungeon, and that if they go out, they will die. The green portal grimaced when the man asked about what they should do, to which she answered that they will go back and find the others, and then convince them to go out together. Monica and Greg looked ahead in surprise when the girl asked about whether they really killed that pair of bosses. The man with the brass knuckles pointed at the guy and answered that, moreover, it can be said that he dealt with them himself without any help from them. Sweat broke out on Monica's face as she wondered how he did that, since she had tested him with her skill, which had shown that he was not a threat to her. Kate crossed her arms and asked her how she knew there were 2 bosses in the dungeon, and if they had just been standing around watching them fight the whole time. The girl pointed above herself as she replied that that was not the case, and that they had reached the exit before they met the boss, adding that she knew that because of her title. The red system window read danger warning as she explained that it helped her recognize any dangers that threatened her, including evil creatures, and that was how she knew there were 2 bosses in this dungeon. Jack pointed in front of him and asked why she had not warned them since she had such a useful skill. Monica looked away seriously and replied that she had not warned them, but had strongly advised them not to continue on their way. The protagonist stood in front of her and asked her why she had come back then. The girl imagined a male silhouette behind her as she said that it was because someone much stronger than these 2 was waiting for them at the exit, and that it was a high-level adventurer who was hostile and had blocked the exit. Sweat appeared on the boys' faces. Kate came up to her and asked if she was sure that the door was blocked by a high-level adventurer, to which she replied that it was. Nate grabbed the blonde by his clothes and said that the dungeon was more difficult than normal, and there was an adventurer blocking the exit, and that there were too many suspicious things this time, and then asked Jack if it was his doing and told him to answer. The blonde opened his mouth wide and said that it wasn't him, and that if he didn't believe it, they could sign a special contract. Chuck remembered how they were standing in the forest, wondering if it was possible that the adventurer blocking the exit was the same guy who never showed up, and that if it was possible, but it still didn't make sense. The protagonist stopped in front of the girls and said that her title could warn of danger, and then asked if she could use it to tell who was stronger if he expressed the intention to kill that person. Monica looked ahead and said that she could. Chuck looked menacingly from under his brows and said that it was great. System windows appeared in front of the girl, which said that the professional skill Dance with Death was activated and that the professional effect was activated, strength +4 and agility +4, and it also said that the title was activated, so strength, agility, and perception +4. A dark aura enveloped the guy when he asked whether the adventurer or he was stronger. Monica frowned and said that the guy outside was a little stronger. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he understood. Kate lowered her thoughtful gaze and said that they only had one way out. She stood surrounded by the guys when she added that they would first complete their missions, and when they were all done, they would try to attack him together. Nate looked forward determinedly and said that he would do. Jack stood in front of Chuck when he said that if he had known that he would face so many problems after buying this dungeon, then he would never have bought it. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that it was useless to regret anything now, and that besides, there were many of them, so they would cope. In front of the entrance stood a man from the other side of the portal. Jim frowned and asked why no one had come out yet, adding that the guy who cleared the cemetery would definitely not die so easily. The guys were in a cave. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest. A system window appeared in front of him, telling him about the report he had received, that he now had the opportunity to challenge the Murloc dungeon he had almost died in again, and that the Goblin Hunter, Dark Arts, and Guardian titles and the exclusive skill Life After Death had been obtained. And it also mentioned that the items Goblin Shaman Bone Flute that randomly summoned a goblin to fight by his side, Goblin Encyclopedia, and Goblin Secret Medicine had been obtained. The protagonist looked down in disappointment, thinking about how there was no epic item this time, and how for some reason the 2-boss dungeon was easier than the graveyard, adding that it seemed like there was no need to be upset about the 6th level dungeons, and that he could go straight to the next level dungeons. A system window with his stats appeared. A system window with all of Chuck's titles and their effects appeared. The guy touched his chin, thinking that out of all the titles, he would only need a few, and that they were Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Survivor, Legend Stander, Art of Darkness, and Guardian. He looked closely at the system window, thinking that it was worth noting that all of their names were quite unique, and that he needed to think carefully and sum up all the additional indicators to the characteristics. Chuck imagined the guys standing in front of the enemy when he decided that he would first use the title Wolf in Sheep's Clothing and use it to get into the enemy's poor visibility zone, and then use Art of Darkness. He imagined how they would surround the enemy when he thought about how he would then activate the professional skills Dance with Death in 1 step, 1 kill to deliver a perfect blow, killing with 1 hit. The main character imagined himself jumping out of the bushes at the enemy. He imagined them standing opposite each other when he decided that he would then try to quickly switch between the Legend Stander and the Guardian, which would give him +2 to his perception and pull off 1 step 1 kill. Chuck imagined the enemy running towards Jack when he thought that with the skill he would be able to predict the enemy's next move, and that as soon as he turned to attack his comrade, he would change his title to Guardian. The guy imagined blocking the enemy's path when he summed up that, in this way, his chance of standing up to an opponent stronger than him would increase significantly, and that the main thing is to think everything through and implement it wisely. The protagonist closed his eyes when he decided that he was confident in his titles and tactics, but choosing one was quite risky. Chuck looked intently at the inventory symbol when he said that he needed to examine the items he had received throughout the entire time and then make a final decision. A system notification appeared, listing his job skills: Dance with Death, which provides increased damage when the user is on the verge of death, 1 step 1 kill, which increases the user's perception to 18 when he is on the verge of death and allows the user to predict the enemy's next move. Feign Death, which stops breathing and heartbeat, and Die to Live, which increases agility and speed when death approaches. The protagonist looked at the system window with interest as he said that the last skill, which improves agility and speed, is quite good, and that with the second skill, he will be able to attack the enemy's vital points. He imagined himself lying in front of the enemy as he thought about how the Feign Death skill was also quite good and that it could be used, and that he would just feign death so that the enemy would have a chance to attack and fight back. The protagonist imagined swinging his sword as he added that his plan would work as long as the high-level adventurer blocking the exit wasn't crazy enough to fight a corpse. Chuck stood in front of the system window as he said that of course this was a last resort. He clicked on the inventory symbol as he added that if everything worked out, he would win. And that besides, he wasn't entirely sure that the adventurer on the other side wouldn't kill them to take their drops. A system window appeared with the rewards obtained after completing the dungeon. The protagonist looked at the system window carefully and said that the drops were really good this time, listing the Bone Flute, Shaman Banner, and Heritage Book, and that he could definitely use all of these in the future, and then said that the potion could also be quite useful, and that with the flute, he could get a goblin as a companion. An item began to appear in the guy's hand as he said that, given that the adventurer might be 2 or 3 levels stronger than him, he should save up his rare item upgrade coupons and refining coupons, adding that he should maximize his strength. The legendary undead clawed helmet appeared in the protagonist's hand as he said that this item had the highest level among the other items he had, and that it might be best to use the coupons on it, adding that no matter how the upgrade went, he would still have a couple more coupons in reserve, meaning another chance. Chuck looked down attentively. The helmet in his hands glowed as he applied the miracle item coupon. A system window appeared with a hint that the current item had reached the epic level, so it was impossible to use the coupon. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and asked about the fact that the epic level was the maximum. He put on his helmet when he decided to try smelting what he didn't use, and then decide whether to use the coupon on what he got after smelting. A system window appeared with available items. A notification appeared asking whether to turn on the furnace. A system window appeared saying that the pyro's tools, seizing, and frame were not equipment, and that the number of times the furnace was used would not be used up. The guy was wearing a helmet when he asked if this meant that such things could not be smelted, and then said that this meant that he would not be able to use spears and swords, and that smelting them was difficult, and nothing useful could be obtained from them. Chuck held the blade in front of him when he said that this sword could not be upgraded anymore either, although it was already good. The weapon in his hand glowed. A huge blade appeared in front of the protagonist, which is a special item called the Black Knight Sword. When used to kill an enemy that exceeds the owner in strength, agility, and physical fitness are slightly improved. The guy opened his mouth and said that it was a good sword. He looked at his body when he said that they decided on a helmet and weapon, and that you can use coupons on armor, adding that this is a great opportunity to replace his chainmail, which he bought online. A system notification appeared with the words that the item equipment upgrade coupon was used. Armor appeared on the protagonist when he said that it was cool because this armor is lighter than the chainmail that he wore before. Kate stopped in front of him and asked if he was finished. Chuck looked away and answered that he was almost done, and then asked them a counter question. The girl stopped in front of him and said that they would be able to move on in a little while. Then Jack exclaimed that the guy had really cool gear and asked if he had gotten it in this dungeon. Options symbols appeared in front of Chuck as he asked them to wait, adding that he would take a companion. Then the blonde asked not to ignore him. The bone flute item appeared in the protagonist's hand. He brought it to his mouth. Sound waves began to spread. The blue portal appeared in the wall as Nate assumed that it was a goblin. The green creature pressed its hand against the ground. The goblin closed its eyes when its head touched. The man held the monster in front of him as he asked what the point of such a companion was for the guy, explaining that he barely had half a point of combat power, so he was useless. Chuck looked away confidently, holding a goblin potion in his hand as he replied that he was not finished yet. A vessel appeared in front of the green creature as the boy handed it to him. The goblin tried to smell the scent. The protagonist stood in front of him with a goblin shaman banner as he ordered him to drink it. The green creature saluted. Nate looked at the drinking monster incredulously. A bulge appeared on the goblin's limb. The man holding it opened his mouth and called out for his mother. The monster's body began to expand as Nate asked Chuck what he had given it. A glow appeared from the goblin's eyes and mouth as it screamed loudly. The protagonist looked ahead with interest. Smoke began to envelop the monster's leg as Jack asked if it had turned into a boss. The goblin looked at its limb. It raised its hands up in joy. The green creature looked ahead with a stern look as someone spoke. Chuck pointed at the dead monster and told it to get clothes and a weapon that fit it. The goblin ran away from the boys. Nate pointed in front of him and asked the protagonist if his companion would get out of control, since he was now equal to the boss after all, to which he replied that he had no idea. The guy in the helmet looked at the girl and asked if she could use the title to check if he was hostile. Monica's eyes lit up as the title danger warning appeared above her. She looked at the goblin in front of her. The monster was blissfully hugging the sword when the girl said that they had nothing to worry about, and Nate replied that it was glorious. Kate opened her mouth and began to pray to the goddess of magic to grant her divine power. Streams of energy appeared in front of the guys when she used the skill magic armor and the attribute bear endurance. Chuck looked at the armor in delight and exclaimed that it was incredible and that the physical indicators had improved. The girl stood in front of him when she said that the buffs would only last for an hour and that the magic armor could provide protection even to parts not covered by normal armor. But of course it couldn't compare to his, adding that it was better than nothing. Kate looked away carefully. The goblin turned to her and asked where he was. The monster was enveloped in a red aura when the girl was asked if she was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine and that she just needed some rest. Streams of energy emanated from the green portal. The bearded man looked at him and said that they were finally leaving. His pupils narrowed. The monster stood behind Monica when he asked about where the goblin warrior came from. Nate and Jack looked around when the blonde man asked about how they didn't say that someone was blocking the exit and why there was no one there. The protagonist turned to the girl and replied that he probably hid, and then asked her to check with the title, to which she agreed. Her eyes glowed red. She saw a silhouette behind the trunk when she exclaimed that she found it, and that he was hiding behind that thick tree, adding that they should be careful because he set up a lot of traps, and that they should not step on them. Then she was asked again. Jim looked away with displeasure. Everyone turned to the dark silhouette, who asked about whether they really became detectives. The man adjusted his cap and said that he was sorry. Chuck looked menacingly forward, realizing that it was him, and thinking that this made sense, and that he told him about the cleared forest of banshees, and he immediately decided to try his luck dishonestly, probably knowing in advance who he was. He remembered the man sitting on the ground, thinking about how few people knew his whereabouts, and how the commander had signed a secret agreement with him, so it couldn't be him, and it was unlikely that the nurse either, and then wondered who it was. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead. The bearded man put his hands in his pockets when the guy recognized him. Kate pointed in front of her when she exclaimed that it was Jim. Greg looked at the girl worriedly and asked if she really knew him, to which she replied that of course, because he was the most wanted criminal in Fujian and Guangzhou. She presented a picture of Jim from his personal file when she explained that despite the fact that he was only on the 7th level, the number of adventurers killed by his hands was not in the tens, but in the hundreds. The man's back was touched by skeletal hands as Kate added that there were rumors that his bloodthirstiness was not only due to his thirst for other people's drops, but also because he wanted a special title, and that it was believed that he was the one who gave birth to the title Bloodthirsty Human Murder, and that his actual combat power was quite comparable to a level 9 adventurer. Jim put his hand behind his head and said that she seemed to know him well, and then suggested that she was a member of the guild. Then system notifications appeared that the title Great Secret had been removed, and that the camouflage effect had been removed, and that the title Bloodthirsty Human Murder was active, so +3 to human relations and damage to humans was added, after which Kate exclaimed that he definitely deserved his title. The man smirked and offered to make a deal. The girl frowned and remained silent. He pointed at Chuck and said that this guy was staying and that he was letting the others go. Kate clenched her fist in front of her as someone said that he would be fine and that they could leave. She opened her mouth wide and yelled at them not to listen to him as the guild record said that he liked to let his victims go for the hunt, and then asked how the man could believe such nonsense as once he was done with him he would hunt them down one by one and then there was nothing they could do about it. Jim stood in front of Monica, who agreed with her, adding that even though he said he would let them go, the level of malice had not decreased, so he was lying. The bearded man frowned and asked if she could check that too. A goblin stood next to Chuck as he said that it was okay as he was his target and that even if they died with the monster they would have to deal with it themselves. The protagonist walked towards the man when he added that they all had the same problem there and that they shouldn't have any illusions about him. The guy turned around and looked back when he summed up that of course if any of them were scared then he asked not to keep him. Kate clenched her fist and replied that they would help him. Jim stood in front of them when he said that he saw that they were good guys who decided to die together. Chuck looked askance and replied that they would defeat him together. The bearded man looked away. The guy and the goblin stood in front of him when he thought about what he knew about newbies who got an S-rank skill at first, becoming overly ambitious and considering all their opponents as trash. Game option symbols appeared in front of the man when he added that it was not like that and that usually adventurers from level 1 to level 5 have a hard time getting a decent title, profession, and equipment. A weapon appeared in his hand as he told the protagonist that his armor seemed pretty good at first glance, and that he must have gotten a bunch of gear in the Banshee Forest and the graveyard. Jim held the scythe in front of him as he added that, unfortunately, his skills were too good for Chuck. The guy and the goblin rushed forward as he suggested testing it. The bearded man opened his palm in front of him. The protagonist and the monster froze in front of him. Chuck looked at his hand in surprise as he realized that they had slowed down. Jim appeared in front of him, thinking that he was a fool and that he had not just slowed down, adding that he was still far from such a weapon and that after slowing down he would not be able to adapt in time to everything that was happening in his attacks. Chuck opened his mouth and asked what he really thought about this. The bearded man looked in front of him in surprise. The guy stopped his scythe with his hand and began to speak. He looked forward resolutely and said that if this was all he had, then Jim would die today. The goblin appeared behind the man. He gritted his teeth, looking back and cursed. Jim ran away from the monster that struck. He turned to the protagonist and the goblin. The bearded man frowned deeply, wondering if this was a joke and how he blocked his combo so easily. Chuck held the blade in his hand as he wondered how a newbie who only cleared 3 dungeons could be so strong. Chuck and the goblin stood in front of the enemy. The man watching them stated that he thought the guy wasn't that strong. He disarmed him in an instant, so he felt he wouldn't need his help, while Kate stood there dumbfounded. Gritting her teeth in amazement, she noted that he was too strong. Looking at the armored boy, she thought that he was probably at the same level as the newbies the association had recruited, although even stronger. At the same moment, the criminal opened his inventory in the system. They say that if he says. With a sly grin on his face, he took out an invisibility cloak, which can make both a person and an inanimate object invisible, and asked what he wanted from him, only that weirdo with a scythe. With a look that expressed no emotions, the protagonist asked if he was serious. Hiding behind the invisibility cloak, the man said that, as he said. A moment later, the criminal disappeared, which greatly surprised Chuck and the goblin. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, he asked if he really disappeared, and the effect of embodying, probably invisibility. Immediately after that, the monster began to look around in confusion. Suddenly appearing right behind the boy, the criminal thought he had met an incredibly strong newcomer with whom he could compete in strength, and he was even ashamed. He continued to stand there and thought that even though he had never met such newcomers, he would not become a legend. With a clearly disappointed expression on his face, the criminal reasoned that, unfortunately, his travels would end here. He begged not to blame him, because it gave him a chance while he was putting his will into his blade. Suddenly rushing straight towards the protagonist, the man thought that it was he who chose death. Monica, who was standing to the side and watching everything that was happening, suddenly shouted that they should be careful, because he had not left, he was nearby. Hearing this, the criminal clenched his teeth in displeasure. At that very moment, Chuck appeared right in front of him, preparing to strike. A moment later, he swung his blade, damaging his opponent. Stunned by this turn of events, the criminal was bleeding and did not believe in the possibility of what was happening. Falling to the ground, the man could not understand how the latter knew where he was. Slowly approaching him, the boy explained that his perception was 20. Coming closer, the protagonist looked at his defeated opponent, adding that his every move was a sign for him. The exhausted criminal was bleeding and thinking about heightened perception. Suddenly, Chuck turned to the goblin and told him to kill him. Hearing this, the monster immediately obeyed his master's order, raising his weapon above his head. While the boy was thinking that fate was unfair, the goblin sprinkled everything in blood, fulfilling the will of the master. Those standing aside from the lawyer watched everything that was happening. The protagonist approached the adventurer from the association with a smug grin. Continuing to smile widely, he asked that if a person wanted to become a member of the association, how long would it take to enter the data? Looking straight at him, the girl answered that on weekdays, about half a day. Chuck glared at her, thinking that the reason he was pursuing him was probably because someone had leaked the information that he was the one who had cleaned up the cemetery. A moment later, the boy winked at Kate, noting that, by the way, the day before yesterday she had given a verbal promise to take him into the association. But his data had not yet been accepted, and asked if everything would be okay if he suddenly changed his place of residence. A little confused, the girl replied that, of course, the association would always be glad to see him. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifted to the building of the association, where the phone was ringing. The manager of the Yongzhou City Recruitment Association, Dylan, was sitting in his office, picking up the phone. At the same time, Chuck was talking to him on the phone, stating that he had thought about it and decided not to become an adventurer for his city. A moment later, he heard from the receiver the words that the information would be entered into the system tomorrow, and the question of why he had suddenly changed his mind. Watching the corpse being carried into the ambulance, the boy replied that it was because he had just gotten rid of a wanted criminal and the Dongshan Association had invited him to join them. Still holding the phone to his ear, the recruitment manager understood everything and said that becoming an adventurer in his hometown was indeed a good option. The protagonist continued to talk on the phone and confirmed his words, noting that he thought the same thing and was glad that everything was resolved. Dylan, talking to him, moved on to saying goodbye, after which he slowly lowered his hand with the phone. A moment later, the recruitment manager slammed his smartphone right on the table with great anger. At this time, she approached Chuck, who had just finished his conversation, and asked if he had done everything. Removing his phone from his ear, the boy answered positively. Suddenly, he noticed Monica standing behind him and asked why she had not left yet. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that it was because she had also received an invitation from the association in Dongshan and was later going to buy information about him on the black market, and he understood everything after her explanation. Then his voice was heard in the forest, saying that seriously, since she was invited, he suddenly became interested in how much gold they were offering, and the adventurer asked if they hadn't discussed this in the dungeon and called him a blockhead. Handing over the story, they are transported to the building of the branch of the Adventurers Association. Inside, an employee of the association, pointing to a huge button, asked to turn off the titles and professional skills and put all his strength into the device with a blow. Agreeing to this, Chuck stood in a fighting stance, after which he swung his fist. A moment later, the boy rushed forward at great speed. With all the strength he had, the protagonist struck straight at the device. Suddenly, the number 12 showed on the board. Looking at it with pride, Chuck thought that this was the official tool for testing the basic qualities of an adventure, and he also heard that the classes here were cool, so he would not need to go to the gym, while the goblin standing behind him was doing mathematical calculations. Suddenly, Kate entered the office with Monica and asked if they were done with the testing. Watching the boy wonder why the goblin had scored 17 points, the scientist said that they were almost done and announced that his strength and agility were both 12. The association worker who heard this was very surprised that it was only 12. Recalling the events from the dungeon, she thought that this number did not match what he had shown back then, and thought that his stats would be 14, if not 15, but even with that, he was equivalent to a level 9 adventurer, meaning that his titles would compensate for the difference in stat points. Watching the boy point at himself while standing in front of the monsters and say that he should not relax, because if he activated his job and title, he would be stronger, Monica thought that ordinary jobs and titles were definitely not for him, and maybe he had some kind of secret or combination. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone calling him and turned around in surprise. It was Kate, who was pulling the pass towards him, saying that all his data had been loaded. Taking the card from her, Chuck scratched his head and asked what was happening so quickly. As he looked at his pass, the association worker explained that this was a special case, and he had gone through the dungeons and defeated the boss alone. With a serious look, Kate also pointed out that, in addition, level 6-10 adventurers clear such dungeons about 2 times a year, after which they get the opportunity to transfer to the exploration team or resource gathering team. And considering that his basic stats can still be improved, she suggests that he take his time raising the dungeon level for the next 2 years. The girl also asked him to just clear officially approved dungeons and pay attention to working on his body and combat training, and the boy who agreed to this put a pass on his neck. Imagining money, tablets, and scrolls in her head, Kate said that sometimes there are requests from the headquarters to join the team, and in this case, you can get a reward for finding criminals and monsters who accidentally infiltrated this world, and these rewards will be converted into tab points that can be used for title hints, job change certificates, and various items owned by the association. The protagonist continued to listen to all her words with a thoughtful look, while she said that, as a rule, such questions only come to adventurers from level 9, so it was too early for him to think about it. Raising his hand up, Chuck suddenly announced that he had a question, and the association worker who saw this listened to him. Looking straight at her, the boy asked what kind of hints these were. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kate answered that you can find out what the probability of getting a new or repeated title is, and the effectiveness of the hints is proven by the association. She also noted that in order to enter their network, you need to use a pass, and then you can find anything in their information network, and the boy who heard this looked at his pass. Moving her hand to the side, the association worker added that if he suddenly gets items that he does not need, he can sell them to the association or exchange them for contribution points or a certificate, and the protagonist standing right in front of her understood everything. Suddenly, Kate asked when he was going to fire his ward, and Chuck was surprised by such a question, as was the goblin standing next to him. Pointing directly at the monster, the boy asked if he could keep it, because the bone flute summons a random goblin, and he was afraid that he would not be able to summon it again, and did not want to lose such a charm, and he stood next to him and nodded his head. A little confused after such a question, the association worker announced that there was no need to worry about it, and if his goblin did not die in this world or if he did not plan to summon another goblin, he could always summon it again. Looking at the smiling monster, the protagonist was delighted by this news. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the 6th level dungeon to the Goblin tribe, where the monsters were playing ball. Suddenly, the little goblin crashed into someone. Having woken up, he saw the protagonist's subordinate right in front of him, who came through the portal. At this time, the portal slammed shut in the association building, and Chuck and Kate were left watching it. Turning her back to the boy, the association worker asked him to follow her and was going to introduce him to her colleagues from Dongshan, and he agreed. Then the story shifts to Sam, a candidate for adventurer of the association in Dongshan City, who was very shy, greeted everyone and said his name, announcing the role. The man sitting next to him asked not to forget to ask about sensitivity to the characteristics of adventurers who are stronger than him when first meeting. Looking directly at him with a displeased look, the adventurer of the Dongshan City Association of the 3rd level, Brendan, added that this was ridiculous. Looking directly at him, Sam asked what the difference was because his characteristics could be higher, while Monica was watching all this from the side. At this time, Chuck looked at the scientist sitting next to him and asked that he was also from Dongshan. Looking back at him, the level 8 adventurer of the Dongshan City Association, Tyler, gave a positive answer, explaining that he was not at full strength and was only level 8, so he could not yet become the leader of the dungeon clearing team. Hearing this, the boy asked with a smile on his face why was this position occupied by someone else, and he did not come because now is the dungeon. Removing his hand from his face, the level 8 adventurer said that he did not come because he was busy looking for the criminal. Thinking for a while, Tyler noticed that they said that he went after the man who cleared the dungeon cemetery in the neighboring city, and the protagonist who heard this was confused and pretended not to know anything. Sam, who suddenly heard this, asked if they were really talking about that glitched cemetery, and said that a lot of weapon upgrade coupons dropped from there and that it was very cool. But not as cool as the gentleman who cleared the dungeon and killed the boss all by himself, and was proud to be a native of the city where the man who went through the dungeons and destroyed the errant criminal lived. At that moment, the boy noticed that everyone was silently looking at him with puzzled glances. A little confused and blushing, the adventurer candidate asked why they were looking at him like that, assuming that he had said something wrong. With a sly grin, looking straight at him, Kate asked that he still didn't understand, and he asked in surprise that he should have understood. After which the boy declared that he was just sharing his thoughts, and Brendan, who was sitting next to him, fixed his gaze forward. Suddenly Chuck raised his hand, attracting attention. With a smile on his face, the boy declared that he was the one who cleared the cemetery, and Sam, who heard this, suddenly cried out that the gentleman was very cool. The story moves to Chuck's house. Sitting on a chair, he put on his armor and said that, as he was told, there was no need to rush, because it was better to spend time improving his physical fitness and raiding low-level dungeons. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy noted that there was one but. Looking at the portal located right in his apartment, the protagonist realized that he wanted to explore this entrance to the dungeon on his own. Putting a helmet on his head, Chuck said that, according to his sister Kate, when he gives it his all, he asked to reach level 10. Entering the portal, the boy concluded that even if he couldn't clear the entire level 7 dungeon with such indicators, he definitely had to do something, and the main thing was that there were no surprises with the difficulty, like last time. Then the protagonist found himself inside the dungeon. Looking around, he assumed that nothing had changed since last time. Suddenly, he was surprised by the appearance of a system notification window right in front of him. The system notification window said that after the last promotion, he had access to elite dungeons. With a sly grin, reading this information, Chuck asked if the panel could be updated this way, and, according to the 4 stages of becoming an adventurer, which he had been told about earlier, it turned out that the next update awaited him at levels 11 and 16. Right in front of him, several system notification windows appeared, notifying about the title induction, in which you can use 4 main titles and 6 auxiliary ones during the dungeon raid, the taskbar update, with which the tasks for exiting the dungeon will be divided into 2 stages, as well as the system of switching the main and additional profession, the essence of which was that while in the dungeon, the adventurer cannot use third-party skills and abilities, but only those related to the main and additional profession. Dumbfoundedly looking at the system notification windows, the protagonist was surprised by the new update and wondered that with an increase in level, the restrictions will become greater, so he was scared to imagine what will happen after level 11. Continuing to understand the system window, Chuck was glad that there were 2 missions for exiting, because for adventurers who do not plan to completely defend the dungeon, this is an excellent option. Immediately after this, the boy opened the title induction window, rejoicing at his new opportunity. Then he decided to see what kind of mission awaited him and clicked on the icon with tasks. A moment later, a task window called Murloc Breeding Season appeared in front of him and showed the necessary information. Confusedly looking around, the protagonist was surprised by the information about the knoll and could not believe that there were other monsters there besides Murlocs. Suddenly, the story's narrative is transferred at the same time to the dungeon of level 6 to the Goblin camp. David was sitting surrounded by small relatives and cooking meat on a fire. Suddenly, the goblins were very surprised, looking ahead. At the same moment, a blue portal appeared right behind the subordinate protagonist, which surprised him greatly. A moment later, the goblin warrior was dragged into the portal. Then nothing remained in his place at all. David's small relatives were very upset about the loss of their meat. At this time, Chuck was eating the same piece of meat that his subordinate had taken with him and was asking him to repeat his story. Looking at the goblin warrior actively showing various gestures, the boy asked that these gnolls were cunning and sly and were real bullies. Continuing to eat the meat, the protagonist was interested in whether they were something like forest bandits. Hearing this, David showed an approving gesture with a smile on his face. After that, Chuck, looking down, thought that before completing the task with the gnolls, he would find a spawn point to try to complete the task, and if it didn't work out, he would try next time. Then he looked at the goblin warrior sitting next to him and told him that that was all and that he could go back, which surprised him very much. Seeing his reaction, the boy asked that he really didn't want to. Then David nodded his head in disappointment. Getting up from the ground, the protagonist allowed him to go with you, and the goblin warrior who heard this was very happy. After which they walked through the forest together, and Chuck said that he should listen to him, because the difficulty of this dungeon is a little higher than level 7, so he should be calmer. At this time, they were watched by a level 3 gnoll scout, who assumed that the man and the goblin were adventurers. Suddenly, the story moves to a massage parlor, where the man asked if he really gathered a team to take him through dungeons in a level 5 dungeon. Hearing this, with a smile on his face, and said that in fact, nothing terrible except for one incident, but he met 2 adventurers with great potential. His friend was a rich man from Fujian province, Charlie, who, looking at him, said that if there were reliable adventurers, his son would not have died. Glancing at him with one eye, the investor from the company noticed that he knew, so he carefully chose those who would go with him, because otherwise he would have stuck his nose into a level 2 dungeon, because he would not want the adventurer he hired to leave him to certain death at a dangerous moment. Continuing to lie on the massage couch, Greg asked what the news in recent days said that his son's death was not an accident at all, and whether it was true. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the rich man from the province did not understand what kind of accident they could be talking about, because before his son went into the dungeon, he prepared 2 items for him that would ensure his survival even in an elite dungeon. But he was dead, and the owners were still alive, which was complete nonsense. While the girl was giving him a massage, Charlie added that it was a pity that this couple was killed before he got to them, otherwise he would have definitely made him regret that they were born into this world. Moving his hand aside after hearing this, the investor from the company stated that he should then thank the man who indirectly avenged his son and asked what his name was. The rich man from the province, with his head down, answered that his name was Chuck and he came here to personally thank him, and Greg, who heard this, was very surprised. Having raised himself a little, Charlie asked if they really knew each other. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, the investor from the company explained that there was a man with that name on his team and perhaps it was him, which greatly surprised his friend. The story's narration transfers to the protagonist's dungeon, where several Murlocs were running along the road and the test level was 3. The leader, who suddenly turned around, said in her language to everyone to get ready, because the Gnoll scouts could be somewhere nearby, so they needed to gather. The Murloc standing behind obeyed the captain's order. At this time, someone was watching them from the darkness of the bushes. It was Chuck and David, who jumped out of an ambush right towards the monster. Turning back, the Murloc noticed them. Then the battle began right there. After some time, the boy and the goblin managed to kill all the Murlocs. Putting the blade behind his back, the protagonist asked his subordinate if he spoke their language, and he growled a positive answer, after which he looked towards his master and asked if he really needed help with the translation. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Chuck noted that not now. Opening his inventory, the boy with a sly grin on his face noted that he had a thing that would help him with this. If it does not work out, then he will ask for his help. At that moment, the protagonist took out the item Song of the Sea, holding it in his hand, with which you can breathe underwater and communicate with water creatures. Immediately after this, Chuck would approach the Murlocs and squat down. Hanging the artifact around his neck, he would ask them to tell him where their spawn point was. In response, one of the monsters would simply spit water in his face, not letting him finish. The very angry Murloc captain would open his mouth wide, asking if he really thought they would betray their clan, calling him a piece of idiot. While the boy was wiping the water off his face, he would add that he should just kill them. After all that had happened, the protagonist was very angry, looking straight ahead with an angry look. A moment later, the Murloc captain was cut in half, which greatly frightened his subordinates. Filled with courage, one of the monsters would declare that there was no need to be afraid because he would avenge the captain. At that very moment, he was also cut in half. The other Murloc who saw this cried in fear, saying that there was a cave at the bottom of the lake and that their spawn point was there, and the ally sitting next to him called him a traitor. Then the protagonist cut off his head with a deft movement of the blade. Having finished the interrogation, Chuck turned towards the goblin and said that this one should be left for now and hung on a tree. At this time, David was shaking with fear, hiding behind a tree, and his master did not understand why he was standing there. After some time, the guys tied up the Murloc and hung it on a tree, getting ready to move on. After which the boy and his subordinate walked forward along the road. Suddenly, black silhouettes appeared right behind the Murloc hanging on the tree, and one of them said that this adventurer was quite strong. Turning around, the monster saw them behind him. Looking at the 8th level Hog Gnoll warrior and the 3rd level Gnoll scout, the Murloc said that they were warriors of a different race. Looking at his subordinate, the Gnoll warrior said to pass them on to his allies to lure the Murlocs out of the lake and help this adventurer destroy their spawn point, and he understood his boss. Then the 8th level monster looked at the Murloc hanging on the tree and said that he would now decide everything with him. A moment later, his head was marked. At this time, the protagonist approached the lake. Looking straight ahead, he said that it seemed to be larger than he thought. Standing near the water, Chuck said that first they needed to find an underwater cave and then get into it, and he did not know how long they would swim. But they needed to find this place, thinking that this is where 99% of adventurers are weeded out. Having imagined the deal with the Gnoll in his head, the boy thought that it seemed that even experienced adventurers could not always get that far, and as an option, he could make friends with another monster and leave the dungeon, buy diving equipment, and then return, and as expected, the dungeon of level 7 is different from the Goblin crypt on level 5. Suddenly, the protagonist took the Song of the Sea in his hand and stated that he has an artifact that allows him to breathe underwater, and he is not very good at swimming. But the combat experience embedded in the helmet includes underwater combat skills, so he thought that this would compensate for his lack of experience. At that moment, he heard the voice of his subordinate and turned around in surprise. The goblin warrior standing behind him, awkwardly scratching his bald head, said that he couldn't swim and asked if he could stay home, and Chuck, looking at him in shock, couldn't believe that he couldn't swim. A moment later, the boy gave him permission to go back first and opened his inventory. At the same time, a portal opened, through which David went back. After his ally left, the protagonist silently looked at the water. Then his voice was heard throughout the forest, saying that his body was not very suitable for diving and it would be better to take off everything except his helmet. Having done this, Chuck began to warm up on the shore. Coming closer to the water, he stretched his arm, saying that he was finally done with the warm-up. Without thinking twice, the boy pushed off the ground, after which he dove straight into the water. Having found himself in the lake, the protagonist swam forward. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that of course, thanks to the helmet and the Song of the Sea, even he could feel comfortable in the water. At this time, the sand at the bottom of the lake began to rustle. It was a level 4 guardian Murloc, who was silently watching what was happening, buried in the sand. After some time, Chuck managed to find a cave. Continuing to swim forward, he suddenly noticed something ahead. A moment later, the boy swam to a new place. Immediately after that, he emerged from under the water. Looking around, the protagonist saw a huge number of eggs laid in the cave. Baby level 1 Murlocs were hatching right out of them. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of Chuck, which surprised him greatly. It contained information that the escape quest, in which it was necessary to find the spawn point of Murlocs, was completed, and the boy said that the mission was completed and, it seems, he was in the right place. Looking directly at the huge number of eggs in front of him, the protagonist did not understand why there was no guard here. Still in the water, Chuck reasoned that it seemed that they thought that this place was well hidden, so they did not post guards, or there was one, but now for some reason it was absent. After which the boy swam forward silently. Finally, having thought everything over, he went out on land, declaring that it was not the time to think about it. Taking his blade out of his inventory, the protagonist realized that he had a great chance and he couldn't miss it. At this time, dark silhouettes were watching him from above the cave. There were more and more of them right behind Chuck. Suddenly, they jumped down and the boy turned around abruptly. 4 armed Murlocs were standing right in front of him and didn't understand why there was only one of him, because it was somehow not enough. Looking straight ahead, the level 6 nest keeper noted that after so much time there were still idiots trying to get in there. His ally with 2 blades agreed with him, but noted that he didn't expect the person to manage to get inside. Tightly squeezing the hilt of his sword, the protagonist said that it turned out that the guards were just hiding. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he wouldn't have time to put on equipment and it would be better to use one of the abilities. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the surface of the lake at the same time. There were black Murlocs swimming in the water. They were preparing to attack, puffing out their cheeks. A moment later, the monsters began to scream very loudly. This sound rushed through the entire forest. The Murloc warrior fighting against the gnolls suddenly heard this sound. The level 7 Murloc leader, with a displeased expression on his face, could not believe that a human had burst in. At this time, a huge axe was rushing forward at high speed. The gnoll warrior destroyed his opponent with a swing of his weapon. He looked menacingly straight ahead, while everything around him was covered in blood. A moment later, the gnolls noticed that the Murloc soldiers began to retreat. Holding his shoulder, the level 3 monster told his boss that their opponents retreated because the sentries noticed the human. Looking at him, the gnoll warrior asked to send someone smart to the lake, and if this guy runs, he should let him know, and his subordinate disobeyed the order. At this time, a system notification window would appear out of nowhere with a hint that the Black Knight sword effect had been activated and that when fighting an enemy, Constitution would gain +1. Suddenly, the story would shift to the headquarters building, to one of the best on the association list, and an unknown voice would say that the bosses in level 6-10 dungeons could be divided into several categories. Having dealt with his opponents, Chaka would wipe the sweat from his forehead, saying that the strength of these guards was much greater than that of ordinary Murlocs, and that they must be the bosses of this dungeon. Suddenly, fins would appear from the water behind him. At that moment, the boy would turn around in surprise. Then he would see level 6 elite Murlocs and a level 7 Murloc leader with a boss boost that increased the level of the troops by 1 level emerging from the water with a menacing look. At this time, Dylan was writing something on the board in the association office and said that the strength of some bosses was quite mediocre, but he could strengthen his kin, and it was almost impossible to deal with him alone. He was being listened to by a contract adventurer Mike with a level 8 body of flame and explosion and a contract adventurer Bob with a level 8 title of a fist fighter. When Bob started to pull himself up and yawn, the association hiring manager became very angry. At the same time, he threw his marker with great anger and declared that every time he either skipped his classes or sat there yawning, and asked what it was and whether his lectures were really that boring. The marker never reached its target and was caught. With a deft movement of his hand, the level 8 adventurer with the title of a fist fighter destroyed the item and declared that he was just repeating the same thing over and over again. And as soon as he started lecturing about level 11 dungeons, then he would listen. Dylan, looking at him with great displeasure, asked him if he really thought he enjoyed these lectures. Still succumbing to anger, the association recruitment manager stated that it wasn't his fault that adventurers couldn't clear dungeons that were way above their level, and asked him that he didn't want to die the first time he met a boss like his friend, as if he enjoyed lecturing such idiots. Bob, hearing that he could die, was very dumbfounded. Mike, who was sitting next to him, looked at him and asked him if he really didn't know, since everyone on the forums was talking about it, that after his death, their circles had undergone a series of changes or something like that. The fist fighter, smiling, looked back at him and stated that he really didn't know and asked him to tell him more about it. The orange Murloc rushed to attack with great speed. With a deft swing of his blade, Chuck cut him in half. While the boy fought his opponents, another monster watched from the side. The Murloc captain, his mouth wide open, said to beware of the newcomer because this man is somehow special and a hidden attack does not work on him. So they need to attack him together, then he will not be able to fight back from all 4 sides, and his subordinate obeyed the order. In the heat of battle, the protagonist looked at the Murloc standing to the side and did not understand what was wrong with this boss because he killed so many of his fighters and he continues to watch from the side. While blood flowed down the blade of his sword, he assumed that perhaps even such strong warriors are just weeds in his eyes that will grow again if they are killed, and the system notified that the effect of destroying an enemy with a sword has reached the limit and is +2 to agility and +3 to constitution. Immediately after that, the Murloc captain was yelling at his men, telling them to work harder and wear him down until he was completely exhausted, and they were obeying the order. Watching everything that was happening, with his arms outstretched, the monster was thinking that they were about equal in strength, and it was good that he came there alone, so regular fighters would cope with him. Continuing to watch the boys battle, the dungeon boss was thinking that his killing speed was amazing, but when he got exhausted, his warriors would be able to kill him in 2 counts, but now they would not be able to compete in numbers with those jackals. Imagining armed gnolls in his head, he was afraid that when they noticed that there were fewer of them. Taking a step forward, the Murloc captain said that it did not matter and it was worth the risk. At that moment, the protagonist noticed him approaching. With a smirk on his face, looking away, he asked if he had finally decided to take part. Immediately after that, Chuck activated the title Miraculously Survivor. A moment later, he rushed forward at great speed, declaring that he had been waiting for this moment and opened the adventurer panels. While the boy quickly approached the leader of the Murlocs, his subordinates told the boss to be careful because he was very strong. Swinging his blade, the boss of the dungeon declared that he knew everything. At the same moment, the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot. He ended up right behind his opponent, striking and wounding him. Landing on the ground, Chuck also received a blow right to the torso, bleeding out, and was glad that the last line of defense. Putting on a cloak and holding a healing potion in his teeth, the boy added that it was broken. The ordinary Murloc looking at his boss was very scared. Suddenly turning towards him, the captain of the monsters declared that they should leave him, and was sure that his injury was much more serious, because for his chance at salvation he paid with serious damage that would make him weaker and less mobile, so that even without his help they would be able to catch up and kill him and bring his head. Hearing this, his subordinates accepted the order and prepared for action. Without a second's hesitation, the Murlocs dove under the water and swam through the cave. Suddenly, they noticed something right in front of them. It was their black kin, who was cut in half. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the Murloc asked if that guy was seriously injured, and did not understand how he managed to escape, having dealt with their sentries. Approaching closer to his kin, another Murloc said that he killed them with one blow and was very good at underwater combat, so it cannot be mentioned, but all the signs are there. With a confident expression on his face, the monster stated that the boss could be wrong and that the man's injuries were most likely not that serious, which greatly surprised his ally. At this time, Chuck was just getting out of the lake onto dry land, having activated his title Miraculously Survivor, which gave +5 to Constitution when the owner's life was on the brink. The boy drank the potion and declared that he remained alive thanks to the title, and did not think that without it he would have been able to maintain his swimming speed and ability. Remembering the events of the recent past during the battle with opponents, the protagonist thought that if that Murloc had lost his temper, he did not think that he would have remained alive. Then memories from the hospital ward appeared in his head, and Chuck reasoned that he now understood those words that the dungeons would become more and more difficult to complete on his own, and it was very difficult to fight groups of monsters, so he needed to quickly find a strong partner. At this time, someone was watching him from behind the bushes. The wound on the boy's stomach was slowly healing. The monster lying in ambush silently watched this. The Gnoll warrior who heard this, looking straight ahead in amazement, could not believe that the boy had made it out alive and did not understand how he had done it. Standing right in front of him, the Gnoll scout explained that he had not been able to get close enough to see everything, but it was obvious that he had been seriously injured. When the leader of the monsters heard that he had been seriously injured, he grinned maliciously. At that moment, memories of the artifact that hung around the protagonist's neck appeared in his head. At that time, Chuck, who was near the shore of the lake, saw Murlocs emerging from under the water. Noticing him, the monsters immediately dived back. With great displeasure on his face, watching them, the boy declared that he would get even with them next time. Suddenly, blue lightning spread throughout the area. They came from the portal from which David had emerged. Looking at his master, the Goblin warrior asked if it was really all over. The protagonist, who was warming up his hand, gave a negative answer, explaining that there were too many Murlocs there and he couldn't handle them alone. So he leafed through his book of heritage and found out that goblins, having accumulated a certain number of battles, increased their level. Holding out a sword in his direction, Chuck said that it was now his, and in the future he would try to find dungeons with monsters suitable for his level, and when he leveled up, he would return it. Looking dumbfounded, David asked what he would use then. With a smug look, the boy took a huge cash box out of his inventory, explaining that he would use this. Then his voice was carried through the forest, saying that, by the way, they need to practice snorkeling, because they will need it when he decides to go back there, and the Goblin warrior who heard this agreed. The headless Murloc was hung from a tree. David was shocked by what he saw and assumed that the gnolls did it. Chuck looked away and activated the dance with death skill. A hint appeared that by activating the title, the adventurer takes the initiative and enters a life-threatening state, but gets +4 to perception. An axe appeared in the bushes. The monster held the weapon out in front of him. The protagonist smelled the scent approaching from behind. The gnoll stuck out its tongue and rushed at him. The guy looked up at the enemy. He managed to hold the scythe out in front of him and block the attack. The monster narrowed one eye. He jumped back, which gained distance. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was good that he increased perception to 20, because otherwise he would have already been dead, and the goblin noticed the enemy too late. The gnoll bared his teeth and looked closely at Chuck, who seemed to be seriously injured, but did what a wounded person could not do, so he decided that this was the wrong guy. He frowned with displeasure. Then he ran into the bushes and David noticed it. The protagonist put his weapon on his shoulder and explained that it was not necessarily so, and the enemy could try to lure them into a trap. The subordinate turned his head to him and asked if they would pursue the monster. Chuck thought that they could be surrounded. He looked at the sky and decided that they would return for revenge when they found a strong comrade for the team, and David did not argue with this. The protagonist walked out of the portal into the house. He took off his helmet and admitted to himself that he had no idea that dungeons of level 6-10 would be so much more difficult than dungeons of level 5. The guy frowned and admitted that in this case, it was not surprising that from this stage onwards, the adventurers were divided into a reconnaissance group and a strategy group, because without enough information, the dungeon simply could not be passed. A system window appeared to his left. It reported that the primary objective of the mission title Murloc breeding season, finding the Murloc spawn location, had been completed, but the secondary objective, making friends with the gnolls, had not. The window changed and the calculation began, and Chuck figured that since all the last calculations had been S rank, and even though he hadn't managed to complete the dungeon this time, he had killed a lot of Murlocs and survived the Null attack, so he hoped to get at least into the system. Showed a window with a large C, a calming message, and gave out wood and a bag of animal feed as a reward. Chuck jabbed his finger at the message in irritation, not understanding what it meant or how they knew about the allergy. Outside his house, the protagonist could be heard complaining that he was a human and didn't need animal feed, trying it and spitting out the nasty stuff. That night, Amanda was arguing in Dylan's house about the association giving such an order. Her husband came up the stairs and she asked him loudly why he had ever told her the man was dead. Dylan turned around and said angrily that he couldn't do anything once Jim had fallen into his hands. The granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Ron frowned and said that it didn't bother her man much. Dylan's expression darkened when she reminded him that he had gotten his job because of her grandfather and threatened to fire him. The woman pulled out her phone and said that she had underestimated her husband and admitted that if she had known sooner, she wouldn't have given up the resources her grandfather had left. She put the phone to her ear and Dylan asked her what she was doing. Amanda glanced at the man and said that if he didn't do something, she would give the resources to a stranger who would help her get revenge. A girl named Carol was sitting at her computer, drinking a soda. She took her mouth off the straw. Among the posts on the East China second-hand shop forum, she was drawn to the quest to assassinate the level 6 adventurer Chuck in Dongshan with an epic resource from the legendary adventurer Ron as a reward. Just before dawn in the training facility, Fred was doing push-ups on his fingers and keeping count while Sarah sat on him. She opened her mouth, having found something on the black market that she thought the trainer might be interested in. The man began doing push-ups on one arm and asked for more information. The girl scrolled through the forum on her phone and reported that someone was offering a relic of a legendary adventurer as a reward for a mission in Dongshan. Fred put both hands on the floor and stopped. He turned his head slightly to Sarah and asked who Lucas had offended again. His assistant smiled and said that it was not Lucas, but also someone they knew. The phone rang. Chuck woke up and answered. A worried Clara warned him that he was a target. The protagonist yawned and reminded her that he had already told her that he had sorted everything out. He suddenly stopped yawning when the girl said that this time it was different because someone had offered a high price for his life on the black market. The guy tensed up, and Clara assured him that she was serious and added that the price was simply exorbitant because even her brother said that if Chuck hadn't saved her then, he would have participated. The protagonist pulled his knees up in bed and asked her to tell him in more detail what exactly had happened. On the internet, along with the mission to kill Chuck, there was a whole profile about him, his achievements, and where he lived. Kate, seeing this, was shocked. The protagonist looked at her and asked if it was possible to find out who had posted this. The girl put her finger to her chin and thought that there was no need for this since, judging by the offered reward, it was probably a direct relative of Ron. She turned to Chuck, not understanding how he managed to become an enemy of such a person who was practically ready to sacrifice the resources of a real legend to kill him. The protagonist's soul seemed to have flown out of his body. Besides, he knew nothing and had never heard of anyone like that. Kate took out her phone and decided to contact the boss and try to do something about it, as she hoped to somehow correct this misunderstanding. This conversation took place in the association during the day. Chuck thanked him for his help, and Kate advised her not to leave the building in the coming days, as she was sure that a lot of people were interested in the reward. The glass was broken, there were dirty marks on the parquet, and the guy thought that someone had beaten him to it. He shook his head and decided that there was no fight, after which he realized that the protagonist was exploring the dungeon, which was right next to his house. Killer and thief Harvey pulled on his gloves and noticed that at least the victim had managed to avoid the first wave, but he didn't know if it was luck or not. He entered the portal, planning to lock Chuck in the dungeon so that he couldn't escape. A window with a quest that the protagonist had recently completed appeared in front of him, and the counter of applicants showed the number 6. Harvey thought, looking out the window, and noticed that besides him, there were several more people here who could be either companions of that guy or hunters who were chasing him. The man was lying on the ground and calling his opponent despicable. The gnoll hit him with an axe and said that he could not be defeated. Many of his comrades died on the battlefield. He saw a wounded fighter who was helped to walk by a private gnoll and tried to understand what was wrong with this adventurer who had wounded him so badly, and especially his soldiers, and this is despite the fact that he had ordered the entrance to be guarded. The clouds floated calmly across the sky, and the gnoll thought about what would happen if yesterday's adventurer returned or led the Murlocs, after which he realized that they could not allow this and decided to leave. A clear lake in the middle of the forest. Harvey stood there, his hands in his pockets. He glanced to the side. On one side, a guy with a huge sword was putting out a fire. On the other, a shield bearer with a friend. The killer raised his eyebrows and calculated that if there were 3 hunters, then the target had no more than 1 companion, after which he decided to look at it from the other side, because the hardest part of this task was not finding and killing the target, a sign at the entrance to the gym. Lucas knocked on the door and asked the trainer why they were looking for him. Fred, who was training with dumbbells, asked the guy if he knew that there was a reward for Chuck's head, and he admitted that he did. The man looked ahead from under his brows and urged Lucas to call the protagonist in that case, since he might not know about it, and offered to go with him to any dungeon of level 6-10, after which he hoped that there was no need to explain what to do next. The protagonist sweated, looking at the phone. Lucas was calling him. Chuck darkened, wondering if the guy wanted to warn him or check if he knew that there was a bounty on his head. He covered his ears and decided that he would not answer, and if anything, he would say that he was in the dungeon, which he had an entrance to from his house. Sometime later, in his house, a woman in a plain cloak noticed that they were late, and that the guy had probably already been driven into the dungeon by other people who wanted to go, and then asked if they were going anyway. The man looked up and confirmed. They entered through the portal and saw the system windows. The additional task of the quest to destroy 5 gnolls was marked as impossible to complete. Harvey was surprised by the change in objectives. He frowned, figuring that they had killed too many gnolls for a standard mission. A guy in a denim vest approached him, said hello, and introduced himself as Roger. He turned to the other 2 guys and invited the thief to join them, noting that they had much to discuss. Harvey turned his head in their direction, but said nothing. The group gathered at the edge of the lake. The guy with the huge sword, Larry, crossed his arms over his chest, and the killer summarized that they were the first to enter this dungeon and that Chuck wasn't here. Larry looked at Roger and the shieldman, Joe, and replied that he was the first and that these guys came after. Harvey turned back to the swordsman and admitted that he didn't understand why they couldn't get out if no one was blocking the exit, since everyone was here, by the lake. Larry looked away and explained that his companion's ability was related to sea creatures, which led him to discover that a remarkable sea beast had been born here, and he wanted to sign a contract with the beast before it grew up. The thief looked at Joe and asked why they didn't just do it and leave. The shield beast met Larry's gaze and replied that after using the drone to search for Chuck after entering the dungeon, they found his tracks. Roger frowned and added that they later confirmed that the protagonist had been in the lake, but they never found out when or why he left, or if he left, which is why they were standing there. The swordsman became nervous and loudly stated that they couldn't blame him for this, because it wasn't his fault that his companion had such a gift, and he himself couldn't swim, so he had nothing better to do than wait for him to return. Joe gritted his teeth and called Larry a moron, to which Roger agreed, but Larry did not, and Harvey asked to wait a bit. The killer waved his hand and said that he generally understood everything, but did not understand what was there to discuss. The swordsman looked down. He confessed to the thief, who hid his hands in his pockets, that his companion had died. A Murloc cave full of eggs. The monster ate the body of a man and noticed that his strength was growing. A subordinate came to him and he asked if there was much more of such food. The green Murloc grinned and said that in addition to the adventurers, there was also a group of gnolls in the forest, and thought that this was enough for the boss to grow. The monster with a blood-stained mouth, called a devourer, Manhwa, who was level 2-3, was pleased with the answer and asked to bring them here, because for successful growth, the corpse he devours must be at least as high as his own level. Murloc opened his mouth and said that it was impossible now, as their military strength was weakened to the point that they could not deal with the gnolls now. Manhwa narrowed his eyes and asked how long it would take. The sun was at its zenith, and the monster told the boss that they had to wait 50 sunrises and sunsets. The dead adventurer lay on the ground. Cerberus found him and barked. He turned to his owners and barked loudly. The woman patted him on the head and praised him for his excellent work, and Mark, a level 9 adventurer, demon warlock and profession investigator, assumed that this was the dungeon where Chuck died. Eva, a level 8 adventurer, ranger and beast tamer, scratched Cerberus' head and remarked that it was like him, because he was very reckless up until level 9, but in the end he ended up as he was destined. The man, standing still, agreed with the woman, but admitted that he did not expect that this idiot would commit suicide to cut off the other's escape route. Eva drew his attention to herself and asked what to do now, because the Murloc's spawn point was probably in the water, and their professions and inventory were not suitable for underwater combat. But if they did not complete the mission, they would also be trapped in this dungeon. Gloom darkened in thought. Looking up at the sky, he pointed out that the maximum number of applicants in this dungeon was 15, and taking into account the 2 of them and this idiot, it was only 12, so he hoped that if there was someone strong enough among these people to help them with the mission, they would be able to get out, and decided to move on. The guys were standing by the water. Larry waved his arms vigorously and shouted that his comrade's profession was characterized by strong underwater combat skills. But even this did not help him get out. Because of this, he was sure that something was wrong with this dungeon. Joe gritted his teeth and noted that because of some idiot they would not be able to get out of here calmly, and now their only way was to complete the mission. But for this they needed to dive underwater, and considering that all the adventurers who were able to fight underwater were dead, the shield decided that they had no chance and cursed. Harvey raised his finger and suggested returning to the exit, because if you do not count the weakling who failed the test, 7 people can still enter here. Something was watching from under the water at the meeting of hunters and the killer's speech that among these 7 they could find someone who could help them with the mission. It was a Murloc scout. Cerberus became wary. He started barking at Harvey's group. Eva was surprised to recognize the guy in the hoodie as the king of assassins. She tensed up, not understanding where he was coming from, as she thought he was supposed to be in Guangdong. Mark waved his hand and asked if it worked. The thief looked him in the eye and said that he hadn't intended to come in at all and thought they had been tricked. The Adventurers Association Canteen. Sam raised his hands in admiration and declared that it was the first time he had heard of epic items being offered for the head of a level 6 adventurer. The protagonist chewed his food and didn't think it was something to be proud of. He frowned and remarked that, no matter how you looked at it, it was strange that the reward was exactly that, and that it was offered in a public announcement that was unclear how it appeared and it was unknown whether anyone had checked it. Sam pointed at his forehead and agreed with the protagonist that it was strange even if the laws for adventurers and ordinary people were different, but it was the first time he had seen a reward offered for an official member of the association. Tyler, who was passing by with a tray, said that it was because the customer was special. He looked down at the guys and said that he had looked into the information and found out that the deceased adventurer was an eyewitness to what happened in Tianmen. The helicopters were flying towards a huge, pain-stricken skull called the Lickus Rilek, who was in the level 18 trial tomb of terror, the reason for the impossibility of eliminating which was unknown. A group of adventurers was ready to attack. Ron, the Sunday to Mondake, frowned and shouted, calling for action. They attacked the Lick, who suddenly lit up. Chuck asked Tyler, who brought a spoon to his mouth, if this meant that his descendants received the entire inheritance and a bunch of privileges. The guy in the white coat put food in his mouth and confirmed this, adding that since Ron's grandson died in the cemetery in the dungeon, and Chuck saved 2 ordinary citizens instead of him, blocking his chance to enter, his granddaughter is angry at the protagonist and wants to kill him. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and realized that their conflict with her could not be resolved so easily. Tyler, chewing his food, said that it was not necessary, because the boss had already arranged a meeting with the head of Fujian province, an old friend of Ron's, and the granddaughter of the deceased adventurer to discuss this matter, so he thought they would find out everything in the afternoon. A gazebo in the middle of an artificial pond. The man scratched his head and hoped that they were not late. His interlocutor opposite him folded his arms and objected. He opened his eyes and said that the man was just in time, and his name was Richard, a level 18 adventurer, a mage killer, and he was in charge of the dungeons in Fujian province. Chris chuckled. He was the entrance manager of the Adventurers Association of Dongshan City, a level 14 adventurer nicknamed the Legendary Candidate. A pink light shone from Chuck's apartment. The guy fell to the floor, cursing that he could not enter. He frowned and was very annoyed that everyone had entered without problems, and when it was his turn, problems began. A crowd had gathered on the other side of the portal. The guy with the sharp teeth, Max, a level 8 adventurer with the profession of a magic archer, was shocked that there was no protagonist in the dungeon and that they would have to dive in to complete the mission. Joe crossed his arms and said that it was not necessary to do this in the first place if one idiot had not ruined everything, and as a result, their mission would not be completed without this dive and they would not be able to exit. Mark adjusted his glasses and said that there would definitely not be enough animals, berries, and plants in the forest for them for a long time. The man standing by the tree listened as the adventurers panicked at the fact that they would have to fight for food and began offering each other money for it. He played with his mustache. His name was Michael. He had the profession of a werewolf, level 8, and could take the form of a level 6 fishman. Treetops. Michael walked along the forest and told himself that he didn't have much hope of registering, and he didn't expect that even a master like Harvey would end up in such a trap. The man sparked with lightning. He turned into a fish humanoid and thought that on the other hand, without competitors, he would just walk out of here when he completed the mission. Smiling inwardly, Michael began to dream about how he would get an epic weapon, and his current form was that of the High Priest of Kuo. He walked quite far into the forest and began to talk like a Murloc. The green Murloc tensed up when he heard that a distant tribe had sent a messenger to them. The scout spread his paws and said that he claimed to be the High Priest of Kuo. The Devourer's subordinate lowered his gaze and thought. He turned to Manas and asked if he wanted to meet the guest. The leader leaned forward and said that before that, just in case, they should recall all the released Murlocs. Kuo was waiting near the entrance to the Devourer's cave, who was interested in how he managed to get past those gnolls to meet him. The transformed Michael saw something. A blue monster was swimming towards him. Without swimming close, he said that the leader wanted to see Kuo and urged him to follow him. Michael swam into a room full of eggs. Suddenly, a message began to form on the side. The window was congratulating on the completion of the mission. The man smiled inwardly at the fact that the task was already completed and he did not even have to make an effort. Then he was asked why he was here. Kuo perked up, because the system warned him that he had met the boss. His vision was blocked by many hints that he could not be destroyed. Michael began to sweat because he did not know what this was and why such strong characters were in a level 7 dungeon. The green Murloc pointed a finger at the priest, cursing at him for standing still, and repeated the master's question of what he was doing here. Michael gritted his teeth and decided that he shouldn't panic, and since he couldn't open his panel in this place, he needed to apologize for the intrusion and then improvise. He spread his arms and pretended to be surprised, explaining that he had visited many Murloc tribes, but this was the first time he had seen a tribe that had set up its nest in a place inaccessible to land creatures. Theus scratched his head when the green Murloc remarked that it was a good thing, since no one else would get here. The monster looked back at Manhwa, who was convinced that something was wrong with the guest. The devourer licked his lips and explained that ever since Theus had appeared in his field of vision, his talent, which never lies, had been constantly reminding him that if he ate him, he could level up. The fake priest became very tense, and the leader concluded that his talent should not react to members of his race, after which the Murlocs screamed that he was not one of them. Meanwhile, in the gazebo by the pond, Amanda indignantly stated that her brother had a chance to escape if not for Chuck, so she believed that everything was because of him. Chris looked at the book and said that according to point 4 of the Adventurer's Handbook, when it comes to making decisions during an attempt to survive in a dungeon, priority should be given to more vulnerable groups. He closed the rulebook and concluded that the protagonist acted according to the manual, so it was not his fault. The girl frowned and exclaimed that at that time he was not an official adventurer. Richard, without looking at her, asked her to stop. Chris smirked when he said that he wanted to ask one question. Richard looked down and asked how strong Chuck could become if all went well, mentioning that he had good stats and was already legendary. The association manager waved his hand and said that the guy started out as a solo adventurer and rose to level 6 in a month, and was also able to kill a dangerous criminal on his own, so he thought the protagonist had achieved more than he had. Chris, considering how Chuck had performed in the cemetery, thought that he was worthy of the title of regional leader in terms of morality and potential, and even suggested that he was destined to become a legend. Richard looked up and was silent for a moment. His words made Amanda jump up from the couch because he promised to close the matter and ask the person in charge of the black market to take down the ad. The girl's uncle glanced at her and reminded her that he had supported her and her brother all this time for the sake of his late friend, and now he decided that the limit had been reached. The bamboo grew quietly around, and the man explained that he could not lose such talents for the sake of his niece's personal grievances. Besides, he was sure that his friend would have done the same. Sam, smiling broadly, came to tell Chuck the good news. The main character was working out in the gym. The sweaty guy was shocked when Sam said that the ad had been removed. The people in the training room were also amazed. Sarah, who was sitting on her desk, noticed that not even a day had passed. Lucas showed her the phone, pointed out that the ad had simply been removed, and assured her that Chuck was alive since he had written to him that he was already home. Fred clasped his fingers and assumed that the association had stood up for him, although he did not think that they would be so disposed towards him. A nice car was driving down the road, and Amanda was screaming at her uncle inside her, because they had discussed everything in advance and he had suddenly changed his views, which is why she concluded that he was afraid. Richard looked out the window and admitted that if it were only the Dongshan branch, he would help the girl, but now he was under pressure from another side. He scared Amanda by saying that this guy had more connections than she thought. Beaten, Michael begged him to stop and promised to tell everything he knew. The green Murloc knelt before the boss and announced the end of the interrogation. He raised his head and relayed the information that there were 12 adventurers gathered in the forest, whose strength was not inferior to the leader of the gnolls, but the good news was that none of them had the skill of underwater combat, so he thought that there was no need to worry. Besides, for some unknown reason they were trapped here and could not get out. And because of their war with the gnolls, there was not enough food in the forest and people would not even have enough for 50 days. Manhwa narrowed his eyes and noted that this was curious. Dongshan branch. Chris looked very proud when he was introduced and told that he, the manager of this city, had solved Chuck's problem, for which the protagonist thanked him. The protagonist wiped his left cheek with a towel, and Chris advised him not to leave the building for the next couple of months, even though the ad had been taken down. The man became serious and admitted that he did not know how many people were willing to take the risk of tracking down Chuck in order to privately ask for a reward. The protagonist wiped his right cheek, said that he understood, and promised to stay here. Sam drew attention to himself and exclaimed whether the person who offered the reward should be punished somehow. Chris smiled and explained that the customer was the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Ron, so punishing her would not be easy, but he believed that over time something would work out. For example, her husband would lose his job. Amanda encountered men in black, who, according to Chris, took Ron's relics from her and handed them over to the person in charge of Fujian province for safekeeping, and now all transactions related to them will be under his control, so she will not be able to do anything more to Chuck. The protagonist frowned and remembered something. He innocently raised his finger and said that there was a level 7 dungeon in his house which had 50 days left until it reset, and since he was going to live there soon, he decided that he didn't need it and that he would give it away, which shocked Kate and Chris. The protagonist's house. Tyler, who was there with the association manager, touched the entrance to the dungeon. The portal began to resist. The guy in the white coat saw a message that the number of applicants had reached the maximum. He turned to Chris and confirmed that it was a level 6-10 dungeon, but said that due to the number of adventurers inside, they would not be able to enter it. The man rubbed his chin. He went to the exit, asked the logistics department to install a couple of hidden cameras and inform him if anyone left the dungeon. Tyler adjusted his glasses and asked what about Chuck. Chris glanced at him over his back and decided that they would simply follow the association's code. Kate was writing something in a notebook and saying that although the protagonist had broken the rules by hiding the existence of the entrance to the dungeon, but considering the fact that he had never been a member of the association before and was only studying, she warned that the guy would suffer a minimal punishment, which consisted of the fact that upon reaching level 9 he would have to complete some task for the association. She looked menacingly at the protagonist and asked if he agreed with this. Chuck confidently answered that he did. The girl sighed. She handed the protagonist a notebook and added that starting tomorrow he would start attending classes that started at 8 and advised him not to be late, but Chuck was not going to object. Hospital. Clara, speaking on the phone, was indignant that the protagonist had also been punished. The boy leaned against the railing, and the girl exclaimed that it was obvious that he was innocent and that there was no reason to punish him, to which he replied that it was because of the internal rules of the association, and the punishment was light, so he thought it was not that bad. Chuck narrowed his eyes and admitted that he was more worried about those bounty hunters and the dungeon in his house, which was quite difficult, meaning they could get trapped and die there. Clara cried from the realization of how kind the protagonist was, that these people wanted to harm him, and he still thought about them, but Chuck said that he was just afraid that if something happened to them, he would be found guilty. The protagonist leaned forward and asked to tell him who else was helping him besides Clara's brother. The girl frowned and relayed her brother's words about a rich man, Charlie from Fujian, being outraged by the reward because he believed that such relics of legendary adventurers should be protected. Chuck's face darkened, and Clara added that she had heard that this had alerted the man who ran the black market, and he had very quickly removed the ad. The girl froze when the guy asked her to thank her brother on his behalf and suggested that they go out to dinner together when it was quieter. Then he took the phone away from his ear. Looking at it, Chuck thought about Charlie. Clara blushed and thought only about this dinner together. Tony, a level 10 adventurer, the Dragon Knight, put his elbow on Peter, a level 18 adventurer, the Tiger of Eastern China, and asked what was wrong with Clara and whether some random boy had filled her thoughts so much. And Peter pointed out that Chuck had saved her and that he, as an older brother, could understand. The protagonist looked at his phone, which suddenly rang. He put the phone to his ear. The boy flinched when Charlie said his name. The rich man from Fujian was sitting at his desk and noticed that they did not know each other, but the protagonist admitted that he had heard about him from his girlfriend as a person who had helped him a lot, since thanks to him the ad was removed so quickly. The man glanced at his phone and realized that his interlocutor already knew. Chuck became more serious and agreed with the proposal to get straight to the point. Charlie closed his eyes and told him that his son had died in the Banshee forest not long ago, and that he had investigated and found out that the protagonist had killed the owner of this dungeon, so he asked to consider the recent help as gratitude for avenging his son. He opened his eyes and said that of course he had decided to call for more than just this, reminded him that he was a businessman and said that he had a business proposition. Chuck, with his mouth slightly open, listened to Charlie and his comrades see great potential in him and plan to invest money in him in exchange for loyalty to them when he takes the position of regional director. The guy looked straight ahead, and the rich man offered to meet in person when he was ready to give his answer. A smiling man in glasses came to the association, introduced himself as Tom, a guest lecturer on the general knowledge course Basic Attributes and Titles, and said that he was glad to meet everyone, after which, before starting, he wanted to ask one question. He put his hands on the table and asked the 3 students what they thought of adventurers and what characteristics were most important to them. Sam raised his fist and thought that this question was stupid, answering that, of course, strength was important since most missions involved killing some monsters. Brendan smiled slightly and added that every fool knew that before entering a dungeon, you need to find good weapons and armor, and with them even a weakling can cope with basic monsters, so he believed that even a little strength would be enough for a beginner. He turned to Sam and said that, for example, agility would significantly increase the chances of survival. Tom raised a finger and generalized that every self-respecting adventurer relies on equipment, titles, and data obtained for the association, and then agreed that the main characteristic for the successful survival of an adventurer is precisely agility. Chuck raised his hand and noted that although agility affects survival in a dungeon, there are enough agile guys among ordinary people. The lecturer gestured with his hand and explained that it was actually simple since most titles, professions, and equipment for beginners were underdeveloped and unable to provide full protection, and that was why, in the event of some danger, agility would be a big plus for an adventurer. The protagonist put his finger to his chin, realizing why those he had met were not particularly fast, but fought quite restrainedly and agilely. Tom opened his palm and explained that adventurers who only had agility leveled up would eventually lose the ability to level up further, because although agility helped them cope with basic dungeons, it was also the reason why it was difficult for beginners to level up after level 6. He noted that relying only on this stat would not help them cope with enhanced monsters, and besides, the monsters in higher level dungeons were stronger. Brendan waved his hand and asked which stat was the most valuable from level 6 to 10. The man, looking him in the eye, replied that in addition to the agility that everyone needed, it was very important to learn how to work in a team. So he advised not to get hung up on the characteristics for now and to better understand how to organize the team's work, after which Sam said that he understood everything. Chuck raised an eyebrow and asked if there was a difference in the values of the characteristics, namely, which characteristic was most beneficial to use with the same values. The lecturer adjusted his glasses, agreed that there was such a thing, and said that the current recognized order was charisma, perception, intelligence, physique, agility, strength. The protagonist was indignant, not understanding why charisma was in first place. Tom raised his left hand and said that he did not know why, but that was the custom, but he believed that legendary adventurers had grounds for such conclusions. The association's canteen. Chuck was sitting at the table alone. In front of him was a screen with an offer to change his profession and get +1 to charisma after a successful transition. The guy thought deeply about the bonus for choosing a new profession, which was hidden, but his main profession was a close combat profession and he was worried that if he chose a similar type of hidden specialty, it would be ridiculous. Sam patted him on the shoulder and asked what he was thinking. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was thinking about nothing. The guy in the hoodie smiled sadly because Chuck did not want to talk. He sat down on the chair next to him and remembered that Clara asked him to find out if he was going to class after lunch. There were several trees outside the building. When Sam said that a cool martial artist from Guangdong had come to visit them, the protagonist tisked. Old man Eugene, the same master, unscrewed the lid of the can. Chuck was on his knee, so Eugene announced Brendan's victory. The protagonist was wearing a yellow master's bandage on his arm, which doubled the effectiveness of the practice, and the guy himself was wondering if the advantage of firearms was so great that he lost with a score of 14-0, and this despite the fact that Brendan's strength and speed indicators were lower than his. The old man turned to Chuck, noticed that he had lost 7 rounds in a row and asked if he wanted to continue. The protagonist smiled through force and replied that he was not tired yet. The master turned to Brendan and asked his opinion. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled. The protagonist barely stood up, leaning on his sword. Brendan tensed up and urged him to attack. Spectators were watching the sparring, and Eugene decided to give 3 minutes to rest before continuing. Sam scratched his head and thought that Chuck without his titles would not have defeated even him. Kate looked at Sam and explained that it was because the guy was not in the best shape before going to the Banshee dungeon, and even though it in the graveyard dungeon had made him famous, his basic skills had not improved much. Hoodie guy was upset when he heard that. Tyler, who was sitting on a chair, admitted that Chuck had done really well in the dungeons. Brendan was approaching the protagonist, and the guy in the robe said that you could see that the protagonist had been strategically correct throughout these rounds, which spoke volumes about how fast he was improving. Chuck dodged the attack, and Tyler estimated his intelligence at least 17 and thought that after 5 games he should have started winning. From outside the training grounds, Eugene could be heard shouting for the fight to end. Brendan wiped his sweat, and the old man announced that he had won the 8th game. Chuck was sitting on the floor. Brendan thought he was kidding, because less than 10 rounds had passed, and his sparring partner had become stronger than Sam, and he wondered how high the protagonist's mental abilities were. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the question was not about the style of play, and that if his strength was even higher, perhaps he could win right now. He raised his body from the floor and Brendan addressed him. The black guy pointed a finger at him and urged him to use his title and professional skills in the next round. Chuck raised an eyebrow and asked if he was sure. His sparring partner held out his weapon and said that he was sure because he wanted to feel the difference between him and the new star, and at the same time used the title. Quickly extended his hand. Tyler walked to the fence and noticed that they were both serious. The protagonist stood up from the floor and agreed. He took the sword in both hands and asked Eugene to step aside so as not to touch him during the fight. The master winked and assured that there was no need to worry about him. A purple rarity title survivor appeared above Chuck's head and he said that he wanted to finish this as soon as possible. Brendan held the spear in front of him, remembered that survivor was a B-class title that increased strength, and used quick thrust. The protagonist, who was standing opposite him in a fighting stance, said that he was ready and asked if his opponent would attack first. Brendan looked him in the eyes and refused. Chuck flashed his red eyes and warned that his opponent would not even have time to blink. The dark-skinned guy tensed up before teaching the new star a lesson. The protagonist immediately jumped up and exclaimed that he was much faster now than before. Brendan gritted his teeth, appreciating this speed. His hands were enveloped in lightning. He rushed forward to counterattack and declared that his technique was even faster because the tidal fast thrust increased the speed by 1.5 times and the exceptional skill of the spearman by 2 times. Brendan struck Chuck's head, but only pierced the air. He tensed, then he looked down. The protagonist ducked and approached him. He swung, and his sparring partner was unprotected. Swing. The sword was at Brendan's neck. Chuck, who held the blade at arm's length, said that his opponent lost. He frowned and decided to end it here. The black guy fell on his ass. He looked desperate. The protagonist waved to the spectators in the stands and said that he was done and they needed to switch, while Brendan tried to understand whether there was such a big difference between them. Eugene approached the boy from the side, praised him for actually fighting very well, and admitted that even if he were young, he would not have been able to dodge the attack. He smiled and urged Brendan not to be upset, since he was simply unlucky to encounter such a rare specimen who could predict his next move. The dark-skinned boy asked, perplexed, what this meant. The master imagined a fist fight and explained that if you think about it, people often make mistakes when attacking, and those who take advantage of this moment can fight skillfully, and the weak can defeat the strong, so winning without a move means making a move. The old man put the thermos to his lips and noted that it is easy to say, but difficult to implement in a fight, because in a battle you need to fully understand your opponent before he makes his move. Eugene looked at Chuck's back and added that there are no more than 5 martial artists left alive who have this skill, so he asked him not to regret losing. The protagonist smiled awkwardly when Sam praised him for that cool attack. The master narrowed his eyes and noticed that this move was unexpectedly mastered by an amateur adventurer who had never practiced martial arts. Sam was talking cheerfully to Chuck, who was having lunch. Brendan came up behind him unnoticed, and when the guy in the hoodie remembered how pale he turned when he lost to the protagonist, he asked him if he was arrogant. Sam turned his head in fear, not expecting to see Brendan. The spearman sat down next to him after receiving permission to do so. He winked at Chuck and admitted that he initially considered him his competitor. The dark-skinned guy waved his hand and added that now he felt that the protagonist, with his strength and potential, was too cramped in a place like Dongshan. Sam smiled widely and reminded that Chuck had even cleared the level 5 dungeon graveyard, and concluded that it was obvious that he could easily become a legendary adventurer in Dongshan. The protagonist tried to ignore them and eat, but Sam suggested that by then Chuck would already be the head of the province, to which Brendan noted that the guy in the hoodie said that in the future, the protagonist could become a legendary adventurer, which he did not mind, but doubted that he would become a person in charge of the province, and then Sam offered him to bet and lose. The next day at the branch, Tyler clarified whether the question was how to choose an additional profession. Chuck waved his hand and said that he was no longer at level 6, because when he explored the dungeon, he found that the adventurer panel was improved and in addition to the current profession, he could activate an additional one. He closed his eyes and admitted that he didn't know how to choose it, and that's why he came to ask about it. Tyler, wiping his glasses, said that it would be discussed in the lessons for the main and additional professions, but he didn't mind telling since Chuck asked. He put his glasses back on and explained that in general, the adventurer profession can be divided into 2 categories, common and hidden, depending on rarity, and that at present, the paths of advancement for most common specialties have been studied. Tyler suggested that if the guy had a common profession, then he could look for a suitable additional one on the official adventurer website. The protagonist became more serious and asked what if it was hidden. The guy with glasses squinted, because he expected that he would not get a common one. He adjusted the frame and explained that due to the difficulty of obtaining a hidden profession, currently only the optimal path is known for certain specialties, and for the rest, they can eliminate the wrong options by the process of elimination, and then choose based on their feelings. Chuck gestured with his right hand and asked if it was possible to end up weaker than if there was a regular profession with an optimal path of development if you make a mistake in choosing. Tyler raised his hand and pointed out that it was impossible to say that, because adventurers with a normal job could become legends, and their strength could be classified as average or lower. He tilted his head to the side and added that in the case of a hidden job, if the protagonist was careful not to choose one that would be a hindrance, he would be at a high level. The guy in the robe smirked and pointed out that there were some hidden jobs that did not need additional ones, and according to rumors, they could reach the highest level. Chuck looked up and became interested. Tyler adjusted his glasses and warned that this kind of thing was rare even among hidden jobs, and some were even one of the Knights of the 8 Virtues. The protagonist sat up in bed and searched for something on the tablet. He typed in the search query for the Death Walker job and, to his surprise, there was no information. While browsing the forum, he found the Heroic Knight, but he didn't expect that the props he got in the graveyard dungeon would be chased by countless adventurers, and he also learned that there are even 8 night virtues. The guy rubbed his chin and noticed that, judging by the comments, this series of trial badges for changing jobs had no other drawbacks except for the ridiculously high difficulty of the trial, which had no limit on the number, and he also found information that if the transition to another job was successful, it would be possible to reach the legendary level. He scratched the back of his head and began to daydream. The protagonist put on the helmet, then he took out the badge. He picked up the item and shouted out the consent to use the trial badge Knight of Valor. A door with a red halo appeared in front of him. Chuck summoned a scythe, used the title of Survivor, and prepared himself. The door opened and he resolutely entered. On the other side was a hall with columns. The protagonist noticed a figure near the throne. This gold-clad statue was a Legend of Valor with activated armor and level 19. A system message appeared in front of the guy. It announced a quest to get recognition from the Legend of Valor in 10 minutes. The countdown began. The statue lowered its axe. Chuck looked out the window and was indignant at such a quest description, which made it unclear whether he needed to hold out for 10 minutes or he only had 10 minutes to get recognition. He looked up sharply. The legend attacked the protagonist, and the system warned about the activation of the skill Survivor due to the large difference in strength, which increased strength, agility, and wisdom by +4, and reported that due to the perception level of 19, it became possible to activate a new hidden skill step-by-step murder, allowing you to see the enemy's next move before wisdom falls. Chuck moved to the side. The legend's axe shattered the floor of the room. A cloud of dust rose between the opponents. The guy looked around in horror. He saw the rebel and thought that his opponent must be stronger than Claude. Chuck lowered the blade of the scythe and decided to check the ground under his feet first. The legend took the weapon in both hands, and the protagonist planned to figure out how far away they were. He found himself wounded in bed. All bruised, swollen, and bandaged, he could not understand who could survive these 10 minutes, and since he could not hold out for 3 minutes, he did not believe that anyone could pass this test. Looking at the ceiling, he thought about changing the title to something that would increase survivability, but this would lead to the fact that his perception would not be enough to reach 18 points, and then he would not be able to activate the step-by-step kill, so he concluded that in this case he risked losing faster. The guy jumped up and remembered that he had something else. The door slowly opened. The legend looked through the open doors. No one entered them and she did not understand what was happening. Valor went forward to find out. Chuck, hiding behind a pillar, noticed that he was lucky and perception was indeed a weakness of the legend, who could not see him in the invisibility cloak. He was scared and narrowed his pupils. Valor raised a glowing ball, the nature of which was unknown. She clenched her fist and exploded a small sun. The protagonist covered himself from the light with his hand, cursed, and his disguise disappeared. The knight saw this. The guy was beaten even more. He ruffled his hair in irritation, not understanding where the enemy got the ability to see through the invisibility cloak from. The sun was shining on the Dongshan branch. Chuck calmed down and concluded that this was a legend, which meant that it was normal for her, after which he decided to wait and fight these legends and miraculous survivors, although it seemed to him that there was no chance. The protagonist was able to parry the legend's blow by using the title adaptation and laughed. He forgot that Valor had fists. The guy went flying. His opponent flashed past him, where he was flying. Chuck couldn't stop himself from approaching the knight. One swing of the axe ended the test for him. The door opened again. The protagonist took a step. Valor didn't move. The guy prepared for battle by using the golden title fight with the legend. The clouds floated past the branch building, where Chuck loudly complained that the adventurer was still in his house and he hadn't even managed to complete the task. Tyler looked at the protagonist practicing and confirmed it. He adjusted his glasses and said that he didn't know what happened inside, but he thought that if he still didn't complete the mission before the deadline, they would need to learn more about the dungeon to solve all their problems. The guy stopped doing pull-ups. He jumped down. The protagonist threw a towel around his neck and suggested they talk somewhere else. Someone approached Mark and Eva. The man in glasses asked the guy in green if Michael hadn't been found yet. The guy in the hat, Donald, waved his hand and said that he had looked everywhere and hadn't found anything. Mark put his finger to his chin, thought that Michael was unlikely to have gone to the lake, and urged them to continue searching. He tensed and hoped that this was the last one, otherwise they would be in big trouble. Harvey had been eavesdropping on the conversation. He watched Mark from the side and realized that Mark had also noticed that the difficulty of this dungeon was increasing over time while a battle squad of Murlocs was being formed. He imagined what would happen when this process was complete and assumed that most of the adventurers would die. Chris frowned and got angry when he heard about the quest to clear the dungeon to destroy the Murlocs at the lake. Chuck, who was sitting at the same table with him, asked what to do. The manager covered his face with his hand, said that he needed to calm down and asked Kate to explain it to him, and the girl agreed. She turned to the protagonist and asked what he knew about the official rules of the dungeon. The guy raised an eyebrow and replied that everyone knew that after the coup, their positions and the natives in the dungeon would switch places and the monsters' abilities would be limited. Then they could come to the human world to loot, and the dungeon would become a place for survival. Kate, without changing her face, admitted that he had done a great job. Chuck was shocked when the girl asked if he knew that the people who came to their lands also needed to fulfill certain conditions before they could return to their world. He tensed up and shouted out the assumption that the foreigners would also have tasks. Kate got a little worried, confirmed and added that in most cases the tasks would be similar. For example, the mission to kill Murlocs from the locals would become a quest to destroy a human for foreigners. She poked the guy in the shoulder, noticing that he was not listening at all, but it was too difficult for him to understand. Tyler concluded that Chuck was in shock. In the gym, they discussed the topic of the coup of the dungeons of level 7 in Dongshan next month. Sarah answered the training Fred that there would be Murlocs and gnolls, the type of tasks was research, and the mission was to destroy Murlocs. The man put his legs up and asked if the association wanted to recruit their Lucas. The girl scrolled through her phone and said that it was, and that the reward would be an official quota for passing dungeons of the same level. Fred darkened. Chuck glanced to his left and remembered that Chris was level 14 and the entrance to the dungeon was level 7, and wondered why they wanted to attract adventurers when he knew he could resurrect after death. The man scratched his cheek and replied that after the coup happened, he would not be able to act as he wanted. The protagonist folded his hands on the table, and Tyler added that these were the unspoken rules of the coup. He adjusted his glasses and explained that when the coup happened, their world would become a prison in the eyes of the Murlocs, but based on the Iron Law. The entrance level would remain the same before and after the event, and Chris, who was above this level range, would not be able to take any action until the Murloc completed his mission. The protagonist came to a realization. He remembered Claude from the level 5 dungeon graveyard and realized that it was not that surprising that the small dungeon immediately entered the second stage. After all, there was a legendary figure there. Chris glanced at Chuck and said that this rule was not mandatory, but the main reason he could not take action was that the adventurers from the Russian side had already tried to do this, and as a result, the entrance became larger, the level increased, and high-level monsters from the opposite side could come here to the world. Kate turned to the manager, asked if this was really the best plan, and reminded him about the army, understanding that it was inconvenient for a high-level adventurer like Chris to act. Chuck, after listening to her, also turned to Chris, saying that the army and heat weapons were clearly more reliable than them, adventurers of the same level. So he thought that it was most effective to use the troops and their weapons to solve the problems of the coup and conquer the dungeon. The man's face darkened and he said that over the past decade, all the countries that took the risk have regretted it. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked what he regretted, why. Looking at him, the girl said that because it means that an error may appear soon, according to the mirror principle, the levels before and after entering the dungeon are reversed, and the difficulty of the tests remains unchanged. But the intervention of the army and heat weapons will make the test after the flip much more difficult than its original level. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that this leads to the fact that the real difficulty of entering the dungeon will be much higher than its apparent level at first glance. Adjusting his glasses, he added that if the military quickly suppresses the monsters when entering the dungeon, then the difficulty of the next time will increase until it equals the strength of the defenders of this area. Kate looked away and said that starting from the dungeon of the 11th level, the role of weapons becomes less and less, not to mention the fact that in the dungeons of the 16th and 20th levels there will be monsters that have to be destroyed with nuclear bombs. The guy crossed his arms and said that to sum it up, although the military's intervention could solve the current problem, it would not completely get rid of it. It would just buy time. If they ignored the hidden danger and continued to abuse weapons, the problem would eventually come to light. The dragon attacked to the side. The protagonist frowned when he heard that they would have to face monsters that could compete with the most advanced weapons. Now he understood it was not that they could not use weapons to solve the problem. Lying on the bed, the hero heard that the price was too high for their densely populated country. He was pushing a huge tire. Chuck clenched his teeth. Sitting on the bench, the guy said that he was trying too hard. Wiping his face, he added that if he continued to train like this every day, his body would withstand it. Looking at him, Brendan frowned and asked what he had talked to his sister, to which the guy asked what about what. Looking at the protagonist, he added that he was going to the dungeon next month. The food was heating up on the fire. Looking away, the man asked how things were going. Closing her eyes, the girl said that as always, the Murlocs in the lake refused to come ashore. She thought the dungeon boss realized that they were trapped. If things continued like this, then in a couple of days the Murlocs would start attacking. Looking at her, the man asked what about the others, what they thought, to which she replied that everyone was very optimistic. The guy's disappearance did not cause them any alarm. The man lowered his head down. The protagonist was sitting on a tire. Looking at the can, he heard that he should hold it. Monica looked at him, and Chuck asked that today was Thursday, shouldn't she be at school? Closing her eyes, she added that it seemed like it was necessary, but someone had problems and she decided to go through the dungeon. A voice was heard in the huge building that, at the request of the mayor of Dongshan City, the lesson on dungeon minerals was replaced by a lesson on how to enter the game. Molly smirked and said that this lesson would cover a lot of confidential material, so everyone would need to sign a non-disclosure agreement before the lecture. Raising his hand, the boy shouted that he smirked as he signed the contract. Looking to the side, the boy said that he signed. "Who's next?" To which Brendan replied that he should pass it to him, and the girl said that and then she, to which the hero replied that then he was the last. Monica handed the sheet to the protagonist. He looked at the contract. Smirking, he said that her name was Monica. She frowned furiously and said that damn, let him sign quickly. While rolling up the contract, the teacher said that she would repeat it for the last time. What she said cannot be passed on to third parties. If the contract is violated, those who violated the agreement will be punished. Let them believe they will definitely regret it. All the students frowned when they heard this. Molly smirked and said, "Now let's start the lesson." The buildings around the classroom building appeared. It was heard that they all saw the official rules for entering the dungeon. He would use their dungeon generated by the mirror image after the flip to expand it. As an example, they would take the dungeon of the 7th level that was about to appear in Dongshan. After its flip, the entrance position remains unchanged, and in Dongshan, a human dungeon of the same difficulty of the 1st level from Murlocs was created. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that in this dungeon, they cannot use their titles. The guy indignantly asked why. Leaning on the table, Molly said that there is currently no conclusion in the academic world, but the basic position is that it is a balanced adjustment based on the favorable situation of the defender. The monster stood in the middle of the city. It was heard that in fact it is easy to understand compared to the defenders. The attackers are at a disadvantage in terms of geographical position. If the defender's combat power is not limited, then the other side will be at a loss. The protagonist raised his hand and said about the matter. Looking at the teacher, he suggested taking this dungeon as an example. If the Murlocs inside came to their world, would they become stronger? Stretching out his hand to the side, Molly said that before they escaped, their strength would not increase significantly. Putting his hand on his face, Chuck said that in other words, the monsters that have completed the escape mission will be more willing to do the cleanup mission because of the benefits that come with the escape mission. That's how it sounded like it was no different from the competition with animals. Raising her hand, the girl said that she also had a question. Couldn't this problem of flipping be solved with a weapon? Looking at her, the teacher replied that using a weapon would make the difficulty of entering the dungeon in Dongshan much higher than the normal level. If they don't want to face new difficulties, then it's better that they don't use a weapon to solve the problem. With his hands outstretched, the boy asked that how about finding 2 bosses of the 9th, 10th levels to block the door, let them kill each other. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that after the entrance of the dungeon is reversed, the central entrance will become an absolutely advantageous area for the attacker. In addition to not being able to use titles, the defenders in this area will also lose the basic bonuses to their attributes. For example, if a level 9 to 10 adventurer enters this area, his combat power will be weakened to level 7, and the risk of blocking the doors will be increased. Brendan frowned and asked how many people need to be found, said that if 5 level 9 people block the door, it is supposedly safe in normal level 7 dungeons, except for the boss who may be level 8. There are practically no level 9s. Looking at him, the teacher said that yes, someone has managed before. However, dungeons that are disadvantageous to the attacker will also be changed to the survival type. The planet appeared. It was said that when their dungeon on the defensive side changes to the survival type, the world will have an entrance to a survival type dungeon of the same level, the most typical of which are the cemetery, the grave of fear. Molly closed her eyes and said that even then the mechanism will be launched. At least in their country they try not to do this. Clutching his head, the guy shouted that it is impossible here, there are restrictions. Maybe they should evacuate the locals and deal with the monsters one by one. Grinning, the girl said that not quite. In fact, they found a way to quickly solve the problem of the dungeon flip. The hero looked up and asked what and how. Looking straight, Molly said that as long as one of the invaders of their world is not captured, they will save his vital signs until the moment when the duration of the entrance to the dungeon reaches 0, then there will be no another batch of foreigners. Standing in front of the people, the man said that this time, raising his hands, he added that he wanted to discuss the security issues with them over the past few days. Putting his hand forward, the guy asked what could be the security issues. The dungeon was a level 7 dungeon. If not for his class, it would not be suitable for underwater combat. Looking at him, the man said that if he could not keep up with the others, he would just shut up and listen. Frowning, Kyle said that he understood everything about them. If that was the case, then let him tell them. He was all ears. Looking away, Larry shouted that didn't he read the title and content of the dungeon's quest? The Murloc breeding season, the destruction of the incubation tank are obvious hints, but he did not even react. A lot of monsters appeared. It was heard that if things continued like this, the number of Murlocs in the lake would increase even more in the past few days. Their boss liked teamwork, and the idiots who did not join the team would definitely die, and the man shouted that he was calling an idiot. Max crossed his arms and said that he had called them. They should discuss how to protect themselves when the Murlocs came ashore. Harvey looked straight ahead and responded approvingly. He raised his eyebrows and said that when he went to Guangdong province last month to help the Zhanjiang Adventurers Association deal with a local 10th level dungeon flip incident, he learned some information that should not be disclosed to the public. The officials found that the inverted dungeons had rules that favored the enemy. The people looked straight ahead. It was heard that since the entrance was in the center, the defender's combat power was severely limited in a certain range. The guy stretched out his arms to the sides and said that based on the principle of mirroring, he thought similar rules should exist in the dungeon they were in. Gritting his teeth, Max asked to what extent they would be limited. Raising his eyebrows, Harvey replied that taking them as an example, if they were defenders and entered the favorable zone for an attacker, they would not be able to use the title and the basic attributes they had acquired. They would turn into Murlocs because their boss was trying to strengthen the team. When entering the favorable zone for an attacker, this strengthening effect would be suppressed. The view of the room opened up. It was heard that if the title could not be used, it was better to just forget about it when they approached the entrance. Even the basic attributes would be cancelled. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that the restrictions were too strict. At first he thought that since the title couldn't be used, he could choose another one with +2 perception to meet the minimum requirements for the second effect in one step. Frowning, he added that but that was out of the question now. Holding the item in his hands, the protagonist said that they would forget. First he would try to adapt to the fight without future vision. The palace doors opened slightly. Chuck grinned and said, "Morning, Valor." The knight looked at him. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero looked at him in surprise. The knight swung at him sharply. The protagonist smiled and said no. A beam from the blow appeared. The fight lasted 18 seconds, and the hero asked why his strength had fallen so much without the attribute of future vision in the title. Frowning, he added that he needed to find another sub-profession that could increase perception, at least so that there would be a future perspective. Looking to the side, the girl asked what she was looking for. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said yes. He wanted to find a subclass that could give him 2 points more to perception. He wanted to ask him if she could recommend something to him. Besides, within the association, you can use contribution points to exchange for props to change the sub-job, right? The girl closed her eyes and said yes, it was possible, but the contribution points needed to switch related to intelligence. Perception and charm were too high. The contribution received was definitely not enough. Raising his hand, the protagonist said he knew. He checked it before coming here. He had 2 titles that were not included in the official guide. He could send them to get potential customers in exchange for contribution points. Looking at the phone, the girl said yes, then she would call him. He would help him. The guy entered the room and asked that he had already decided on the sub-job. Holding the envelope in his hands, he asked that there was no need to wait any longer. It would be another half a year before he was sent to the dungeon again. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he would not wait after entering the dungeon. 2 more perception points were required to activate the main skills. He really needed it. Adjusting his glasses, Tyler responded approvingly. Handing the envelope to the protagonist, he said that this was a sub-job controlled by the association, which could add 2 perception points. Chuck looked at the documents. It was written about the 37th adventurer. Looking away, the guy asked if he was sure he wanted this. Smirking, the protagonist replied that yes, he wanted it. Slamming the folder on the table, Tyler said okay, then he would contact the Adventurer Association in Fuzhou, have them send an appraiser to Dongshan to find out how much the title in his hands was worth. Getting up from his chair, the guy said that if the value exceeded the finder's professional certificate, he would contact headquarters, to which Chuck replied that they were causing him trouble. The next day, stretching his hand forward, the guy asked that he was Chuck, said that he could call him Carter. His second profession was an appraiser. Let him allow the topic to assess the value of 2 titles for them, death, not life, and fighting a legend. Shaking his hand, the protagonist said that it was good. The protagonist sat in front of him. Looking at the laptop, Carter said that these 2 titles have an amazing effect, but the difficulty of acquiring them and the necessary prerequisites are too severe, so the value will be significantly reduced compared to titles of the same level. Frowning, Chuck asked how much. The guy smiled broadly and said that he should not worry, this is enough to buy a certificate of change of profession. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that like last time, without using anything, let him punch this thing. Swinging his fist, Chuck said that it was good. Looking straight ahead, he sighed. Suddenly, he swung at the button. The hero struck the button. The number 13 appeared on the board. Closing his eyes, the guy asked why his brother's basic strength was only 13. He thought he had at least 14. Looking to the side, Brendan said that he had 13 now, and when he passed the dungeon, he would reach 14 or 15. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the guy said that although his brother worked hard, even brother Tyler needed 2 months to reach level 14 from 13. No matter how fast Chuck was, he would not reach 15, to which Brendan replied that if he did not want to, he should not believe it. Looking at the hero's hand, the girl said that, frankly speaking, she was very envious of the master of bandages. If she could not use him in the future, she would sell him to him. The protagonist smirked and said yes, but he would have to wait until his base strength and agility reached 16. The man stepped forward and said he was undergoing a strength test. The girl and Chuck looked away. Holding a folder in his hands, the guy said his job transfer certificate had arrived. A notification appeared saying it had been detected that the adventurer currently had no sub-job should the job transfer certificate be used. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what else he was asking. Of course, yes. The hero pressed the button. A notification appeared saying that the download had begun. A message appeared saying that it had been detected that the main job was the one who had escaped death, the job of the seeker had been unlocked, and the skill of finding items had been unlocked. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said let them wait. No, that was impossible. A notification appeared that the main profession was found to be the escapee, the seeker profession was unlocked. A cry was heard that he was right, the best match for the escapee of death was the search for items. He was deceived. A message about the effect appeared. Chuck smiled and said that he thought that 1 and 2 effects would be enough, but suddenly a third one appeared. Glasses of water appeared. An idea appeared that given what people get through exercise, the sensitivity limit is 16-17. If it reaches the limit, he will challenge again. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that it was published. Right now, tomorrow, no, he will go to the gym now. From now on he will practice until exhaustion. A question was heard in the house that there was a mistake. The manager shouted furiously that why did he force him to fill in the queue due to the dungeon flipping incident in Dongshan? Why did he drag him there to fill in the gaps? The man closed his eyes and replied that because the favor points on his side were exhausted. Besides, next month he would no longer be the head of the Yingxiao entrance group. As an official seeker, isn't it normal that he was recruited? Let him not tell him that he doesn't know who caused the collapse of the Murloc dungeon in Dongshan City. He clenched his teeth tightly after hearing this. The protagonist was jumping rope. Looking down, he recited numbers. A light appeared on the top floor of the building. People were sitting in the forest. The man clenched his fist and said that they should wait for the last day. The monsters were kneeling. The Murloc leader grinned and said that there were 24 guards in the lair now, 69 elite Murlocs, and a total of 800 sentries, captains, and soldiers. Looking at him, the Lord replied that it was great. The monsters swam on the water, and he heard that they should kill the adventurers and drag their bodies. He would use them to level up. A notification appeared about the return journey from the Murloc dungeon. The remaining time was 9 hours and 57 minutes. The protagonist was training and breathing heavily. Looking straight ahead, he called the adventurer's panel. A notification appeared with his personal account. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he was strange. Looking at Chuck, she said that in a few hours the dungeon would be turned over. He was not accumulating strength, but was engaged in strength training, asked that he did not sharpen his weapons. The protagonist looked at her and replied that he had been practicing this way for the past 2 months. The hero landed on the floor and asked what and why she was looking at such a late hour. A danger warning appeared. Monica frowned and asked that if she said that her title urged her to leave the city as soon as possible, he would believe her. Raising his hand, the man said that he had an idea. Smirking, he said that if the Murlocs landed on the shore in the last few hours, should they try to defeat the boss? A dark sky appeared. It was heard that he was fine. John looked away and said that it was decided that everyone would stay at the exit and return together when the deadline passed. Why was he trying to add more drama? Moreover, the mission was not completed, and there was no reward for killing the boss. The man looked up and said that it wasn't that he had to kill the boss. He asked Harvey, the adventurer, if he wanted to go home through the dungeon. He asked the adventurer who hadn't finished the quest. He said that he could, to which the boy replied that this was just such a case. Kyle frowned and said that in this way, according to the mirror principle, in the new dungeon formed after the revolution of the Murloc dungeon, the maximum number of applicants is 15. Sitting on the stone, he continued that to take them away, if the boss came with his wards, they would compete with them for these 15 places. Raising his hand, the man said that until 4 Murlocs broke into this entrance, some of them should stay here. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the boy said that he couldn't say that, asked what if these Murlocs didn't come, what if they successfully held out. Pulling out a card, the man said no, they will definitely come. Smirking, Max said that his second profession is a tarot reader. He laid out the cards. The next few hours, it was heard that his fate is bad luck. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked when this happened. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that it was 2 hours ago. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he remembered that her title can help find people who threaten her, so Jim would sense the danger in advance and leave. Like this time she learned that there will be danger in Dongshan City. The girl frowned and said that it was then that she realized that her title had a warning blind spot. That's why she joined the association, received contribution points and exchanged them on the association's internal network for strange items that help compensate for her shortcomings. Turning her head away, she added that otherwise he would drag her into trouble again, to which Chuck asked that he should wait. Why did they drag him in again? Monica looked away and said that he was the same as Sister Kate. He didn't even know how dangerous the dungeon was after the coup, to which the hero exclaimed. The girl frowned and continued that if she thought about it again, in fact, she activated the danger warning when she was outside the risk zone. What does that mean? Putting his hand to his face, Chuck said that the risk zone could not stop the Murlocs. Their scope of activity would expand to all of Dongshan. Monica stretched her hand to the side and said that yes, and she was unlucky then, because the association would definitely recruit her to stop them, which is why her title called for her to leave the city as soon as possible. The protagonist frowned and asked if she discussed this with Brother Tyler and Sister Kate. The girl stretched out her hand to the side and said that yes, but if we do not count the 15 adventurers locked in the dungeon, how many of them will return? In the end, no more than 15 Murlocs will be able to come out. Looking directly, she added that it must be taken into account that the fighting ability of Murlocs in single combat is weaker. In addition, among the adventurers who came to help, there were official adventurers of Jiangsu County of the 10th level, people from the Sanran Alliance. Even if several Murlocs broke through the defense line, Dongshan still had the reserve strength to quickly react and catch them. What does he think? Believe them or her? Putting his hand on his face, the protagonist began to ponder. Frowning, he asked that he wanted to believe her, but what can they do alone? Pointing at herself, Monica said that thanks to her warning and the invisibility cloak she took from Jim, they could protect the weak Murlocs who had separated from the army. Then even if the situation got out of hand, they could minimize the damage the fishmen were causing to their world. A dark sky appeared. Looking away, the guy said that in the end, the three of them either got a tower or death. It was a bad sign. The man frowned and told him not to say that he really believed that, if his second job was so useful, then how did he end up in the same situation as them? Looking at him, Joe asked him if he hadn't explained to him before he set off. He got the fool card, but he misinterpreted it. Otherwise he would have been able to avoid this. People were chatting on the side. They heard that they should look at Harvey and Mark, the strongest couple. Their fortune-telling results were a queen and a world, which symbolized success. The man held a card in his hand. Frowning, he said that here it is. Looking at Max, the man said that he had the same card as him. If he did as he thought, the end result would be similar to his, right? Grinning, the guy said that it was, but there was a high probability that they would not be able to get out of the dungeon. Raising his hand, Kyle asked what he could tell fortunes again then, if, according to his plan, they killed the boss and drove the remaining Murlocs back to the lake, would his luck increase? To which the guy responded approvingly. The man stepped forward and said that they should wait until they tell fortunes. Mark put his hands in his pockets and said that their plan could be improved, considering that the number of Murlocs in this dungeon could reach hundreds or even thousands. If their boss was a team type, then he had the advantage. He frowned and added that it would be reckless to start a war with them and many people would die. The man smirked and said that he was telling them to do nothing, just stay at the exit and wait. Right, they both drew safe cards anyway. Mark looked at him and said that no, he was wrong. He thought they needed to prepare plans for different types of bosses, such as a normal boss appearing. For team boosting bosses, they needed to use bait first to lure out most of the Murlocs, then concentrate their forces to decapitate the boss. Someone also needed to do some preliminary reconnaissance, identify the boss, and launch a flare. The guy raised his hand and said that he was the best one to handle that. He had stealth skills. Mark put his hand forward and said that this way they could confirm the boss type in advance and make a plan. The leaves of the trees appeared. He heard that he felt that his plan was more reliable, whether to follow it, to which he was answered approvingly. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist said that this could be a good solution with minimal risks, but if possible, he still wanted to avoid it. Putting his hand forward, he added that he planned to convince his brother Tyler, but for this he would need her help. The girl raised her finger up, hearing that she could go with him to the house and determine the quantity and quality of dangerous sources opposite the entrance, to which she replied that no problem. People were sitting on a tree. Looking to the side, the man replied that it seemed that this girl had drawn the death card again, to which he was told that she had lost the lottery of luck twice in a row. There was a high probability that she would die in the dungeon. The man held the card in his hands. Raising it up, Kyle asked how to interpret the fool's card. Looking straight ahead, Max said, which in this case meant that they would use the power within themselves and around them to achieve their goals. Looking at him, the man thought that goals. Mark walked among the people. Frowning, he said that the fortune-telling results are known, except for a few people who drew the cards of the god of death in the tower. Everyone's overall condition has improved, which proves a positive trend. Since most people showed a good result, he thinks it is worth implementing the plan. Looking straight ahead, the men heard that those who drew the card of the god of death in the tower need others to take care of them. Looking to the side, Mark turned to Harvey. Standing by the tree, the guy said that he understood, he will go now. It was getting dark outside. He heard that in addition, if the boss of this dungeon is a team type of enhancement, half of them will be bait. Need to help others get a chance to behead him. Someone wants to be bait. The guy was sitting on a tree branch. Monsters were climbing out of the water. Harvey looked at them in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he thought about commanding from the rear. Many monsters of the same race, the boss is strengthening the team. Taking out a gun, the guy said that they needed to pass the information to Mark as soon as possible. The signal fire flew up. Raising his head, the man asked what had started a Murloc attack. The monster looked up in amazement. Grinning, Kyle said that the red one was a boss with a strengthening technique. Joe frowned and said that it was a pity that he would have to be bait. Pointing to the side, the man said that they saw a signal flare from Harvey, there was a boss. Looking at the people, he continued that according to the plan, the bait group would go to the original location and wait until they attracted a sufficient number of monsters. Then they would begin to act, to which the guy replied that it was clear. Mark crouched down and said that they should wait until they sent the signal successfully, to which they agreed. Frowning, the man added that he wished everyone victory over the enemy, let everyone return safe and sound. There were still 6 hours 40 minutes 29 seconds left until the dungeon was overturned. Looking to the side, the guy asked what was here, to which he was told that yes. Holding a gun in his hands, the man said that he would then send a signal, to which Roger replied that he was sending one. Raising his hand, the guy asked that he could discuss something. Grinning, Max said that his main profession was a magic archer. His capabilities in a frontal attack were extremely low, asked that he could sit on the nearest tree. Frowning, the man said that he should wait. Since he had such a profession, why did he come to the bait group? Throwing his hand behind his head, the guy said that he did not want to. But Mark said that his profession intersected with the profession of the guy who drew the tower card, but the group could not have all those who drew bad cards. Looking at him, the man said that good, then let him go, to which Max thanked him. The guy looked away, hearing that let him stop and give him how to use it, to which he thought that it was a blatant lie. The guy sat down and said that let him choose one. The thought appeared that his sub-profession is not fortune-telling by tarot, but an imitator, capable of copying other professions. When he switches to imitating another profession, then fortune-telling no longer has any effect. He grinned. Max also used the abilities of a deceiver, so the participants drew dangerous cards, for example, a tower. This has a great effect against the background of hypnosis, helped to accept Mark's offer and took the initiative. Why did he do that? Looking straight, the guy said that let him relax. Few people draw good cards. He drew a death card when he told his own fortune to change his fate. He added fuel to the fire when they proposed a plan to kill the boss and expel the Murlocs who landed on the lake. Max walked straight ahead. The thought occurred that now there was another adventurer who would help hold back those. He could calmly return to the entrance. The foliage of the trees appeared. The thought occurred that even if the Murlocs came, he could protect himself. Why did he propose such a radical plan? There are also Mark and Harvey. It seems that they are also cooperating with them. Let him forget, it has nothing to do with him. The cartridge case was lying on the ground. The monster picked it up from the ground. He looked to the side and said that it looked like something unusual from somewhere else. Looking straight ahead, the creature said that obviously the red glowing object was released by the adventurer, so he said that they were on the shore. Pointing upward, the monster said that he should look at the sky. 2 green beams were flying in the air. Looking up, the monster said that he understood that this was a declaration of war by default. A view of the cave opened up. Smiling, the monster exclaimed. Hitting the skull with his fist, he said that it had been so long, why hadn't the adventurer's body been found yet? Putting his hand forward, the creature said that it was because the adventurers were hidden far away. It would take a lot of effort to find them. Looking at him, the Lord said that he would wait, but if nothing changed, he would go hunting himself. The people stood back to back. Turning his head, Joe said that the Murlocs hadn't come yet. He thought they hadn't seen the signal, to which the man replied that maybe not. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the monsters, Roger said to cover him, the Murlocs were coming. The dog barked loudly. It was standing in front of the tree and barking. Harvey looked at it in amazement. Suddenly, he jumped down from the tree, and the man asked about the boss. Turning his head, the guy said that you can see if you go in this direction. He broke the branch and said that he does not recommend attacking. There are many Murlocs around him. Given their number, they will not be able to quickly win in a frontal attack. The guy began to draw on the ground and said that, moreover, it will be difficult to get close to the boss even if you use the stealth technique. Not to mention those who do not own it. A frontal attack will lead to a long battle. The Murlocs that went to deal with the bait will probably return for reinforcements. The man raised his hand and asked what could be split up again and attract the attention of the Murlocs, create conditions so that he could meet the boss one-on-one. Grinning, he added that 5 minutes, if they hold out for 5 minutes, he can kill the boss. Putting his hand to his face, Mark asked what 5 minutes. Standing in front of the people, he added what they think. Looking at him, the girl said that they agree, and Larry said that you can try. The dark sky appeared. It was heard that good. Then they follow this plan. Firstly, they only have 5 minutes. If after this time they fail to achieve success, then they will not be able to hold back the Murlocs any longer, to which the man replied that he understood. The monster raised his hand and yawned. The creature hit him on the head. Holding the bat in his hands, the monster laughed. The creatures looked in bewilderment. Looking at the people, they shouted that they should set fire. The adventurers are coming. The monsters looked at the smoke from the forest. Looking up, the creature said that of course, it was a decoy. These adventurers want to use the decoy to reduce their troops, take advantage of the opportunity and kill him when he is unguarded. Raising his hands up, the monster asked that when the enemy appears, should he send guards to help. The monster looked to the side and said that no, perhaps these are not the strongest warriors yet, before they used a large army to defeat the main forces. Someone hid in the bushes, and he added that then one got through and killed him. Harvey activated his stealth skill. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this was normal. How difficult. At the same time, the monster indignantly shouted at him not to be so reckless. It was dangerous on the shore now. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The creature raised its hand up. Looking to the side, he thought that it was dangerous. He thought, he can't deal with dangers. Monsters were swimming in the river. The Lord looked out of the water. He smelled a sharp smell. Looking straight ahead, the monster thought that it smelled delicious. Grinning, he added that it was very tasty. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the creature shouted that it was his. Everything was his. This deliciousness was his. The guy was sitting by the portal. Grinning, he thought that he didn't know how the others were doing, but the 2 idiots from his group were definitely dead. Max looked away and thought that when Mark and Harvey returned, let him say that they met too many Murlocs. After his comrades died, he had no choice but to retreat. They would definitely believe him. The guy lowered his head and said that what about the death card? It's not like he found a way to change everything. He opened his eyes in surprise. The monster froze in bewilderment. Max looked at the Murloc in amazement. Rushing forward, he asked what was wrong with this Murloc. Let him not tell him that he separated from the others and got here by accident. If so, he cannot be allowed to leave alive, at least until the dungeon is overturned. The Murlocs must not know the location of the entrance. The monster quickly ran through the forest. A beam from a shot appeared. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the Murloc. Taking aim, the guy said that he missed. He is still alive. He gritted his teeth and asked that this Murloc could escape from the attack zone. You can get an additional buff by killing the boss. Max aimed his bow. He looked away in surprise. The Murlocs were hiding behind the trees. The guy frowned in amazement. A loud word was heard from the forest. Damn. The guy looked away. Crouching down, he asked what he was doing. All the guards around the boss had not yet been distracted. Frowning, the man said that it did not matter. In the worst case, they would kill them all. The Murlocs looked at him in surprise. The man walked towards them, and the monster turned to the captain, to which he replied that there was no need to shout. He sees. Kyle threw his sword over his shoulder. It was heard that he was very strong. The guy crouched down and breathed heavily. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was deceived, asked how these Murlocs knew about all the ambushes. He almost died because of them. Max's eyes widened and he thought that they should wait. He looked away and added that wasn't it. The monster held a stick in his hands and said that although it would be wasteful to eat him first, there was no other choice. He was the only one here and he needed to eat, and the guy thought that the boss. He clenched his teeth furiously and added that why was the dungeon boss here? What were they all doing? He was in trouble. The Murloc was lying on the ground. He grabbed the spear. Suddenly, he threw it towards the guy. The spear pierced Max. He opened his mouth and thought that this must be some kind of joke. The monster raised his hands and shouted. The thought appeared that the level 8 archer was killed by the lowest level Murloc. A glow appeared around the monster. The boss looked at him. His eyes widened. He wondered if such a thing was even possible. The Murloc killer looked at his hands. A thought occurred to him that if a low-level Murloc killed a high-level person, it could raise the Murloc's level. They used sneak attacks to kill invaders whose strength was much higher than theirs, so they could raise their level. The boss looked at him and turned around. He pointed down and said that he should go and tell them what happened. Let the Murlocs come to him. They needed cannon fodder in case of an attack. Putting his hand to his head, the Murloc said okay, obeyed. Suddenly the man swung his sword. Looking away, he thought that there was a mistake. These were level 7 monsters. Why were there so many of them in the dungeon? Even if the dungeon boss was not that strong, there was no need to overexert himself now. Kyle gritted his teeth and said that was it. He turned around and shouted that he had enough hiding, let him come and help, and then thought that there were too many guards around the boss, he could not attack. Looking away, the Murloc said, judging by the man's reaction, he did not come alone, and the man shouted Harvey's name. Looking straight ahead, the captain told him not to fall for his tricks. Looking up, he added that last time the adventurer pretended that there were assistants around. As a result, he had to let some of the guards go. He did not want to go through something like this again, to which he was told that this is how it was. He did not even think about it. The guy rushed forward, thinking that, as was previously noted, Max, Harvey, and Mark had their own plans. The difference is that the main profession is a hunter. You need to kill bosses of different types, which is not much lower than their level, to advance further. Looking straight ahead, he added that the boss and the guards were holding them back. Now is the right time to go through the level and kill the Murloc. His ambitions are even higher. He wants to get the legendary Scroll of Improvement. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Looking at the portal, he thought, why is it getting bigger? Looking to the side, the girl asked, what questions? Covering one eye, the protagonist replied, no, let him activate the title, wants to know how many threats are on the other side, what is stronger than Jim. As a regular cooperation partner of the Fujian and Guangdong provincial associations, Harvey, who is involved in many incidents related to dungeon revolts, was able to find out information that should not be disclosed to the public. This includes the bug level dungeon where there are updates, and the beginner and elite dungeons that produce heroic level people can also be upgraded in the bug level dungeon. Standing by the tree, the guy thought that among the adventurers who came, there was no one who was good at underwater combat. It was very annoying to have rare item upgrade coupons but not be able to use them. Unfortunately, he was not good at underwater combat and could only watch as rare items passed by and upgraded. That was how it should be. The man held out his hand and asked what he remembered, that he also accepted commissions for the boss, right? Looking to the side, the guy asked what something was needed. Smirking, Kyle said that he was planning to hunt the boss of this dungeon by himself and wanted to ask him to take on the task. Looking at him, Harvey asked what the possibilities were in underwater combat, trying to hang noodles on his ears, and then thought that hunting alone, for the boss, maybe he is the one who produces these rare item upgrade coupons. The man held his hand out to the side and said no. He was a land dweller, but he thought that the fishermen in the lake couldn't help but come ashore before the mission expired. Sooner or later they would go to war. The boy leaned against a tree and asked what, but since he couldn't fight underwater, he wouldn't be able to complete the level even if he killed the boss, right? Or would killing the boss bring some extra benefit? The man smiled widely and said yes, a little. His main job required him to hunt one boss of each of the three types, land, water, and flying, on his own to level up. The boss of this dungeon just met his basic needs for career advancement, especially since Murloc bosses were generally not very strong, so he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Harvey turned around and said he would think about it, to which the man responded approvingly. Looking away, the guy thought that according to the description, his main profession is a hunting master. If this is true, then he, determined to hunt the boss, should be able to help him restrain the boss of this dungeon and his subordinates. They will catch all the Murlocs in this dungeon. Raising his eyebrows, he added that then even he will be able to penetrate the Murloc's lair and kill this undeveloped creature. It was dark outside, and the guy said that he can accept his offer, but he does not like to sign contracts with others. They can make an oral agreement, to which the man responded approvingly. Lying on the ground, the man said that damn, he was deceived. The Murloc swung his club. It was heard that Max and Harvey were liars. He was hit and the man said that he would not let him go, no matter what. The monster looked away and asked that these were the adventurers who killed others and evolved. Why didn't he have one? The creature smirked and said that maybe there were other triggers, but they didn't know them. The monster looked away and asked that he would take the body to the Lord first, to which the captain replied that he should go. The monster watched them from the air. Looking straight ahead, the Murloc said that after he figured out the conditions for evolution, he would come and find him. The humans stood with their backs to each other. The girl looked away and asked how long this had been going on. Hadn't everything ended in him? He couldn't even send a signal. Hadn't he already died? The man looked forward in surprise. The monster watched them from afar. The man smirked slightly, clenching his fists. He said that he shouldn't pay attention to them. They were leaving. Harvey froze and lowered his head. Looking at the scroll, he said that make a wish, spell level 3, water breathing. The guy was holding a scroll of a spell in his hands. Suddenly, Harvey started swimming underwater. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The guy was looking at a hole in the wall. A dark cave appeared. Harvey swam out from under the water. Walking forward, he thought that there was no one in the lake or in the lair. It seemed they had all been caught. The guy looked at the notification in surprise. It was written about a branch from the main mission. Let him find the Murloc's lair. The monster was sitting over a dead man. Looking straight ahead, the Murloc turned to the boss. Holding the man in his hands, he said that this was the body he needed. Looking to the side, the boss asked, well, where is this cannon fodder? What does he need? People were running through the forest. The monster aimed his bow at them. Suddenly, he fired an arrow in their direction. The arrow flew at the man and he screamed. Rushing forward, Mark screamed that they should run. If they can escape alone, let them run. Elsewhere, people were lying on the ground. Holding a flame in his hands, the monster said that it turned out that killing an adventurer could make them evolve. Looking straight ahead, the poison master said that it was a pity that the one in the hat ran away. A building appeared. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist asked that he wanted to know if the evacuation and resettlement work of the residents was completed. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy answered that yes, he is now checking his community. What's the matter? He looked surprised when he heard that he could come to him right now. Looking at the portal, the protagonist said that Monica and he found something. The girl looked surprised. It was heard that in the dungeon in the last 2 hours, one after another, 3 Murlocs appeared, almost equal in strength to Jim. In addition, there is a special source of danger, which is also rapidly becoming stronger. The 2 men stood back to back. Gritting his teeth, Roger said that it was over, he can no longer use magic, to which Joe replied that he said that his profession allows him to hide in the dark and shoot arrows, so they did not allow him to stand in the open, but when the Murlocs came, he was already gone. Running forward, someone shouted that great, they are still alive. The man looked at Larry and asked why he was here. Did not he send? Frowning, he shouted that he must successfully decapitate or retreat so that there would be an emergency exit. If they were being pursued by Murlocs, only one would survive. Only a fool would send out a signal flare to attract pursuers. Chuck held the phone in his hands. The girl looked at it and asked what he was saying. The protagonist smirked and replied that he said that he and the official level 10 adventurer from the Longwind district had come down, so they would also go now. Monica closed her eyes and said that it was good. Walking towards the door, she added that if she couldn't convince them later, she should let her speak. But then he would have to listen to this incident with the coop in the dungeon, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. The protagonist watched the girl. The monsters watched the people. It was heard that this was a bad idea. Now that the boss was here, 3 of them would die. The man grabbed Mark and asked how he guarded the exit that they were here. The man raised his eyebrows and shouted that he couldn't blame him. He was the one who suggested defeating the boss. He was just trying to make things better, and didn't they agree with his plan? Standing in front of them, the monster said that they started to quarrel, and the other asked why he noticed such strange things. A portal appeared. It was heard that wasn't this entrance the first thing that attracted attention, and not these people adventurers. The creature looked to the side. Pointing forward, it said that the evolved Murloc returned with the body of an adventurer. Holding the corpses of people, the Murloc said that this is the body that the Lord wants. Looking straight ahead, the monster asked what Murlocs were like before the changes, what abilities appeared after. Holding the flame in his hands, the mage said that before the changes he was an elite Murloc, but now he can use fire magic. Looking at the slime, the monster said that before evolving, he was a Murloc captain, but now he can secrete toxic fluid. Looking to the side, the creature asked why he also killed the adventurer, but the strongest guard among the 4 Murlocs did not evolve. With wide eyes, he thought that he should wait, the strongest. Pointing forward, the Murloc said that he should find 1 Murloc sentry. The creature exclaimed in surprise. It was heard that if he said to go, then let him go. It got dark outside. A question was heard that everything was fine, to which the leader replied that it was. Pointing forward, the monster said that he should go and kill this adventurer. He pointed at the man. Holding a spear in his hands, the Murloc said that it was fine. Looking to the side, the monster said that it turned out that the leader wanted to see the evolution process himself. Looking at him, the creature thought that this was a test of the evolution threshold. Idiot. Suddenly the monster struck and the man screamed loudly. The monsters looked at him in surprise. He had transformed into a level 7 Murloc master. Raising his hand, the creature asked, "What is it?" So the prerequisite for evolution is the difference in levels. Murlocs fought with people. The thought came to mind that this is why he and the guard could not evolve after killing the adventurer, because the difference in levels between them and these adventurers is not so great to attract the attention of the monster. Putting his hand to his face, the creature said that then. Looking at the monster, he said that they should call all the Murlocs in the forest. He has something to say, to which he replied that he obeyed. The Murloc put his hand to his head and answered approvingly, hearing that they should take the corpses to the Lord. A burning torch appeared. The guy walked, and a flame flared up behind him. Looking straight ahead, he thought it was a pity there was no heroic Murloc, otherwise he couldn't get the bonus, completing a dungeon escape mission. Clearing mission, killing a heroic level character, all give a bonus, upgrading some rare item. Anyone with epic level gear will probably throw it away. It's useless. Harvey looked at the notification in surprise. It said that since the difficulty of the local dungeon challenge had increased significantly and it had become a virtual survival dungeon, the quests had been adjusted. A huge notice board appeared. Looking at the message, the guy shouted what the hell, he had just finished the quest, and now everything was reset. This is how they play now. Putting his hand to his face, Harvey said that there was another mission and quest besides it, according to the official general rules of the dungeon level composition. He frowned and added that there should be a level 9 boss at the same level. Did all the Murlocs level up so quickly? A notification about the Murloc breeding season appeared. The man looked at the message and shouted about the heroic Murloc. Gritting his teeth, he said that he remembered that the strength of the heroic level is 2 to 3 levels higher than that of the normal bosses of the same level. The actual level of the boss is between 11 and 12, no wonder they made an unimaginable mistake. The girl looked away. She whispered that he went, to which Mark replied that there was no need to worry about him. Frowning, he added that it just so happened that what they were doing was not suitable for other adventurers to see. Suddenly, he snapped his finger. Purple smoke appeared around them. Suddenly, 2 monsters appeared. The man stretched out his hand and said, "Let them bring back the souls of the adventurers and those who died in this dungeon." The monsters flew up. The men looked at the notifications in surprise. Joe looked to the side and said, "Harvey didn't say that the speed of cultivation to the heroic level was so fast. Wouldn't it be a threat to them before the dungeon was overturned? What was going on with this mission?" Larry put his hand on his face and said, "It was not for nothing that he told them to hide the fact that there was such a murloc in this dungeon." He looked to the side and added that he remembered what Harvey said. He said that when he helped the Janjong City Adventurers Association deal with the overturn incident in the local dungeon, he learned some information that cannot be disclosed to the public. Let him tell, and the undisclosed information he knew appeared from those who fought the enemy at the heroic level in the elite dungeon. What additional information can he get? Stretching his hand forward, Joe said that it was indeed possible. Roger turned his head and said that, well, if you look at it that way, he might have some ulterior motives that he didn't want to tell them. For example, he might have a rare item that would help complete the escape mission. Raising his finger, Larry said, "That's right, it just so happens that all the Murlocs have come ashore now. It's not the original boss of this dungeon that will be attacked again by him. He thinks Harvey will use this opportunity to sneak into the Murloc's lair and try to pass the level." Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man said that unfortunately, this dungeon was upgraded due to the premature development of the Murloc. The mission content was also reset, leaving it in vain. Smirking, Roger said that it was only because of this Murloc that he can become the boss of the final level of the 9th level dungeon. It's not someone that Harvey can defeat on his own. The view of the moon opened up. It was heard that, but looking at it from the other side, he thinks that Max and the others were hiding something. It just so happened that they can escape without staying near the entrance. Why don't they go back and fight them? To which the man replied that it was also true. A huge crowd of monsters appeared. Raising his hand, the Murloc said that everyone was here, to which the leader responded approvingly. The monster cleared his throat slightly. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he said that only the mother of the sea came to them again. The creature looked surprised, hearing that a Murloc of a new level appeared in their group. He was one of them not long ago. Stretching his hand forward, the leader said that the difference is different. This time, the development of the Murloc species no longer requires fulfilling conditions that are so harsh that they are almost impossible to start. They just need to find adventurers in this forest. The monsters looked at him in surprise, hearing that they would kill them, and then they too would be able to reach a new level. Standing on the stone, the Murloc said that moreover, they had found an entrance to the world where adventurers live. Let them think there should be new goals for them in this world that would allow them to develop further. But before that, they first needed to deal with the adventurers in the forest, improve themselves to the point that they could fight at the same level as he and the Lord. Raising his hand up, he shouted that so, let them kill them, go and please their god with the blood of adventurers. Suddenly, someone on the side said that they should wait. The leader, opening his eyes in surprise, turned to the Lord, to which he said that there were 6 adventurers left in this forest. 3 of them were quickly moving away from them. Looking straight ahead, the boss said that if you have to hunt adventurers and develop. Pointing ahead, he said that it was better to start with the loners. They were in this direction, to which the leader thought that it was incredible. The Lord who had absorbed many adventurers had become so peaceful. The Murloc's eyes began to water, and he thought that if Lord Manas could stabilize the state, he, who had trained him, many Murlocs in this wave of exiled Murlocs, could perhaps return to the Murloc kingdom of Her Majesty the Mother of the Sea. Looking straight ahead, the monster asked why he was crying, to which the leader replied that he was not crying. A speck of dust got into his eye. The protagonist was talking to people on the street. Gritting his teeth, he said that so, they suspected that more Murlocs would become bosses before the dungeon turned over. The guy looked in confusion, hearing that these Murlocs began to absorb the usual bonuses. The man looked away and said that it was an unpopular rule and Chris probably didn't tell him about it when they were exploring the dungeon. The protagonist stood near the grave and heard that if a weak person killed a strong person, they would get a special reward. For Murlocs, this reward was evolution. For them, it was attribute points, titles, and rare items. He smirked and added that the 3 Murlocs that became bosses were the lucky ones who killed the adventurers locked in the dungeon, but their level wouldn't be very high, at best, the same as the dungeon. The girl asked with her hand outstretched to the side, but weren't there 15 adventurers locked in the dungeon? If they let the Murlocs evolve, wouldn't they have to face 15 Murloc bosses at the same time? The man covered one eye and said no, the adventurers there weren't stupid either. These people dared to cause trouble for Chuck's younger brother, which showed that they were much stronger than adventurers of the same level. When they were together, despite all the odds, a small 7th level Murloc dungeon wouldn't be able to destroy them. He looked at the menu and said sure, if they were really worried. Cody smirked and said that they could use his title to test him, offering to see who was a bigger threat, him or the 3 new Murloc bosses. Cody crossed his arms over his chest and activated his skill. A moment later, he enveloped himself in orange lightning and activated his muscle strength enhancements. Chuck watched from the side and Monica, who was standing next to him, was surprised. Looking straight ahead, the boy wondered how his body had improved. But wasn't the bonus given by the basic attributes and profession the highest and only equal to 20 points? Not understanding why his body didn't change like that when he activated his professional skills and title. Showing his biceps, the warrior with the axe asked who was stronger now, him or these 3 Murloc bosses. Looking straight at him in shock, the girl declared that he was stronger and even much stronger. Moving his hand to the side, Cody cancelled the skill's actions and said that it was not a problem, because among the adventurers who came this time to help cope with the dungeon of Dungeon City, there were a couple who were stronger than him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the man added that even if 15 Murloc bosses escaped from the dungeon, they would defeat one after another. Hearing this, the members of the association silently glanced at each other. The protagonist then expressed his approval while looking ahead. There were several artifacts lying right on the ground, as well as blue lights. Looking at this, the girl stated that she did not expect this trip to turn out like this. Mark, who was dusting off his book, agreed with her, noting that he initially discovered that the goal was not in this dungeon, and when they failed to complete the separation mission, he thought that their trip would be in vain, but who would have thought that by continuing this business, they would receive the souls of 5 elite adventurers. While the dog that was with them suddenly noticed something, Eva said that with their achievements in the last dungeon, this time they would be able to make a good deal. A moment later, the dog began to look menacingly straight ahead. Immediately after that, he began to bark loudly, which attracted the attention of his owners. At the same time, several Murlocs appeared right in front of them, quickly heading towards them. The Devourer man has ran ahead of everyone, claiming that there was one more left and he could sense it, so he just needed to eat another adventurer whose level was lower than him, and then he could be reborn. The level 8 adventurer Beast Tamer, who noticed this, was very scared and asked what he meant by the most powerful Murloc in this forest was approaching them with his subordinates who were only slightly weaker than them, while the dog continued to bark loudly. Watching everything happen, the crime investigator gritted his teeth, concluding that they were most likely here because of them. And they said that there was a monster in this forest that could level up by eating people, so it was probably the one mentioned in the cleanup mission. Taking out a whip from her inventory, Eva asked what to do, since they definitely couldn't defeat the boss, not to mention there were subordinates there. Taking the book in his hands, his ally replied that they could only save their own lives. Immediately after that, he summoned a level 14 Deadeye messenger. Appearing in the world, he took several adventurers' souls with his tentacles. Examining the blue lights, the monster said that these souls were very good. Turning to the people standing in front of him, the monster stated that he could give him 4 chieftains' eyes and a warlord's eye. Moving his hand to the side, Mark asked him to wait, because this time he was not going to expand the summoning categories. Looking straight at him with his big eye, the Deadeye messenger asked what he wanted then. Standing right in front of the monster, the level 9 adventurer stated that he wanted him to help him. Hearing this, the monster turned to the side in surprise, looking straight at the Murlocs. Then the man asked him to kill the Murloc behind him, and the Devourer Manas, who heard this, was very surprised. Looking straight at the little monster, the Deadeye messenger said that it could be arranged. At this time, Cody and Tyler watched Chuck and Monica leave. Adjusting his glasses, the adventurer of the Dongshan City Association said that otherwise, they should report this to the Jiangju Association, and the axe warrior standing next to him said that it was not worth doing. Then, with a mischievous grin on his face, he explained that his main job was currently entering the second stage, and his actual combat strength was at least level 12, and this was just a level 7 inverted dungeon. Looking towards his ally, Cody asked if he still thought it was unsafe even though they had joined forces, and the other one lowered his head and agreed. At this time, Monica was walking down the street with the boy and saying that she didn't understand why brother Tyler and an adventurer named Cody refused to help, and wouldn't it be better to have backup. Putting his hand out in front of himself, the protagonist, hearing this, replied that nothing could be done because there were dungeons in other places and more people came here to help, and much less to other places. Turning away, the girl noted that it was impossible then too, and Chuck, looking at his phone, asked her to wait, he had a call. Without thinking twice, he picked up the phone, bringing the smartphone to his ear. It was Lucas calling him, who with a smile on his face said his name and said that he was waiting for the next dungeon coup, asking if he would participate. Thoughtfully scratching his nose, the boy answered that he probably would, and they told him that they would call if necessary. With a sly look, the student of Coach Fred suggested to gather after the dungeon was completed, because he had not seen it for a long time, to which he received a positive answer. At this time, Brother Chuck did not answer someone on the phone, and the answering machine said that the dialed number was busy, so you need to call back later. Clara, who saw this, was very angry and did not understand who was awake and calling her brother in the middle of the night, and this irritated her very much, and the man who was looking at her, passing by, wondered if she was doing the same thing. It was the level 10 adventurer Tony, nicknamed the Dragon Knight, who was holding a mug of hot drink in his hands and remarked that this girl was good at everything, but love overshadowed everything. At this time, Chuck looked at the screen of his smartphone and did not understand why he had another missed call, and it turned out that it was still Clara calling him. Looking at her ally with a dissatisfied look, Monica understood that he was such a busy man. After all, it was only early in the morning, and already everyone was lining up to talk to him. Talking on the phone, Chuck was very surprised that she had arrived in Dongshan. With a smirk on her face, sitting on the couch, Clara said that she heard that there was a level 7 dungeon there that was inverted, so she called her brother for help and heard a surprised question that she really had an adventurer brother. Remembering his friend's words, the boy said that this was definitely the case, and they dragged her to the cemetery, and that day she said that her brother was a level 10 adventurer. After which Clara was surprised to hear his question that her brother was with her now. Looking at Tony sitting next to her, the girl gave a positive answer and he was surprised. With a look full of determination, the protagonist asked if she could give him the phone because he needed to tell him something, and she agreed. Taking the phone, the level 10 adventurer asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuck told him to listen, explaining that Dongshan was in danger now, so he had to take her to Yingxiao before the dungeon went out of control, which scared the Dragon Knight very much. With a frightened look, he asked again what he meant by out of control, while his sister watched him, not understanding anything. Very worried, Tony asked for more details about the whole situation, after which he added that if it was convenient to talk on the phone, he should come to him and talk in person. At this time, in the forest, the Murloc addressed his ally, telling him to hold on because they must wait for Lord Manhwa. A moment later, the monster was cut down by a beam of yellow energy. Watching how the messenger of the Deadeye destroyed their ally, the Murlocs told the others to be careful and not to fall for these attacks. Eva, watching everything from the side, noticed that he had escaped. Mark, managing his glasses, stated that usually the Tyrant's messenger is not something that only a level 10 Murloc can touch. Running away in fear, the Devourer did not understand anything, because even if he transformed, he would not be able to defeat this monster. Frightened, turning back, the Murloc thought that since these adventurers have such strong assistants, why did not they call them earlier? At this time, Clara was sitting at the table with her brother, Monica and Chuck, and asked if this was really his sister. A little confused, the boy answered that it was his friend, and the girl sitting next to him angrily noted that she was more likely a comrade. Hearing this, Clara understood everything, and Tony, looking menacingly straight ahead, declared that he had just said on the phone that the city's dungeons were getting out of control, and asked what exactly was going on. The protagonist, looking straight at him with a serious gaze, explained that in the worst-case scenario, 15 boss Murlocs would come to their world in a few hours, which greatly surprised the level 10 adventurer. At this time, blue souls were bursting out of the Murlocs in the dungeon. A level 8 necromancer Murloc, having destroyed a human, stood on his corpse and declared that, it turns out, the spells he naturally mastered after evolving are very powerful. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, the orange monster turned to his leader, noting that it felt like his path was much more powerful than theirs, and he simply remained silent. Suddenly, a devourer appeared behind them and was surprised by the appearance of other Murlocs. Jasper immediately turned around in surprise, and Dave was happy about the appearance of the Lord. Looking straight at the Devourer, the Murloc leader said that the Poison Master Assassin and the Fire Mage had led the team in pursuit of the 3 escaped adventurers. With his hand outstretched in front of him, Manhwa stated that they should then leave them alone and take more Murlocs with them and follow him, since the adventurer at the entrance had summoned a monster whose strength far exceeded his own. He also added that they should go around him and retreat to the lake first, and Louis, who heard this, was very surprised, while the master standing next to him could not believe that there was someone stronger than him. Suddenly, someone interrupted them, stating that he could handle it then. It was a level 8 Murloc necromancer, who covered his hand in flames and explained that he could use this undead to hold off the monster, thus buying time. Looking at him menacingly, the Devourer agreed to this plan. At this time, the messenger of the Deadeye was quickly making its way through the forest, suddenly noticing something in front of it. The souls of Murlocs were making their way through the trees in front. Looking around, the monster saw that it was surrounded. Menacingly looking to the side, the monster thought about such a large number of undead, and could not believe that this Murloc which was still in the development stage, actually had subordinates who had mastered the transformation of a necromancer. At that moment, the spirit of a strong Murloc ordered the others to destroy this monster, and they rushed to attack. Coldly looking straight ahead, the messenger of the dead eye thought that if you think about it, there can be several leaders in the Murloc tribe, and the souls of 5 elite adventurers are clearly not equivalent to the life of this heroic monster. Jasper was watching all this from the side, sitting on a branch. With a malicious grin on his face, he noted that all the dead Murlocs in this forest. While his subordinates ran straight towards the beast, the 8th level Murloc necromancer stated that besieged by hundreds of undead, even if their level was much higher than Lord Manhwa's, they would still be swallowed up by it and he would die. Continuing to laugh at everything that was happening, Jasper said that he did not know what reward he would receive for killing such a powerful creature, but if he evolved and became stronger than Manhwa's, he did not even know what could be beyond his level. At this time, the 14th level Deadeye Messenger, using a beam of yellow energy, destroyed the souls of the Murlocs. He swung it around himself and destroyed trees. The Murloc necromancer, his mouth open in amazement, did not understand that this was a spell. Looking at the battlefield, strewn with blue lights and chopped down trees, Jasper could not believe that his army of undead was destroyed so easily. At this time, the monster silently watched the destroyed souls with a look full of disdain, after which he began to move on, thinking that he should get an additional reward. The dumbfounded Mark asked what he wanted an additional reward. Looking straight at him, the messenger of the Deadeye explained that the difficulty of the task and the reward did not match, and it was reasonable that he should be paid extra. With a serious look looking straight ahead, the monster noted that, of course, it was possible to change the content of the task. Hearing this, the crime investigator silently gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Activating his businessman skill, he asked that if they change the protection of their dungeon until it turns over, will the souls of 5 adventurers be enough? Grodno looked at him and answered that it was enough. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifted to a hotel in Dongshan. After hearing everything, Tony with a thoughtful expression on his face said that, they see, thanks to a special title, they learned that the dungeon could get out of control. Holding his hand out in front of him, Chuck stated that, moreover, 3 new bosses had recently appeared in this dungeon, and at this rate, he was afraid that more would appear in a few hours. While Monica looked at the rank 10 adventurer with great displeasure, he noted that perhaps, but it did not matter much. After which the girl looked away in surprise and asked how that was. With a sly grin on his face, the Dragon Knight explained that if you look at it from another angle, for adventurers who found themselves in this dungeon, it was essentially a test of survival. Introducing the people who were looking menacingly at the Murlocs, he explained that according to the principle of the reversal, these monsters would also receive appeals when they came to their world, and in order to cope with this difficulty, the title restrictions imposed on them from among the defenders should be lifted. Tony also pointed out, spreading his arms out to the sides, that if he couldn't balance it, then this inverted dungeon risked turning into a graveyard, and as soon as the Murlocs completed their escape mission, higher level adventurers would appear from their side, and Clara, who was sitting next to him, was unhappy that her brother mentioned the graveyard again. Smiling, he asked her to calm down, after which he explained that this dungeon was not a threat to Dongshan, and gave his promise, and the boy and his girlfriend listened to him silently. Suddenly, the story was transferred to the Murloc dungeon, where the 3 bosses were talking to each other. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead, Louis asked if they really let him go. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the Murloc necromancer gave a positive answer, explaining that this monster killed all his undead, and then left, and it seemed as if he was not interested in anyone except Lord Manhwa's. Suddenly turning around, Jasper saw the appearance of the Devourer. At this time, the Murloc leader standing next to him, lowering his head down, finally understood everything. The explanation of the story was transferred to the cave where the monster was. Harda looked out from behind the wall with great surprise. The Devourer, approaching him, stated that he was asking where the one adventurer had gone. He had been hiding there all this time. Immediately after that, the story shifts to the protagonist, who was leaving the hotel with his girlfriend. The girl, looking ahead, noted that perhaps they really were worried in vain. Standing next to her, Chuck gave a negative answer, explaining that this was their business, which greatly surprised Monica. With a look full of seriousness, the boy stated that although the cemetery was a test of survival, except for the bosses that only appeared on the 2nd floor, and the difficulty on the 1st was much less than in normal dungeons of the same level, and if this dungeon became the same as the cemetery, then the 1st stage would be a nightmare for the elite foreign tourists of Dongshan City. At this time, Kate called the adventurers to her, raising her hand up. The Association adventurer was explaining that the level 7 Murloc dungeon would be overturned in 10 minutes while looking at them menacingly. While the other adventurers were listening attentively, the girl was explaining that the trial quota for this dungeon was 15, and given that there were an equal number of adventurers stuck in this dungeon, the number of Murlocs that had defected to their side should be less than 15. The official level 8 Jiang City adventurer, a ranger named Melvin, was looking towards the official, asking if that meant that Tony and Cody were there too and why they weren't seen. The official level 8 Jiao City adventurer, a priest named Samantha, suddenly spoke up with a confused look, noting that Lucas from Wales seemed to be there too. Looking to the side, the official adventurer of Yunxiao City, level 9 Shadow Mage Dylan, explained that usually, even if they were big shots among adventurers, they didn't know how to do hard work. Hearing this, Alice looked at him in surprise and simply remained silent. At the same time, Kate, pointing at the drones flying in the air, stated that, in addition, if someone caught a Murloc, everyone would know about it and she would report it. With a smile on her face, the association worker pointed out that the first Murloc caught alive was worth the same as the boss, and after the dungeon was completely cleared out, she would calculate the points based on the Murlocs they hunted and then help them buy back rare items, requisites for leveling up. Immediately after, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the Murloc breeding season and showing information. After studying the system notification window, Mark thought that in the end only 5 people survived. Then, spreading his arms to the sides, he thanked the messenger of the Deadeye for his help, and he said that there was no need to thank him. At the same time, the crime investigator and the beast tamer looked at each other and nodded approvingly. At the same time, they said goodbye to the monster and disappeared. The two allies came out right from the portal in Chuck's house. Right in front of them, they saw the Ice Mage, the Intellectual Transformation, and the Protector and did not understand why they were there. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Roger asked that they were really surprised that the 3 of them survived. With great displeasure in his eyes, he could not believe that his ally was dead and said that this could not be because he could have disappeared. He also added that even if he was caught by a heroic lesson, he had to run through the forest, and at this time Harvey's corpse, bleeding, lay right on the ground next to the Devourer. The Devourer man is level 10 with the current status of possibility of development. Spreading his arms to the sides, loudly shouted that he felt the power flowing in his veins. Eva, spreading her arms to the sides, asked that, on the other hand, why were they blocking the exit, ran away, and asked not to tell her that they were connected with these ants and planned to attack those who invaded their world. Looking menacingly at her, Larry replied that this was not true, and in fact, the return did not find that everyone could still use titles, and this contradicted Harvey's principle of the advantage of the attacking side. With a clearly angry look, Roger stated that they suspected that he deceived them, so they were waiting for his return and explanation. A little worried Joe noted that who would have thought that he would die there, and in any case, after death his debt would be repaid, so the expectations were in vain. Immediately after that, they all left the protagonist's house together. Outside, Kate was chattering. She showed her ID and asked if they were the only ones who survived. Looking menacingly in her direction, Mark said that it was true, and only they survived. Realizing this, the association worker turned her back on them and asked them to follow her. Gritting her teeth from worry, Joe concluded that he learned that this was a risky business, and it was terrible. Suddenly, he asked Kate to stop investigating the crime, and she turned around in surprise. With a sarcastic grin on his face, the man claimed that they were just ordinary tourists who came to Dongshan to try their luck, and since they were offered a reward for Chuck, even though they broke into his house, passed the tests, but still did not meet him. Adjusting his glasses, Mark also pointed out that based on Article 27 of the Geological Work Law at the entrance of the underworld, any disputes arising from the strategy would not be directly affected by the local association. Pointing her finger at him, Kate concluded that it had nothing to do with it, since according to Article 14, on behalf of the Dongshan Adventurers Association, Time was hiring them to help him deal with the underground coup incident and asked if there was any objection. Hearing this, Eva and Mark unanimously declared that they agreed. Larry, looking straight ahead menacingly, also pointed out that he agreed too. Roger and Joe, who were standing aside, also agreed, a little scared. Then the association employee, looking at them with a serious look, explained that first they needed to collect all the information and approve the composition of the bosses and monsters in the 7th level dungeon. At this time, the Murloc came out of the portal. Finding himself in the protagonist's house, he looked around in surprise. On the other side of the portal to the dungeon, the rest of the Murloc bosses were waiting for him. Suddenly, they noticed that the inscription above the gate had changed. Looking straight ahead, Louis concluded that there were only 10, and after the first lesson entered, it became 9, which meant that this was the number of those who could still get in. Hearing this, the Murloc in the robe standing nearby, moving his hand to the side, asked that if there were restrictions on the number, did this mean that they would be able to face the same difficulties as the adventurers? Suddenly, everyone turned around as the Devourer entered the conversation, declaring that it was not a question. Man has said with a furious look that as long as these people did not stop summoning that monster, they would not be careful. At this time, in the human world, the adventurer, standing right in front of Kate and the survivors in the dungeon, asked that it was really level 9 and could not believe in heroic level Murlocs. With a serious look, Larry explained that, moreover, his type also changed after the transformation and he has the highest survival rate. Mark and Eva, standing next to him, confirmed this, and the man, also moving his hand to the side, noted that they gave a lot to escape from this place, but Harvey was not so lucky, and he fell into a trap. Hearing this, Nate looked away in surprise and couldn't believe that Harvey had died, because even if he hadn't survived, what was the difficulty of this dungeon? Cody stood aside and asked with a thoughtful look about the survival test in the heroic Murlocs. He grinned sarcastically and declared that it was very interesting. Suddenly, the story shifted to one of the buildings in the city. Chris was sitting at his desk and talking on the phone, very surprised that there was a heroic Murloc in this dungeon, and that it was now level 9, and asked about survival. Holding the phone to his ear, Tyler was talking to him, confirming all of this and also telling him that according to the difficulty level conversion formula, the actual level of the purse should be +2-3 depending on the leader's level. Then he added that he thought the dungeon would get out of control this time around, and the Adventurer Association entrance manager who heard this listened to him silently and was scared. Standing right in front of the crowd of adventurers preparing to fight against the monsters, the association member heard from the phone that there was no need to panic, because the dungeon would remain the same after the coup. And in order to raise the difficulty level, the title restrictions should be lifted, and Cody and Tony, who were promoted to the main job, should be able to withstand the purr at the heroic level. With a serious look, the legendary candidate added that if they failed, he and Annette would take measures to bring them back. Hearing this, Tyler, closing his eyes, answered that he understood everything. Chris immediately ended the call, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction. He remembered Chuck, not understanding why, as soon as something was connected with him, they could not be separated. At this time, the Murlocs were getting out of the portal into the dungeon. Having found themselves in the protagonist's house, they were waiting for their last ally. Moving his hand to the side, Louis told the Lord that everyone had entered. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the Devourer. The same thing happened with Albert. A system notification also appeared right in front of the Murloc Necromancer. The system notification window stated the essence of the quest, that they would be able to return after they met the sunrise and sunset or killed an adventurer who was no more than 2 levels below them. And development occurs by killing adventurers whose level is 3 levels higher than them. Chuck, holding a banner in his hands, stood in the middle of the square. After that, he took a horn from his inventory. Without thinking twice, the boy began to blow into it. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared right in front of him. A goblin came out of it and asked the master why he was looking for him. Looking at his subordinate, the protagonist was surprised by something. Then Chuck asked how he had changed, looking at the level 7 goblin warrior standing in front of him. Monica, who was sitting to the side, explained that he had improved, and the boy turned around in surprise. Looking straight ahead with a bored look, the girl explained that she had seen this form of goblins in the Dungeon Monster Manual, and this is the highest level of the goblin warrior, whose level is 7, and the protagonist finally understood everything. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of Chuck, which surprised him very much. A system notification also appeared opposite Monica. The system notification window showed a hint that due to the significant increase in the difficulty of the trials in the Murloc breeding season dungeon, the Steel Forest dungeon that was formed after his coup had been converted into a level 9 survival dungeon, and all restrictions on the defending side had been lifted. At this moment, Lucas was talking on the phone in the middle of the street. Fred, the trainer, was talking to him, looking menacingly to the side, asking where he was. Opening only one eye, his student asked what had happened. With a serious look, Fred explained that the situation had changed, and now a heroic Murloc was in charge of the dungeon in Dongshan, and they just needed to find 2 suitable ones and kill them, and leave the heroic one alone. Walking down the street with his hand in his pocket, the adventurer from Wales understood everything and asked if there was anything else. The trainer continued to talk to him on the phone, telling him to be more careful. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the protagonist's house, where the Murloc in the robe said that he understood everything, and the red one. This is a human adventurer, whose level is no more than 2 levels different from his, and the black one is the leader of human adventurers, who is 3 levels higher. Albert, standing next to him, looking at the information in the system notification window, noted that there were only 2 black dots, and this is not enough points. Suddenly, the Necromancer Murloc, studying the system notification, was very dumbfounded why there were red dots everywhere, but no black ones. Dave, standing next to him, pointing his finger up, said that it was all because his level was higher by only 1. At the same time, the purple Murloc, looking at the leader, asked that if this is so, then if they want to develop, then shouldn't they be able to add his group enhancement aura, because otherwise he will not be able to achieve the desired result. After hearing this, the Poison Master thought about it, noting that when he said this, everything became clear. At the same time, Louis turned to Lord Manhwa, asking if there were stages on his map that they could follow to continue developing. Looking at him in response, the Devourer replied that there were none, and he thought the only way was to kill all the adventurers in this area, and only then would they be able to attract higher level adventurers. Hearing this, the leader of the Murlocs turned to everyone else, spreading his arms wide. Then, with a look of complete seriousness, he declared that their task was to get rid of all the red and black dots on the map. Clenching his hand into a fist, Louis added that they needed to attract higher level adventurers. The purple Murloc looked at him in surprise. There were only 2 black spots on the map, and asked how to distribute them. The leader of the Murlocs waved his hand, explaining that he would personally deal with the nearby black dots along with his elite guards, and that they should only go after the nearby adventurers were dealt with, and then they would have to decide the order of the tasks based on the number of red dots they were hunting. Hearing this, the Murloc thoughtfully said that this method of distribution was correct and fair since everyone had a chance. Looking around, Louis asked if there were any more questions and said that if not, then they should go. A moment later, the purple Murloc stated that he was not strong in close combat, while a camera was watching him from the side. It was standing right on the shelf to the side, while the monster asked what if he killed his prey with a hidden arrow. Through video surveillance, it was seen how the leader of the Murlocs, spreading his arms out to the sides, was wondering if there weren't 2 red dots on the map, located quite far away, to which he received a positive answer and explained that this is where they were, which greatly surprised his subordinate. Tyler was watching all this through his smartphone. Suddenly, Cody approached him and asked if the leader-level Murlocs had been identified, and he answered that 2 of them had not been identified and perhaps this was a rare profession among monsters. Still holding the phone in his hand, the association worker explained that information about the identified leader-level Murlocs had been sent to everyone's mobile phones, including the difficulty level, abilities, and weaknesses. With a thoughtful look, the warrior with an axe noted that in addition to the heroic Murlocs, there were 2 more rare bosses, and it was no wonder that the girl with a special title thought that this inverted dungeon would get out of control. Suddenly, the Murlocs burst out of the building, and immediately information came that everyone needed to be more careful because the monsters were attacking. A drone flying in the air watched everything that was happening and said that there were only 7 of them and no heroic level when it was suddenly shot down. It was destroyed by a Murloc archer standing right on the ground, after which he hid behind one of the trees. Another drone flew along the street at great speed, saying that there are Murlocs who have mastered the skill of stealth, and they have a magic bow, so you need to be careful with these hidden arrows. The monster stood on the roof of the building and watched as the drone flew away and repeated everything that he said a little earlier. It was Lord Manhwa, who looked out from behind the corner and said that these human creations are very noisy. The Murloc necromancer sitting behind him noted that nothing can be done. Holding a soda can, Jasper concluded that this area was their opponent's home, and asked who he thought would evolve. Hearing this, the devourer silently looked straight at him. Dylan lit a cigarette, saying that in other words, except for the heroic purple-skinned Murloc. Then, moving his hand to the side, he added that there was also a leader-level Murloc, and his profession was a necromancer. Answering his question, Mark, moving his hand to the side, explained that everything was correct, and gave advice that if they encountered him, they should stay put and wait for support. Suddenly, Eva noticed how a Murloc appeared right in front of them. Looking at him menacingly, the hiring manager of the association asked if it was really him and put on the knight's gloves from the side of the shadows, which was a rare item, and the plot explained that if the adventurer's main profession was related to the shadow, in battle he could borrow the power of the Queen of Shadows. The demon warlock summoned several portals from the dungeon, giving a negative answer. Dylan approached his allies, noting that it seemed like they were lucky. At this time, the robed Murloc created a ball of fire, thinking that, fortunately, he happened to meet the adventurer who, according to the Lord, was able to summon the monster. Without thinking, he directed his air magic. Manhwa, who was in the building, noticed the signal of his subordinate. Surprised, looking straight ahead, he wondered if the fire mage had met the summoner of the monster. With a smirk, the Murloc Lord was about to find out who was stronger. A moment later, he jumped out of the building, hearing the announcement that a heroic Murloc had appeared. The devourer rushed down the street at great speed, while the drone following behind him said that he was heading for the western gate. At this time, the beast tamer sent Cerberus into battle, declaring that this Murloc was not so strong, and it was impossible to let him escape. In response to this, the fire mage sent forward several of his spells, and the dog deftly dodged. Noticing this, the Murloc in the robe collected a magic ball in his hands. A moment later, he released his magic right in front of him, incinerating the Cerberus. At the same moment, he was surrounded on all sides by the big-eyed one and monsters shooting beams. Suddenly, their master gave them the command to shoot, and they immediately attacked the enemy with beams of energy. Seeing this, the fire mage raised his staff above his head and activated protection. With the help of a barrier, he reflected beams of energy to the sides, which destroyed everything around. At this time, Eva used her whip, a rare item that has magical power, upon collision with which it makes creatures freeze in place for a moment. her whip caught up with the robed Murloc, tying his arm, which scared him very much. At this time, the demon asked the tyrant of the dark dungeon to borrow his power. Then, holding his hand straight in front of him, he sent telekinesis magic at the enemy. A moment later, the fire mage was enveloped in purple magic. Jumping back, the beast tamer signaled that now was the right moment. Dylan held the blade in his hands and called on the Supreme Queen of the Shadow Kingdom, asking her to give him the strength to kill the enemy in front of him. Hearing this, the queen hugged her knight, telling him to use all her power. Then she looked menacingly to the side, and the hiring manager of the association swung his blade, sending a slash of black energy forward. The Shadow Knight's blow caught up with the Murloc a moment later. He was cut in half, his corpse falling to the ground, while the demon warlock watching over him declared that the monster was dead and they could go about their business now. Suddenly, Dylan saw a drone in the sky, telling the adventurers to be more careful at the western gate, as a heroic Murloc was heading that way. A moment later, the three boys saw the monsters in front of them. It was Mana's, who was looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, and the people were confused as to how the heroic Murloc had gotten there so quickly. Eva held her whip with a frightened expression, asking what to do, fight or run. Mark, gritting his teeth in fear, simply remained silent, unsure of what to do. Looking at the small summoned monsters, the Murloc Lord mused that they had not summoned that monster this time, and they probably thought it was unnecessary. The Devourer looked straight ahead with a menacing look, realizing that they could not summon him now. At this time, the Murloc Archer made his way into the park and found the Goblin and Monica. Watching them, peeking out from behind a tree, he talked about the green-skinned guy, noting that he seemed strong. Getting ready to make a shot, the Murloc Archer was going to kill him first. Suddenly, he saw a blade right next to him. A moment later, his head was cut off. David, standing to the side, was very surprised, looking at the falling head of his opponent. Monica, sitting on a bench, watched as her ally took out the magic bow. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck asked if she needed it. Puzzled, the girl refused, saying that he did not look very good. Hearing this, the boy with a smile on his face said that he understood everything. While the dim lantern shone in the square, the protagonist noted that these Murlocs were weaker than he thought, because he planned to start a search to destroy the lone Murlocs, and asked if she could provide all the information about their location, and she, after a short pause, agreed to this. Cody furiously swung his weapon, destroying the Murlocs. The leader of the monsters silently watched all this from the side. Adjusting his glasses, Tyler watched what was happening and said that the strength of these Murlocs did not seem to be the same as the Goblins, and from this point of view, the heroic Murloc should not be that strong, so he probably worries in vain. Dexterously swinging his weapon, the warrior with the axe threw back the opponents. Two blue monsters jumped back after receiving damage. Putting his axe on his shoulder, Cody noted that these Murlocs were weaklings and he could handle them himself, so he told his friend to go help the others. Turning to the side, the association worker agreed with him. Suddenly, the warrior with the axe was surprised by what was happening in front. The elite guards of the lair took the enhanced taxon of the Murloc Master level 9 and increased their strength. With a smirk on his face, looking straight at them, Cody asked how they had the opportunity to become stronger. At this time, the Murloc Necromancer was rummaging through the refrigerator while the souls of his relatives walked around him. Taking out another can of soda, Jasper hoped that these adventurers would be able to gain momentum, because otherwise his journey was in vain. Suddenly, he saw that something was shaking at the bottom of the refrigerator. He wanted to know what, so the Murloc Necromancer climbed to open the bottom lid and was very disappointed by what he saw. In the bottom drawer was a Murloc, looking at which Jasper asked why it was so cold that it couldn't find a better place. At this time, the Master Murloc, thanks to the +1 boost from the Murloc leader and the enhanced poison of the Toxin Master, increased to 9 and ran away from the crowd of adventurers. Pulling his hand back, he gathered his energy in it. Kate, who was running ahead of everyone, turned around, telling him to be careful, because he drank a strengthening potion and her armor might not withstand his attack, while clots of blue magic were directed towards her. Larry was destroying the enemy's attack. Turning back, Nate addressed the second and third, and they, hearing this, immediately understood what was required of them. Immediately after that, all three used a fragment of the shield of the top-level giant. Using this artifact, the guys took cover from the attack of the Murloc, while the plot explained that if adventurers with the same title collect fragments of the shield, then the level of this item can be temporarily increased to rare. At this time, Jack deftly jumped to the side, dodging the magic of the Murloc. Noticing this, Dave raised his finger up. At the same moment, the owner of the Goblin crypt noticed how something burst out of the ground. It was the magic of the Master Murloc, which hit him right in the stomach. Seeing this, a frightened Kate told everyone else to be careful. Nate, dumbfounded, watched everything that was happening, asked his brother to step back. While Dave watched them with a sly grin, a dark silhouette appeared right in front of him. It belonged to Lucas, who pointed his finger, shrouded in energy, forward and asked what he was looking at. Noticing him, the Master Murloc was very dumbfounded. Using his freezing technique, the Welsh adventurer covered his opponent in ice. At this time, the devourer was grabbed by the whip. He looked at his hand in surprise, while Mark, raising his hands up, addressed the Deadeye veteran from the dungeon and asked to borrow his power. Then, holding his hand in front of him, the demon warlock used telekinesis magic. Having caught up with the devourer, it was suddenly scattered. Noticing this, Eva was very surprised. Mark gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction with what happened. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Manhwa grabbed the whip and asked, "Finally, have they had enough of playing or not?" Tearing a piece of the whip from his hand and throwing it aside, the Murloc Lord said to call that eyed one because he was going to fight him. Hearing this, the beast tamer turned to her ally, and he, looking at her with fear on his face, said that he asked, but he did not answer. Suddenly turning back, the demon warlock asked to help them because he knew that he still had trump cards. Turning his back to him, Dylan gave a negative answer and refused it. Looking back with an arrogant look, the hiring manager of the association declared that this Murloc was there because of them, and he did not have to risk himself, and moreover, their spells did not work on him, so he was going to leave. After which Dylan left the scene of the battle, and Mark, looking after him, was very angry. Suddenly appearing right behind him, the devourer noted that he was very sorry. Standing between Eva and the demon warlock, the Murloc Lord noted that he seemed to be unable to summon him anymore, and he was thinking of killing him, since this was such a chance. At this point, the beast tamer looked away with a tremor of fear, turning to Mark. Raising his hand up, Manhwa declared that he was useless. A moment later, screams were heard, and the girl's glasses and blood flew to the side. Doctors carried the wounded Jack on a stretcher. At this time, Nate, along with his allies, carried the frozen Murloc master on his shoulders, telling them to be careful. Kate talked to Lucas, moving her hand to the side, and said that the points of the first capture will be calculated based on the boss's strength after the end of the dungeon coup. Raising her finger up, the association worker declared that at this time they will open a window for buying rare items and items for moving up to a new level and profession. Hearing this, the Welsh adventurer said with a sly grin on his face that he was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when a system notification window appeared right in front of her. The notification system said that he, Murloc 9, had completed the mission to escape the Steel Forest and moved to level 2. Immediately after this narration, the story moved to the VIP club. The man looked straight ahead with a serious look and said that it was their turn. Sitting directly in front of him, the mighty King Fred, a level 14 adventurer, continued to do an exercise with dumbbells. At this time, the leader of the Murlocs ran along the city street at great speed. With fear on his face, recalling the image of a warrior with an axe, he thought that although there were certain expectations regarding level 10 adventurers, an elite guard strengthened to level 9 could be easily killed. As Louis continued to run forward, he thought that this high-level adventurer was completely different from those that could be found in the forest, when he suddenly noticed something in front of him. A moment later, a huge red dragon landed on top of him. A man stood on its back, and the monster flattened its opponent. It was the Dragon Knight, level 10 adventurer Tony, who looked down menacingly, saying that everything was decided. Suddenly, Cody ran up to him and was very surprised by the appearance of his friend. Displeasedly pointing his finger at him, the warrior with an axe said that this was his ball, and he displeasedly explained that it was only a leader-level Murloc, and asked why they were trying so hard. At the same time, an unknown monster approached them from behind and asked that they were the strongest people in this area. Hearing this, the two allies turned around in surprise. Looking at the devourer, they were surprised that a heroic Murloc appeared, and he was holding Mark's head in his hands. At this time, the Murloc Master of Poisons fought against his opponents using toxins, and the man who reflected his blow with his shield told him to be careful, because the poison from this monster was contained by the protection from the poison of Mistress Samantha. Pointing her staff forward, the adventurer priest used magic and listened to the order that she should reach out and hit him so that he would slowly suffer. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, Albert took out the mad toxin, which was a one-time rare item created by the Murloc Master of Poisons, and it greatly and painlessly increased strength and sensitivity, but also worsened the condition of the body. Suddenly, the monster noticed that the energy enveloping him began to disappear, after which the Murloc Master of Poisons looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The Murloc Necromancer was also dumbfounded by what was happening, looking at his hand, assuming that the leader was dead, and the plot explained that when this enhancement disappears, the trial level returns to 8. With a smirk on his face, Jasper mused that the Fire Master and Toxin Master were also there. He then gestured with his finger to call the spirits of the Murlocs to him. holding out a smoke can in front of him, which was a one-time rare item produced in the Steel Forest and creates a fog in a range of 10 meters, reducing perception for 10 minutes, and told them to go out and bring back their compatriots, because then they will become undead, and if someone dies, they should use it to save themselves. At this time, Albert used madness poison on himself and began to run around the battlefield chaotically. Looking at him dumbfounded, the adventurer declared that his target was Mistress Samantha and asked him to find a way to stop him. Roger, who heard this, turned around with a fearful expression and shouted Joe's name. In an instant, a warrior with a shield stood right in front of the adventurer priestess, ready to protect her. Holding the shield straight out in front of him, he met his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Joe used all his strength to resist the onslaught, saying that he should not even think about passing by him, and the Murloc poison master continued to attack. Suddenly, an unknown yellow light enveloped the monster and it let out a scream. Immediately after that, Samantha turned around in surprise. Behind her, she saw a celestial being, a level 10 servant of the god Brahma, with an admiring expression and thought it was an angel. Having done his job, the servant of the god began to disappear. When he completely disappeared, an unknown person joined the guys, attracting their attention with a cough. It was the official level 8 adventurer of Dongshan City, Tyler, who, adjusting his glasses, asked if they were late. Looking happily straight at him, the priestess said that he had come just in time. At that moment, Joe noticed something strange land right next to him. Looking closely, he saw that it was a smoke grenade. A moment later, it exploded and enveloped everything around in a thick fog. Being in an impenetrable curtain, the guys did not understand who threw a smoke grenade, and explained that they would have felt it, because ordinary ones do not have such an effect, and this particular one is magical. The spirit of the Murloc extended its hand to the exhausted Albert and said that the fire mage and the leader were dead, so the master asked him to contact him. Looking at the soul of his kin, the Murloc, the master of poisons, asked to leave him, and he was surprised by this. Rubbing blood from his mouth, Albert declared that he no longer wanted to evolve and would kill any adventurer who would meet the conditions. The Murloc necromancer stood in front of the undead, speaking in another language. He raised his hands up and used the undead transformation skill. A blue aura separated from the monster. An unknown creature appeared in front of Jasper. Louis looked at his hand and asked if he had become undead. The necromancer Murloc crossed his arms and replied that he was right. An undead servant appeared in front of him and informed the master that he had returned. He was holding a red Murloc. Jasper opened his mouth wide and asked about Dave and the Toxin Master. The undead guardian opened his mouth slightly and replied that the former was captured by an adventurer. And as for the Poison Master, it seemed that he was injured and now did not want to evolve, but simply wanted to get out of this dungeon as soon as possible. The necromancer Murloc narrowed his eyes and said that he understood. Clouds of smoke enveloped the people. The guy with the quiver of arrows crouched and said that the leader-level Murloc had escaped. Tyler put the phone to his ear and asked if they had found it. Sam opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he had. A drone was flying above the Murloc as he added that it had just climbed over the wall and left the second phase of Grand Hyatt, and that it was now running north. The guy with glasses looked ahead carefully and asked for help planning a pursuit route and warning the nearby adventurers of an interception. Sam opened his mouth and said that he would do so. The Poison Master held his hand out in front of him and said that it was good that those adventurers weren't chasing him. He remembered the guy with the shield, thinking that maybe he now understood what they said about the superior, middle, and inferior race, and that as a low-level race, they could only gain a new profession after becoming leaders after evolving, so everyone could reach a new race. Albert gritted his teeth, thinking that while adventurers alone were obviously not that strong, it was harder when there were more of them. The Murloc held his hand out to the side, thinking that even though they had Lord Manhas, invading a lower-tier race into a mid-tier world was ultimately a necessary measure, and that while the adventurer's attention was focused on the boss, he needed to hurry up and leave this dangerous world. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth and answered the call. Brendan opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was a commercial gift from the official adventurer of Yungxiao City, and that there was a leader-tier Murloc that had rushed out of the first blockade circle, adding that it was currently only 100 meters away from him, and that they needed him to intercept it before reinforcements arrived. Dylan looked ahead with displeasure and replied that he had already dealt with a Murloc of his level, and that according to Article 7 of the Dungeon Defense, they could not do this. Brendan had a monitor in front of him when he said he knew, but it was currently only 20 meters away. The Murloc was approaching the boy when he was asked to turn around. Albert was looking forward when he exclaimed that he was open. Dylan gritted his teeth and cursed, then asked why this happened to him. The Poison Master held an elixir in his hand when he said that it didn't matter even if it was a lower species compared to the average, but as a leader, he had no reason to lose. Someone swung a blade. Nanas and Cody crossed weapons. The warrior with the axe gritted his teeth. He turned his head to the side when he was told to move away. A dragon appeared above him. The Murloc jumped back, dodging the lizard's attack. Man has opened his mouth. A system notification appeared to find adventurers and higher level Murlocs who had not completed the escape mission and to hurry. There was a dragon in front of Cody as he asked the guy about how he didn't even know how to sneak attack and why he only shouted now. Tony looked away and called him a fool, explaining that he was helping him. A system window appeared in front of the Murloc as he thought about how those two black spots were moving really fast and that it was probably too late. He stuck his blade into the ground and said that it was a shame, because he originally wanted to eat them and level up to 11. Cody looked away carefully. Tony glared. A glow appeared in front of them. When the Dragon Knight suggested that it was the light of evolution, then the Axe Warrior asked about how this heroic Murloc could really evolve and that this wasn't a level 6 to 10 dungeon. The outline of an arm appeared. A full limb formed. A leg touched the ground. A bright flash occurred. The creature looked up from under his brows. Man has looked ahead confidently when it was reported that his current job level was 13. The car was glowing brightly with fumes. David was sitting next to the driver when Chuck asked him if he could go faster. Monica looked ahead tensely, thinking about the situation and how there were clearly not many Murlocs left now. Then why did two dangerous sources suddenly appear and why did the leader of these Murlocs become so powerful? The protagonist turned towards the girl, thinking that, judging by the expression on her face, the situation on the front lines was a little tense. Green smoke appeared on the road. Dylan gritted his teeth in pain and said that it took him a very long time, and then asked why reinforcements had not arrived yet. The guy's cheeks suddenly swelled. He spat blood onto the road. The creature stopped behind him and called him careless. Albert put his paw on his shoulder and said that he didn't expect this adventurer's strength to be so close to his, adding that if he had been any closer, he would have lost. Dylan looked towards the Murloc and began to speak. A system window began to appear in front of the creature. It showed a map and a notification that he needed to find adventurers and higher level Murlocs that hadn't completed the escape mission and that he should hurry. The Poison Master opened his mouth and spoke about the two black dots. The muscular man pinned the monster to the ground. Dylan looked forward in surprise. Fred stood in front of the Murloc as he addressed Chris. The muscular man placed his hands on his waist as he asked him about how the points for beating the leader level were calculated. The blonde held his hand out to the side and replied that this was a special case. He opened one eye and added that he could calculate it by the standards of the dungeon, which was about to get out of control. A Murloc was in front of the adventurers when it was said that a thought flashed through their minds that this was the moment when man has completed his evolution. Sweat broke out on Cody's face. Tony looked ahead worriedly, realizing that the dungeon flip that the girl predicted had actually happened. The axe-wielding warrior smirked, thinking that the transition from a normal Tier 7 dungeon to a Tier 9 survival dungeon was a very rare and unlikely event, and that this was how a leader-level specimen capable of moving was born. Nanas held his blade in front of him when Cody realized that such a thing was unheard of, and that he was very unlucky to be in such a dead end. Tony stood at his side, who addressed him. The Dragon Knight opened his mouth wide and said that given the current situation, he felt that even a personal visit from Chris would not fix things. Nanas slung his weapon over his shoulder when the boy suggested that they leave otherwise, to which Cody replied that he didn't think he would let them go. The Murloc opened his mouth and asked if Chris was their leader. Tony's pupils narrowed. The Axeman frowned deeply and wondered what was going on and if Murlocs could speak human language. The monster pointed to the trees and said that he felt like there were two very strong people heading that way. Nanas held out his hand and asked if Chris was among them and if so, could they reveal it and if he was such a legend. Cody opened his mouth and replied that he would not comment. The Murloc looked forward sternly and said that it did not seem so. An ominous aura surrounded him as he added that then there was nothing to worry about, to which the boy asked his comrade to be careful. Nanas swung his blade at the dragon and exclaimed that it was time to become real. The Murloc looked forward with determination. His sword pierced the dragon's skin. Tony opened his mouth wide and asked him to stop. Nanas stood in front of the creature's disappearing body. He frowned, looking forward. Jasper was sitting on the couch. He opened his mouth slightly and said that the black spot had finally appeared. The necromancer brought his hand to his face, thinking that it would be better to first complete the escape mission and deal with the red dot just in case. Someone approached the crowd of people. The guy looked away carefully. Tyler was standing in front of him, whom he asked about whether he had been chasing this Murloc and why it had returned again. The man with glasses opened his mouth slightly and replied that the boss had been killed by Chris and his assistants. He approached the adventurers and asked why they were all gathered there and if the problem with the Murlocs had been solved. Kate looked at him and replied that most of the monsters had been defeated except for the hero-level Murloc, and that the leader-level necromancer and his minions had not been dealt with. The archer held out his hand and added that they were staying in the building and refusing to come out, and that if they fought indoors, the advantage would not be on their side since such terrain was more favorable for the undead, so they could only wait. Tyler looked away thoughtfully and remained silent. The undead minion looked ahead. Dark silhouettes were visible in the distance. The Murloc imagined the silhouettes surrounded by white light and thought about how these adventurers had gathered together and then used the skill heightened senses. Sweat appeared on the necromancer's face as he apologized, explaining that he did not have enough troops there. The undead were sitting on the balcony when the skill overkill was used. The protagonist held the bow in front of him. He released the bowstring, looking straight ahead. The arrow shot forward. She pierced the undead body. Jasper put his hand on his chest and asked how it happened and who dared. Someone was standing behind the guy as he asked how many Murlocs were in his house. Monica crossed her arms and said there were 5 more and that one of them was particularly weak. Chuck looked behind him and said that was good. David was standing in front of him as he called him along, explaining that he needed him to help him share the firepower. Manas and the adventurer crossed weapons. The warrior with the axe opened his mouth wide and screamed. The Murloc glared and said that it was enough and that he was tired of this. He swung his sword at Cody. The guy gritted his teeth and mentally addressed Tony, saying that he would give him a chance. The Dragon Knight appeared behind the Murloc as he added that he needed to figure out who was in charge. The adventurer held his weapon out in front of him. Mana's eyes flashed and said that of course it included him. He struck Tony, who screamed. Cody appeared behind the Murloc, charging. Blood sprayed as he was struck. The wounded warrior with the axe fell to the ground. The bodies of the adventurers lay near Manha's. He turned around and asked if that wasn't enough. The blonde man stopped in front of him and said that it wasn't bad, then asked how he had noticed him. The Murloc looked forward seriously and said that he had an innate talent for sensing the presence of those on the same level or higher than him. He turned his head to the side and asked the man not to hide, adding that he himself would not hide himself and his weaknesses. Fred clenched his fists, looking forward. Manhas held out his sword and said that by the way, they were also ruthless because they just watched him kill their comrades. Murloc turned to the blonde and asked if he would continue to watch if he did not deal with him. Chris smiled and offered to talk, and then asked if all of his subordinates were destroyed. Fred opened his mouth and turned to the guy, saying that his strength was slightly different from what he described. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was because he was evolving, and that he should not worry, because he calculated everything in accordance with the inverted dungeons of the 11th to 15th levels, so his comrade would not be harmed. Chuck's trainer folded his arms over his chest and said that it was good. There was a night sky above the houses when someone asked if Chris had asked them to evacuate everyone. Tyler held the phone to his ear as they answered in the affirmative, adding that the upside-down dungeon was completely out of control and that he said he wouldn't be able to take care of the others once the fight started. The man with glasses opened his mouth slightly and asked if the case of the necromancer Murloc and his minions hadn't been solved already. Sam opened his mouth wide and said that they didn't care and that according to Monica's message, Brother Chuck would deal with the Murlocs in the building. The adventurers stood behind Tyler as he wondered if the protagonist was there. Lucas looked away carefully as he asked them to call him right away and tell him not to do anything stupid, since the necromancer Murloc and the one he killed were not on the same level. Alice looked away when Tyler added that a legendary boy like him didn't need to take risks even if this upside-down dungeon was somehow connected to him. The screen showed the 8th floor. David stepped out of the elevator. An undead creature emerged from the wall. She looked ahead carefully. The blade cut her in half. The goblin looked back. A silhouette was visible behind him when he was told not to look back and keep moving forward. Jasper opened his mouth wide and asked about the instant kill again, adding that this was some kind of joke because they were elite undead of the 7th level. The necromancer narrowed his eyes, looking ahead. An undead was standing in front of him when he said that there was a guy of the leader level on this floor that they needed to kill, to which they agreed. Sam turned to Brendan and said that Chuck turned off his phone and was not answering. Tyler brought the phone to his face and asked about the connection being lost. Someone stopped in front of him. Lucas was standing next to Alice when he asked if they needed help. The guy with glasses looked ahead incredulously. The door handle twitched. The goblin entered the room. In front of him stood the undead, speaking in an incomprehensible language. The Murloc held out his staff. Fireballs flew at David. The undead opened its mouth wide and exclaimed that it was time. A Murloc appeared from the floor. He rushed towards the goblin. The protagonist kicked the undead with his foot. The Murloc looked surprised when he thought that this was a person with the same skills as the killer, and that it was not surprising that 2 guards were instantly killed. Louis flew back, slowing down with his feet. Chuck approached the goblin and asked him to give him way. David wiped away tears when he added that he left the Murloc in the hallway for him. The guy stamped his foot. A weapon appeared in his hands when he activated the title Risk and Survive. The undead held out his staff and used the fireball skill. System windows appeared in front of the protagonist, describing the titles 1 Step 1 Kill and Live to Die. Chuck approached the undead. A system window appeared with the title Overkill. The guy decapitated Louis. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. He stood holding a scythe in his hand. Chuck turned his head to the side and asked why that Murloc necromancer had not appeared. The guy's eyes sparkled when he thought that it did not matter and that he would use vision of the past to find him, adding that he would just test the ability. Murloc silhouettes appeared in front of him, one of which said that there was a leader-level guy on their floor whom they needed to find and kill. The protagonist looked to the side and thought about him climbing over the balcony. There was a bookcase in front of him. A trembling Murloc lay in the drawer. Chuck looked down with disgust. The adventurers were riding in an elevator. The protagonist was standing next to a monster when he said that he had captured a normal Murloc, which was used for research. Tyler held the phone to his head when he asked to wait with this and asked where he was now. Chuck opened his mouth and said that he was at his house. Jasper ran away from the building when Tyler told the guy to quickly get out of the house because he was in danger. Then the protagonist asked him again and assumed that he meant a necromancer Murloc and an undead, adding that he had already dealt with the latter, but the leader could not be caught and escaped, and then asked him to remind the adventurers to be careful and not get caught by him. The protagonist looked away when he was addressed. The adventurers stopped in front of him when Lucas greeted him. Chuck smiled and asked him why he was there. The blonde stopped in front of the guy and said that he was late and that one of the leading Murlocs caught up with him, adding that he heard that there was another one there, so he came there to try his luck. Lucas looked away when the protagonist told him that he was wrong to come because the Murloc had already escaped and that he and his goblin had also destroyed one. David raised his hands up and made a characteristic sound. Alice looked closely at the blade and thought about this weapon. Tyler adjusted his glasses and said that they could talk about this later and that they would have to leave. The protagonist looked up and asked about the fact that they weren't going to help Tony and Cody. The man with glasses opened his mouth and replied that they couldn't help them anymore. Chris fought Manas, thinking that he and Monica were right about the inverted dungeon getting out of control. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about how he needed to have high stamina to kill the knight, even though the damage wasn't synced with the main body, and how all the cards were down for one round so far. The Murloc cut Chris's duplicate in half as he thought that if his killing blow didn't destroy the monster, then they all needed an explanation. Manas suddenly turned his head to the side. He rushed forward, holding a sword in his hands. A duplicate appeared next to the blonde as he said that he would show his echo ability again. Then it was explained that he could summon his echo within a range of 15 meters, and that it was unconscious and had a limited duration, and that everything else was a copy of the creator's body. Chris's duplicate swung at the Murloc. They crossed blades. The adventurer looked ahead carefully. Manas gritted his teeth, thinking about how annoying this job was and wondering if it would be easy for him to create a copy of himself. Fred appeared behind him and asked to finally allow him to attack. Murloc looked back. The man struck and wished death on the monster when it was vulnerable. It flew into the building from the force of the blow. Manas lay in a pile of rubble. Fred folded his arms in front of him and asked if it was possible that it wasn't dead yet, and then added that not only was he tough and strong, but he was also resilient. In front of him stood Chris, to whom he told that this boss was hard to kill, and asked for the points to be calculated according to the standard of a level 15 inverted dungeon boss. The blonde smirked and agreed. Fred glared at him and advised him to keep working, adding that he would take action when the opportunity arose. It was then explained that breath hold and flow were unique skills to martial artists, and that after using them one could enter a state of silent stealth. The Murloc rose to his feet and said that they had been underestimated when someone suggested that perhaps Chris and Fred's professional skills had put enough pressure on Manas, and that perhaps he was annoyed by their attitude. A shadow fell on the monster's face as he said that it was really just two villains, inferior to him in strength, who thought they could defeat him. Sound waves began to emanate from the Murloc as he shouted that this was just wishful thinking. It was then explained that this had led to the monster's reckless and impulsive decision, and that between the present and the future, he chose the former. Chris covered his ears with his hands. Fred glared ahead menacingly. Manas opened his mouth and announced that he wanted to choose a profession. A system window appeared with a hint that the hero could choose one of the professions of the adventurers he had swallowed in the past, and that some professions were currently available to him: sea beast priest, druid, magic archer, master of hunting, martial artist, swordsman, elemental mage, and assassin. Murloc looked at the system window and asked to exclude the professions and leave them with a remote attack. A system window appeared saying that 3 professions were currently available to him: magic archer, who needed arrows and a bow, martial artist, and elemental mage. The next system notification said that it had been discovered that the 3 aforementioned professions were inferior in strength to the priest and druid professions, and asked if he wanted to change his choice. Manas opened his mouth wide and ordered him to use fewer words, adding that he was choosing the latter. A system window appeared wishing good luck to the reckless. The adventurers stood in front of the building. Nate raised his hand and said they were leaving. Kate opened her mouth and asked them to be careful and call if they needed help. She looked away as the phone rang. The girl put the phone to her ear and answered. Sam opened his mouth and told her that Chuck had chased away the Murloc necromancer, adding that he would tell her the escape route and that he was alone now so it would be easy to handle. The man was sitting near a pillar. Dylan grabbed his shoulder and said that it looked like this upside-down dungeon was going to disappear soon and that a lot had happened, but luckily he survived. Someone approached him. A system window appeared in front of Jasper. There was a crescent moon in the sky as the guy wondered when it started. There was blood on Dylan's face as he decided his life was at a dead end. There were people sitting at the tables. A man stopped in front of Dylan and asked how long he had been waiting for him. The man with glasses looked at him when he replied that he had not. The girl looked away in confusion when the man said that this was Amanda he was talking about, and that she was the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer Ram. He pointed at the boy and told him that he was the new star of Yungzhou City, and that he was the only one in their province that the Shadow Queen loved, so he had a great future ahead of him, and then he told them to introduce themselves. Amanda looked forward and greeted him. Dylan smiled and returned her greeting, realizing that it was at that party that his uncle had introduced her to him. They walked, showered with rose petals, as he wondered when his career as an adventurer would be over. The boy raised his hand to his mouth and screamed when Dylan realized that it was because of his status that the official had entrusted him with a strategic task that was beyond his capabilities, while his wife stood by and watched. The boy crossed weapons with the cursed giant in the 8th level dungeon. Cody turned to Ellen and exclaimed that this was not all and that he could not handle it. The sword flew out of the boy's hands. The monster opened its mouth and laughed. The giant of destruction swung its club at the boy. Dylan looked forward in fear and thought that this was the end. The girl put her hand in front of her and cast the 5-ring spell. Purple energy enveloped the monster. The boss's body trembled. A warrior with an axe walked towards him, exclaiming that it was his turn. Cody swung at the monster. He swung the weapon, dealing a powerful blow. The boss's body was cut in half. Someone approached them and asked about what was happening upstairs, cursing. Ellen opened her mouth wide and said that the main force of the team was holding them back, and then asked if this would really kill them. Cody turned away from the guy and told him that if she had any questions about the team assignments, she should ask her superiors, because Dylan had done nothing wrong, so there was no point in criticizing him like that. The girl looked ahead with displeasure. She turned away from the man and suggested that they just move on. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and apologized, adding that he had let everyone down this time. Cody opened one eye and asked him not to apologize, saying that he hadn't expected him not to inherit Ron's epic relic. Dylan looked shocked when he asked if they all thought he had inherited it. The blue-haired man looked at him and asked why else would they send the 3 of them to conquer this level 8 dungeon, which was clearly more difficult than usual. Cody frowned and added that, at least from an official standpoint, it was safe to say that he, as Amanda's family member and a rising star, had inherited Ron's heirloom, or the brass wouldn't have put together such a team. Dylan looked ahead in surprise when the man told him that if he wanted to move on, he should go back and talk to his wife, adding that accepting assignments beyond his abilities wouldn't be a problem. Clouds were floating above the building when he was asked if he hadn't figured out the situation. The guy sitting next to Amanda said that he was new to the family, but that didn't mean they had to fully support him, an outsider. Dylan stood in front of them as he added that besides, he didn't have the potential to become a legendary adventurer, and that anyway, if they didn't reach the top, they would follow his uncle's path and become managers in Yungzhou City. Then the girl said that it was okay and that he could take care of Henry while staying in Yungzhou and that he wouldn't have to go to dangerous dungeons anymore. The guy lay in a pool of blood, thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't married into that family back then. The Murlocs stood in front of him as Albert said that the man was quite strong and then asked about why not transform him into an undead, to which Jasper replied that it wouldn't work and that he could only transform monsters of one race. Then Dylan wondered if his life would have turned out differently and what he would do if he could do it again. A crowd of adventurers approached them, shouting that they were ahead. Then the leader said that these people came very quickly. The necromancer looked straight when he said that there was no point in rushing because the escape mission was completed. He pointed his finger at the system window. They disappeared in front of Kate. Tyler was talking on the phone. He opened his mouth wide and asked about whether Dylan was really dead. Sam was standing in front of the window when he answered that it was true. Brendan was sitting in front of the guy when he exclaimed that he broke. There was a glowing silhouette on the laptop monitor. 2 people were standing in front of him. Chris looked ahead worriedly and asked about whether he was getting stronger. Manhwa's was enveloped in white energy. He looked at his hand and wondered if this was really a profession. Fred was behind him when he thought about how he now seemed to understand something, and that it turned out that someone weaker than him was capable of many things thanks to the bonuses associated with it. The man's pupils narrowed as the Murloc said that this would end now. A shining sphere appeared in the monster's hand when he used the amphibian technique. A white beam appeared in front of him when the blast wave skill was used. Black smoke appeared in front of Manhwa's. Chris's duplicate began to disappear. The Murloc looked ahead in surprise. Fred was next to the blonde. Chris folded his arms in front of him and used the transformation technique. The muscular man touched his chin and said that he owed him his life. The blonde clenched his fist and asked him not to say such nonsense. The Murloc grinned evilly. He put his hands out to the sides and asked if his clone could really switch places with someone else. Chris confidently looked ahead and answered in the affirmative, adding that it was very convenient. Spheres appeared in the monster's hands when he asked if he could hide if he attacked them at the same time. White discs rushed forward when the double attack technique was used. They approached the adventurers. Chris gritted his teeth, thinking about how incredible their speed was and how he couldn't dodge them. They pulled him by the arm and asked him why he stood there, because he couldn't handle it. Fred ran in front of him, adding that they needed backup and that the guy's strength was beyond legendary. Manas turned to the fugitives, who concluded that they couldn't defeat him. The Murloc took off. The adventurers looked back as he said that there was no point in resisting. A glowing ball appeared behind them. Fred's face sweated as he realized the size of the sphere. Chris looked away, worried. Manas threw the energy sphere. There was a flash in the middle of the city. Tyler looked up at the ceiling as the goblin suggested an earthquake. Sam's face sweated as he ordered the civilians to be evacuated. The Murloc was seen on the monitor as he explained that Chris and his assistant had been defeated and that the bastard was not harmed at all. Manas frowned deeply when the boy added that until Richard arrived, they had no choice but to retreat since he was beyond their strength. Murloc put his hand forward. He crossed his arms over his chest. In front of him lay a blonde man who said that he was really cool. Chris grabbed his leg and added that he had to warn him not to even think about hurting civilians, otherwise, no matter what the cost, they would come back and take revenge. Manas stepped on the boy's hand. He grinned evilly and asked about how he really was talking about this despite the fact that his comrades abandoned him, and then said that he would eat him and become even stronger, adding that he could try to take revenge if he could. Tyler held the phone to his ear when he said that he understood. In front of him stood Chuck, whom he turned to and asked if he could take over as a leader and help with the evacuation of civilians. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if he could do it himself. The man with glasses looked ahead and said no, because he and Cody had made a fatal mistake in that dungeon, so he simply had no moral right to occupy this position. The guys were sitting near the building when the warrior with the axe thought that someone should detain this boss, and then told his comrade to run and save his life. Cody stood in front of the adventurer when he said that he would try to buy him more time. Tony held his shoulder when he answered that he was responsible for what happened in the dungeon, adding that there was no need to risk his life. The man with blue hair looked away and said that he was an official adventurer and would not run away like a pathetic coward. Tyler looked ahead seriously and asked Chuck to help him take care of Sam and Brendan, adding that the fate of all of Dongshan now depended on him. The protagonist looked ahead, realizing that everything was not in vain. Lucas crossed his arms as someone shouted at him not to act so impulsively and that he knew that his hidden profession helped him skip levels and challenge dungeons. Tyler stood in front of the guy as he said that he also knew that he had obtained powerful equipment and weapons. The man with glasses opened his mouth wide and added that even legendary adventurers couldn't handle this monster and that Chuck was no match for him. The protagonist pointed to his title of 50/50 with Murlocs and asked to listen to him first, and then said that thanks to this title, he can find strong monsters nearby and that he is clearly not inferior to others in strength, speed, and agility. Then the system reported that an attribute enhancement related to the title was detected and that strength +8, agility +9, and intelligence +2. Tyler looked forward excitedly and replied that even if he was not inferior to them, there was still a difference in combat power between them. Chuck pointed at himself and said that, in addition, this legendary helmet gave him the combat power and experience of Claude himself. David held the blade in his hand when the guy added that it was the Black Knight's sword. Alice's pupils narrowed when she realized that he had 2 epic items. Lucas looked away indifferently, thinking that Coach Fred had definitely made a mistake this time. The protagonist confidently looked forward and said that his job was Deathseeker, and that thanks to it, he was able to defeat 2 legendary bosses, so even though he was level 13, he was sure that he could get rid of him in 3 minutes. Tyler stood in front of him when Chuck said that he was sorry for hiding all this. The guy in the helmet opened his mouth and concluded that now he wanted to contribute as a resident of this city, an adventurer, and an official member of the association, so he asked to be allowed to do so. The man with glasses smiled and asked how he could refuse him. The protagonist stopped in front of him and replied that the decision was made then and that he would sort everything out and that he should stay there. Chuck turned away from Tyler and asked Lucas if he would go with him. The blonde opened one eye and asked the guy not to even think about it. Manhwa stood among the rubble when he said that he would eat him and then find the fugitive. He squeezed the hilt of the blade when he added that he would become stronger and no legendary adventurer would be able to cope with him. Murloc stopped in front of the guy and said that he would do it when he was done with him. Chris smirked, looking back, and replied that he could continue to dream. Manhwa looked ahead with an angry look. He put his hand in front of himself and exclaimed that the guy was being rude to him even on the verge of death, and that it seemed that he did not value life. Then the monster was called a fish. Murloc held the sword with his back turned. Cody smiled and said that he came for revenge. Manhwa's eyes lit up as he replied that he had shown mercy and let him go. Murloc walked towards the adventurer and asked if he had decided to go back and die, adding that he did not value the life he had given him. Cody held the weapon in front of him as the system reported that the title Never Surrendering to Death increases the wearer's physical strength to the limit of his race. However, if the wearer escapes, half of his physical strength will be lost. Man has dealt many blows, wishing for his opponent to accept his death. Cody gritted his teeth, defending himself. Cracks appeared on his weapon. Murloc attacked him with his sword. The axe warrior's weapon broke. Manhwa looked forward with fury and wished for his death. He cut through Chris's double when the teleport skill was used. The monster looked back with anger. The two adventurers stood side by side. Cody had sweat running down his face as he said that his weapon was broken and then asked if he had a spare. Chris stared ahead and said that he did when the system reported that the title 1 inch bigger and stronger increased his attack range. Murloc stood with his sword in his hand as he exclaimed that he would fight him to the end. Manhwa suddenly frowned. Behind him, someone stopped and asked what they were talking about. The protagonist looked ahead confidently as he asked if he could join them. Chris and Cody looked in the same direction as they asked what the guy was doing there since he was only level 6. Murloc looked away in concentration, realizing that Chuck was quite strong. The protagonist held his blade out in front of him. The two ran down the road at the same time. They looked at each other as Alice said that this was a bit unexpected. The girl opened her mouth and added that with all the basic attributes, combat experience, and the advantages that a hidden profession gives, the guy really has a good chance to fix the situation, and then asked about why Lucas refused such a lucrative offer. The blonde looked back and replied that he was interested in another question about why she did not go. Alice sternly looked away and remained silent when he called her the engineering witch of the strike force. Someone appeared in front of them and asked about whether he had not told them to kill the two Murlocs and leave, and why they were there. Fred held his shoulder as he said that it did not matter now and that they needed to follow him, explaining that everything there was out of control, so this city was no longer safe. Manhwa held his sword to the side when it was reported that due to his high level of perception, he immediately understood that the intruder's strength was very close to his own. Murloc frowned, realizing that the opponent was very strong. The protagonist held the blade in front of him when it was explained that the strange thing was that absorbing this man would not increase his own level, meaning that it was obvious that he was not level 13, but he was clearly special among all the others. Manhwa pointed the sword at the guy and asked what his level was. Chuck opened his mouth and asked again. He was standing with the blade in his hands when he answered that he was level 6. Murloc opened his mouth wide and asked that he really thought he was a fool, adding that even with such strength, he would not be an opponent worthy of him. The guy in the helmet chuckled and began to answer. Manhwa held the sword in front of him when he exclaimed that this was enough and that he did not care if the man tried to argue with him, adding that he would defeat him anyway. Chuck looked forward determinedly and said that he did not think so. Murloc jumped and swung. The protagonist looked askance, wondering if he was really attacking so recklessly. The guy gripped the hilt with both hands. Dust appeared in front of him. Manhwa cut down Chris's double. Murloc bared his teeth, exclaiming that they had used that trick again. The three adventurers stood nearby, when Chuck assumed that it was a change of positions and then asked if he had done it. Then Cody wondered if he really had the nerve to ask, adding that if he hadn't taken any action, the guy would already be dead. Manhwa frowned deeply, thinking that fighting an opponent of equal strength with the help of his comrades was very dangerous. The protagonist looked away and asked the man to trust him at least once, explaining that if he was not confident in his victory, he would not have come. Chris looked away and asked him if he was sure, adding that all of the opponent's stats were over 20, and that it did not matter how difficult the dungeons were that he had passed, it was not a rank or even S rank. Chuck opened his mouth and said that he was sure. The adventurers stood looking forward when Chris said that then the guy should attack and he would help, after which Cody asked if he really believed him, since he was only level 6. Murloc appeared next to the warrior with the axe. He looked at the man and wished him death, then Cody cursed and asked him not to disturb their conversation. Chris bent his arms in front of him and used the move skill. The blue-haired man turned to him and told him to be careful since he was the target. Manhwa approached Chris, telling the doppelganger to get out of the way, calling him trash. The blonde gritted his teeth, realizing that it was too late to do anything. Murloc smirked, looking ahead. The protagonist swung his sword in front of him. The guy in the helmet opened his mouth and asked if he hadn't promised to give it his all, and why he had switched to his comrades. Fred looked away in surprise and asked about the fact that he really had 2 epic items. The students were walking behind him, when Lucas replied that he also had a special job that was not in the encyclopedia of hidden jobs, and that he relied on the title effect to equalize the power and increase his stats. The blonde looked ahead as he added that he thought that if they failed, they could ask Richard and Monica to help them. Chuck moved quickly around the enemy. Chris appeared behind the Murloc. The guy in the helmet looked away with satisfaction, trying to guess what tactic he would use this time. Manhwa gritted his teeth, looking back. He put his hand out to the side and asked the enemy if he really thought he would fall for this trick again. The Murloc cut down Chris's double. The monster looked ahead in surprise when he realized that he had not changed his position. The protagonist appeared behind him, calling him naive, and asking if he really thought he would use the same tactic twice. Chuck attacked him from behind, then Manhwa screamed loudly. Cody clenched his fist in front of him and exclaimed that this was a victory, then Chris said that it was too early to talk about it. The protagonist stood in front of the Murloc as he added that the guy's constitution must be above 20 and that the attack wasn't fatal to him. The blonde frowned, thinking that it was amazing and that it was their first time working together, but he was able to adapt perfectly to the tactics he had developed without any explanation. The two stood in front of each other as he thought about how Chuck was supposedly a writer and if all writers were like that. The Murloc gritted his teeth as he looked ahead, thinking about how he managed to dodge and how he didn't have a chance to take advantage of the gaps in their skills to strike back. The protagonist held his blade in front of him as he asked him if his constitution was also 20, adding that it would be a little harder than he thought. Behind him stood Chris's duplicates as it was explained that after a brief fight, he realized that their strategy was working even without using special skills, and that he also realized that their special skills were a mortal threat to him. Manhwa looked at his hand and thought about the great loss. In front of him stood Chuck as it was explained that the monster originally wanted to abandon the future and choose the present, kill 2 level 14 adventurers and advance to level 15 to challenge the legend, but now that was impossible. The protagonist looked at the Murloc in front of him, wondering how strange it was that the boss was acting less aggressively and whether it was planning to retreat. The monster's leg was enveloped in streams of energy as it said that there was one more step to take. Manhwa opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly when a system notification appeared stating that the exclusive skill limit break was able to increase the base value of strength and dexterity by consuming intensely internal energy, and that this ability was not affected by the enemy's profession skills, weapons, equipment, and titles, as well as his own. Chuck looked ahead with concern. System notifications appeared stating that the number of nearby Murlocs had changed, and that the title bonus of with Murlocs 50/50 had been recalculated, and the strength, dexterity, and perception values had been adjusted, and that the adjustment had failed, and that the difference in strength between the parties had changed due to the profession, so each party's strength and dexterity had increased by 4 points. The next system notification stated that the nameless Death Lord and the Mother of the Seas were watching the battle, and that the adventurer should do his best to please them. The Murloc's mouth steamed as it said that it had originally intended to save this for their legendary adventurer, but it seemed it would have to be used now. The protagonist stood before it. It turned to Chris and advised him to run, explaining that the enemy's speed had increased and that he might not be able to stop it this time. Manhwa bared his sharp teeth and offered to help him reach level 15. It approached Chris. The Murloc bit off the doppelganger's limb. Blood spurted from Chris's arm. Manhwa grinned evilly, thinking that this was a good thing since he was now without an arm and that it would be easier. The monster suddenly leaned forward. Cody jumped on it and yelled for Chuck to attack now. The protagonist looked ahead sternly. The Murloc looked at the man and asked if he really thought he could shackle him. The monster held out his arms and told him not to even hope for that. The guy ran towards Manhwa. Chuck swung his blade in front of him. He struck the Murloc. Rock fragments flew in all directions. The protagonist looked forward in shock. Manhwa clenched his fist and offered to end this farce. A sphere appeared in his hand as he wished the enemy to disappear. The guy in the helmet opened his mouth and addressed his comrade. A glow appeared. A pillar of light appeared in front of him as he wondered if he was really capable of such a large-scale attack. Chuck gritted his teeth, looking forward. The Murloc threw his head back. A glow appeared in the night sky. Gabriel looked down and addressed the favorite of the Lord. Manhwa looked up in displeasure and asked about the fact that they also called a summoner for help. The monster tilted his head forward and asked to let him see him. Silhouettes were visible between the houses. The hooded guy was holding a book when the Murloc realized he had found him, guessing that the green idiot next to him must be his assistant, then adding that he wasn't that strong, so there was no need to worry about him. Fred was standing around the corner when he noticed him. An angry man has turned around and asked if he really had the guts to come back. The man looked at the monster. The Murloc threw an energy disc. It approached Fred, who cursed. The man stopped him with his hands when a system notification appeared that the physical attributes of an adventurer with the title of man without armor would be converted equivalent to the cost of armor, reducing physical damage taken. Fred flew back, slowing down with his legs. The muscular man crossed his arms in front of him. Manhwa appeared in front of him, wishing him death. The protagonist attacked the Murloc in the back. He flew into the building from a strong kick. Fred turned to Chuck, who asked if he could still fight. The man placed his hand on his chest and replied that he could barely. A glass vial appeared in the adventurer's hand. The protagonist handed it to the man and said that it was a potion that restored strength, and then asked him to share it with Chris. Manhwa placed his hand on his knee when the man added that he hoped they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. The monster lowered his head and said that he understood. He extended his hand upward and added that he would not be able to reach the other people until he killed him. The sword flew up from the ground. Suddenly, it began to spin. The weapon flew into his hand and he asked if that was true. Extending the weapon forward, the protagonist said that he should interpret it as he wished. The monster frowned and exclaimed. He stood in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, they jumped up. They began to fight each other. Chuck deftly dodged the attack. A sphere suddenly appeared in Manhwa's hand. The protagonist clenched his teeth and exclaimed. The monster grinned and asked what he had just noticed. Too late. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he had suddenly changed his technique. Manhwa opened his eyes in surprise. He landed on the ground. Frowning, the monster thought that what a strange weapon. It could easily poke out an eye because it hit at a treacherous angle. He needed to be careful. The protagonist looked at him angrily. A thought occurred to him that it was good that he had no experience fighting against fighters with a sai. Otherwise it would have been bad. But with such high durability he would still adapt sooner or later. He needed to change his techniques. At the same time, the man was bandaging the wounds. He heard that he should use this. He looked at the trainer in surprise. Fred frowned and told him not to drink too much, let him sip a little, and the wound will heal. Taking the potion in his hands, the man asked what Wales was so flamboyant about. A AA level coach had a blood-stopping potion. He thought only the upper levels had one. Looking away, the coach said that it was Chuck who lent it to them. He guessed that he himself did not understand its value. It was too difficult to get an item of this level at the 6th level. The man gritted his teeth angrily. Looking at the coach, he said that he was warning him not to attract his attention. No matter what the result was in this inverted dungeon in the city, Chuck would definitely become the new star of his Fujian Adventurer Association. Looking down, Fred said that perhaps he was tactless, but the fact that he was able to find Lucas in Fujian province was already a great achievement. So he was not going to feud with them just because he was not satisfied with some things. Besides, a lot depended on him now. The man drank the potion, and a question was heard about whether he still had to abide by the ban on firearms. Spitting out the potion, he asked, "Damn, why does this medicine taste so weird? Did they add wasabi to it or something?" Red lightning appeared between the houses. Rushing forward, Manhwa asked if he was thinking of stalling for time while he chased after him. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that it was naive. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The monster abruptly crashed into the hero. He slid along the ground. Manhwa ran quickly towards him. Chuck looked down and was surprised. Grinning, the monster asked, "Well, let him run, why are you sitting there?" The hero clenched his teeth and thought, damn, his leg, let it not fail him at such an important moment. Swinging his sword, the monster shouted that since he was no longer running, then let him die. The protagonist parried his blow. Manhwa grinned and said that he would not argue. He was really stubborn. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. A sphere appeared behind the monster and he said that he might not meet such an interesting opponent in the future, especially with such a difference in levels, but he hoped that he would at least be able to meet an opponent that he could fight for as long. The angel watched the battle. The man with glasses shouted that it was enough to accumulate divine light, and that he needed to save the people first. Looking down, the angel said that it was too late. The portal began to expand greatly. The monster grinned and said that he would remember them. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The monster stood in the middle of the city. Looking at his hand, he thought, damn, this skill, Limit Break, is very strong, but it uses up too much physical energy. The protagonist lowered his head, and he added that fortunately, this little man's level is not high. Manhwa said in front of him, really. Smiling widely, he added that he could have lost to him. Standing behind him, the man said that he had not won yet. Holding his weapon forward, the man asked what he was laughing at. The monster glared at him. Holding the weapon in his hands, he asked that he thought he could fight him again, barely having healed his wound. Holding his sword forward, Manhwa said that he would knock this arrogance out of him. Chris clenched his teeth tightly. He began to shoot at the monster. The monster winced in pain and wondered what kind of weapon it was, why it pierced his copper skin and iron bones like a piece of cardboard. As he fired, the man asked if he was okay. Looking away, the hero replied that he was. Suddenly, the trainer with the protagonist jumped up. The man smiled and shouted that then he had nothing to worry about. The monster raised the weapon above his head. A notification appeared that the Mother of the Sea had broken the rules and interfered with the confrontation in the dungeon. The rifles of the adventurer Chris would fail in a few seconds. The man looked away in surprise. Firing his gun, Chris asked why both guns jammed at the same time. He shouted in surprise that it was his doing. The thought arose that there was a malfunction, that's all. Suddenly, Manhwa loudly stamped his foot. Rushing forward, he shouted that it seemed their gods did not care about them, to which Chris said that the hell. Throwing away the weapon, he asked how much longer they had to wait. A bright beam appeared in the sky. It hit the man sharply. Chris was sitting on the ground. Clenching his fist, he shouted that where he was aiming almost finished him off. Looking away, the patron told him not to worry, he knew what he was doing. Suddenly, a blue beam hit him. The monster extended his hand and said thank you. A notification appeared that the second intervention of the Sea Mother prevented the holy baptism from killing the adventurer Manhwa, to which the man shouted that he was still alive. Gritting his teeth, the patron said that this could not be. The baptism burns everyone except legends, and he was clearly not one of them. Grinning, the monster said that it was because the Mother of the Sea was his patron. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he laughed loudly. Frowning, the man said damn. He gritted his teeth and thought that he originally wanted to limit the use of firearms so that Dongshin's defensive potential would not increase too much, but he ran into this unkillable creature. Smiling widely, the monster shouted that pathetic insects, come on, just a little more effort and they might even be able to defeat him. Standing behind him, the trainer said that if he loses to someone he considers a bug, he will be punished. He raised his fist and shouted that this would be the most humiliating outcome for him. The tidal effect appeared. The monster shouted furiously that he was thinking, even if he didn't dream. They clashed fists. The monster opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at him, Fred said that he was too arrogant and was already very exhausted from the continuous fight. His blow was too much for him. Frowning, he shouted that he should prepare to die. Manhwa shouted furiously that he was the one who would die, once again exceeding the limit. A notification appeared that the adventurer Manhwa received the blessing of the Mother of the Sea and partially restored his strength. A message appeared that the unknown person was unhappy with this. The nameless Lord of Death wanted to provide the defenders with a little help. Tyler was healing the protagonist. The protagonist drank a potion. Looking at him, the guy said that his breathing had evened out, and the monster exclaimed. He looked at the notification in surprise. A message appeared that the Death Lord, who wished to remain anonymous, changed his legendary ghost helmet, added new effects summoned to the battlefield temporary control. To which the guy asked, what's strange? The guy adventurer Chuck for some reason lit up, and he is still unconscious. The protagonist looked down. He was standing in the cemetery. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing the question, why does not use the test sign? Turning around, he shouted the knight's name. Looking at him, Claude said that if the Valiant Knight uses the sign, then he will be able to answer the trump cards of that amphibian. Chuck angrily clenched his teeth. Clenching his fists, he said that let him wait. He is not Claude. He should not know that this is a mermaid monster. Then who is he and where are they? Stretching his hand to the side, the knight said that let him calm down. He really is not Claude, but he is an image generated by the activation of the legendary ghost helmet of Claude. He got off his horse and said that this is the training ground for his new helmet effect, summoning to the battlefield. Looking away, the hero asked what image, but when he, standing next to him, the knight said that just now, his fight with the Murloc attracted the attention of two deities. One of them was interfering with the processes of the dungeon for the third time, and this caused displeasure in the other, so he is here now. Frowning, he added that they would continue the topic of their conversation. Why he did not use the sign of the test, knowing him, he should have already thought of this decision. Chuck put his hand to his face and said that because then he used the survivor on the verge of life and death, but did not know if false death could deceive that Murloc. Grinning, he added that but he did not think that the ability of that projectile was so destructive, and he himself was almost killed. Lowering his head, the knight asked why. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again. Claude turned his head and replied that despite such danger, why did he dare to take the risk? His level was too far behind him. The fact that he was able to fight him for so long was already considered overachieving. Claude looked puzzled when he heard that it was probably because this dungeon was out of control, and the reason was closely related to him. Looking down, the hero said that if he had initially allowed the authorities to enter this dungeon instead of going through it himself, then maybe it would not have become like this. The knight looked away and said that he hadn't thought about the fact that if the government adventurers entered the dungeon, they would not have been able to pass it either, and after he became an adventurer, hadn't he helped many people? The protagonist smirked and said that these were two different things, let him not mix them up. Raising his hand, he added that by the way, how could he get out of here? There was still a fight waiting for him outside. Looking straight ahead, the knight replied that it was no longer necessary. The man lowered his head. It was heard that, didn't he say, the deities that had only watched before were now beginning to take the stage. This farce would soon come to an end. Grinning, the guy asked what he had woken up, and the monster exclaimed. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero said what a frail body. Looking at the menu, he spoke to open the adventurer panel. Grinning, the protagonist said that the title was still nothing. There were even a few abilities. The guy was holding a book in his hands. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck told him not to be nervous. Looking away, he added that he would simply borrow his comrade's body to teach one player how to follow the rules, let him not do anything extra. He needed a maximum of 10 minutes, and the dungeon would be completed. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching his hand out to the side, he said that he had quietly captured Chuck's body. Hoping that he wouldn't notice, why would he believe that he didn't wish him or any of them harm? Looking straight ahead, the hero said that was also true. In their eyes, he really did look very suspicious. Snapping his finger, He added that good. The monster struck the trainer. The man aimed his weapon. Frowning, Chris asked what the hell, why the shell was jammed again. Swinging his hand, the monster shouted that he should die. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Turning around, the man replied that he was the only one who would die here. Rushing forward, the trainer used a super killer blow. A bloody splash appeared. A blow flew at the man. The creature struck with its foot. Fred fell to the ground. It was heard that he was a big guy. Clenching his fists, Manga said that he had been playing with them for so long, even a complete idiot would have figured out how to do the right thing. Suddenly, he froze in amazement. Frowning, the monster shouted loudly, "Who?" A man appeared in front of him. The protagonist grinned slightly. The man turned to him in surprise. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, the hero said that the watch was changing. Let them hand this Murloc over to him. Gritting his teeth, the monster said that it was him again. Rushing forward, he said that if they hadn't been changing each other, he would have already killed them. The goblin looked at him in surprise. A blow flew at Manga. Gritting his teeth, he thought that when this green-skinned oaf managed to get behind him, he didn't even notice. Chuck swung his weapon. He swung his spear sharply. Opening his eyes wide, the monster shouted that it was a pity that it didn't kill him. The hero grinned and said that it was okay, but now he would not be so talkative. The monster grabbed his throat. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that now this big guy would not be able to use the summoning panel. He was like a fish on a cutting board, whose fate was now in their hands. Looking at the weapon, he added that while they were fighting, he should not interfere. He wanted to play with this Murloc. He would wait until he was dying and then finish him off. Putting his hand to his face, the goblin exclaimed. Lowering his head, Manga thought about the fact that due to the damage to his vocal cords, he could not use the adventurer summoning panel anymore. Giving up his maximum combat effectiveness was a huge stupidity. He underestimated the humans too much, although they were not a very strong race, but he fell into exactly the same trap by entering their world, as they had previously fallen into their dungeon. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was all due to his unprecedented stupidity and pride. He swears that if he survives today, he will never play cat and mouse with people again. They are worthy enemies that must be destroyed immediately. The hero took a step forward. He froze, looking at the monster. Looking at the notification, Manga thought that but now it is too late to regret that this blue window again. Does he still have hope? He should take a risk and then get out of here. A reminder appeared that adventurers have a medicine to restore health. He can use it to cure his throat and get out of here. Grinning, the monster thanked the goddess. The protagonist abruptly rushed forward. Manga froze in surprise in front of him. Grinning, the hero asked what he thinks the blue window will save him. He thinks his nanny is not able to do it. The monster jumped up. He started running away from the protagonist. Chuck looked at him in surprise. He widened his eyes and wondered if he really ran. Frowning, the hero asked that he wanted to take the health-restoring medicine from that guy, and then called the adventurer's panel. Pressing the menu button, he thought that if he really healed his throat, he would run away, and then he would become a complete laughingstock to the gods. The protagonist took out a nightmare flute. It was said that he should blow into it to summon a nightmare. Sitting on a horse, the protagonist told him not to joke with him. The monster froze in front of the guy. Tyler was lying on the ground. A thought arose, why was this man unconscious? Who did this? Taking the flask in his hands, the monster thought that it didn't matter. Now was not the time to think. Since he was unconscious, he would not resist. He smirked and added that so he could save some time. When he healed his throat, he would come back, and this time he would not give him another chance. The armored boy who insulted the goddess would die. The creature began to drink the potion. Suddenly, its body was torn off. Looking up, he wondered what was going on. The protagonist sat on his horse, wondering why he could see the sky. Looking at Manga, he said that he rarely got to come and play here at least once, and he and his damn goddess were ruining his fun. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he said that not only that, the bottle of infinite medicine was now broken because of him, the stinking fish. How would he compensate him for that? He looked at the notification in surprise. A message appeared, saying that the Mother of the Sea was asking him to raise his hand. She was willing to pay a high price in exchange for the survival of her follower. Looking down, Chuck said that compensation was good, but that fish should die. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the Mother of the Sea was angry and said that if he refused, she would open a dungeon of revenge for the Murloc kingdom in this world, and his apostle would be the target of the mission. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said screw it. A message appeared that the Mother of the Sea was confused and at a loss. Sitting on his horse, he said that she should not confuse him with a nanny from the same dying race as them. If his apostle could not grow up enough to defeat the legendary Murloc head-on before the dungeon they launched turned over. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was simply not worthy of being his apostle. A message appeared that the Mother of the Sea was so angry that she lost her mind. Running forward, the goblin turned to the hero. Standing over the monster, he said that if he had been a little late, the Murloc would have died already. The monster grinned and exclaimed. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that by the way, he had already mastered the Sword of the Dark Knight. Stretching the weapon forward, he added that then let him finish him off, to which the goblin was surprised. Lying on the ground, Manhwa thought that he would die. David swung his sword. The thought appeared that no, he did not want to give up, he still had the strength to fight. Gritting his teeth, the monster thought that the goddess would not leave him. The sword stuck into him, and he added that let her give him another chance. A notification appeared that the goblin warrior was killing the Murloc devourer Manhwa. The secret path of the hero was activated. A bright glow appeared around the goblin. Looking straight ahead, the monster said something. A thought arose about what kind of form this was, why it was not in the Master Shaman's legacy book. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist said that he had activated the hidden path of evolution. Grinning, he added that although he was not the patron of his race, it seemed that now he needed to raise a few levels and kill a couple of elite heroes to awaken his talent, and then he would be able to obtain a true name, and then he would become a real goblin hero. With wide eyes, the goblin asked what was true. The protagonist held his hand out and told him not to get too excited. It sounded like this dungeon was finished. The goblin grabbed his weapon and shouted. Walking forward, the man asked if they could return Chuck to them. He was his successor, and if something happened to him, many would be upset. Looking away, the protagonist asked that he hadn't even finished speaking and they were already chasing him away, such was their hospitality. Richard put his hands in his pockets and said that he and his men wanted to thank him personally. The dragon flew through the sky. The guy looked down and asked if this unknown creature had really killed the legendary Murloc. The adventurer looked down and said that if he didn't want his sister to ignore him, he shouldn't bother her with his chatter. The protagonist grinned and said that he should forget. Simple gratitude would be enough. Surrounded from the ground and from the sky, let them remember that legends can rise at any moment. No longer dare to abuse their hospitality. Black smoke came out of his mouth. Suddenly he fell to the ground. Looking at him, the man said that great, it seems that this creature is intelligent. Looking down, the guy said that finally, the kid is coming back. The ambulance was driving straight ahead. Looking at the protagonist, the nurse turned. Grinning, Chuck said that he should not cry. He was alive. Grinning, the girl asked that he woke up. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked how long he had slept. Sitting behind him, the guy said 20 minutes. Frowning, he said that they were going to the Dongshan City Hospital. After the examination, Richard would assess his condition. Turning around, the protagonist asked again. The guy crossed his arms and said he didn't know, maybe he didn't know, or was just pretending. But the inverted Dongshan dungeon was over, thanks to him by the way. Frowning, he added that in the 20 minutes he'd been sleeping, an unknown person had taken over his body and killed that rabid level 13 Murloc. The protagonist froze in bewilderment, listening to the fact that this fact also made him think hard if suddenly there were legends, or even someone higher, capable of using his body to go to their world. Would the authorities keep silent about it? Lowering his head, Chuck asked what he would become for them then. Looking at him, the girl thought about him. Closing her eyes, the guy said he didn't know. The hero looked away and exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, Tony said that, but be that as it may, he was the hero of Dongshan now. The hero glared at him, hearing that in the worst case, it would simply be difficult for him to get into the government, because no one could claim that the being behind him had good intentions. The protagonist turned around, hearing that, however, they, the guild members, did not care. Grinning, Peter said that for them, such support was rather a plus, so no one would drive him away. On the contrary, if someone was behind him, and even such a powerful one, his support would only become more valuable. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that so if he was not comfortable where he was now, then let him talk to any of them. The doors of their guild were always open for him. Chuck said in amazement that it looked like they wanted to lure him away. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he would not deny it, because getting a fighter is only 6 levels, but with such potential it is like winning the lottery. Even if Richard is unhappy, he still wants to invite him to their guild. A notification appeared that the nameless Lord of Death apologizes for destroying the healing potion. As compensation, an excellent item enhancement coupon was received. It was said that the secret skill of the path of the one who follows death, the inevitable effect of the skill, was opened when receiving heavy injuries. There is a chance to ignore the enemy's defense. The closer the basic characteristics of the parties, the higher the chance of triggering. A message appeared that the Lord of Death helped in the transformation of Claude's helmet, and also warns that you should beware of the ship. The hero, opening his eyes in surprise, thought about the ship. Sitting at the table, he heard that someone addressed him. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he should forgive him. He thought, asked what he was talking about. Stretching his hands forward, Archie said that his weapon and cloak were taken by his goblin follower. At the scene they found only a broken bottle of potion. It was written about a special negotiator skill, fluent speech. During the skill's action, the interlocutor is forced to maintain a conversation if the owner of the skill initiates it. Looking at him, the protagonist said, okay, then he will take the weapon and the invisibility cloak later. Rising up, the man said that then that's all regarding compensation for the bottle of potion. This issue will be resolved within 3 working days. To which the hero responded approvingly. It was said about a rare item, the chair of truth, while in the chair and within a radius of 5 meters from it, it is impossible to lie. Chuck looked at him, frowning. He thought that this man had a powerful subclass. He even told when he became an adventurer. And when the Lord of Death began to be interested in him, was it really his skills that made him talk and did not let him lie? An hour passed and the protagonist sat in the room. People were watching him. Looking at the papers, Chris said that the results came in. Chuck was fine. The man looked away and asked what he had managed to find out, what kind of deity had entered the world through Chuck's body. Frowning, Chris replied that he had asked, but had managed to find out little. All they knew was that it was known as the Lord of Death. Crossing his arms, Richard said that it seemed that this deity was somehow related to the undead. Looking away, he asked when it had made contact with Chuck. Looking at the documents, the man said that when he pretended to be a newcomer to it in the forest dungeon, he received a powerful blow from it, and it was he who allowed the guy to pass the cemetery. The protagonist looked at his hands. A view of the Dongshan City Hospital opened up. The coach stood up in surprise and turned to Lucas. The girl grinned, holding the bags in her hands. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked that the doctors did not say how long he would stay here. Looking at his hand, the coach said 2 weeks. Standing in front of the coach, Lucas asked what it means. He will miss the 3rd sortie into the expert dungeon of Jiangzhou, to which Fred replied that it turns out like this. Raising his hand up, the guy asked that he did not think to demand compensation from Chris. After all, he almost set him up in that dungeon in Dongshan. Looking straight ahead, the coach said that he would figure it out himself somehow. Raising his hands, he asked, by the way, why isn't Chuck with them? The girl began to unpack the packages and said that he came into contact with unknown forces from the dungeon and is now under the protection of the association. The man exclaimed in surprise. Comments about adventurers appeared. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked what he was doing. Crossing his arms, the guy said that if he was afraid that he would get into trouble, then he should know that the association will always support him. He smirked and added that or he thought they wouldn't help him and would let him tarnish the association. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that if Tyler found out. Taking a step forward, the man asked what would he find out what. Chuck shouted the guy's name in surprise. He smirked and said that he seemed to remember. Raising his finger, the protagonist said that was better. Suddenly, the hero disappeared. He struck the guy from behind. Tyler fell to the ground and the protagonist said that he would see him later. The guy smirked and said that he shouldn't worry, that he didn't hold a grudge because it wasn't him who knocked him out, but the deity that stood behind him. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that this situation seemed to be bothering Tyler. Adjusting his glasses, he said, okay, jokes aside. Chuck exclaimed in surprise when he heard that the examination was over and he could go home. The protagonist smirked and asked if they didn't need a few more days of observation. Looking down, the guy said that the god's pets weren't as rare as he thought. There were about a dozen in China alone, and most of them were on the side of order. In fact, as long as the deity behind him didn't cause chaos in society, danger to people, or anything like that. The view of the building opened up, and he added that the association wouldn't have any complaints about him. Lying on the bed, the protagonist asked what public disorder and danger to people meant. A scream was heard in the building. Looking at the goblin, the hero asked what he really looked like and then thought that it was strange why he said that. Stretching his hand out to the side, Chuck said that it didn't matter, let him tell what happened when he no longer controlled his body, to which the goblin responded approvingly. He began to actively wave his arms. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it turns out that he took over his body to weaken that Murloc, and then let him finish him off, and after that he became like this. The monster grinned and answered him. A thought arose that it was true. Not only had he discovered a hidden path, but this path was not even in the Master Shaman's book. Hitting David on the shoulder, the hero said that great, this appearance suits him very well, now he will be called a hero. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked, by the way, his invisibility cloak and the Black Knight's sword are with him. Holding the things forward, the goblin said that here they are. Holding the cloak in his hands, Chuck said that he should keep the sword for now, return it when he levels up, to which the monster responded approvingly. The goblin entered the portal. Grinning, the hero thought that he was far from him, but now he cannot worry about him. From the portal, he heard that his leg was grabbed. It was written about the helmet of the undead Claude. The abilities of this helmet in battle gain the experience and knowledge of the undead knight Claude, summoning, patronage. Looking at the helmet, the protagonist thought that the summoning was clear, but patronage, this is not a spiritualism session. Putting the helmet on his head, he added that this will not work, he needs to check. The protagonist appeared in the cemetery. Standing behind him, the knight asked that he was looking for him. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist answered that yes, he wanted to ask something. Frowning, Claude said that he should talk. Looking at him, Chuck asked what effect patronage gives, and how to unlock the summoning. The knight looked at him in bewilderment. Crossing his arms, he added that he had already experienced patronage on himself. Wide-eyed, the hero thought that spiritualism, so it was in his head. Holding a weapon in his hands, the knight said that regarding the summoning. Suddenly, he struck towards the protagonist. Looking at him in surprise, Chuck asked what he was doing. Frowning, Claude replied that he should defeat him and open it. Sitting on the couch, the hero sighed. The phone was lying nearby, and he said that Claude was an undead legend, the very embodiment of combat experience, and the second one even stronger than him, and he would have to fight both of them at his 6th level. The protagonist looked to the side. A view of the hotel opened up. Chuck entered the room. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that Chuck was here. Looking at the girl, the protagonist wondered if this was the adventurer who helped him in the inverted dungeon. What was she doing here? Stretching his hand to the side, the man said that he should come in and sit down. Blake looked to the side and asked what it was. He didn't look much like him. The man gritted his teeth and said that yes, a rising star, but an ordinary guy in appearance. Looking at Greg, the protagonist said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It looks like he's lost weight, to which he asked again. The man extended his hand to the side and addressed him. He frowned and said that congratulations, he was a rising star in the Ming province. If he continued in the same spirit, he might rise even higher. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and wondered if that was really true. After shaking his hand, Chuck told him not to exaggerate. He was just lucky. Greg grinned and told him not to be modest. In their business you can't do without luck, and luck alone is not enough to become a star of such magnitude. Charlie adjusted his glasses and said that he was not one to beat around the bush, they would get down to business. The protagonist grinned and said that he should talk. Looking away, the man said that once he got into a dungeon, he should have realized that good guides are a guarantee of safety. Frowning, Chuck replied that yes, that's right. Sitting at the table, Charlie said that he also needed to know that Richard would be leaving his position as the head of the Ming Province Adventurers next year and would be heading to the 18th level Tomb of Fear dungeon, which had appeared for the first time in several years. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that this was also something that worried them greatly. He widened his eyes and wondered if the 18th level Tomb of Fear was the dungeon. He extended his hand to the side and said that he knew this dungeon, but wasn't his boss defeated by the adventurer team led by Ron. Alice looked away and said that this monster wouldn't die even from a nuclear bomb. Ron and Richard had risked their lives back then and could only seal it somewhere in this world. There was a lamp at the bottom of the sea, sitting in front of the protagonist. The girl added that the story he knew was greatly embellished by the media so as not to cause panic among the people. Everything was completely different, to which he replied that that's how it is. The hero stretched out his hand and said that since the boss of this dungeon had already been sealed, the value of clearing the Tomb of Fear would be greatly reduced. Why would an expert like Richard decide to leave his position as the head of Fujian province to challenge himself again because of a dungeon like this? He raised his eyebrows and added that or maybe this Tomb of Fear is really special. A memory of the battle came up. It was heard that there was nothing unusual about it. For other people, it was just an 18th level dungeon whose difficulty was beyond the norm. Richard had lost a lot of comrades in this dungeon who witnessed the battle at Tianminchin Mountain. This was also the reason why he wanted to defeat the master of the Tomb of Fear more than anyone else. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it would have been enough before. But later the racial characteristics and weaknesses of the Lick were revealed. Their legendary adventurers could already kill him. In such a situation, does Richard think he could calmly watch his enemy die at the hands of other people? The protagonist looked down and said that he thought not. Smirking, he continued that but he is only at level 6 now. Who will be in charge of Fujian after his resignation? He can't help, right? Looking at him, Mason asked why. Blake closed his eyes and said that with his potential and growth rate, only he is suitable as a commander, and they will also support him with all their might. He thinks 1 year will be enough to fight for the position of Fujian's chief. The hero looked away. Turning his head, he asked what is the price? Charlie looked away, hearing that they pay so much that even legendary adventurers will be interested, right? The man frowned. It was heard that if they were just worried about their industry and families while passing a higher level dungeon. Mason turned his attention to the side when he heard that it seemed to him that the next head of Fujian province would not refuse to help with such a small favor. Frowning, Chuck asked why. What did they want to do anyway? Charlie gritted his teeth and said that he was wrong. They did not have much reason to invest in him in this matter. Quite the opposite. They are doing it simply because they do not want someone to become the head of Fujian. Looking to the side, the hero asked again. Looking at him, the man said that before his sudden appearance, Fujian only had 1 star of national importance. If not for one unexpected incident, he would have become Richard's heir. Blake stretched out his hand and said that although this man was an official adventurer, his character was disgusting. He had swept away too many adventurers and ordinary people along the way. They had become his main resource. Charlie crossed his arms and said that in their estimation, After he became the head of Fujian province, he would definitely get to them too. Compared to what they would lose with him in the future, investing in him was really worthless. The protagonist frowned and said that that was it. Then he would just refuse. Raising his hands up, he added that although he would like to receive resources from them, but if it harmed the elder with more power and a bad character, he would be at a loss, so he would apologize. The girl looked at him and asked if it was possible that he had already provoked him. Chuck frowned and asked what in what sense. Looking straight ahead, Alice said that Fujian originally had only 1 star, so he planned to be able to use the resources alone. But after his appearance, he was forced to lose part of his personal, in his opinion, reserves, asked what he thought of him. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The international airport appeared, heard about a small problem. The guy's shoes were shining brightly. Holding the phone in his hands, Eric said that a 6th level loser received divine favor. When he returned, he would have to find an excuse to cripple him. Looking at him, the man asked what he was, the Firebird. Gritting his teeth, Bob said that he was dressed like a dandy. Someone who did not know him might mistake him for a superstar who came to Jeju to give a concert. Looking at him, Mike said that he should be quieter. They say that this man has a very bad character. If he does not want to inadvertently get hurt because of him during the passage of the dungeon, he should better not talk like that. Looking at them, the guy thought that these 2 Koreans were talking in such a way that he did not understand anything. Grinning, he added that damn, if it were not for his desire to move to the legendary class and take Richard's place, he would have definitely taught these Koreans a lesson. The guy grinned and greeted him. Eric waved and said hello to them too. Mike extended his hand to the side and said that this was Bob and his name was Mike. They were South Korean national stars. Eric shook the guy's hand and said that it was nice to meet him. In certain circles they like to call him a Firebird, they can call him that too. He grinned and added that when they start going through the high-level dungeons of Jeju for experts. A view of the building opened up. Lying on the bench, the guy asked what he wanted to know about Eric, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he had heard that there was a national star in Fujian who was difficult to get along with. The barbell stood on the rack and a sigh was heard. The guy grinned and asked what the alliance of worthless people told him. Winking, the protagonist replied that it was better not to ask, to which he responded approvingly. Wiping his face with a towel, the guy said that however, his source of information was not deceiving. They should have said that he was even more disgusting than rumors. Pointing to his title, he added that for example, this title is actually related to him. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that in truth, if he had not joined Wales, he would have died in a certain dungeon by now, or he and his henchmen would have kicked him out of Fujian. Stretching his hand forward, the guy added that he did not need to worry too much. He was not yet on the same level with him to be considered competitors. Let him just control the speed of his promotion, and then he would not interfere with him. Grinning, the protagonist said that he hoped so. Looking at him, the adventurer asked what he should say. He had not yet calculated his indicators for the dungeons passed this year, said that in a few days he wanted to go to the 10th level dungeon Mountain Giant. Winking, he added that they hadn't worked together for so long, asked why he didn't want to join the group. The building heard that he wanted to improve his dungeon clearance rate this year. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that yes, he thought his strength, agility, and physical fitness were no longer improved by physical exercise and wanted to find a couple of suitable dungeons to practice his skills there. Putting his hand to his face, Chris said that suitable dungeons. Chuck grinned and asked if it was hard to find, so he could have an easier one. Looking at the monitor, the man replied that it was unnecessary. There was one medium difficulty dungeon of the 10th level in the Xiangcheng area, the capture of which would begin in a few days. He would contact their person in charge so that they would add him too. The hero smiled and thanked him. Chris waved his hand and asked what he needed his gratitude for. By the way, there was a way to compensate for that health bottle of his. Stretching his hand forward, he added that in his free time he should not forget to find Tyler and exchange the points earned for items, to which the hero responded approvingly. Sitting in front of the protagonist, the guy said that his unlimited bottle of white flowered peony was quite rare for supply. There was no other one like it in all of Jiangsu. Holding the tablet in his hands, he added that they can provide such compensation options as a self-preservation item of the same rarity, a coupon for upgrading one rare item. Let him choose from these. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked that he could look at the effects of self-preservation items. Handing him the tablet, the guy replied that of course. The protagonist looked at the screen. It said about the sorcerer's card for forced escape. Chuck grinned and thought, what a cheeky effect. There are no more restrictions. It means that the card can be forced to use even during a battle with a boss that you can't defeat. If it were not a one-time use, then its value would exceed the rare hemostatic elixir. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that he thinks he will choose the first option, because the coupon for upgrading a rare item is received by adventurers with the highest charisma level. Looking at him, Chuck asked what high charisma level, said what does that mean? Looking straight, Tyler asked if he understands that adventurers with high charisma are more likely to get the items and equipment they need in exchange for upgrade coupons, exchange and purchase of rare items. Raising his hand up, he added that regarding the reasons for this phenomenon, the scientific community is at the stage between hypothesis and justification. The protagonist's eyes widened. He thought that they should wait. He remembered when he got a rare hemostatic elixir with the help of an upgrade coupon. A notification appeared on the adventurer's panel that only 11 charisma points were needed for this, so it is considered a high level, or the Death Lord or another entity was already watching him. That god pulled him out and saved him when he was on the verge of death, but why? Looking at the hero, Tyler turned. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that he should excuse him. He was thinking. He chooses the first option. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that good, then they will count the points. It was written about the effect of the magic ring, that a long-term spell of 6 rings was fixed on the Starfall magic ring. The skill recharge is 72 hours. While using the search staff, the probability of determining a reliable direction is 50%. Sitting on the couch, Chuck said that in the end, there were only 2 suitable rare items in Jiangzhou. The protagonist looked at the weapon. It was heard that although the probability of the correct direction of this staff is only 50%. However, with it, then you can once again find the lake and the pond of hatching tide mermaids, and there are a lot of such tasks. Holding the decoration in his hands, he said that in this ring. Putting it on his finger, Chuck said that although it can be used once every 3 days, but the range damage spell attached to it can compensate for his lack of mass damage skills. In the building, it was heard that great, now he no longer has blind spots. A view of the palace opened up. A question was heard, what else he wants to think about. Holding a glass in his hands, Charlie said yes, but during this time he will increase the indicators of the dungeons past. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero said that in about a month he would reach level 8, so he and his friends should not worry about wasted time. Looking to the side, the man thought that 1 month, then the guy would already be back from Jeju. The hero grinned, hearing that good, he would call him in a month. A cemetery appeared. A thought arose that it was nonsense. He followed all the rules for passing the cemetery. Carl looked ahead in fear. A thought arose that why after losing consciousness the cemetery boss was still attacking him. He clenched his teeth tightly. The knight grabbed his weapon. He swung his spear. The weapon rushed forward sharply. It flew rapidly through the air. The spear was approaching the guy. He turned around in fear. A blow flew at him and Carl shouted that no. A notification about the cemetery appeared. Someone stepped forward and asked it, so he did without witnesses this time. Raising his hand, Luke said that if there are no survivors 3 times in a row, the cemetery will trigger the GM protocol to reevaluate the difficulty level. Claude gritted his teeth and said that this is a special case. There are no worthy adventurers among the participants. The monster exclaimed in amazement. He indignantly asked that the new guy who escaped from him shared his experience of passing, like a trick pretending to be dead, and brought people here, having solved the secret of passing the cemetery. A few days later, a view of Jiangzhou opened up. People were standing at a construction site. The guy looked away, hearing that didn't they agree to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Why did they come so early? He turned his head to them. The protagonist and the guy were walking towards the people. Adjusting his glasses, Tyler asked how many people there would be this time. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the guy replied that that was all. Grinning, the protagonist asked what and where did she come from. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that in order to help them deal with the dungeon in Dongshan, he needed the qualification to pass the lair of the giants in Xiangcheng. Chuck closed one eye and said that that's how it is. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat. Pointing back, Ian said that since everyone was already gathered, they were moving out. The guy was walking towards the portal. Ian looked down. There was a dinosaur lying on the ground. Putting his hands in his pockets, Cody asked how that Tyrannosaurus died. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was very annoying. He originally planned to tame it and make it his mount. The protagonist exited the portal. Looking at the menu, he said to open the quest panel. A notification about the lair of the giant appeared. Looking at the menu, the protagonist asked that they wait. Isn't this dungeon related to giants? Wide-eyed, he asked where these dinosaurs came from, or were dinosaurs originally here? Tyler looked at him and said that they were not the only ones. People also lived here, and there were human states. Chuck looked away and asked again, and then said that by the way, he saw in the task that in order to pass it he would have to kill Cyclops, but at the same time it was necessary to maintain ecological equality, which meant that dinosaurs were the main hunting object for giants. Tyler adjusted his glasses and answered that it was not quite so. According to information from the reconnaissance group, the highest level in the dungeon was at the Tyrannosaurus. Stretching his hand out to the side, Ian said that but that was already in the past, that Tyrannosaurus was dead. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked again. Ian frowned and said that it must be that in the last few days some Cyclops had increased his level to the boss, and then together with his comrades surrounded and killed the Tyrannosaurus. Cody crossed his arms and said that the problem now is that an adult Cyclops usually has 22 strength points and 20 health points. A boss level Cyclops would be even tougher. The monster sat on a rock, It was heard that if the enemy has 23 health points, even outstanding adventurers will lack skills and it may be difficult for them to break through its defense. People stood in a circle and chatted. Frowning, the girl asked what he was saying that a boss-level Cyclops had recently appeared in this dungeon. Ian looked at her and said that there was no other way to explain the death of that T-Rex. Looking down, Alice said that she remembered that Cyclops have few evolution paths, the most common is the champion Cyclops. Stretching his hand out to the side, Cody asked how much health a champion Cyclops has approximately. Looking straight ahead, the girl replied that 23. Besides, we are great in principle, thick-skinned, a giant Cyclops is the best subspecies of Cyclops. Frowning, she added that she thought that even if they lifted the ban, they would hardly be able to do much harm to the enemy. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that then they could send one person to talk to the person in charge of the giant's lair, raise the difficulty level and send assistance. He extended his hand forward and added that of all of them, he had the lowest strength here, so he could take on the postman's job. Cody chuckled and said that it was good. He knew that there was some kind of dinosaur in the area, they would go with him and deal with the task. Looking at the drone, the girl said that she had a drone with her and they could leave the soldier-level Cyclops for her. Crossing his arms, the guy asked how he liked it. Grinning, Lucas added that they were going through the dungeon with reliable comrades. Looking away, the protagonist replied that he had no idea how to say it. The view of the rocky hills opened up, and he heard what he thought was the easiest dungeon he had ever completed. The boys were looking at the Triceratops from the cliff. Cody frowned slightly and noted that it might be risky to attack a dinosaur with 22 strength points directly. He turned to Tyler and suggested that they surround the beast and have one person immobilize it while the others waited on the sides for the right moment. Chuck punched his palm and said that immobilization could be left to his goblin bodyguard. David showed off his muscles and confirmed that there were no questions. Alice and Lucas were using the technology. The guy glanced at the girl and asked if she had found the Cyclops boss. Alice frowned and suggested that if he was bored, he could go to Cody and help him hunt the dinosaur. Lucas closed his eyes and admitted that he had no interest in mindless wild animals. The drone flew over the heads of the Cyclops, who noticed it. The image from the camera was transmitted to the display. Alice, who was holding the controller, could not understand how the monsters detected the silent drone because their perception level should be reduced. Someone picked up a stone. The Cyclops, an unusual blue color, was throwing the boulder in his hand. Then he grabbed it abruptly. The monster swung. With a precise throw, the drone was destroyed. Only white noise remained on the controller screen. The girl jumped up and exclaimed that she had found it. She frowned and said loudly that this boss Cyclops was definitely a champion. David took the dinosaur's attack with his horns on his sword. He clenched his teeth from the tension. Cody jumped down at his signal. The guy materialized a weapon in his hand. Then he hit the Triceratops in the face with all his might. The wounded beast got angry. The protagonist came out of hiding. He aimed his sword at his opponent. Then he pierced the dinosaur through and through. Ian and Ellen watched from above. The boy smiled and called the strategy of the new star named Chuck brilliant. The girl frowned and argued, because she believed that no matter how brilliant the protagonist was, he would never get ahead, and cited the example of the son-in-law of Amanda's family, who was equally brilliant at his age. She crossed her arms and concluded that in the end, everyone was targeting Eric, and he despaired, becoming a nanny for Ron's children. The protagonist saw a flash in the sky. He looked at his comrades in battle and shouted at them to disperse. A beam of light engulfed the Triceratops. Michael appeared behind Tyler and informed him that the limit of his heavenly magic summoning book would no longer allow him to be summoned, and warned that if the boy wanted to ask him for help again later, he should prepare standing papers or antiques in advance. The boy in the rope bowed his head and agreed. The book began to crumble in his hands. Cody, David, and Chuck were on guard. The axeman was worried, so he asked who was going to go see if the dinosaur was dead or not, and if no one wanted to, he offered to call Clinton to deal the finishing blow. Tyler walked up to them and assured them that the beast was already dead. He adjusted his glasses and said that he would just receive a notification that the task was complete. A portal opened. The guy with glasses stood with his back to him, and Alice told him that the boss of this dungeon was a champion Cyclops and reminded him to ask the person in charge of the Jiangsu expedition to make a targeted replenishment of the team. Tyler smiled at her and turned to the exit. Then he stepped through the portal. The guy came out the other side. Then he took out his phone. He put the phone to his ear and called Eric. Eric, having a great time in a nightclub, noticed that Tyler still remembered to call him. He moved away from the back of the sofa and admitted that he had already thought that the guy had forgotten who had given him the limited heavenly book of summoning evil spirits. The guy in the robe who had spoken to him on the phone replied that he had not forgotten. Eric looked ahead past his glasses and urged him to tell how Chuck had defeated that hero-level Murloc that even Chris couldn't handle, adding that he had heard that some god had taken care of the protagonist. Tyler, without expressing any emotion, said that this was true and reported that in the newly opened dungeon of Dongshan City, he had shown elements of his real skill. His interlocutor glanced at his phone and became interested. The guy in the robe remembered the distant past and said that at the initial stage of the adventurer's career, the protagonist would receive the title I am 50/50 with Murlocs, so that he could equalize his strength, intelligence, and agility with a hero-level Murloc. Chuck pointed to himself and explained about the helmet that could transfer practical experience to him and the scythe that had been taken from Jim, which Tyler had also mentioned. The guy remembered the protagonist's fight with Manas and added that thanks to all of this, he was able to match a hero-level Murloc, despite the fact that his actual level was lower than Cody's. Eric raised an eyebrow and remembered that 50/50 was a title that many adventurers received at the beginning rank when they encountered some new race. He frowned and shouted into the phone, not understanding where this guy had come from, who, even with such a pathetic debut, was now claiming a place as a national star. Bob, the guy with a glass of beer, asked what he was talking about. Mike, the guy with ash-colored hair, replied that it seemed to be about the new star of China, but Eric's dialect made it difficult for him to understand the details. Eric, who was still getting hit on by women, asked his interlocutor if he thought Chuck was just a liar. Tyler looked down and said that calling him a liar was a bit much, but he thought that without the authority of a deity, the protagonist was inferior to Cody. His sponsor smirked and concluded that his rival was still Cody, and said that Tyler should focus on him and not pay attention to Chuck. The guy in the robe slightly opened his mouth and agreed. He ended the conversation, sighed with relief, and decided that he could consider himself successful in deceiving Eric. At night in the dungeon, the adventurers gathered around the fire. Chuck turned to Cody and asked why they couldn't complete the task during the day when they had plenty of time. The axe-wielding fighter glanced at the protagonist and replied that the reason was that by killing one triceratops they would not be able to attract the giant's attention. But he believed that if they hunted in large numbers, it would be inevitable that all the cyclopes would go berserk due to their territory being invaded. He raised a finger and added that they were short on people so they couldn't get into trouble with the locals just yet, and then Chuck understood. Ellen waved her hand and urged her not to listen to Cody's chatter. The guy shook his fist at her and demanded not to undermine his authority when she admitted that they didn't actually finish the mission because the more dinosaurs they killed, the longer it would take to kill the giants, and Cody and Ian didn't want to increase the difficulty level, which is why the rest of the group could only choose to stay here forever or abandon the quest. The protagonist felt awkward when Ellen began to scold Cody for lying to the new guy and forbidding her to speak honestly, and the guy called her disgusting in response. Chuck put his finger to his chin and thought about how difficult it was to complete the dungeon's quests and agreed that if you had enough power. Then between killing a dinosaur and describing the dinosaur's behavior, no one would choose the second option, which took longer. The protagonist looked up and noticed that Ellen didn't know that this would actually increase the difficulty level, and decided that he, too, needed to be careful now so as not to set himself up. A blue hand tossed a rock. The Cyclops tossed it into the air. Then he swung the makeshift bat. After that, he hit the rock like a baseball. The projectile flew towards the camp. Chuck sensed danger. He turned around and saw an unidentified flying object. Cody and Ellen tensed up when the guy warned that the enemy was attacking and that a rock was flying at them. The meteorite was approaching the group. The protagonist cut it with his sword. Two huge boulders landed behind him. Before the smoke cleared, the protagonist asked Cody to wake the others, and he went to do so. David stood next to Chuck on his orders to cover him. The guy summoned a bow and pulled the string. He looked into the distance and estimated, judging by the trajectory, where they were attacked from. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated. He could sense a cluster of Cyclops figures. Chuck frowned, realizing what he had found. The arrow took off. It began to dive. The Cyclops saw the projectile approaching them. The blue monster smashed it with a casual blow. The protagonist darkened and noticed that his answer was not even worth the attention of the boss's eyes, who was too lazy to even hide. Everyone came out of the tents. Alice crossed her arms over her chest, and Lucas asked how those giants found them. Ellen turned to the guy and replied that it must be because of the fire. Behind Chuck's back, she repeated his words about him sensing only 10 Cyclops, and that even if that many attacked, they had a better position and would definitely be able to fight them off, but she thought that the problem was rather that it was difficult for them to get down and complete the task. Alice made a hand gesture and thought that this was not a problem at all, since she could go and describe the dinosaur using her drone. David looked down carefully. The protagonist noticed this and asked what was going on. Looking at the small black figures, the goblin said that an old man from his tribe said that Cyclops really hate it when a stranger enters their territory, and if they notice him, they start throwing stones to drive him away. The protagonist's face darkened and assumed that they had just issued a warning. He turned to David and clarified what would happen if the enemy did not obey. His bodyguard frowned and replied that they would go berserk and not calm down until they destroyed the invaders. Someone approached the two of them and called out to the protagonist. Chuck and David turned around. Ian pointed behind him and urged the two of them to go to sleep while they stood guard. The suns were rising over the canyons. The Cyclops made a visor with his hand and looked into the distance. He was watching the heroes' camp. Then he leaned over to the boss and shouted that the people had not left. The blue goblin began to get irritated. The regular Cyclops looked up from their breakfast and turned in one direction. Their leader and scout were walking towards them. The blue humanoid, the blood vessels in his eye tents, announced that the people on the mountain did not want to leave and allowed his subordinates to set up camp, chop them into pieces and throw them into the cauldron. The Cyclops raised their clubs and shouted with delight. The heroes laid out some fast food on the ground and discussed how the 11-15 dungeons seemed to be harder to complete this year. Lucas munched on a burger and said that he heard that there might be a lot of expert dungeons opening next year, so he was curious about what was going on. Ian was deep in thought. Alice waved her hand and urged Lucas not to ask about it, since Ian didn't want to talk about it. The barbarian looked at the inquisitive boy and said that everything was fine. He leaned forward slightly and explained that the STAR program was designed for this purpose. Lucas frowned, listening intently to this. His brow darkened and he remembered that the STAR system had appeared the year before last, and he realized that the authorities had already known in advance that the expert dungeons would get out of control. Suddenly, Cody ran to the edge of the cliff. He did his job and sighed in relief. Then he turned his attention to his feet. Cyclops were climbing up the mountain. He made everyone tense up by cursing and saying that giants were climbing the cliff. Chuck was sleeping peacefully on his pillow. Cody was shot through with red lightning after that and screamed as he used his muscle strength boost. Then he summoned an axe. The boy swung it and screamed as it hit the cliff. Rocks started rolling down the slope. One Cyclops came loose and fell. The fighter put the axe behind his back and noted that he had finished one off. He turned around. Another Cyclops had climbed up from the other side. The monster smiled. Cody was scared. The boys were running somewhere and Ellen asked what they were doing. Ian frowned and said that they themselves hadn't realized when she asked if they had just now realized that Cyclops were climbing up towards them or if Cody had noticed first. Ian figured that the enemies had circled around them and suddenly started climbing from behind. Lucas's expression darkened and he said that none of that mattered now. The blue Cyclops and his comrades were standing in front of him, and the most important task was to throw them off as quickly as possible. The guy spread his arms and performed a full freeze technique. The Cyclops' feet froze. The humanoid stopped. Lucas, who was still casting his spell, shouted that if anyone had any good ideas, they should use them quickly since the freezing spell would not last long. Ian and Cody armed themselves and decided that now that the time had come, they had no choice but to confront their enemies face to face. Alice was nervous and biting her nails, thinking that even though they were 7 against 9, they were at a disadvantage, and if they did nothing, victory would come to them only after great losses. She looked tensely at the enemies, who, moreover, were controlled by the Cyclops champion. Suddenly, it dawned on her. The girl turned to Ellen, and remembering that she was a confusion and control mage, asked if she had any ideas on how to break the giant's formation or what spell to use. Ellen raised an eyebrow and agreed that she was good at that, since she had a 4th level spell called Confusion, which affected the actions of a target by distorting their will and consciousness with illusions. She yelled at Alice, realizing that she wanted her to break the Cyclops formation with her spells, and urged her to forget about it because such a spell could only buy them a few moments, and it would also be easy to escape from if used often. The engineering witch created an artificial life form, a construct of Sebastian, and said that there was no need to worry because Chuck had a cunning plan. The protagonist handed something to David and told him to use it. The goblin took the cloth from his hands and asked what the guy would do. The protagonist put the helmet on his head and said that he was going to defeat the enemy leader. Sebastian twirled the test tube in his hand. Then he picked up the conical flask. He mixed both liquids in a round container. The Cyclops champion looked at his frozen feet with irritation. Ice flows flew past Lucas and he warned the others that his freezing technique would soon end. Sebastian received a pink mixture, a potion of magical plague that limits Cyclops, and offered to use it. Alice took the flask from his hands and thanked him. She turned to Ellen and commanded to prepare the spell. The mage picked up the pendant and began to read in Hebrew. The blue Cyclops got out of the freeze. His shadow fell on the guys, and Cody shouted to jump to the side. Alice sighed. She swung her arm to throw, having previously used the tidal bomb thrower. The potion flew at high speed towards the monsters. It shattered on the giant boss's head. The girl turned to Ellen, who was shrouded in magic, and called on her to cast a spell on the champion she had hit with the vial. Ellen frowned and accepted the request. The purple circles of the confusion spell moved towards the Cyclops. The humanoid swung his club, and Cody realized that it was having no effect. The boy began to sweat and realized that if the mage spell hadn't worked, they could only rely on themselves this time. Ian pulled the hammer back and said that they needed a plan ASAP and that there would be trouble otherwise. The boss braced himself for a blow. Ellen looked up at him and yelled at him to swing crookedly and preferably at a different angle. Blood sprayed into the air. The champion hit another Cyclops. He was in shock at what had just happened. Cody and Ian couldn't believe it either. The mage frowned and realized with horror that the confusion spell had gained a 5th level effect that allowed the caster to control the creature hit by the spell if they failed a wisdom save. She leaned forward and exclaimed that she realized that when the giant entered a favorable attack area, his spell resistance would be greatly reduced. Alice folded her arms over her chest, used the title of Transmutation Expert, and added that her Magic Plague Potion would also allow the mind control spell cast on the champion Cyclops to infect other Cyclops, making it harder for enemies to attack them in the future. Cody and Ian rushed to attack when she urged them to kill as many as they could. Then Chuck and David approached the battlefield. The Goblin placed his palm to block the sunlight and noted that it seemed like they didn't have to do anything. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist. Inside it was written that someone had interfered and changed Chuck's primary mission to kill the champion Cyclops. The guy was in complete shock. Cody jumped with an axe at the monster. After the blow, he landed and shouted at Ian to hit him in the eyes. The Cyclops swung his club at the barbarian, and he answered Cody that he understood. The humanoid was punched in the face by his comrade. They fought each other, speaking their own language and complaining that they just wanted to help each other, but because of the fratricidal spell cast on them, this is what happened. The champion gritted his teeth in anger. He hit the ground and shouted that it was enough. Cody and Ian turned to him. The Cyclops froze in place. They turned to the boss, who declared that they had lost. The blue humanoid looked at the heroes and said that they recognized the humans' right to own this hill. He darkened and demanded that his subordinates take the wounded and leave. One Cyclops tried to object. The champion glared at him and declared that this was an order. The humanoids left and began to climb down the mountain. Ian did not lower his weapon because he did not believe that this was the end, since he was already prepared for several people to die. Alice looked after the enemies and explained that the Cyclops had a very long reproductive cycle, which forced them to pay special attention to the lives of their people. So the champion did not want to take any more losses in the fight and took the initiative to surrender, which surprised Ian. Cody began to yawn. He went to the tent, waved to the others, said that he was going to take a nap and asked them to call him if anything happened, and Ellen began to beg Alice to sell her magic plague potion. Lucas was worried and so he turned to his comrades. Everyone looked at him. Everyone started looking for Chuck when Lucas noticed that he was missing. Boss and the others were returning home. Someone was standing on the road in front of them. It was the protagonist, whom the giants did not expect to see here and did not understand why he came, because they did not intend to take that piece of the hill. The blue Cyclops walked forward, pushing his comrades aside. He looked at the protagonist and asked if he really wanted their fight to last forever. The guy smiled, said it wasn't so, and admitted that he couldn't go home until he dealt with the champion, but he thought that the only one to blame was that nasty god who gave the task and made them fight for him. The Cyclops tensed up and clenched his teeth. He moved his hand to the side and asked if they would fight here. Chuck raised his head and allowed the opponent to choose any place he liked. They came to a round arena lined with stones. Alice saw them on the screen and announced that she had found them. Lucas looked at the controller over her shoulder and asked where. The girl said fearfully that this was the arena where the Cyclops choose the champion. The humanoid settled down on improvised stands. The protagonist looked at the opponent relaxedly and thought about the fact that the engineering witch had brought more than 10 drones into the dungeon and that he did not want to divulge the details of his fight with the Cyclops boss. The leader caught the guy's attention. He lowered his head and noticed that the man had just said that the gods had forced them to fight to the death and asked if that meant that a portal to another dimension had opened for Chuck on the hill that the humans occupied. The protagonist waved his hand to the side and replied that if the Cyclops meant the entrance to the dungeon, he wasn't sure, since his level was too low to go there now, after which he said that a large number of such portals had started appearing in the human world 10 years ago. With an indifferent face, he added that if they couldn't enter the dungeon and complete the tasks within the specified time, the inhabitants of other worlds would break in and start killing and creating chaos. The blue monster narrowed his eyes and said that he understood everything. He warmed up a bit and concluded that there was no other way. Chuck got into a fighting stance, agreed and explained that from a human point of view, they dare not guess whether they, giants, will be aggressive when they encounter their world. He darkened and thought, given the difference in height between him and the Cyclops, that the opening attack of this champion should have 4 options. The guy figured it could be a lunge from above, a low blow along the ground, a heavy step, or a grab with his hand. His eyes lit up blue and he decided that no matter what the enemy did, with his vision of the future, he should be able to recognize his moves, avoid the attack and fight him back on the first try. The main character held his scythe in front of him and concluded that if he could blind the enemy during the first attack, it would not matter how much taller the Cyclops was, he would be able to slowly bleed him dry. The boss was about to step on Chuck. The guy smiled, because he was expecting such an attack. His opponent kicked the ground. The protagonist took off, thinking that the blow was easy to avoid and that it was his turn. Suddenly, he was in the air. The champion raised his hand with a club and said that it was over. He swung sharply to strike. Then the protagonist realized that the Cyclops had stepped on the ground in order to be lifted into the air. The humanoid sent Chuck flying into the opposite wall with a blow. The Cyclops in the stands enthusiastically supported their boss. The blue giant looked at the club because he felt that he had attacked an illusion. He looked ahead and noticed that the sensation was almost the same as when he was hunting the ruler of this area, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Something pierced the air at high speed. Magic flew towards the humanoid, who was warned by his comrades to act carefully. The giant simply caught the projectile in his hand. When he clenched the electric arrow in his fist, it shattered into pieces. The protagonist, hidden behind the smoke, asked his opponent if he was surprised. He showed up with a bow in his hands and the title of Miracle Return above his head and admitted that the Cyclops was indeed frighteningly strong and there was not even a blind spot to be found on him. The giant rubbed his fingers and remarked that the guy was harder to deal with than the T-Rex he had killed earlier. He slowly walked towards the protagonist, who concluded that it was troublesome. Chuck remembered the giant's first attack and realized that if he could not resist it, he could be hit like that constantly, and then he would have to abandon close combat and switch to mid and long-range attacks. But in this case, his magic bow and spear would hardly pose a threat to the boss, and besides, the effect of Miracle Return was also revealed, so the guy assumed that his enemy would consider him as a resilient opponent as a dinosaur. The blue Cyclops picked up a stone while the protagonist forced himself to think more about what he could counter and what abilities he could use here. The humanoid tossed the boulder in his hand. Then he swung. The stone flew towards Chuck. The guy looked at the projectile with a bow in his hands. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. Then he jumped away from the projectile to the side. The giant appeared behind him. The protagonist looked back, surprised at how quickly it happened. The monster hit him with a club. On the controller screen, he could see how the guy crashed into the wall again. Cody despaired and decided that it was useless to look because it was too far. Lucas looked over Alice's shoulder and asked her where this arena was. The girl looked at him and urged him not to even think about saving Chuck, reminded him that he himself saw how strong this Cyclops champion was on his territory, and believed that they would not be able to win even if they all attacked together, and that Lucas was already too late. Dust rose from the protagonist's hit on the rock. A dark figure appeared in front of the monster and declared in his language that he would not go any further. It was the confident David. The giant struck the ground where he stood with his club, angry that a representative of a lower race was stopping him. The goblin stopped the attack with his sword with difficulty. The guy plowed the ground with his body. He lay there and felt only pain, but he did not expect that the Cyclops champion was so strong, and that in addition to physical strength, his agility would be almost at level 20. A large hand reached out to Chuck. The Cyclops lifted him into the air. They both looked at the protagonist and admitted that he was quite resilient because he even managed to survive. The protagonist began to create a bow. The giant pointed at it, noticing that it was moving, and warned his comrade to be careful. The one holding the guy grinned, not understanding what his friend was afraid of, and reminded him that after 2 blows from the boss, the Tyrannosaurus was barely standing on its feet, and he didn't believe that a person could be stronger than a dinosaur. But at that moment, Chuck's exclusive skill going for death worked. An arrow pierced the giant's skull. The witness to the murder grabbed his head and shouted to the boss that one of them had been killed. The blue Cyclops was distracted from beating David. His subordinate was pointing his finger somewhere. There was the protagonist, aiming a bow. His arrow shone with magic. The humanoid gritted his teeth and covered himself with his hand. The system told him that the exclusive skill going for death worked again. Chuck pierced the Cyclops' body and the hand covering it with a projectile. The giant fell. The champion saw this and screamed in despair. The protagonist squeezed his horn and said that David was returning first. Cyclops watched as the goblin disappeared in a green flash, agreeing with the master shaman before doing so. The giant glared at Chuck and swore that he would destroy his world and kill all of his people. The boy emerged from the smoke with a music box recording the voice of a banshee and the title Fight the Legend, which gives +2 to perception and increases physical condition to a peak when the gap between the owner and the legend he is fighting is too great, and stated that he will still survive. The protagonist's expression darkened and noticed that the effect of the title had activated, and with such a huge gap, he did not think he would be able to return and began to think about the only way to survive. The box in his hand began to glow when he used a rare item upgrade pendant on it. She turned into a cursed item, a player that makes sounds of despair decorated with bones, which makes creatures below the legendary rank who hear its music, which lasts 3 minutes, commit suicide. The giant ran to the guy as fast as he could. Chuck opened the inventory through the interface. He took out the Knight of Valor badge and used it. A door appeared behind it. The protagonist, entering it, said goodbye to the enemy. The boss, putting his club behind his back, shouted that he would not leave. After that, he delivered a powerful blow. The gate did not move. The giant was shaking with anger. He spread his arms and cursed loudly. Meanwhile, Chuck entered the familiar hall with columns. He greeted Valor and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The knight raised his axe, and the guy offered him, as an option, just to talk. The Cyclops scratched his chin. He looked at the door and realized that his enemy was hiding behind it. The giant sat down, leaning against it. A clawed bone finger was approaching the record. The song began to play, and the blue Cyclops shouted that he would stay here until Chuck came out. Valor was chasing the protagonist. A system window appeared in front of the guy. It contained a hint about the task to gain the recognition of a legendary creature and that there were 6.5 minutes left to complete it, and the protagonist was happy that he had already lasted 3 minutes. Valor blocked Chuck's path. The guy got scared and asked the knight to wait. The legend did not listen and cut him down. The protagonist was forced outside. He looked forward and was surprised. The protagonist saw a bloody huge blue head. The champion was lying on the ground dead. Chuck turned his head to the system window that appeared. There were corpses of Cyclops who had killed themselves lying around, and the system notified that the guy had pleased the Death Lord who was worried about him, and that the Lord suggested using the ghost frame to collect the souls of the dead, and also asked whether the settlements should be merged, given that the rewards for a merged settlement were higher than for separate ones. The protagonist looked around and exclaimed, not understanding what had happened. He noticed the purple record player. The guy broke out in a cold sweat, decided that this item was too dangerous and that he would not use it in the future. Everyone in the camp was checking the system messages. Cody's mouth opened wide, not believing that the mission to exit the dungeon was complete. Lucas and Alice looked at the display in horror. The guy tensed up and said loudly that the god behind Chuck was definitely not a kind person, so he advised the engineering witch, if she did not want this deity to silence her, to forget what happened today. The girl was dumbfounded, and Lucas added that they could not let others know about this, especially the association. The drone flew above the protagonist. The guy frowned when he saw it, and thought that the current level was completed, but the effect of the Heroic Knight badge and the recently obtained record player were no longer a secret, and he knew that this threatened him with new problems. The drone flew away, and Chuck decided that after he got out of this dungeon, he would need to find a way to quickly increase his level and strength. He pressed the inventory button in the menu and said that otherwise, not to mention saving these things, even he could be in danger. A ghostly frame appeared in the protagonist's hands, through which the souls of the dead can be seen, and if they remain in the frame for more than 1 or 3 seconds, they will be captured by it. Chuck raised it to head level, not understanding why he needed it. Then he quickly lowered his gaze. Next to the bodies of the Cyclops were their transparent souls. Cody frowned and shouted that when he watched the fight, the protagonist was losing. He turned to Alice and Lucas and asked how he managed to win. Lucas put his finger to his lips and asked him to lie. The girl smiled stupidly and said that, in the end, it affected Chuck's personal life, so she was uncomfortable talking about it, so she suggested that Cody, if he really wanted to know, go to the Cyclops arena and judge the result himself. The fighter with an axe waved his hand and decided that he was not so interested. Lucas turned to everyone present and noticed that they had all completed the level. He pointed behind him and urged them not to wait for reinforcements, but to complete the escape mission as soon as possible. The protagonist, around whom the smoke had not yet cleared, now understood why the frame was called ghostly. He saw the giants inside it as if it were a screen, and concluded that it used the captured souls of the dead as characters to form a picture, which made it truly special as a work of art. Chuck turned his attention to the system window asking about merging settlements and admitted to himself that he had no idea what this frame was for. He chose to agree. After that, the system gave a message that the quest was completed with S rank, reaching level 7, which allows him to challenge the 8 trials of the Death Chaser, obtaining the titles of Giant Slayer, Gladiator, All or Nothing, the exclusive skill Death Banner and coupons for upgrading equipment, as well as activating the one-click equip system and obtaining several rare items. Chuck opened his inventory and read the description of the found Phoenix Reed Feather, Spell Ring, Command, and the Cyclops Strength Elixir, which gave a permanent +1 strength boost upon reaching strength level 20, the benefit of which he immediately appreciated, although he couldn't use it now, but he assumed that potions that could help overcome the limit must be extremely valuable. The protagonist put on the Spell Ring, which, judging by the name, created a spell related to control spells, because he was exactly lacking one. He looked at the third item, a feather, which allowed him to ask 3 questions to the Sphinx, puzzle. The guy remembered those messages warning about Theus' ship from the Lord of Death and that someone had changed his mission to kill the Cyclops champion. The Sphinx's reed feather glowed, because he decided to use it right away. The ground around him shook. Chuck looked at what had raised the boulders into the air. He saw before him a stone sphinx, a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. The incarnation looked at its summoner carefully. The protagonist had a pen in his hand. The Sphinx leaned towards the boy, calling him a seeker of knowledge, and allowed him to state his question. The protagonist, over whom the shadow of the legend fell, said that he wanted to know why the god who paid the price to change his mission did so. The incarnation, whose eyes glowed red, calmly replied that the reason was that many heroic believers who had fallen into the hands of this fallen god had died at his hands, and that the deity wanted to kill him too. Chuck remembered manas and deduced that it was the Murloc goddess who had changed his mission. The sphinx, from which stones were falling, suggested asking a second question. The guy tensed up and said that the Lord of Death had once warned him to beware of the ship of Theus, but he did not know what it was. The incarnation stunned the protagonist by revealing that his knight's helmet of the legendary undead Claude had an unknown effect called the Ship of Theseus, with which, as the number of uses increases, the consciousness and memories of the wearer are gradually replaced by the helmet's built-in consciousness. The protagonist threw the helmet to the ground and cursed. The Sphinx narrowed his eyes, not understanding what he was afraid of, and explained that if he put it on, nothing would happen since the effect was not used. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was not afraid and it was just a reflex. The incarnation raised a finger and reminded him to ask the last question. Chuck swallowed his drool. He smirked and admitted that he wanted to know why the Lord of Death was so interested in him. Dungeon of an unknown level, the Library of the Sage. The real Sphinx was eating an apple, listening to the last question. A hand appeared from behind him as he was about to answer. His incarnation frowned and prepared to tell. It puffed out its cheeks and suddenly stopped talking. A dark figure covered the Sphinx's mouth so that he could only quietly say that the Lord of Death was his fan. The incarnation's head shattered into pieces. Chuck looked at the broken stones and was indignant since he did not hear the answer. A notification about updating the information about the item appeared in front of him. Then this window changed to another one, in which the system advised to choose the question more carefully next time. The guy scratched the back of his head and considered that the question was too difficult. He turned his head to the bloody corpses of the Cyclops and noticed that although he did not learn everything he wanted, but at least he found out the reason why the goddess of the Murlocs aimed at him, and what the Ship of Theseus was, after which he decided to collect the weapons of the giants and go home. The suns were at their zenith. The hand in the armor caught on the top of the rock. The protagonist climbed up and saw something. It was a tablet on which Lucas's hand wrote that they left to carry out a task, and a postscript that only he and Alice saw his battle with the champion, and that there was no need to worry since they would keep everything a secret. The guy smiled slightly. He began to write something on the tablet. Finally, Chuck finished and got up from the ground. He wrote that he was grateful and that he would move on since he had completed his tasks. In our world, they were waiting for him in front of the portal. Shelley, a level 10 soul keeper, glanced to the side and remembered that they were told that a champion Cyclops had appeared in this dungeon and therefore needed the support of provincial stars. Tyler scratched his cheek, and when the girl asked why the dungeon was listed as already completed after he called them, he replied that perhaps something happened there after he left. Randy, a level 10 monster slayer, noticed that someone had come out. Chuck appeared from the portal. He saw people among whom he knew only Tyler. The guy in the robe waved his hand and reminded that they had agreed that the protagonist would wait for them, and they would continue the quest together when support arrived. The protagonist smiled nervously and said that the plans did not coincide with the sudden changes because the camp was discovered by Cyclops. The guy in the red hoodie asked why no one else was coming out and suggested, although he didn't like it, that Chuck was the only one alive. The protagonist turned to him and said that everyone else was doing quests and he was the first one to finish everything and leave early. Randy put his hands in his pockets and noted that there were dinosaurs in this dungeon and the adventurers responsible for completing them also had to collect their eggs, so he figured it was okay for some to come out later. There was a construction area around. Chuck said he would go if there were no more questions, and the guy in the red hoodie fell silent, and Tyler allowed the guy to go and rest and promised to call if anything happened. The protagonist lay down on the bed and admitted that this time he really did survive by a miracle. He remembered the moment when he used the box and thought that even though he won, the Lord of Death would hardly let him die at the hands of the Cyclops champion. The boy stood up and thought that although Lucas had said that he would help keep the secret, he didn't want to rely on it too much, because after all, it was about the test for the Knight of Valor badge. He became gloomy and assumed that the incident with his badge and the player that made sounds of despair would spread, and as for the Knight of the Eight Virtues, he believed that Eric might return to China to steal it. The protagonist looked out the window and decided that he only had one option, to urgently go abroad and speedrun the 8 tests of The Walking Dead, and then, before everyone found out about his badge, raise his level to be able to defend himself. The protagonist put his hands between his knees and wondered what would happen if the difficulty level in the next dungeon changed to one that he couldn't handle, and he also thought that the Lord of Death was unlikely to constantly watch him. He scratched his head and decided that it was good that he was able to get the answers to 3 questions from the Sphinx, since now he at least knew what position the Death Lord held, and then wondered if he would get help if a similar situation occurred. The guy pressed the inventory button, deciding that it would be help of a different kind. He took out Claude's helmet and thought that he could ask for support from just one personality that had migrated into it. Chuck moved to the graveyard. The Death Knight appeared behind him, sparks from the blow. The guy casually blocked the attack and said that he did not come to fight. Claude moved away and noted that the protagonist knew the price of using him and asked why he did not reclaim his lost memories and parts of his personality. And indeed, Chuck knew that something inside him had changed, so he was not surprised that some memories did not match. The protagonist grinned and said that he came to ask the Death Knight a few questions, and as soon as he got the answers, he would leave immediately, after which he concluded, based on what was said, that he only needed to defeat Claude and he would be able to return the part that had been replaced in him. He extended his hand forward and decided that in this case, when he met a particularly strong opponent, he could still think about using the helmet for combat, because, after all, he did not feel any obvious changes and therefore believed that nothing would happen from several uses. Claude frowned and remained silent when Chuck said that he should have seen their test in the previous dungeon, and assumed that the Death Knight would not want to end up in the same awkward situation, and then rot and rust together with him. The guy hid his hands in his pockets, and he asked what the question was. The protagonist noted emotionlessly that even though he was only a person created by Claude's helmet coming to life, his horizons should encompass the knowledge of the Death Knight in his soul, and asked him if he thought, from Claude's point of view, the enmity between him and the Murloc goddess was so great that she would continue to mock him until she lured him into a trap and killed him. His interlocutor frowned when he asked if the Lord of Death would interfere again if something like this happened in the future. Chuck screamed at the top of his lungs that Claude had deceived him. He picked up the helmet and angrily said that the Mother of the Seas had asked the Lord of Death to spare a Murloc of the hero's level, that the god had said nothing to the guy, had refused the goddess, sarcastically calling her a nanny for the Murlocs, and then the two deities had hated each other and it was up to Chuck to decide. The protagonist fell onto the bed and wondered if he needed to use the useless Sphinx's reed feather to ask him, since he had been ignorant until now, and now he would continue to encounter the Mother of the Seas in the next dungeons, which he did not like. He raised his hands to his face and noticed that the feather looked like the record player that the Death Lord had sent him to get the missing information, so he thought that if the Mother of the Seas targeted him again in the next dungeon, the god would not ignore it. He thought that the Badge of Valor test and the recorder that emitted sounds of despair in the next dungeon might not be suitable for use, since the Mother of the Seas was a deity after all, who would definitely pay attention to their techniques. Chuck put his hand on his forehead and concluded, given that he didn't have an item upgrade coupon, that if he abandoned the mission in the next dungeon, the goddess would raise the level to an unrealistic degree of difficulty. Got upset and realized that he needed to prepare for the worst case scenario and stock up on resources to support him when turning the dungeon over, remembering that at the 6-10 level stage, it can be turned over by a quarter. His phone rang. The guy picked it up and read the notification that the ticket to the Congo was issued. Meanwhile, at the academy, Chris asked on the phone if Chuck wanted to go on a trip. The protagonist, who was rummaging through the refrigerator, replied that he would be there until the next quarter at most and would return immediately. The manager smirked and assumed that he was doing this because of Eric's threat. The protagonist took out a jar of something and said that this was not the reason. Chris closed his eyes and allowed him not to explain, since he understood everything, and added that Richard would resign next year, because Eric was determined to become the head of Fujian province, and a new star of the state level who suddenly appeared at such a key moment was very much in his way. He opened one eye and admitted that he knew that Chuck did not want to offend Eric, but did not understand why he would go abroad since he was covered by a deity. The guy frowned and assured the manager that this really had nothing to do with him. Chris waved his hand and did not insist if the protagonist did not want to talk, deciding to pretend that he believed him, after which he reminded the one who wanted to travel to return at the end of the year to gain the necessary indicators for the passages. In the previous dungeon, Cody and the others were running from a dinosaur. Alice, who was watching this from above, asked Lucas if he did not get permission from this dungeon, not understanding why he was still here since they had finished the tasks. The guy looked down and said that the reason was that they had been in the dungeon for several days. But Chuck needed more time to decide whether to report his tendency to attract the attention of the gods. The engineering witch smiled and admitted that if she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone like Lucas, who abandoned people to their fate, would care about others. The guy looked at her a little offended and said that if he had a choice, he would give up the title of abandoner to their fate. Maya Airport, Brazzaville, the capital of the Republic of Congo. A man at passport control was checking a passport. Chuck greeted him smilingly. The employee raised an eyebrow. Then he stamped the entry permit. The protagonist was going down the stairs and asked on the phone where his interlocutor was. The man in the orange t-shirt replied that he was waiting for him at the second exit. The protagonist took the phone away from his ear and thought that his interlocutor was using a voice changer, because his voice did not suit a middle-aged person and was quite young. He went out and met the person he was talking to. The girl winked, said hello, explained that she would be Chuck's guide in the Congo, and allowed him to call her simply Laura. The guy was shocked, because Laura was very different from the one he had agreed with, and she was probably underage. The girl smiled awkwardly and said that her father, who did not have a guide's license, had contacted the protagonist online. She shocked the protagonist by loudly asking him not to change her since she was a professional and, in general, she had several younger brothers and sisters who needed to be supported. Laura made a pitiful face and begged him to help the children. Chuck turned away from her, agreed, but warned that if she repeated herself or he noticed that she was not suitable for him, he would definitely replace her, and the girl was happy about that. The guy looked back, urged the girl not to thank him, said that now he needed to buy a canoe of the rapid current, and really hoped that Laura could organize a trip to the Congo test for him tomorrow. The girl smiled and said that she would do it without any problems. In an expensive restaurant, the two of them sat at the same table, and the guide asked if Chuck was really an adventurer from China. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was just an ordinary extreme sports enthusiast. Laura smiled and noted that he could not lie, since extreme sports enthusiasts should know that the rapid current of the Congo is impossible for an ordinary person to overcome. She mockingly looked at the protagonist and concluded that it was enough to become an important adventurer, and there would be an opportunity to pass difficult level tests, to which the guy did not know what to answer. The protagonist looked at her and clarified if adventurers really issued challenges of the canoe of the rapid current. Laura stuffed her cheeks with food, confirmed and said that they all failed, but added that Red Bull constantly accredits such tests and it is enough to have level 10 to overcome. After which she offered Chuck to sign a contract with this company and become their new star trainee. The protagonist was shocked when the girl warned that in addition to him, 2 more adventurers would be tested tomorrow. The bed of a winding river. There was a truck and a group of people there. The protagonist put on his gear and asked Flora if she was talking about them. 2 adventurers in Red Bull uniforms were warming up ahead, and the guide answered that they were. Chuck got into the boat. He slowly began to swim forward. The guy looked at him with displeasure and said that this kid was also challenging the turbulent stream. His friend, frowning, replied that they did not care about him. They would do everything according to the old plan. The protagonist raised the oar. A girl came down to him with a smile, telling him to go forward and he can do anything. Smiling, Chuck replied that he was grateful for the kind words, after which he began to row. 2 guys looked at him with displeasure. One of them said that his movements were incredibly awkward, he was a beginner. The protagonist continued to swim forward. The big guy, looking at him, said that he most likely had a rare class in a fly duel. He was a fool who thought he could pass the test and immediately get a high position. Turning around, he added that they should not go down yet, he would meet this moving obstacle at maximum speed. Turning around, the guy said that they would wait 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to swim with the flow. Frowning, he said that in principle he understood the essence of this sport. After which, frowning, he continued his route, thinking that he needed to take into account that his basic indicators were already at the level of a professional athlete. Add to this the bonuses of the main and secondary classes, and this would already be within the limits of human capabilities. Ahead, he saw a turbulent river, continuing to think that although his skill could not be compared with professional rowers of a turbulent stream, but the skills were not enough to approach the required numerical value of the rapid flow test, it should not be particularly difficult for him. The guy was holding a timer in his hand. Looking around, he said that they could go down. Meanwhile, Chuck was swimming along the turbulent current. Gritting his teeth, he wondered why the river current was so furious. If not for his 20 points of perception, then the tributaries and whirlpools on the way. Then he thought that they would have made him say goodbye to this idea several times. He watched the waves raging in front of his boat, and then thought that he shouldn't be surprised that the rushing current had drowned countless people over the years. One small mistake on this stretch and the canoe would capsize immediately. If it had been someone else in his place, even he didn't know what he would have had to do to overcome all the obstacles. The athletes landed on the water and began to paddle forward. The big guy, looking at his friend, said that they were in the most dangerous stretch, because here the tributary and the underground stream merge, which causes whirlpools. He should watch both. If he accidentally gets into a whirlpool, then brute force will not help. The guy, smiling, looked ahead, answered that he understood. We are carried to Chuck. He lifts the paddle up, shouting that he was able to get down. Then he turns back, saying that although the path was much more dangerous than he expected, everything ended well, but it took a lot of energy. It would be better if he could use a restorative elixir. Suddenly his face turned pale, and he felt something. Turning around, he saw a long waterfall, shouting that the current was so fast and there was so little left to it. Frightened, he began to paddle back, shouting that he was not ready yet. The drone watched as Chuck fell into the water. Near the shore was a small truck. The girl, looking at the tablet, said that it seemed that Chuck had safely passed the first waterfall. She looked at her father, asking how he thought he would succeed. He smiled and replied that, of course, he hoped in his heart that his compatriot would pass the test, but he still thought that it was better for him to leave it before he understood all its complexity. He was different from those adventurers after all. We were transferred to the guys. They skillfully swam around the whirlpools, and the man added that he did not have a professional rescue team if something happened. Suddenly, the big guy looked at his comrade in fear, shouting that he should not swim there. The guy looked down in fear. He began to be sucked in. From the helicopter, you could see how the guy was being swallowed by the water. The pilot, looking down, said that one of their team had failed the test. They needed to lower the ladder. The protagonist slowly continued to swim with the current, saying that he understood that having met the waterfall, he needed to focus on the angle of the fall. The sea of eyebrows, adding that for safety purposes, he would raise the body value to the maximum reading. Then he began to swim towards the waterfall, saying that even if he encountered a waterfall of several dozen meters. Then, frozen on the outskirts, he saw the huge distance of the fall, shouting that he would have everything under control. A notification appeared in front of him that the tests of the 8 Walking Dead, the Surge of Power, had been passed. We are transferred to Chuck 7 hours later. He raises the oar, shouting that he did it. Suddenly, he notices something in front of him. A purple portal appears in front of him. He tries to swim away from it in fear, shouting that he does not want to. Then he tries to row in fear so as not to end up in an unknown dimension. A second later, his boat finds itself in the desert. He, looking around in fear, thinks that he knows that he wants him dead, but why so soon? The portal suddenly begins to narrow, and the protagonist watches as it disappears. Finding himself in the middle of the desert, he shouts in displeasure that the dungeon, and such a huge one at that. Then a system message appeared in front of him, saying that this is the Sands of Despair. He looked ahead with displeasure, saying that even though he foresaw its difficulty, isn't it too much to leave him with absolutely no way out? He thought that if he couldn't complete the quest, he could at least stall until the dungeon changed naturally, but he didn't expect that the Mother of the Seas wouldn't even give him a chance. It seemed like even if he was lucky enough to complete everything, the next dungeon would also be survival-oriented with no escape. Suddenly, the system message began to disappear, and he shouted that the quest to complete was to find a ship in the desert, and who could do that under normal circumstances. Then he lay down on the sand. Looking at the sky, he thought that he was grateful to the Mother of the Seas for being able to find such a dungeon where it was impossible. I wonder why she didn't limit his reed pen at the same time. Standing up, he thought that she didn't know about his search staff. Did she know that he had one more opportunity to ask the Sphinx? After all, in the previous dungeon she didn't pay attention to him until almost the very end. After that, he opened the control panel, saying that he would begin. A staff appeared in his hands, and he added that since she might not know about his Sphinx, then he would use the search staff this time to find the ghost ship. Raising it, he said, "In which country is the Black Pearl?" The arrow immediately darted to the side. He looked ahead in surprise, and then lowered his eyes in displeasure, asking what he needed there. Looking at the sun, he said that it was good, he needed to try again. "In which country is the Black Pearl?" On the back of his head, he saw the arrow dart to the side, saying that it had been pointing in the same direction 8 times in a row. Maybe it was a vulnerability of the dungeon. Then suddenly a green portal appeared, from which a green leg was visible. A female orc came forward, asking what he wanted to see her for. The protagonist showed her the staff, saying that he had buried a bottle of water in this area, she could use it to find it. The girl grabbed the staff. Then she picked it up, and the arrow pointed to the side. She took a few steps forward, and then continued walking along the sand. Suddenly she stopped and began to dig. Then she took out a case with donuts. Chuck, looking at her, wondered what it meant. In the wrong direction, you can also find something specific. Raising his hand, he told her to forget about it and come back. Then he opened the bottle of water. Unscrewing the cap, he said that the guy from the helmet told him last time that the Lord of Death used the nightmare flute before. He took a few sips, thinking that since it helped him, then he can also use its means of transportation now. The flute appeared in his hands, and he said that he should try it. He put it in his mouth and began to make sounds. A second later, a purple portal appeared, from which an energy horse emerged. Chuck, smiling, raised his hand, asking if he remembered it. The horse stamped its hoof in displeasure. The protagonist looked at it for a few seconds, and then the horse broke into a run, chasing him. The protagonist surrounded himself with armor and, running away, screamed that this stupid helmet deceived him again. We are transferred to 10 days later. Chuck is riding on his companion. Raising his staff, he lowers his eyes, asking what is here. After which he lowers himself to the ground, adding that there is nothing in the area. Is that ship really hidden underground? Lowering his head, he thought that if everything is really so, he still has a lot of work. Then a system notification appeared in front of him that the special skill of the Seeker after death of the knowledge of doom was activated. He felt a huge worm under his feet. Turning his head to the horse, he shouted for him to run. There is something under their feet. A second later, a huge worm appeared from under the ground. Chuck, turning around, said that it was really a search staff. Looking at the giant monster, he asked what it was pointing at. The worm spun around itself. Looking at this, the protagonist shouted that the staff was really pointing at him, after which he thought that due to the effect of the search staff, intelligence was currently increased by 3 points, the ability to adapt was significantly improved. Frowning, he continued to think that it was highly likely that this was a dungeon prepared by the Mother of the Seas. She wanted him dead. She could interfere with his progress without his knowledge. Looking at the monster with displeasure, he shouted that interfering with the search staff led him straight into the mouth of the representative of the top of the food chain in this desert. How was that even possible? Then he stretched out his hand to the system window, saying that if this were to happen, there was a high probability that it would continue to affect the staff so that he would have no chance to find the right direction at all. Then he grabbed his spear, saying that this is what it means to have a god as an enemy. You need to act extremely carefully. He thought that the effect of the spell ring command is one of the 5 rings, permanently fixing the spell command. The recovery time is 24 hours. He looked ahead menacingly, then said that considering that her direction led him to this creature, she probably does not know what he received in the previous dungeon. Energy appeared around the worm, and the protagonist shouted order, after which he poured out a bag. It was a rare item for the supply of eternal and endless food for animals. Turning around, he asked if this was enough. The worm answered something. The goblin approached him and listened. Then she looked at Chuck, answering that he said that this was enough for him. Smiling, the protagonist raised his finger, answering that then, as they agreed, he will eat his fill. He will take them to search for the ghost ship buried in the desert. We are transported to 10 days later. Chuck is riding through the desert on top of a worm. Suddenly, he looks away in surprise. A huge ghost of a whale appears from the sand in front of him. Looking in his direction, he shouts that where is the glowing whale in the desert? The worm, continuing on its way, answered that you are in your language. Turning around, she said that he says that these are ancient ghosts. If they see them, then they are already close to the goal. Looking ahead, Chuck wondered what ancient ghosts mean. Once this desert was an ocean. A notification appeared in front of him that the task for the passage of Find the Ghost Ship Black Pearl is completed. Suddenly, they looked ahead in fear. A black ship appeared in front of them, around which there was magic, after which the protagonist said that this is the ghost ship Black Pearl. The worm, looking ahead, answered something. The goblin, turning back, said that we need to be careful because on this ship there is an extremely strong ghost. It is impossible to defeat it. Smiling, Chuck patted him on the skin, saying that he was grateful for the warning, after which the protagonist watched as his pet burrowed into the sand. Then someone's foot appeared in front of us on the ship. Chuck looked menacingly ahead, saying that since his task for the passage was already completed, he could leave at any time. Let him wait here. If they did not agree, then let him immediately run without him. The goblin looked menacingly ahead and replied that it was good. Suddenly, the ghost on the ship, noticing the strangers, said that the immortals of the seas and skies had really fallen so low that they had come to this place. The spirit of an old man appeared in front of us. Looking down, he said that who would have thought that they would send such a newbie to search for the cursed coins? It was the legendary ghost, the captain of the ship. Chuck looked into the distance silently for a few seconds, after which, surprised, he asked what to talk about here. Having descended, the captain asked if he knew about the cursed coins. Then he pulled out a gun, saying that he had angered some ocean goddess. He was unlucky. The protagonist extended his hand and told his girlfriend to run right now. She quickly walked away, turning around, telling him to take care of himself. The old man, pointing the barrel forward, shouted that this meant that he was useless. A second later, the captain fired. The bullet was approaching the protagonist at great speed. Then suddenly blood gushed out of the protagonist. The goblin fearfully extended her hand towards him. Chuck, still standing, replied that nothing. Then, getting up, he adjusted his helmet, shouted that he was still alive. The ghost, watching this, asked what the legendary helmet was. Chuck looked menacingly in front of him. The captain displeasedly looked away. Then he jumped off the ship. He watched the interference in front of him. Then he raised his head in surprise. Doors appeared in front of him and he asked what the Gate of Trials was. The gate slowly began to open. The old man took a few steps inside and asked if that kid had really passed through the gate. He stared ahead for a few seconds in silence while the protagonist was behind him. Suddenly, he jumped, preparing to strike. A second later, he pushed the captain towards the portal. The old man flew inside. Rising, he shouted in displeasure that this bastard dared to play with the great captain. Then he watched in surprise as a system message appeared in front of him, which said that the task for promotion was to gain recognition from a legendary character, with 10 minutes left. The captain went inside, asking that he needed to destroy a legendary fighter in 10 minutes and that he had 10 minutes left. The knight jumped up. He jumped, swinging his arm to strike. The protagonist, looking at the staff, asked where the golden box was. The arrow pointed to the side. It was aimed at the ship. We are transferred to the captain. He parried the knight's blow. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if the level of this living armor was even higher than his. Who could even complete such an unrealistic test? The protagonist went inside. he saw a door at the end of the hold, asking if it was really here, after which he pulled the handle. Inside, he saw a strange figure. In front of him was a ghostly monkey, and he shouted in displeasure that this was another mistake. Looking at it, he thought that it seemed to be a monkey, the captain's pet. It should know where his box was. A banana appeared in his hands, and he asked with a smile if she could show him where the golden box was on the ship. The pet grinned in displeasure. The protagonist, raising his hand, menacingly replied that if she did not agree, then he had no choice. He cast a command spell and the monkey's body turned pink. He then folded his arms, telling her to take him to the golden box. We are transported to the battle. The captain fires his pistol at the knight. Before the system message, he thinks that there is still a minute left. He needs to hold on for a little while. Suddenly, the knight raises his hands and a golden sphere appears in them. Then he clenches his fist. The old man screams in fear, starting to run away from the testing room. Then he leaves the gate. Turning around, he clenches his fist, screaming that he wasted a lot of time. What kind of testing gate is this? He can't fool the captain again. Then he looks ahead in fear. Stretching his arms towards the ship, he screams at his box. We are transported to the protagonist. He holds the box in his hands, standing next to the monkey. Then suddenly a system message appears in front of him. It says that this is Sands of Despair, level 10 is required. Smiling, he raises his head, thinking that the task is completed. Now he can leave here at any time. And since the captain has not returned yet, smiling, he went down to the monkey, asking where the old man keeps the gold. The monkey looked at him with displeasure, and the protagonist, looking at her in surprise, wondered if the effect of the ring had already disappeared. After which he went into the inventory. Looking sarcastically in front of him, he took out a painting, telling her not to think that he can deal with her only with the help of the command ring. If she does not want to become food for the Cyclops in this picture, let her follow his orders. The monkey walked forward displeasedly. She stopped in the middle of the room. Suddenly, the captain jumped into the hold. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted in displeasure that she was working for the enemy. What did this bastard give her if she decided to help him? Pointing his blade straight in front of him, Hector Barbossa declared that he was working for the enemy and asked what this bastard had paid him for if he was helping him. Looking straight at him with displeasure, Chuck thought that he had come running there because of the monkey's cry. With a malicious grin on his face, the boy took out the arsonist's tools and asked if he saw it. Waving his hand, the legendary ghost asked him to wait and offered to solve the problem with words. With an arrogant expression on his face, the protagonist, without thinking twice, dropped the dynamite down. Immediately after that, he evaporated from the ship, and the captain of the Black Pearl was very dumbfounded, watching as the fire spread everywhere. Then a cry came from the completely burning ghost ship that he should just try to catch his eye again. Chuck and Mickey found themselves right in the water. The boy, very scared, immediately opened his inventory. Taking off his armor, he quickly headed up. A moment later, he and the monkey managed to vomit inside out. After this, the story moves a little forward, closer to night. The protagonist was sitting by the fire and drying his things, sorting out the system window. Chuck looked at his status window with a thoughtful look. Continuing to look at the system notification window, the boy said that after completing the Lair of Giants, he did not have time to see a lot of things, and as a result of that dungeon, his strength, agility, and perception increased by 1 point. Looking straight ahead with seriousness, the protagonist thought that he remembered that before that, in the Murloc hunting season, it was exactly the same, and therefore an increase in the main parameters can be obtained by completing dungeons, only the conditions are not clear. After which Chuck agreed to balance the indicators by pressing the button, and felt that after returning to Dongshan, he could consult with his brother Chris. Suddenly, a system notification window would appear right in front of him, notifying him that the balancing was complete and a new quest had been received, as well as a side profession, along with a coupon for exchanging a special item, a skill book, and epic level items. Reading the information with a thoughtful look, the boy concluded that although he had received 2 epic items, the first of them was used to find Aztec gold coins, and the other was used to open the next stage of the dungeon after filling the box with these coins, and they were currently useless to him. At the same time, the protagonist would take out the Compass of Eternity from his inventory, which was supposed to lead him to a dungeon where he could produce new Aztec gold coins in addition to those he already had. Suddenly, the compass needle began to move erratically, which surprised Chuck greatly. Looking to the side, the boy was surprised that the compass was pointing in the direction of Brazzaville, assuming that there were Aztec coins there. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the capital of the Republic of Congo, to the Brazzaville market for adventurers. The protagonist, in the company of a girl, was walking between the rows of this bazaar. Looking at him in surprise, Laura turned to the gentleman and asked why he had not called them to give him a ride earlier, since he had spent more than 20 days alone in the vicinity. With a smile on his face, Chuck answered that a dungeon had been discovered there, and he had been passing through it all this time. Hearing this, the girl raised her head up, realizing that, it turns out, there was. Suddenly, the guys saw a merchant in front of him, who was saying in French that 5 coins was the lowest price. The adventurer bargaining with him still agreed to a price of 5 coins and threw them on the carpet. A moment later, the boy with a smile on his face came closer to the merchant and asked him if he could look at the coins in his hands. Hearing this, the owner of the shop looked at him in surprise. At that moment, a smiling Laura appeared right in front of him, asking in French if they could look at the coins in his hands. Holding the coin out right in front of him, the merchant agreed to do so. Taking it, the protagonist looked at the compass in shock and could not wait for an answer whether it was real or fake. The compass needle pointed directly at the gold coin in his hand, and he realized that he had spent half a day learning that Aztec coins were black market coins. Looking at him with interest, the owner of the shop said in French that this was a black market coin, and the higher the adventurer's level, the greater its value, and noted that if he wanted some, he could change a little for him. The girl accompanying him, bending slightly, explained that he was saying that these coins were very popular among high-level adventurers, and asked if he wanted some. Hearing this, the protagonist gave him the coin and refused the offers until the merchant caught it. Immediately after that, Chuck left and Laura said goodbye to the shop owner. The boy walked forward with a thoughtful look, thinking that if he needed to collect black market coins, then filling the box would not be too difficult. After all, they could definitely become the main currency for adventurers. Concentrating. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that the compass of eternity probably did not help much here, and he would need to think about using the coupon to exchange for another epic item later. Suddenly, he saw 2 guys ahead. The blue-haired adventurer looked straight ahead in surprise. Then, he raised his hand up, calling out to Chuck standing in front of him. With a smile on his face, the blue-haired adventurer noted that it seemed like this was the second time they had met. Without thinking twice, he said his name, while his friend standing next to him also followed suit. Looking straight at them, the protagonist said his name, while Laura, who was accompanying him, also said her name. After that, Jerry, moving his hand to the side, asked why he had not participated in the Congo River Challenge since that day. Looking at him menacingly, Chuck thought that they did not know that he had successfully completed it. Realizing that it would have been better to remain silent then, the boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, explaining that it was because he realized that it was a bit difficult for him at the moment. Hearing this, the 2 friends silently exchanged glances. After which, Nicholas's voice carried through the market, declaring that this was not the place for talking and suggesting that they talk somewhere else. The story moves to the restaurant where the guys were sitting having dinner. Nicholas, moving his hand to the side, said that he did not like to beat around the bush, so he would say it straight. Looking at him with an interested look, Chuck asked him to speak. Looking straight ahead, the black-haired adventurer invited him to join their team. Hearing this, the boy was very dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, and asked that they did not know his specialty or level, so why were they inviting him, and was it really such a trifle? With a sly grin on his face, Jerry answered that this was their fully considered decision, because during the challenge to the turbulent Congo stream he was a complete layman, and they saw everything. Looking at the protagonist in front of him, the blue-haired adventurer noted that without a rescue team, the amateur would not have been able to survive and emerge from the turbulent Congo River uninjured, so they could only draw some conclusions based on his luck and hidden strength. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Nicholas asked if he really thought that they could waste such a talent by doing nothing. With a thoughtful look, Chuck finally understood the point. After a moment, he spread his arms out to the sides, expressing great gratitude for the approval, but said that an official adventurer has an annual quota of passing dungeons and fixing inverted ones, which takes up all his time. In one of the buildings in the city, the black-haired adventurer stated that since he is an official adventurer, then nothing can be done. The story then moves to the planes on the runway. Inside it, the protagonist sat in his place. He looked at the notification window of the system, which notified about the effect of the follower of death and showed its characteristics. With a thoughtful look analyzing the information, Chuck thought about the parachute jump from Chomolungma and wondered if this level of difficulty was too high. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise, hearing someone call his name. It was Jerry, who took off his hat in greeting, and the boy looking at him noted that it was a great coincidence that they were also flying on this plane. Moving his hand to the side, the adventurer with blue hair agreed with this and announced that they failed the turbulent Congo flow 10 times. Sitting down in his seat, Jerry also noted that it was possible to change this stage to the simplest jump from Chomolungma, and the protagonist, who heard this, could not believe that they were flying there too, and his first 2 tests coincided with them, suggesting that they both really had the same specialty of those who follow death. Looking at his friend with a smile on his face, Chuck was going to check this and asked if the jump from Chomolungma was also accredited by Red Bull. Looking at him in response, the adventurer with blue hair gave a negative answer, and the boy asked why they were flying there then. At the same moment, Nicholas joined the conversation, leaning forward a little, explaining that it was all because their secondary specialty was an extreme athlete, and it involves practicing extremely extreme sports, for which you can get a constant increase in your main characteristics. Hearing this, the protagonist said with an admiring look that it turns out that such a specialty exists, and asked that then the characteristics should be much ahead of those of other adventurers of the same rank. Jerry, moving his hand to the side, asked not to think that everything is so wonderful, because you can get a promotion only with the help of those types that involve the highest risk to life. For example, the stage with climbing Everest 20 years ago was considered suitable. Introducing the climbers who reached the peak of the mountain, he added that since the authorities decided to make it an excursion for the rich, more and more people have conquered the summit, and this led to an increase in the level of difficulty for them, so the jump from Chomolungma became an addition to their test, and the surprised Chuck, realizing how it really is, concluded that then everything is really difficult. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the highest point of Chomolungma 61 meters above sea level, to a tent camp. Having put on all the gear, the boy left the tent and made a phone call. He was talking to a rich man from Fujian province, Charlie, who was driving in a car and asking what the month was coming to an end and how were his thoughts. With a smile on his face, the protagonist answered that he had thought about it and decided that he would not interfere in the election of Richard's successor after all. While the car with the rich man from the province was rapidly driving along the road, the one inside said that he might not participate and asked what he thought that Eric would let go of his potential competitor, who was also a new star, so easily. Looking at his smartphone, Chuck said that he would simply spend time in the province until the final results, clarifying that he would not be able to destroy him this way. Hearing this, Charlie silently clenched his teeth. At this time, someone called out to the boy from the front, calling him by name. It was Jerry, who, raising his hand to his face, shouted that it was time to move. After his words, the protagonist would pick up his phone and say that he was on his way. Then Chuck would quickly run up to his comrades. Together, they would climb straight up the snowy mountain. Ahead of them was an instructor who was leading the group along a steel fence. Suddenly, the blue-haired adventurer turned around, addressing Chuck, which surprised him greatly. Looking straight at his comrade, Jerry asked why he had decided to urgently change his route and jump off Chomolungma with them. Smiling broadly, the boy answered that hadn't they said that it was enough to have a lot of money, and even a newbie like him could conquer the summit. Moving his hand towards him, the blue-haired adventurer explained that they weren't talking about a parachute jump, and asked if his side specialty was also an extreme athlete. If he had just come to have fun, wouldn't one conquest of Everest have been enough? Suddenly, Nicholas joined their conversation, turning to them and saying that therefore his specialty should be an extreme soldier, a natural conqueror of the peaks, or a night raven. Slightly pushing the collar of his jacket, the black-haired adventurer added that the criterion for promotion in the main specialty is a brutal fight with nature on the brink of life and death, and he knows only 3 such specialties, asking which one he has. A little confused, the protagonist explained that he had misunderstood everything. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight at him, Nicholas noted that if he did not want to talk, then fine, and asked that he really did not want to think about it, because in fact, their team. At that moment, they were all interrupted by the instructor, who stopped a little higher and called out to all 3. Pointing his finger straight at them with a menacing look, the man declared that they had been told to keep up because there were cracks everywhere, and if they stepped on one under the snow and fell, then even the gods would not save them. Standing right in the middle of the snowy mountain, the instructor added with displeasure that if they did not want to stay on the mountain forever, they should follow his rules, and the 3 guys apologized to him for this. The story moves to the moment when the guys reach the peak of Everest. Finding himself at such a height, Chuck looked around with a smile on his face. Pointing his finger up, Jerry noted that this was great weather for a parachute jump, while his friend, standing next to him, warmed up. Without thinking twice, the guys put on backpacks with parachutes. Looking at them in surprise, the boy asked that someone had already done this successfully before, because this is the highest one. Chomolungma. With a serious look, Nicholas recalled the previous participant from Russia named Valery Rozov and declared that he had succeeded, noting that in reality, few people go through this test. At that moment, Jerry called out to him, looking straight at him and saying that it was time to jump, and he agreed with him. Immediately after that, the blue-haired adventurer jumped down and his friend followed him, saying that he was going. The protagonist remained alone at the peak of the mountain, looking straight down. Suddenly, the instructor standing behind him called out to him and, moving his hand to the side, asked whether he would jump or go down with him. Hearing this, Chuck grabbed his glasses. Activating the miraculously survived skill, the boy with a smile on his face declared that he would jump. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist jumped from the peak of Chomolungma, after which he flew down at great speed. He could hardly see anything in front of him because of the snow flying around. Chuck continued to head towards the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he used his parachute, freeing it from his backpack. He did it successfully and it opened in the air. The boy saw Jerry and Nicholas landing below. The two friends waved their hands at him and waited below. After some time, the protagonist landed in the snow. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared, notifying that the birthday challenge out of 8 death follower challenges had been completed and 1 agility had been obtained. Nicholas, along with his friend, ran up to him and did not ask how he was and whether he had progressed in his specialty. Taking off his glasses, Chuck gave a negative answer. Thoughtfully looking straight at him, the black-haired adventurer suggested that, apparently, the difficulty was not yet enough. Standing in the middle of a snowy mountain, he asked if he would like to try surfing in the Sea of Cortez or wingsuit in the Alps. Immediately after that, the story moves to the city of Dongshan to the association building. Instant noodles were standing on the table and brewing. Tyler approached them, silently looking at his phone. On the screen of his smartphone, he saw a message from his brother, who was asking why Chuck, who, according to him, was not that strong, was able to single-handedly kill the Cyclops champion and demanded an explanation. Confused, reading this, the association worker reflected that he thought that the gaps in information would help the protagonist deal with some of Eric's enemies. But he did not expect that he would put a spoke in his own wheel. Moving towards the exit of the office, Tyler said that if they tell him, he also did not foresee such a very rapid growth. Eating instant noodles, the association worker wondered if Eric would believe him. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side and was very surprised. Right in front of him was a gate to a dungeon that appeared in the wall. The story then shifts to the next day, where someone was studying a book and talking about a uniform. A man in a business suit was looking through the portal and concluded that it must be a dungeon with a level 9 rainforest terrain. Hearing this, Brandon looked at Kate, who was standing next to him, and asked why they were sending people from above and didn't they usually take action themselves when they discovered a dungeon. Pointing his finger at him, the man sent by the association wondered if they weren't the ones responsible for using guns in the recent incident with the inverted Murloc dungeon, explaining that the city's defense level was increasing, and with it, dungeons would later appear that would be even more difficult to pass. He also added that this was why they were sent to explore the dungeon to assess the scale and difficulty level, while Chris looked away guiltily and the level 3 adventurer looked at him with displeasure. Tyler would suddenly chime in, asking if he could wait a few days and check again, and the man sent by the association would turn around in surprise. With a serious look, the association worker would explain that their colleague who could help with determining the difficulty level was currently abroad and they had to wait until he returned. So he felt that using his rank would be a better insurance policy. Looking at him with an arrogant look, the man in the business suit would say that there was no need for that. Then he would enter the portal with his subordinates. A moment later, they would find themselves on the other side of the dungeon. Finding themselves in a new place, the association messenger would open the system information window. At the same time, the system notification window would appear in front of him, notifying him of the crazy baboon and showing the information. At this time, they were being watched through a thermal imager while the association agent would tell them to wait because this was some kind of wrong dungeon. The monster watched them from afar, while the adventurers were surprised that the baboons from the forest were only level 2 and did not understand how the basic level could be 9. Hiding in the trees, a monkey armed with a machine gun and a thermal imager watched him. With a clearly displeased look, Monica declared that she had just returned to Dongshan, and they immediately called her and did not give her any time to rest because even slaves are not exploited like this. Kate, moving her hand to the side, noted that if anything, they did not want this either. Looking at the portal to the dungeon behind her, the association worker explained that a small detachment of people from above, assessing the difficulties, had already entered it a few days ago, and under normal circumstances they should have collected information about the defense and then sent one person to them. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl assumed that in the end no one came out and they thought something had happened to them. Tyler adjusted his glasses and gave a positive answer. Activating her danger warning skill, Monica agreed to help. The girl said menacingly, straight ahead, that she would check what had really happened. At this time, Chuck was riding the high-speed train and asking that a very difficult dungeon had appeared in Dongshan. Holding the phone to his ear, the boy heard that Monica had used danger warning and found that several dozen dangerous individuals lived there, all of them very deadly, but not particularly fast. Tyler was talking to him, explaining that they suspected that a gathering of middle and high species was waiting opposite the entrance, and that they were the only ones who didn't have a boss-level individual yet. After hearing this, the boy thought with a thoughtful look that it was similar to how the champion Cyclops appeared in the previous dungeon, the Lair of the Giants. Sitting in a chair, being on the train, the protagonist said that he was already returning back and should arrive this evening, so he asked to wait until he got to them, and then they would talk again. Immediately after this, Chuck ended the call, after which he looked towards Jerry and Nicholas sitting next to him and apologized to them, asking if he could work as a guide for them since he accepted the task. Fixing their gaze on him, the guys agreed with this, saying that let him do his business. Then the narrative of the story moves to the building of the association in Dongshan, where the boy asked where the entrance was and also answered that it was on the top floor and was going to lead him. The guys went upstairs when suddenly they bumped into someone standing in front of them. Looking at the people standing in front of him, the protagonist wanted to know who this girl was. Chris looked at him and explained that she came to help. A moment later, Shelly said her name, introducing herself as a level 10 spirit guardian, and extended her hand straight in front of her. After shaking her hand, Chuck said his name and introduced himself as a level 8 Death Seeker. Immediately after, the Adventurers Association entrance manager pointed to the boy, explaining that his secondary specialty added a bonus to his perception and he could notice dangers inside the dungeon in advance. And Shelly's technique of talking to the dead could interact with the dead, and through the corpse of the defender they would be able to learn about the situation with the difficulty appraiser squad. Showing various gestures with his hands, the legendary candidate stated that since it was unclear how much the dungeon's defense level had increased, their task would be to determine whether their squad had survived, and if they were alive, to help them complete the quest to pass. After listening to him, Tyler turned to the protagonist and offered him to go first, and he readily agreed. Then Chuck took a step forward and put on the armor from his inventory. Without a second thought, the boy entered the portal. A moment later, he found himself in a dungeon. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw only a dense forest. Looking around, Chuck opened his inventory, thinking about the relief of the tropical forest and that it was very beneficial for protection. Immediately after that, the boy took out the artifact and, holding it in his hand, told him to find the closest creature that was dangerous to him. The staff pointed to the side, and the protagonist, looking there, asked if it was definitely there. Having received an answer from the artifact, Chuck closed his eyes and concentrated. He used his perception, exploring the area around him. Suddenly, his senses caught up with a monkey sitting on a tree. Noticing it, the boy took out a bow from his inventory and said that he would say hello first. At this time, he was being watched through a thermal imager. Noticing something unusual, the baboon was very surprised, looking at his device. Through it, he saw the protagonist pulling an arrow onto the bowstring. At that moment, the arrow was released and flew forward at great speed. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Chuck wondered if Tyler hadn't said that all the monsters in the dungeon were very strong and how could he fall from one arrow, or if these monsters were strong in attack and weak in defense. Suddenly, the boy heard Shelly approaching him from behind. Putting his weapon in his inventory, he turned towards her and asked her that she had arrived on time and that he had just killed the defending monster and would they look at him together. With a look that expressed no emotions, the girl agreed to this, wondering if it was really that fast, and she realized that his perception was really high. Approaching the defeated enemy lying right on the ground, a surprised cry suddenly rang out that it was really a baboon with a machine gun. Looking straight at it, the protagonist concluded that he then understood why the appraisers had not returned. His companion, without a second's hesitation, sat down next to the dead monster and began to whisper something in an incomprehensible language. Raising her hand to the corpse of the baboon, Shelly told it to sit down and answer questions, while she herself used the art of the third ring conversation with the dead, which gave the corpse a false sense of life, as a result of which it can answer the enemy a maximum of 5 questions. Immediately after that, the dead monster rose and gave a positive answer. Menacingly looking at it, the keeper of the spirits of the 10th level asked if the adventurers who entered this dungeon a few days ago were alive. Sitting right in front of the boys, the baboon claimed that they died the same day they entered their house, and Chuck, who heard this, was very surprised. Slightly tilting his head down, the baboon confirmed his words about their death. Looking back at him with displeasure, Shelly said not to ask everything in a row because her technique can only ask 5 questions. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the boy apologized for this. Standing right in front of the defeated enemy, the girl said that in addition to the fact that this is their territory, they are armed to the teeth with night vision devices and firearms. So with their level, they will not be able to deal with these baboons, and there is nothing unusual in the fact that that group of appraisers was defeated in a day. Menacingly looking straight at the monkey, the keeper of the spirits of the 10th level asked where they got this equipment. Raising his head slightly, the baboon replied that 3 months ago, adventurers came to the jungle and gave him his name in gratitude for helping to kill the local ruler. Directing his menacing gaze straight at him, she asked if they spoke swear words in English. Nodding her head approvingly, the monkey gave a positive answer. At that moment, Chuck looked towards his ally, and she explained that these were adventurers from America. Looking again at the defeated monster, the girl said that now she would ask the last question. With a ruthless expression on her face, she asked if these adventurers left the jungle alive. With a sly grin on his face, the baboon replied that he and the ruler of the jungle killed each other and they finished them off with the gifted weapon. Immediately after that, the system sent notifications that the rotating task was completed. Shelly slung her weapon over her shoulder and explained that it was time for her to go back, asking if he would come with her. Looking at his ally, Chuck asked if she wanted to try to go through the dungeon. Looking away, the girl explained that it was too risky because if the baboons did not have one night vision device, then they would most likely end up the same as the assessment team. After hearing this, the boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that then he would also go to the exit. Then the level 10 spirit keeper approached the portal from the dungeon. As soon as she entered it, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist. It contained information that a certain god paid to change his constantly changing task to eliminate 30 armed baboons. Chuck looked at the system notification window with an expression on his face that expressed obvious displeasure. Immediately after that, questions came from the forest about how the Mother of the Seas had completely gone crazy, and why there were so many enemies, and why she was always picking on him. At this time, Shelly came out of the portal into the real world. Then she turned back. The girl looked at the portal from which her ally had not come out. She menacingly directed her gaze forward and simply remained silent. On the other side of the portal to the dungeon, the boy thoughtfully thought that although if he took the night vision device of the baboons, it would be much easier to search. Imagining how the monkeys surrounded him, he reasoned that their devices could find him even in an invisibility cloak, and if he was also surrounded on all sides, then his lack of firepower would become too obvious. With a worried look, the protagonist thought that unless he made them go blind. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that he seemed to have a way. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when he was watching baboons through a thermal imager. Covered in mud, he was sitting on a tree branch and looking into the device. At this time, a baboon, located below, was eating something. Having tried the new food, the monkey was very delighted. Then, with a joyful look, having collected a pile of food, she went forward. She was watched by Chuck, who, with a malicious grin on his face, thought that the intelligence of baboons is not so high as to recognize such a trap, and it is enough to show them that there is a lot of food there. Taking out from his inventory a record player with a recording of a voice of despair, the boy added that then it is necessary to use this artifact. Suddenly, the story moves to the moment when a corpse of a monkey was lying on the ground, and around there were shadows of his relatives. The record player with a recording of a voice of despair played it and thereby forced the baboons to kill each other. The protagonist, sitting on a tree branch, watched all this, saying that 20 was already good, and completed 2/3 of the task to pass. A moment later, the artifact stopped sounding. Hearing this, Chuck immediately jumped off the tree. Then he went to the record player and, looking at it, said that even though he was using it more than once, he must say that this item was too good. After examining the corpses of monkeys, the boy found the MP5KN, a disposable weapon of excellent quality with a magazine capacity of 30 bullets, after using which it is impossible to cause damage. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist examined his new acquisition and wondered if the trophy weapons of the defenders would turn into equipment. After some time, Chuck used the forge to summon goblins. Immediately after that, David came to him through the portal with Mickey sitting on his shoulder. Pointing to the ground strewn with corpses of baboons, the boy asked to help him collect all the equipment from them. Hearing this, the protagonist's subordinates agreed to it with a look of determination. After the remelting was completed, a rare MP5 weapon with unlimited firepower was obtained, and the machine gun turned golden. Looking at this, Chuck was very happy while his subordinates watched him from the side. Sitting on David's shoulder, Mickey did not understand what he was happy about, scratching his head, and David replied that he did not know either. At this time, the boy looked admiringly at the golden machine gun and said that if this weapon was put on the market, everyone would want it, and although the class was only rare, its value was lower than epic. Immediately after this, the protagonist snapped his fingers. A moment later, a death worm appeared from under the ground because its owner used the art of summoning. Spreading his arms, Chuck asked him to help him deal with the corpses of these baboons. Pointing to a pile of food lying nearby, he also added that this would be his payment. Then the huge death worm began to carry out his master's task. At this time, the boy thought with a thoughtful look that this animal food should not be used as bait anymore, because no matter how stupid they were, they should understand that it was a trap, and he could not understand what else could be used for bait. Suddenly turning around and looking at the real goblin there, who was saying that it was not bad and quite tasty, Chuck was surprised. Two of his subordinates were eating the food straight from the bag with an admiring look. Seeing this, the boy suddenly had an idea. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to a small wooden hut standing in the middle of the forest. A frightened baboon, pointing his finger to the side, told the leader that the comrades assigned to deliver food were ambushed, and none of them returned. Adrian, sitting in his chair with a haughty expression on his face, called them fools and asked if they didn't understand that fruit doesn't just fall from the sky. Hearing this, the monkey turned to the leader with a confused look. The leader only looked at the baboon standing in front of him in surprise. Putting his hand in front of him, the monkey stated that some of their comrades were complaining, saying that they shouldn't have killed those 4 adventurers because it attracted a strong enemy. Suddenly lowering his foot to the floor, Adrian asked if they shouldn't have killed them so that they could kill them calmly. Confidently heading towards the exit of the hut, the leader ordered to call the bravest warriors of their tribe and send them to attack the stranger together with him, and his subordinate obeyed the order. The baboon hid in the bushes and watched as Mickey sat on a mountain of food. A small monkey happily threw food into its mouth. Suddenly, an ordinary monkey looked at the leader with a confused look and asked what they should do. With the help of a night vision device, Adrian saw that someone else was hiding in the bushes nearby. Menacingly looking ahead, the leader explained that the monkey was bait, and the stranger was sitting in the bushes behind. With a gesture of his finger, Adrian said that they should go around them and eliminate them from behind, and his subordinate agreed with this. At this time, the goblin yawned from boredom. Hiding in the bushes, he wondered how much longer he would have to hang around there. At this time, armed baboons were sneaking up on him from behind. Peering out from behind the trees, they were tracking their target. Suddenly, one of them was pierced with a blade, having first closed his mouth. His relative immediately ran out from behind cover and aimed straight at the goblin. Before he could do what he had planned, Chuck fired his bow, hitting him right in the chest. The boy finished his shot with a sly grin on his face. The baboon, who was sitting in ambush with the leader, did not understand why he was not moving, because logically his comrades who had left should have finished everything by now. Looking at the situation through the thermal imager, Adrian stated that in fact there was bait in the bushes too. With a confused look, taking the device out of his eyes, the leader realized that the real invader could not be seen with his eyes and they were caught. A moment later, he saw how an armed baboon standing next to him was pierced by an arrow. Turning to his subordinates, Adrian told them to run in all directions as long as they could. At this time, he watched the fleeing monkeys through his thermal imager. He brought the device to his eyes and said that the leader of these baboons was quite cautious, while David, standing next to him, was very dumbfounded. Suddenly the boy looked away and said that he would catch up with them, and he had to clean up the battlefield, and explained that the baboon's weapons were very cool, so he should try not to attract attention to himself. With a look full of seriousness, the goblin obeyed his master shaman. At this time, Adrian and his subordinate ran quickly right through the forest. An ordinary monkey with a frightened expression asked that the eyes could not see anything at all and was this invader a ghost. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the leader continued to run, saying that he thought he was using something similar to their eyes and weapons, and probably this man hid under the invisibility cloak. Introducing the enemies they had just encountered, Adrian would point out that the stranger must not be strong, or he would not have had to resort to such a bad bait to deal with them, and that this showed that he was afraid and that they actually had a chance of success. Not far behind him, the subordinate would conclude that they could not see him and wonder if they still had a chance. Hearing this, the leader would explain with a malicious grin that they could not see him, but if they angered him, he would show himself to them voluntarily. Adrian would smear himself with mud, musing that the best way to anger a soldier was to defame the corpse of his kinsman. Staring menacingly ahead, the leader would note that he certainly had the same eyes as the invaders, and he could not believe that he would be able to restrain himself from coming out when he saw the scab of his kinsman as bait. Aiming down the sight of the sniper rifle, Adrian concluded that if he got angry, he would immediately start making mistakes and he would just blow his head off with such a firearm. The muzzle of his gun was aimed at the body of a man in the lake. Through the thermal imager, the silhouette of a man was visible who was asking for help. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after what he saw, Chuck said that they were playing with fire. Immediately after that, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Using his perception, the boy analyzed the area around him. His feelings also caught up with the man standing in the lake and asking for help. In fact, these words were spoken instead of him by a baboon hiding in front. Continuing to analyze the area using his perception, the protagonist did not understand why he was only one, because logically, an ambush should have been set up next to the bait, and all the baboons cannot be sitting under the water for this. Immediately after that, Chuck silently directed his menacing gaze forward. He snapped his fingers and summoned the death worm using a secret art. Hiding in ambush, Adrian immediately noticed something ahead, saying that it was coming towards him. At this time, the boy told his summoned creature that he should spit the undigested corpses of the baboons into the river, and then he could go home. Obeying the order of his master, the huge death worm crawled to the pond and did what he had planned. Watching all this through the sight of a rifle, the leader of the baboons thought that this was a demonstration for him and called the invader swear words. Hiding behind the body of a man, an ordinary monkey was very surprised by what was happening. To satisfy his curiosity, the baboon looked out and was very dumbfounded. After seeing this, Adrian's subordinate hid under the water out of fear. At this time, the boy analyzed the area and saw how the monkey swam away. Continuing to focus on his perception, The protagonist still realized that he was won and assumed that, apparently, the baboons made an ambush not in the water, but on the opposite bank, and for such a distance their weapon should be a rifle or a sniper. Taking his bow out of inventory, the protagonist thought that he should pretend to be caught, and then they will get out. Immediately after that, he put his hand with the bow out from behind the tree, which was visible in the scope. Adrian, aiming right at him, declared that he finally found the stranger. Without thinking twice, he fired, and the bullet flew forward at great speed. It hit the tree trunk, where the enemy's head should have been, and suddenly a loud cry was heard. Jumping out of the ambush, the leader, armed with a machine gun, was glad that everything worked out for him. Pointing his weapon straight ahead, he made his way through the pond while the surviving protagonist waited behind a tree, watching the system notification window. It informed him that the special skill Omen of Doom had been activated. Using his perception, Chuck watched Adrian approaching him. Suddenly opening his eyes, the boy thought that so much time had passed and only one baboon was sitting in ambush. Then he pressed his inventory icon. Abruptly jumping out from behind a tree, the protagonist said that it was a surprise, which greatly surprised the leader. Without thinking twice, Chuck fired several shots from his weapon, wounding his opponent. Having received such damage, Adrian, bleeding, fell right into the lake. To finish what he had planned, the boy went into the pond, approaching the wounded enemy. Pointing his golden weapon at him, the protagonist was surprised that he did not die and called him stubborn. At this time, right in front of him in the lake lay the leader of the baboons, bleeding and shaking all over with pain. To communicate with him, Chuck used his title Friend of Animals and, menacingly looking straight ahead, declared that he now understood him and asked what he had just said. Opening his eyes with the last of his strength, Adrian, looking straight at him, spoke without thinking that he had won, because one day he would also experience the same attitude towards himself as his fellow adventurers towards them. With great displeasure, looking straight at his defeated enemy, the boy said that this was nonsense, because it was obvious that they started it first, and he did not want to come to this dungeon in the first place. Trembling violently from the pain that rushed through his entire body, the leader of the baboons told him to ask who was first after all. Just before his death, lying in the lake, Adrian added that such a question should be addressed to his heart. Hearing this, the protagonist only silently looked at his defeated opponent. Immediately after this, the story moves to 3 days later to the building of the Adventurers Association in the city of Dongshan. With a surprised expression on her face, Monica pointed her finger straight ahead and declared that Chuck had returned. At that moment, a boy came out of the portal into the dungeon with the baboons. Finding himself back in his world, he looked ahead with an expression on his face that did not express any positivity. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.